Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the War Chest Team League. We're going to be playing a bunch of really fantastic games where this league is all based around commentators acting as captains for their team. We drafted the players, we got to this point, and now we're going to be going into day number 2 here as my team, Four Shades of Protoss, not Four Shades of Adepts, faces off against Rifkin's team over here. Call an ambulance, but probably for him.
In what world for that intro do you perceive that it's evening somewhere right now? Because for those who don't know, it's 3 a.m. for both of us.
I think it's actually evening in Australia. I think it's evening in Australia right now because we do have Maynard playing today later.
I'm looking forward to that, actually. I don't even want to smack talk right now. I just had so much fun because I didn't get to play week 1 last week, but I just watched everybody. It was so fun and way better than expected too. Like before you and I get into this rivalry stuff for today, can we just like quickly acknowledge how sick the games were last week? Like for real.
We got a lot of ace matches last week, and I mean honestly some of the best games ever. I'm not gonna say that it was, you know, partially with my team and the fact that I picked up Estrella for my team and he got to face off versus Dream in like an amazing game that some people are calling game of the year. But you know, I think it was
some people.
Some people say that I am the reason why we have great StarCraft matches, and I'm not gonna let them know. All right.
I just want to point out, even though he's not on my team, the Supernova game was so worth the pick from Nate.
Oh, so good. That was actually.
I did not expect that TVT to look the way it looked.
I enjoyed the haters kind of having to like suck it up and be like, okay, well, maybe the Supernova pick was actually like not that bad. Like, I'm really looking forward to it. But of course, for those who don't know, again, this is going to be a best of 5 Pro League style format. That means that each of our teams who had 4 players on each team basically had to draft an order and figure out, all right, you're going on this map and this map. And then we kind of reveal the lineups, find out who's going to be playing. And our first match, Rifkin, is going to be Estrella versus Lambo as we head on to Golden Wall for map number 1.
Yeah, 6 best of 5s in total today. Like, buckle your seatbelts.
Yeah, I mean, we got you and me playing. We have Cats playing. We have Nate playing later. We have Maynard and Roddy all playing. I mean, it's a stacked up day. We'll see if it goes as long as day number 1.
I still got to get used to that cool countdown, but yeah, do you want to start these intros?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be starting over here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, atop of the yellow Protoss player from Team Alpha X and my team. It is Estrella.
And of course,
and over here, the tingle scrat, pop, pop, pop like Rambo. It's the German Zerg. You're a fan, bro. It's Lambo.
Brought my own hype man. I hope that's okay, Fear Dragon.
I'm actually just feeling so betrayed because, you know, I thought that Tempo was my friend. I thought he was my casting Archon duo partner, but apparently he's okay with just going around with other people, and you know what? That's fine.
Would that have been BM of me to seek him out because of that? Oh no.
Did you bring him on only for this match?
Tempo is going to be doing all my intros for me today because he can do it with more style than anyone in this team league possibly could.
That is true. That is actually accurate, having been on the receiving end of his co-commentary. So I can't complain too much about that.
I'm so stoked for Lambo. Of course, he's my team guy, and Tempo just introduced him. But I think Estrella and Lambo are 2 of these players, to me at least, who don't strike me as like the top dogs of like. You're not going to see them as everyone's first pick for things, but they're so good as players that they're like right next to the first pick lineup.
No, I think I totally agree that both of these players have like crazy upset potential against some really good players. Like, I think we kind of saw Estrella last week really showing some great games of StarCraft. And I think Lambo similarly is also just one of those players that there's not many people that I would be like, Lambo really shouldn't win ever against this player. Like, they're both really capable against pretty much anybody, which I think, actually, yeah, I gotta say, I think that they're both great picks. Now, Golden Wall's a bit of a funny map.
I love this map, dude. I actually so very much love this map, and I entirely blame Raynor and Euthermal for it, because the first time I ever got to cast on this map was an amazing game between those two, and it's forever ruined it, because nothing lives up to the hype of that game for me as this map does.
Yeah, I can definitely feel you on that. Like this map has just produced so many great games of StarCraft, but I will say it's one of those maps that not necessarily every Protoss player is always usually a fan of when they face off against like a Zerg or a Terran, just because it does get a little bit wonky sometimes. But we'll see what exactly little Estrella has planned for this map. He's going to be throwing down a Twilight Council for now, sending around a probe scouting ground for potential weird proxies, I guess.
Just realized my team's name doesn't actually fit on the overlay, and it just looks like
No,
a
of course
threat.
it doesn't.
It just looks like a threat though with the ellipses, like call an ambulance. ...
It actually just looks like, no, it doesn't even look like a threat. It looks like you're injured and you're asking someone to call an ambulance for
Call an
yourself.
ambulance.
But for me.
Oh well, hey, speaking of for you, I see a Dark Shrine coming down out of Estrella.
Yeah, so Dark Shrine is going to be made. We do need to keep an eye out because, you know, it's not like the old days where you used to see, oh, Dark Shrine and a Robo. This is going to be like a 4-gate Dark Templar build and stuff. We've seen more variations of it, including the 3-gate version that does come a little bit quicker. Overlord does poke in through the main base, though, and sees the Dark Shrine and the Robo. So Lambo does have full vision of this.
Only because that weak-ass soccer couldn't catch my superior player's Overlord. You like that Overlord speed, by the way? Go Lambo!
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I think that Lambo really implored his skill and availability to get the scout out there with that speed Overlord that is impossible to kill. I really like the way that Lambo right-clicked his Overlord in.
I know, we're off to a really hot start here. Actually,
The best part about my team is that I don't just get to try and shit talk your team. I get to actually also just complain about Zerg and Terran.
No,
And I'm not
you actually get the
inculcating
best
our
of both worlds. You get to complain about everything else. But yeah, the War Prism coming in. Oh, these queens knew what was up. Lambo's a smart cookie.
Yeah.
Actually, this is tough. I just want to throw out there real quick just to break this. I love Estrella so much. This is such a tough game for me to cheer against him for.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I've definitely felt that way on some of the matches already. War Prism does unload 3 of the DTs, and remember the Spore Crawlers. Oh, I actually love the positioning of the Spore Crawler from Lambo, by the way, because usually that kind of area between the ramp is where a lot of Protoss players will find some extra damage. But Lambo actually has his Spore Crawlers positioned so close to the ramp that there's barely any little gap there where the detection isn't protecting
Also,
him.
that creep tumor is a big deal. That spread could have been the slow of Queens not catching the War Prism. So the best part for Lambo is he not only deflected the attack, he's already forced Estrella to go straight into the Archons, so no chance for the DTs to do any damage.
Yeah, Archons are going to try and get a little bit more damage done. The Queens and the Spore Crawler are all bunched up on one side, so Estrella is going to be sneaky and run around to the bottom side. There is an Overlord over here, but it doesn't look like Lambo's reacting immediately, so the War Prism will have a chance to unload and get some damage done.
Yellow War Prism on Golden Wall. I'm calling unfair team color picks by Fear Dragon.
I mean, we definitely would pick yellow to be the Golden Armada, so.
Nice transfuse, keeps the queen topped up. I mean, the thing for Lambo at this point is it's partially dealing with his War Prism, but also not getting too distracted by it, right? Because the worst thing is, like, you know, Estrella is still macroing back and on behind. So he took the gold base. We're in a world where the Zerg player didn't take the gold base, the other guy did.
Yeah, this is pretty kind of strange for Golden Wall. Usually it really is the Zerg player that ends up taking the gold base and piles on a ton of aggression or something. But this is going to be that situation where Estrella is going to have that extra mineral income and has been trying to get little bits and pieces of damage done. He's actually going to be able to snipe off maybe some creep tumors over here with the Overlord or the Archons, and is eventually going to have a big influx of minerals to try and flood out either Zealots or Adepts or something along those lines. For now, it's actually Blink coming on out.
Yeah, well, it makes sense because I think Estrella recognized very early on Lambo was going to keep this from getting too much done. So his choice was just to try and play macro out of it. And you put Blink Stalkers in anyone's capable hands, and they're so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, little Zergling Bren by the left-hand side is going to be making its way over to the natural. Does Estrella have something in the wall? Yes, he absolutely does. Even as an Immortal, back it up. So Ling's going to get denied.
Yeah, but the same thing I just mentioned for Estrella is happening for Lambo, right? Like, he's also playing out of this. He's got upgrades on the way. He didn't get stuck going all in with too many army units. I mean, he's got 4 bases coming up, which, again, going through the top side of the map means there's a chance Estrella may end up just going through the bottom after he mines up that gold. I love the way Golden Wall presents opportunities for expansions, but more importantly than that, of course, we've got the Overlord with a little bit of drops inside of it.
Oh, this is gonna get a bit weird for Estrella because the War Prism's over on the far north-hand side, so he doesn't really have an easy way to elevate her over the mineral patch. I think that some of the oh boy, okay, well the Wing Girl's gonna run at the exact same time as that gold.
This is gonna be a big hole for Lambo though, because while he's doing some really awesome counter damage to Estrella through workers, look at those force skills. Cristobalo's gonna free the Ravagers, but a lot of them stuck down the front line, and these Roachers can't get in there to fight.
Yeah, the Force Field's doing a good job of holding the line for a little bit longer. It throws down a few more and needs to keep those sentries alive. A few of them are on the front line, so they are getting taken out by the Lings, by the drone. Corrosive Bile starting to push this army back. Has Estrella done enough damage?
This is so sick because he recognized, like, okay, he's done enough worker damage on the other side of the field. He can afford to lose some drones. So drones get pulled into the fight. Without those drones in there, I don't think Lambo even comes close to holding this, because look how close that was without it.
No, I completely agree. And at this point, the third base has been defended now over here for Estrella. He's barely got it alive, and the Lings have been forced back. And he's still continuing to push over here. If he gets this third base and has enough army to just not immediately retreat back home, the fourth base is also on the north side. But oh, it looks like this is turning into a really close fight. War Prism Micro are going to be so important over here, as well as the Blink Micro. Immortal is going to end up going down.
Lambo's got this so hardcore because back at home too, not only did, like, you could argue Estrella lost the base of workers and so did Lambo, but Estrella was like dependent on a gold base. He doesn't have a third actual base to fall back to. So while he might be able to recover quicker, he's also going to mine this out faster. Never mind! Lambo's a god!
Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's so painful. Losing the third base, like you said, is just, it's gonna mean his income just plummets, on top of the fact that the gold base is supposed to mine out faster. This is really, really desperate and dire straits now for Estrella. At this point, this is one of those moments where I'm like, maybe some of the Dark Shrines shenanigans from earlier. Maybe go in, snipe that base again.
I'm gonna cut Estrella's choice in this game too, by the way. I mean to say it's an interesting tactic and a smart move, but I'm gonna call it a dick move. But going for that third, if he had successfully killed Lambos, he would have been able to take the fourth for free as well. But this backfired twice as much now because he doesn't get either of the bases. Now he's on his last legs, 30-something army supply against a Ravager Roach army that just looks unstoppable right now. And all these bros long distance mining are just getting caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, Lambo's been also responsible, sending that Overseer up a little bit further back so that it can't just easily get sniped off. The Dark Templar that gets warped in defensively gets taken on out. And the War Prism, I mean, it's getting some good damage done on the other side of the map, but it's clearly not going to be enough.
Yeah. Somebody call an ambulance, but not for us.
Are you is that like the catchphrase? Like every single time you win a game, you're gonna be like,
well,
someone call an ambulance, but not for us.
I plan to say it 4 times today, okay?
But you're only gonna win 4 games today?
Well, I just need to win 4 versus you. That's all that matters. Because let's be honest, if I lose like Sue and stats and like a sick lineup on like Katz's team, that's okay. If I lose to 4 Protoss, I have to join Cats in the losers club? No. So yeah, 4 times today, here and now, okay?
That's true. My players win in spite of me. You know what? If there's one thing that they've learned, it's that the best way to start off any series is actually just to go down 0-2 so that we can come back with a 3-2 reverse sweep. Because that's the way the hero does it, right? That's the way the protagonist does it. Only the enemy, the evil, like, boss will actually start up 2-0.
Okay, Weeb, calm down for a second. I want to tell a really awesome story about this I think everyone can appreciate. So I'd mentioned to Fear Dragon before we went live that I had kind of asked some players and people who were streaming, what do you think of the matches tonight? And like unequivocally, they all joked around and said like, Fear Dragon's gonna swash your team because it's all Protoss. Protoss is broken right now, blah, blah, blah. But the best part was there was one streamer in particular, Kuian, who was so convinced that Lambo was a half-brain Zerg that couldn't win a match, he sub-bet me 5 subs on whether we would win today or not. And I said, well, if I win, I don't want the subs. I want them to go to Lambo. So Lambo's started off our series really strong for winning not just the in-match here versus you, but the extra layer that's going on back on Twitch.
Oh, see, well, here's where you messed up, man, is that you didn't specify what platform he's going to subscribe on. So he's just going to subscribe to Lambo's YouTube now 5 times.
Hey man, I think anyone would be okay with that though. Anything, right? Help the players
Lambo's
help themselves.
Lambo and a few of the other European players have got some pretty sick YouTube channels. So I'm not gonna lie, Lambo, you got Euthermal and whatnot. Definitely some good stuff to learn from. Hearthstone as well.
So this next match coming up is Neeb versus Clem.
Ooh, yeah.
This is another
think
one of
this
the
is gonna
tough
be-
ones for me. I love Neeb about half as much as you do because no one can as much as you do.
Well, yeah, I own multiple larger than life size posters of him.
Yeah, it's Clem's so on fire right now. I was not
Mhm.
expecting Clem to be my first pick for the player lists. Honestly, I was expecting him to go really fast. I think he's on
Mhm.
fire right now. I think a lot of players respect him right now. And I think that regardless of how long or what this match looks like, this is going to be a sick one. Because for me, these are two titans.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. This is going to be a really sick series. And here's the thing is that I know that Neeb had a little bit of a rougher start last week when he was fielded from my team, just because he played a series versus special or Serral because, okay, whatever. It's Serral, don't worry too much about it. And then actually Neeb had a really good series versus stats, but unfortunately ended up kind of like getting a lead and then not being able to close it out. I think he's learned his lessons and stuff. I think he's still looking really, really strong. And I actually think that he has a really sick PBT right now.
Well, I think Clem's also looking really sick. So that means this is just going to be a super great match.
Dude, I actually can't even complain about this match. I saw this match was going to happen. And I was just like, this is perfect. I'm so happy about this.
So I know our team name is Call an Ambulance, but I'm just going to throw it out there really quick. We're going to have to call a fire truck for this one because Tempo's got a pretty sick rap lined up for this intro too.
All right. Can I just also say that your team Call an Ambulance, but then
not for
your
us.
team Light Pink, right?
Well, I wanted red, but that had been taken already.
Okay, you're just late to the punch. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I was like, why would you pick Light Pink for an ambulance? All right, fair enough. Well, guys, we're going to be starting over here in the top right-hand side on top of Team Protoss. It is the yellow Protoss player from Ting. He is Neeb.
And this little baguette is killing it. He ain't clumsy, but he'll drop like he's spilling ish. The young boy holding it down with the whole of them. The Terran you should already know. It's Clem.
Clem, French, young, fantastic Terran player. And best of all, he's now on Team Liquid, which is one of my favorite teams. He's just an all-star in my mind right now, honestly.
You know what one of my favorite things thinking about regarding Clem is just thinking like when quarantine finally ends and we all show up to live events, Clem's probably going to have gone through his massive growth spurt and everything. And his
Oh my
voice is
God,
gonna
you're
get-
right. He's
He's going to show up at an event as like a full-fledged man all of a sudden.
I want him to have like a big old Viking beard too, just something completely unexpected.
It's going to be great, man. He's going to have gone from like 3'2" to like 6'2" somehow, just in that period during quarantine.
Well, Clem has he had a pretty good run to DreamHack. He's been absolutely destroying it in online cups. You see him, of course, for those ESL cups, and he's one of the players you look for in the brackets. I was a little sad though recently because the last couple times I've been trying to catch him, he's actually had to forfeit, and I'm assuming that's more due to time or internet issues. But he's here and he's ready to play, and I know that him and Lambo on my team are probably working hard more than anyone else. Not to say compared to Deer or Rogue, but they've got a lot to prove, and I want them to be able to prove it through this team league. It'd be awesome.
Okay, well, he's gonna have to prove it against some shenanigans from Neeb, as Neeb is throwing down
Yeah.
his second pylon on the left-hand side of the map. Snuck his probe out nice and early on. Now, one
Right.
thing that sometimes does reveal a bit of something like this is the fact that you don't actually see the probe showing up at your natural, right? Like when you go for this style thing that Neeb is doing, your probe doesn't actually get the scout out.
Yeah, and I'm really sad right now there because he scouted for the Nexus, which is great, but he didn't actually poke up to the main to see the pylons. See, one pylon would have been a big tell. Maybe Clem, because Clem's a smart guy, he might just be able to discern off of this, plus what you described as the lack of scout from the probe. But I really hope he doesn't get caught off guard by this. This would be heartbreaking. The nice thing though is at least a Stargate, I think is more manageable in terms of proxies. Like Robos and Gateways are so all in and really difficult to hold off. Whereas a Stargate can get damage done, but not necessarily is always game ending damage.
Yeah, I will say Eternal Empire is specifically a map that I think Stargate play for Protoss is pretty common on, just because there's that area below Neeb's natural expansion and above Clem's natural where it's just there's a massive amount of dead airspace. This is actually hell for Protoss players against Terran players that like to just load up their medevacs and go for some big doom drop or set up liberators.
Or Terran players who like to load up their command centers at the command centers and float them to stall out the game.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that's happened before at least once.
That was a great one day we had post patch. I'm already sad it's gone and way behind us.
It was just a late April Fool's Day joke, okay?
Well, so the first Oracle comes out. He deals with the Adept very promptly, which is awesome to see, but these Marines, it's gonna take 5 to shoot this down properly. Although it misfires twice, maybe you can slow this down then.
Yeah, I thought he was actually going to get one of the fresh mules over there, and does make his way to the main base and finds 2 more workers. That's not a bad beginning over here. Oh, he misfires again on the other SCV. Oh, that's
1
rough.
HP, dude. 1 HP.
Are you serious? Look, the amount of more SCVs that almost should have been killed there, and you're complaining about the 1 HP Oracle getting away.
Well, in
All right.
fairness, if you've ever listened, all I do is caster bias, okay? And in this team league, it's the one place I'm righteously justified in doing so.
That's fair. Wow. Okay. Hellions managed to get the Adept, but the Oracle does clean up the Hellions. So at least I can't dive into that natural expansion there for Neve. But this is kind of what I was expecting. After the Oracles are going to end up seeing at least a Phoenix being made to help deal with that kind of dead airspace.
Well, it's not even just the airspace. Like, it's great for pressuring medevacs, but man, be able to lift up a siege tank and a pretty aggressive push and take those things out of the fight, it's very valuable. So I like the Phoenix follow-up too.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely with you there. Now, Stigma's getting closer and closer to finishing, and I don't think we've had like a 3rd command center or anything get started just yet. Engineering base being made.
These Marines.
Wow, they're really struggling.
hoping. Well, I think they were really hoping the Widowmine would take care of it before they got there. But with the 1 Oracle on 1 HP, this really isn't a big scary thing. I love that he pulled back to the natural because it's very common for this to be a combo attack, like an Adept hits in over here or something, or a 3rd Oracle comes in. But Clem's been playing pretty. I don't want to say scared, more like safe. He's really staying at home. He's not pressuring Neve, and he doesn't really need to right now.
Yeah, I mean, a good example is that the Hellions have basically gotten all of the scouting that's happened this game outside of like confirming there was a natural. So Clem's been pretty in the dark. Oh, Oracle's sitting idle for a second. Oh, Neve ends up losing one of the Oracles.
I was a little pushing that stim for a second, but it kind of ends up being worth it. Now he goes for this push, and it is off of 2 bases. We don't see like a 3rd coming down or anything anytime soon. So for Clem, it's like I think the result base will be here on whether it's all in or not. He's up a lot of army supply going into this. His 1 weapons isn't going to finish up, but combat shield should, and this for Neve's gonna be tough. He just doesn't have a lot of units to work with. Granted, there's the battery overcharge ability, which is going to be super good here, but is that going to be enough?
Yeah, that plus Guardian Shield might be really important. He's not popping it just yet, though. It's going to end up just using the shield battery as a normal shield battery for a little bit, throwing down an extra one as well. At the same time, the Stargate does get depowered, so no more Oracles, no more Phoenix or anything going to be made for a while. And, well, Neve is repositioning, so he is keeping up with the army movement over here from Clem. We'll see if he's able to. Oh, there's the beautiful Revelation tag. Yeah.
I like the new Revelation. What are your thoughts on it?
As a Protoss player, I mean, it definitely makes things harder. I think it was a nerf. Just because you have to dive back in more often to get the Revelation off. It's yes, it costs less energy, but you're putting yourself at risk twice as often.
Clem didn't either. He pulls back. That's smart. I really like where we put that Widowmine too, trying to catch that Oracle coming back, but didn't quite hit the mark. It is a 3rd base back at home. He's so focused on the army fight. So Clem's not going to be super duper all in with this. I was so scared he was going to commit up that ramp though. My heart started beating really fast.
Yeah, it started looking like it was going to be the big plan here, but so Clem's got some pretty solid macro you can fall back to. Now, the medevac loading up with 2 Widowmines on the north side looks like it's going to be trying to hit maybe at the same time that Clem tries to poke up the ramp over at the front. This could be the 1-2 punch.
Well, if that Phoenix is really on point, it should be able to lift up at least one of the Widowmines, so the damage here could be pretty minimal, but either way, this serves as a distraction too. If Neve chases this at all, if his attention span wanes, that's where Clem pushes in and punishes. So boosting through to the main base, Clem also swerves. He's gonna lose his medevac. He knows it. Puts the Widowmines down. Lifts 1 as predicted. Lifts the other. Like some serious time. And Clem's going to the natural. Clem's going to the natural, not the 3rd base. He completely went around the map for this.
Oh, this is gonna get really awkward. We have a Guardian Shield that was popped over here, and at the same time, it looks like Neve is actually sandwiching this army. So you know what? His concave definitely not that bad.
No, on the Revelation, make sure those Widowmines don't get killed or pop off on his army either. That was good defense out of Neve, but Clem, that move was sick, actually. It's more impressive that Neve reacted to it, I think.
I love the double lift up from the Phoenix just to prevent the burrow. Like, you lift it up, and then you drop it immediately, go lift up the other one. Now, Phoenix could go pick off that medevac, but I guess it's not doing anything right now anyways, so. Okay, a couple of stalkers going to be moving all along the south-hand side of the map, looking to just try and get some pickoffs. Kind of the first time that Neve has really been able to poke forward outside of the Oracle harass, and he's going to find a Marine and maybe be able to find a Widowmine or two.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice reaction time out of Neve. I know he's the enemy, but damn, I got to respect it.
Yeah, I mean, he was directly on top of the Widowmine, still able to dodge it. Definitely not too shabby, but he's going to get forced back as he tries to take a fourth base on the north side.
I will say,
Clem's
I think
gonna need
what
it.
really separates good StarCraft players from great StarCraft players is information gathering in the game. And Clem's constantly at these like one Marines here and there. He's even got a Widowmine and this, that in the middle of the map. I love that he's constantly just aware of what's going on because that's going to give him the information he needs to react with. I think Neeb's usually probably used to running circles around kids,
Ooh.
but not this one.
Yeah, I mean, there are some zealots that are going to be moving in to delay this, but I think that was actually supposed to just go over to the zone like a watchtower or go for a run by. That is going to give Neve just a little bit more time. And look at that. I love that he's already got his army set up on the left-hand side, ready to intercept the Widowmines and the rest of the drop for Ratho coming in.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about not tearing the rocks down. It works well for Clem against zealots, but I feel like with force fields in general, it might be more worth tearing the rocks down in this downtime. But regardless,
Yeah,
we take a really nice choke fight over there. There's a second army on both sides to the north. This is a wild game, dude.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of just going topsy-turvy in terms of who's on the big defensive over here, and I feel like both of them have been holding up pretty well for the most part on the defense. Now, Clem, he's starting to add in some of the ghosts and stuff, but they aren't actually here just yet. So this is going to be that big time that Neve, I feel like, can make a good defense happen and start getting some momentum to push.
He's got it because those Colossus are not going to be out for this fight. And here we go, pushing up the ramp. Force fields go down to buy some serious time, but these sentries are out of juice. He knows that too.
On the other side of the map, the Zealot run by has made its way in, killing off 7 workers. Even he actually uses that Zealots on hold position.
Take it.
Let's set up
Take
the
entire
Widowmine.
third. Don't care. Take the whole third base because Clem's about to kill this fourth.
First Colossus is going to be here. It's going to start doing a little bit of damage. Guardian Shield also going to try and keep it alive. Is that going to be enough? Clem is stutter stepping forward. Neve is losing a lot over here, but he's also got those reinforcing warpins. Can he just rally just barely enough to keep his base alive?
Clem's mostly Mirage. Several Marines takes out the Oracle. He's lost a lot of SCVs, but that's what we're going to balance on about mules and respect the fact that Clem's up 50 army supply. Takes down this base. Medevac should be a safe escape if necessary, but I kind of think he wants to clown on that Colossus. It's so low. You know he's tempted.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 more Colossus there, so maybe he doesn't even need it right now. I mean, I actually think that Clem is probably fine just saying, yep, killed your base, killed a few workers. I might have lost a few workers myself, but I got a 4th base.
Yeah, and he took the rich Vespine base too, which is going to be great for a defensive location with a planetary fortress on top of it. Vikings coming out too, and I got to say, these guys are doing the exact step 1, step 2 to this game that you should in TVP. It is rare that you get to see this high stake of a best of 1 game.
Yeah, I love that we're going to start seeing those disruptors mixed in alongside, you know, all the ghosts that are coming on out and everything. This is actually where I think PvT can get really fun, but the reality is Neve is playing a bit from behind now, so he's definitely got to make some big disruptors hits happen.
Okay, I was getting a little worried, but never mind, because Enhanced Shockwaves finally does start. And this, you know, when I read the tooltip of Enhanced Shockwaves, it doesn't seem like that big of an upgrade. And then you see it in practice with pros, and you're like, wow, this is like one of the most broken things they've introduced into the game.
It's kind of disgusting when you watch it sometimes with a really good Terran player where they just use it, they carpet bomb the entire Protoss army. You're like, oh, it's just half of the army is actually half dead right now. Oh, okay, what do you do now? Do you just back off? Do you have to retreat? Do you try and just get your own storms off or something? And it can be brutal, but disruptors are one way you can start to turn that around.
Yeah, the disruptor blasts are hitting pretty hard, but he's dodging them as well. Keeps pulling back, hit and run. This favors the Colossus a little bit, but the Vikings are finally part of the fight. They can start pushing those Colossus back. So when the Colossi fall, the disruptors are on cooldown. Clem starts pushing forward, and this is looking really good for our Terran.
Oh man, and Neve, he has to use those stalkers on the front line to now buffer for the disruptors that just don't have blink to retreat back. And look at that, we already see that Clem is just killing off more workers. He's gonna shut down this 4th base again. I'm not sure if there's much pulling back from that one.
In America, because for those who don't know Canadian, is 911 the same number down there?
Yes.
Cool, just need to make note for when we call an ambulance, but not for us.
All right, of course. Well, Neve's not going to give up just yet. He does still have some disruptors alive. Oh my god, he's just Don't use the disruptors on your own stalkers. I think that, yeah, Neve is just now banking on using his army supply, which is still a little bit lower, but he's just banking on getting a really sick engagement with the disruptors.
Yeah, Club's also been doing 4 rounds of Liberators at a time. These are without Liberator range, but still powerful nonetheless. And I'm loving this follow-up. You might not even need it to... Oh, he needs a big disruptor shot, though. I take it back.
Yeah, but I mean... One disruptor shot, I think he's gonna need a few more of those, and unfortunately he just lost all the disruptors to get that. So Climb is gonna take game number 2, and like I said, you know, the antagonist will have to take the lead early on. You know, the protagonist has to rally. That's the way it goes.
Sure. Well, the next one coming up is gonna be really interesting because I actually can't call this one. Deer and Mana are such like removed players from one another. You don't see them on the ladder. You don't see them on each other's streams or anything like that. I have no clue where Deer and Mana. That's the wild card match to me out of all 4 games.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a weird one, especially since, you know, it's not only the fact that they don't really play each other very often, but it's also that Protoss versus Protoss weird area, that gray area where anything feels like it can really happen. So I'm definitely with you.
I hate to admit it, especially to all my Terran fans out there, but I think PvP has gradually become one of my most appreciated mirror matchups. It was TvT forever, but like I've been using the phrase Schrodinger's pylon for those pylons that kind of are sometimes mind game pylons, but I feel like I don't even know if those will have a factor here because those are so much more influential to best of 3s and best of 5s, whereas this is just a best of 1. So like everything I know about this matchup, I feel like I've thrown out the window just because it's a best of 1 and not a best of 3.
Yeah, I think that is kind of true. I feel like the weirdest thing about PvP right now is just that, like, and this is from the biased standpoint of being a commentator, it is an extremely fun matchup to watch, but it is an extremely stressful matchup to play. Oh my god, there's just so much stuff you have to account for.
I feel like that with all matchups, though, to be honest. This is why I talk about the games instead of playing the games, right?
I enjoy playing PvT as much as I enjoy watching it, and I would actually say, like, I think that all the mirror matchups, that's probably true though. All the mirror matchups, most players tend to say, like, yeah, it might be really fun to watch, but oh my god, have you tried playing Terran versus Terran where you get ahead and then suddenly 7 medevacs show up with tanks and stuff into your main base and you just lose the game, having been up 30 supply? Like, it's stressful.
That, especially when it's Blink Stalker Disruptor, you get those same vibes of like, well, I thought we had this under control.
But yeah, PvP just has so many different phases where you're like, oh, okay, well, if I don't properly wall versus the Adepts in the early game, I just lose a bunch of probes and I'm probably dead. If I don't defend against the Oracles in the early game, like, and it comes in and I don't have my Stalkers in position, I lose the game and I'm immediately dead. If a big Disruptor hit goes off, like, oh no, it's just, there's so many little things you have to just do absolutely perfectly. But all right, guys, we're gonna be starting up here, the top left-hand side of the map, top of the yellow Protoss player. He is Team Liquid's Mana.
Take it away, Tempo.
Just to make it clear, he won WCS one year. Never ever fear. I'm gonna need y'all to cheer. Raise your beers for the one and only Deer.
God damn, Tempo.
Yeah,
I wonder if I could hire him to do my matches also.
Deer and Mana are, like I said, I think each respectively in their own regions really, really great players, but we just never see them collide. I think as much as I hate to cheer against my own guy, Mana's PvP really stands out to me as really good right now. Now, if I had Parting or Trap on my team, I would have different words. I'm not actually sure how strong Deer's PvP is in comparison at the moment. So it's going to make this a real wild ride.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually been really fun watching Mana stream a lot more lately, just because I've been able to watch a lot of his fun and crazy gameplay. And especially, I think he's been doing pretty well in those PvPs. I think it's something actually Zombie was saying during the DreamHack Master stuff. And she was saying, like, you know, it used to be that like up and coming tier of players in Europe was all the Zergs, right? It was just like, well, there's 15 Zergs in Europe. It feels like it's kind of shifted, and a lot of them are actually now Protoss players. You have a lot of really solid Protoss players on the rise in Europe.
You know why that is, though, right? It's watching all the Zerg be broken and then going, well, how do we beat Zerg? Oh, I'll play Protoss. It's the longest game of rock, paper, scissors ever.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
This is Deer has set up a pylon, but I don't know if this is I don't think this is a for real pylon. I think this is one of those mess with your opponent's scout pylons.
Yeah, I mean, a really good way to usually tell that when you have the infinite god vision of being an observer is that usually the probe will be left there if they do intend to do something with it. At most, it usually can just be useful though for adept warpins and stuff and just harassing you across the map later. So I don't hate
I'm
it.
curious about this move at a Deer. This is like, methinks the lady doth protest too much. Like by putting that pylon, really reaching to keep the probe out of the base.
Yeah, it can be kind of annoying not having that extra vision and stuff, but yeah, Mana's gonna... Oh, he was queued up to actually go scout around. He was maybe gonna find that pylon, but well, it isn't for now. He's just gonna scout around with the adepts and maybe he'll poke around and eventually actually get up a pylon of his own.
Oh, that's so close to the other one too. Neither of them, of course, are aware of it yet, but looks like he should be rallied to find it. So that pylon in the top right from Deer is gonna end up dying, and it's a little unfortunate. Because it'll have served no real purpose.
Yeah.
But this is a game about expansions. In PvP, if you've got more expansions, typically you win. Especially with the increased strength of the overcharged battery. Defending a one-base attack is actually so much more doable now than it's ever been in the past. So as Mana gears up for this very dedicated attack, I am praying that Deer does not get too greedy right now.
Ooh, Deer's actually moving out with the two stalkers. Is he going in to defend? Is he gonna actually scout out that pylon from Mana? Yeah, he is. Oh, okay,
This is big.
This gets really awkward though because Mana's about to move on in with his adepts. I mean, the stalkers are not going to be in a position to help defend.
Well, luckily there's not a lot that they need to defend. As long as he can build a shield battery and keep him from getting in the main base, that's all that matters for now. I mean, even if the stalker gets caught out here, he's caught out here with a shield battery. He's gonna live for a fair bit of time as warp-ins come in to reinforce. Some sentries are here as well. He kills the proxy pylon, so Mana can't warp in, but Mana's also further supply blocked by this, while he's later to take his natural. All in all, Mana is a little behind, and that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, that did not quite work out how I thought. I think Mana was hoping it was going to. I thought maybe he would just stick around to the natural and like kill off the shield battery or something, open up the opportunity for an attack later on, but it looks like he's just gonna have to rely on these adepts. And the bright side here for Mana is that he's denying a lot of mining time at the natural. There's only 1 or 2 probes that can really go there, and oversaturation in the main base can't really go there safely until the adepts are cleared off.
It's a real harrowing situation. There's a lot of information that neither player has, so it makes it so difficult to decide for Mana, like where to attack from, for Deer, where to defend against.
Oh, this is, I feel like almost like a semi-bait over here from Deer, because he has a bunch of his units up in the main base, and yes, these stalkers on the front lines, but his natural mineral line is actually pretty gosh darn exposed right now. The adepts have been shading further back, and Mana keeps just going toward the main base instead of going toward the mineral line. I think that, yeah, he's gonna finally shade on forward. We'll see how much probe damage he can get done. Not that much right now.
I mean, getting a worker killer too is great, but he's got to get about 4 or 5 before he's really even caught up. And even then, getting caught up on the income graph is like another 30 seconds he's got to really make up for. So this is one of those situations where I fear for Mana, if he overcommits, he's actually gonna he's gonna put himself further behind. But getting worker kills is so worth it, and I understand why he wants that damage so badly.
Yeah, I mean, the adepts are also not going to skill as well later on to the game. It's nice to have a few of them alive to soak up some of the immortal damage, but okay, this is finding a little bit more. 8 workers, potentially a 9th, and the oracles actually dive back in. They managed to evade some of the stalkers, killing even more workers. All right, now we're talking Mana. 37 workers to 28. Now, Mana's biggest concern here is going to be getting up enough army supply back at home to defend, but he's got immortals on the way.
Right, this is one of those like you triggered my trap card moments where maybe Deer wasn't planning to go 2 bases all in, but now he is. He's taking a lot of damage from this and he needs to retaliate. He needs to get some damage back. He's left some stalkers at home, fear of the oracles, but I mean, this push at the moment's got an army supply lead, but against a shield battery, several force fields, and an immortal, I don't know that Deer can break Mana necessarily. And it's so important, of course, that he doesn't get caught inside the force fields. There's gonna be 2 immortals wailing away at his attack force.
Yeah, if Mana catches wind of this, I wonder if it'd be worth it to recall the oracles, get up a stasis trap.
Yo, that is such a sick hallucination. I think actually the hallucination just feared Deer off, because you could maybe take on 2 immortals with his stalker count, but not 3. So seeing a hallucinated immortal for a 3rd one, I think fully gave Deer like the fear he needed to back away.
Oh, that's a really, really nice move there from Mana. And now it's just going to be Mana playing from an economic lead, but the one little catch here is that Deer did get a much faster third base. So is the plan here for Mana going to be to eventually push out? I feel like, is he going to push out on 2 bases? This gets really weird, right? Because even though he did a lot of economic damage, and eventually he will have like that economic lead over here to overpower Deer, one fear that I have for Mana is just that it's going to take time because he did lose a lot of his army supply. So it's not like he actually will immediately have the army to just go kill Deer super easily.
I'm loving where this is going though. Charge lots on both sides. I mean, as much as I will be the first one to complain about Protoss, I do love, as I mentioned earlier, PvP, but I also love Zealot Archon because while Disruptor's flashy and cool and Blink Stalkers are fun to watch people micromanage, I feel like Archon and Zealots are the most like positional. You gotta have that extra layer of attention you're paying to your army. And like if your Zealots are in the back while your Archon's in the front, you're gonna have a bad time, right?
I will say there's a nice learning curve for any Protoss player that starts trying to learn how to do like Zealot Archon versus Zealot Archon, because you look at those fights and you're just like, what is happening right now? There's like 7 Archons attacking 7 other Archons and the Zealots just disappear. Man, it's a serious learning curve. It took me like a year and a half to finally read some of those battles.
Yeah, and even just watching them, sometimes you watch the fight go, but you don't really understand why it went that way until you go back and do some like analysis type thing. And I think that's where PvP really is the big brain matchup, because it's real subtle things that affect it.
Yeah.
I will say this though, I'm surprised this is going for longer, because we should note to everybody that, you know, cross servers are never fun. This is West Coast. This definitely favors Deer. I think that's a big part of why we saw Mana maybe try to make some moves early on to help end it quicker. But the fact that this is going to go later and later will, and we should note, start favoring Deer a little bit.
Yeah, man. I'm a little bit bitter at the coin tosses. I feel like I've lost every coin toss so far. My players keep having to play cross server, but okay. Adeptor Aspen over here is going to be able to even up the worker count a little bit, so that's nicely done there for Deer.
The pacing of the worker count's been so strange in this game too, because it has been close, but the income really hasn't. Mostly on account of the fact that the timings of the third and the fourth, or excuse me, the natural and the third, have just kind of been displaced and favoring Deer a bit. A double Colossus is not what I expected when I saw 2 Robos coming down, especially when he started making disruptors. I'm like, okay, play Stalker Disruptor instead of Zealot Archon. I can get behind it. The Colossus are a little stranger for a couple reasons, but what I like most about them is, like Archons, they're going to be able to help break force fields if they become a problem.
Yeah, they can definitely be useful for the force fields. Man, the Colossus are like this weird thing where it's like every single time I see them in PvP, I'm just like some really intelligent, extremely smart players keep going for these Colossus plays in PvP.
Well,
and then I feel like it only succeeds like 10% of the time that I see them, and I'm like, you know, I know that these are smart people. I know that they're doing this for a really good reason. I know that this has got to work, but it still keeps failing.
I'm fully behind you on this, actually. I feel the same way about like when I see special proxy racks on stream too. I'm like, every time I cast it, it loses, but like he must be doing it because it works sometimes. And I think I feel very similarly with the Colossus. But where I love, like, this is going back to that 200 IQ move out of Protoss players. There's a lot of layering. Like, Ogres have layers, and so do Protoss armies. And one of the big things about Colossus is they can reach from very far away, so you can have that extra bit of DPS your opponent's missing.
A little bit awkward here. Mana was a tiny bit supply block right as the move out was coming here from Deer. Okay, it looks like no. Deer is just gonna pull back to deal with Hallucinating Phoenix, so it's not gonna affect things too much over here. Mana gets plenty of time to finish up those pylons.
I'm really fascinated by that choice to be so obsessed with the Hallucinating Phoenix. At this point, I'm pretty sure everything's been revealed to Mana, so I don't think there was anything to hide. I was gonna say maybe the Colossus kind of that, but I think he flew over it.
Yeah, so one thing I will say is that usually when I see the Colossus count end up working out in the Colossus player's favor, I feel like it's when they get to like a critical mass of them. So I was gonna say that, but he's gonna stop at 4.
Yeah, I just checked visions. I think it was to hide his 4th because Mana hasn't seen the 4th yet. But at the same time, Deer hasn't seen Mana's 4th, so it's kind of like these are Protoss players who know the pacing of the game very well, and without scouting it, they know where these bases are. That's why Deer's heading that direction. That's why Mana comes back for the scout here. Wonderful catch on those Stalkers without that stasis trap.
Yeah, Mana's in a weird spot though, because those Stalkers are actually going to just kind of distract him, and the rest of the army's over on the right-hand side. That 4th base that you were talking about that Mana is going for, it's going to be extremely exposed. All of the Immortals are moving over to catch 3 Stalkers, and now Mana realizes as he runs into the main army, he's got to reposition.
Disruptors are also going to be a big problem. They're in a good spot for this. That 4th base is toast. Should be toast. Okay.
Yeah.
4th base is toast.
Ooh, Mana actually manages to get one of the Disruptors. Yeah. That's not a bad snag. And he also manages to send some Zealots to catch the Stalkers on the south side of the map.
Oh, dear!
Oh my god, Mana taking a massive lead in this engagement. Oh my god.
So bad for Deer. The Phoenix do what they need to do. They take out the Colossi. Deer's advantage now gone. Both players on 3-3 weapons. Disruptors, though, from Mana being sacrificed.
Okay, he gets the Warp Prism, so there's not going to be any reinforcements coming out over here from Deer unless he walks them across the map.
Deer's in so much trouble. He's got nothing to fall back to here. Even at the base of those 4 shield batteries or whatever, it's not going to hold up against some Archons like this. If he went pure Zealot Warpings, maybe, but he's warping in Stalkers right now. So he's got no means to fight this Immortal count that's pushing, and Deer just fumbled the ball super hard.
Oh my god, Deer, I feel like Deer was in a really good spot, and just that single moment where he does the misclick, it felt like just completely tearing him apart. And now, like you said, the reinforcement was a lot of Stalkers. There are a lot of Zealots over here. They've got to do the work, but the Disruptors gonna annihilate the Zealot count. Oh man, that's gonna seal it. I'm not sure that there's coming back from this. I like the feedbacks on the Phoenix. They're gonna prevent the lift ups, but that's gonna be too much. GG, Mana is gonna start pulling this series back in favor of Team Protoss.
Well, Fear Dragon, at least I have an ace up my sleeve. Because Rogue versus Trap. Rogue has been doing so well lately in everything, anywhere you've seen him online, especially a certain other amazingly well-known League of StarCraft 2 tournaments. So I'm not worried about this yet, but this is definitely scary at this point because this could go to the ace match if Trap can beat my player on this one.
Yeah, don't worry. You know, I'm sure that Trap is not that good of a player. He hasn't really beaten any top-notch Zerg players, right? Like, I mean, Raynor and Cyril, like, taking math off of them, like, does it even really count against the power of a Korean Zerg?
Do you remember the IM Katowice qualifiers where Trap didn't drop a single map except where he lost 5 times to parting?
Oh, Lord. Oh my god.
I'm just saying, he's got his weaknesses, okay? He's got his weaknesses. Trap's a great player, but he's got some weaknesses, and I think Rogue is going to be one of those weaknesses.
Well, thankfully, we're not playing parting today. That's something that we won't have to worry about. But yeah, I actually do think this is going to be a great game. And this is going to be on Korea, so both of these players are going to be quite happy. There's no weird server preferences or anything that gets factored in. It's just going to be a straight up good old fight. Both these players, I think Pillars of Gold is also not too bad of a map for either one of them. So I'm looking forward to it. This is going to just be a really, really nice way that we head into an ace match.
I don't want you to give away too much information because obviously you have other Team League matches coming up and stuff, but I'm just curious with players and map picks, has it been pretty much everyone knows what they want to play on, or have you had to have like some discussion with your teams about it? Because I don't know, I kind of figured going into this every player would be like, no, I want this map, I want this map, and I want this map, and so far that has not been my experience with my team so far.
Oh, it's been so funny listening to every team captain experience has been different on this. So like I talked to some of the team captains, and I'm not going to name names because I might paint some of their players in not this exactly the greatest light, but some of the team captains are just like, my players don't talk to me at all. Like I ask them for map preferences and they just literally don't respond. And then until the deadline, I submit the lineup, and then they're like, I would like this map. It's like, why didn't you tell me earlier? And then I've seen some players who are like working with their team captain. Like I think Katz has actually worked with his players and like was talking about how he was trying to come up with his players for specific builds for specific players and stuff.
So
and then I think, yeah, exactly. I mean, like he's getting super duper involved. I think my players are like that really, really nice level where everyone's super comfortable working with each other. Everyone kind of voices their opinion, but it's not like hyper involved. Every player's kind of trusted to do a bit of their own prep, and they'll talk to each other for some advice and ask questions. It's been like a pretty nice, even, chill, mellow level for everyone.
Well, in hopes of not making a 10-hour day, guys, we are speeding along with the games. We're already loading into the 4th game of, as Fear Dragon mentioned, Pillars of Gold with Rogue versus Trap.
I mean, speak for yourself, Rifkin. I actually want this to go super duper long because all of my matches are happening early on. So I just get to watch Wardy descend into madness as he has to observe another 12-hour day or something. I would love that, actually. All right, well, we're going to be starting over on the top right-hand side of the map, on top of the yellow Protoss player from Team Protoss and Jin Air Green Wings. He is Trap.
Take it away, Tempo.
This one here is straight savage. After he roaches, he'll probably ravage. Could probably pose on the cover of Vogue. It's the mother effing sexy boy, Rogue.
Of course, it's a team kill outside of the team league, which makes us even better. This is a real spicy matchup, to be certain.
Now, let me ask you something. Does Tempo come up with a new rap every single match?
Well,
Or is he
if you
gonna
had your
reuse
own
them?
hype man, you'd probably know. But, you know, men need a little mystery to him for your dragon.
You know, my
don't- you
players
reveal the
hype
magic trick.
themselves up. My players don't need a hype man. They are the hype, okay?
Oh, do they do that with the 2 losses on the board?
Yeah, that's actually, like, if you've watched anything about good storytelling or MCanning stream, you know that the best story always starts with the protagonist coming from behind.
In fairness, that was the Karate Kid, so I feel you.
Who
So
was
wait, are you telling me
the
your team's
villain in the Karate Kid? Who's the villain?
Oh no. We're not having that debate on a StarCraft Blizzard stream.
Okay.
Maybe on Base Trade TV we could spend 30 minutes debating this, but I don't know. This is for me, again, going back to it, jokes, memes, and stuff aside. I think Rogue and Trap are, again, 2 players who are really legit top of their game. I've seen more big accomplishments from Trap, I think, so far this year, but Rogue has looked way better to me more recently. So team biases aside, I think I do go into this favoring Rogue a fair bit, but if Trap won, I don't think that would be to anybody's surprise.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's one of those situations where, for me, Trap has really, really skyrocketed up recently. It's like past 4 or 5 months. So I think that I agree. Rogue has looked to be in pretty good form. But I think the one thing I will say is I actually think team bias is absolutely included. I think the Trap is looking to be in better form right now. So I say I favor Trap a little bit.
I'd have to say that too if I was losing and he was on my team, so I feel you.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. We'll see in about 20 minutes.
So it's Go with Twilight Council. Have you just, like, aside from this, have you just been noticing, like, everyone's on this flavor of the month Resonating Glaives opening right now?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who started this trend? I know with, like, for example, the double Archons of the War Prison, that was Zest. That was, like, so definitively Zest. But who started this one? Because to me, it just came out of nowhere. Suddenly everyone's doing it.
You know, one of the funniest things for me to look at sometimes is the question of who started the popularity of a build. Because I feel like there's always like a discussion and an argument about who gets credit for it. Because usually I feel like the players that actually start it are not necessarily the top players. It's like random other players that are using the build as like a mix-in to try and pioneer some newer style. I mean, Resonating Glaive to Depth is not exactly a newer style, but they're like getting success higher than necessarily the usual skill level, and
We should
then
note
the other
it's
players
not-
catch on.
It's not Resonating Glaives, which actually really surprises me when you see Blinken and Chrono out like this versus Zerg.
Oh,
But
okay.
before we get to the game, I was gonna say one of the most notorious builds of all time. Do you know about Beyond taking credit for Ryung's like build?
Oh yeah.
I think it was like was it the 111 or something? It was some real basic Terran build. Ryung was totally the one who started it, but Beyond popularized it, so everyone like attributed it to Beyond. And poor Ryung, who's like a pretty solid Terran player, he's gonna spend his whole career listening to everybody talk about Beyond's build over and over and over again.
Dude, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. All right, now, Rifkin, do you remember how we were talking about the Colossus PvP stuff, and we were like, oh, you know, I see so many players do this. There must be really good reasoning for it. And then you watch it, and you're like, huh, this doesn't ever seem to do. It never seems to win when I'm watching, but I know it must be winning. That's how I feel about Blink Stalkers and BVZ, honestly.
Well, I just want to put okay. So this is I'm assuming Swarmhouse Knight is for him, but he also put some spine crawlers down, which is an extremely expensive investment as a Zerg player never wants to have to actually make. But Rogue is playing this so ultra safe versus Trap. There's really not a lot of opportunity to get in here and deal with what Rogue's doing.
The weird part also, though, is that Rogue doesn't exactly have a ton of scouting information on what Trap is doing. He's seen like a stalker or two, but he hasn't sent an overlord into the main base. He hasn't really seen the big
Wait.
follow-up over here.
The Nidus is part of the wall? What? I didn't even catch that. Who does this? Rogue is a
okay.
god, dude.
That's certainly an interesting choice, but okay, the Swarmos are going to be able to probably get into good position here.
Yeah, so the problem is there's going to be a huge threat to Rogue, of course, as he won't have much on the field to defend with, and that's where these spine crawlers become a real necessity. But on the other hand, Swarm Hosts, if you let them get in for even just a second, they kill a Nexus.
So,
He's got to get out of the Nidus Worm. He's got to get out of the Nidus Worm! Oh my god!
Well, I mean, you could still unload from the other end, but yeah, he'd be kind of trapped a little bit.
Ah, that's the name of the movie.
You're not incorrect. Oh, all the Swarmos are on cooldown, and the Spine Crawlers aren't exactly up over here. So now Trap's gonna go for the big blink up into the main base. He's focus firing down individual Swarm hosts. And remember, there's not even really a Nidus Worm to really try and take advantage of the Swarm hosts anyways. After this, it's all about the defensive. The Lings are starting to get picked off. Trap, I think, looking really, really strong right now.
The blink to the low ground too is brutal. A couple of these Swarm hosts are launching again, but until the new Nidus Worm gets established, he can only use these defensively anyways.
And the Spine Crawlers are not over here, so now he can just continue to pick away at more units. The Lings are starting to chip through these Stalkers' hit points, but man, so many of these Swarmos have died now.
Right, so even if Trap doesn't come out of here killing every worker, which he's about to, he's stopped Rogue's attack full on. There's no Swarm host to go across the field. Warpins come in. I hate to say it, but I think my Korean players are going to be the weak link in my team, Fear Dragon.
Look, it's okay, you know, this was just destiny. This is how it's bound to happen. When Team Protoss starts down 0-2, it's a setup for an even greater comeback. And, well, we're gonna see just more units being warped in. The cute reburrowing of the Spore Crawler there from Rogue is actually really, really nice, but the Spore Prism is still gonna survive. He's still killing everything over here.
Anyway, the Queens are blocking it. Just like Destiny, my player lost this debate. GG.
Okay, that was a random shots fired at someone not at all involved in this.
This was so okay. I don't actually know format wise. What do we? So we go to a small break, I believe. While we set up for the ace match, I think, right? Because we didn't like pre-plan this or anything.
Yeah. We go to a short little break before we find that ace match player, and you know, try and prepare to make Wardy as miserable as possible, because the longer the days go, the harder he has to work, the more tired he's going to be, the later he's going to have to stay up. It's going to be great. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. You're watching the War Chest Team League. We'll be back with the ace match from our first series of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving into our next game, the ace match between these two teams, which, gotta say, already submitted my player, and seems Team Rifkin having some trouble. They don't really know who to send out because they're just like, well, whoever they send out, we're gonna lose anyway. So who wants to save face? Everyone is just trying to get the opportunity to not play here. And I don't blame you. I don't blame you because, when you go into a match, you're going to lose. It makes sense that nobody wants to come out. It's tough. And while Rifkin is, of course, handling it.
I think we have somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. So the confusion comes from we've got a lot of Korean to translate, and it was just taking a lot of extra time.
And there's too many words in the Korean language for the word fear. I understand.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna go. I think no surprise to anybody. We're gonna give Rogue another shot. Let him back into the ring. See how it goes. So that'll be our ace player.
Okay. All right, and our ace player is going to be Trap. So
yeah, so everyone on the team knew it's gonna be Trap. There's no way it's anyone else. And the argument was, who do we think can best fight Trap? And there's a lot of internal debate, which probably would have taken 5 seconds if any of us spoke Korean. But anyway, so yeah, it's gonna be Rogue vs Trap again. So the redo for the ace match.
Okay. Well, I'm excited for this. That last game, clearly, it didn't seem like Rogue had the best read on Trap. Seemed like there was a little bit of confusion there coming from his side. So
I don't know how I feel about that. I feel more like Trap just had a really good read on Rogue, and not that like Rogue necessarily failed at reading Trap. Although I would agree that's what happened, but it just felt like one was more prepared than the other for the particular shenanigans that they might be up to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that preparation is an important part of the game, Rifkin, and I really do wonder, is Rogue going to be prepared for this next game? He already has just taken the devastating mental blow of losing that last game. Your team has lost 2 games in a row now. It's now do or die. I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
now we know what it's like to be in your shoes. It's really tough, but I guess we'll try to pull it together for this final match.
But you see, like that, this is the thing, is that the protagonist loses first. You guys already set yourselves up for the antagonist.
Yeah, why are you not going with the protagonist or something, dude? There's like, you're Mr. Puns. There's perfect wordplay here. You're just missing
That's actually a pretty good one. I did not see that one. That's actually a pretty good pun. I did miss out on that one.
I will say, since we're going into it, I personally really want to try sending out Clem. I'm such a big diehard Clem fan, but I think the team, we all agree at the end, Rogue probably has the best chance to pull a victory out here.
I actually think that you guys probably did. I as much as I would have enjoyed watching Trap versus Clem, I think Trap's PBT is just crazy good. So
yeah,
I actually agree with your choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, I will say this much. I didn't expect to go to the ace match for the first one. Smack talk aside, this has been awesome. And here we go into the final match.
Okay, let's do it. We're going to be starting over here in the top right-hand side on top of the legendary Yellow Protoss player. Already won his first game against this guy. Can he win a second one? The answer is yes. He is Trap.
Four Shades of Protoss. Ha! Too easy. Will this be macro or will it be cheesy? It's a plane, maybe birdie, but def not a bogey. He is a Zerg god. It's Rogie.
Yes! Somebody, yeah, this is so good. For the fact that this is a direct rematch of their previous game, I definitely believe that both players had builds prepared for that map, and Trap had a really good like counter build in mind. But with Everdream being the change up and no guarantee that this was going to be the last match, I don't know if players are going to have anything prepared. And I have to imagine this will probably be the one match out of all 5 where this really is like skill shining on the fly.
No, I actually totally agree with exactly what you just said. I think this is going to be one of those games where it's going to be about who can show up to this map that they weren't necessarily prepared entirely to play for. And Everdream can also be kind of a cheeky map for a lot of Zerg players. I feel like this is just one of the most common maps that I end up seeing a lot of Zerg players finding those early Ling Floods or Roach Ravager busts or just crazy all-ins. I mean, heck, even Serral goes through all-ins on this map decently often.
We should go back to what you just said, though, because this is a fairly common map, like, period. This has been around for a while. There's no specialized weird nuances where people haven't figured out that this place doesn't go in this spot. Like this is actually going to be, I think, a really raw, really great match. This is one of the ones that I'm very stoked about, even if I were to lose this at the end of the day, because I know that Everdream's going to bring the best out of both.
Mm-hmm.
I will say real quick, I miss some of the maps that have come and gone over time. Like the worst ones everyone's hated, like Orena and stuff, have for me always been like the best in the map pool. So Everdream also comes off for me a little like bland at the same time.
Yeah, I can get behind that. I think both of us appreciate some of the stranger maps, but I think we can all agree that Golden Wall's been pretty fantastic, at least. That
yeah,
one's been
I've actually, if I could have 5 maps of Golden Wall, I would, to be honest.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I have a very low win percentage on Golden Wall, but it's quite fun. I like the ingenuity required to play on it. I also want to quickly note that, you know, both of these players doing pretty well in the GSL. Rogue just made it to the semifinals of the GSL after beating
spoiler
Dream.
alerts.
Yeah, sorry. Well, this happened over 24 hours ago. I feel okay with it. Trap is also in the round of 8, and the funny thing is, neither one of these players have really had to prepare a lot of like ZVP or PVZ, but they could very well meet in the grand finals. This actually could have just been like a preview of the grand finals for GSL.
You'll never topple the Muslims spoiling GSL while it was still going during the draft picks, though. That's, I think 24 hours is plenty.
Yeah. That was certainly a special moment right there.
So I just actually,
okay.
it goes to Resonating Glaives, the common build we had kind of discussed in the previous game. But I also want to make a quick note. I really like this change that has been trending with the maps, where this Overlord spot's like a little further back, and that's not such a free scout as it was before.
Yeah,
So
I like where
I like where some of the maps are trending with design-wise now. Just seeing that little interaction there with the stalkers, preventing Rogue from getting in, sucks for my player, but love that it's a thing.
Yeah. There's another Overlord on the top left-hand side that's going to have the opportunity to dive on in, potentially. But I want to note, like, Rogue really kept his Overlords alive and outside of kind of doing those dive-ins in the last game that they played. Now, that probably has a lot to do with the fact that, you know, if you're going for Swarmos, Nidus Swarms, you want to have those Overlords alive to throw up the Nidus Swarms. You don't want to just end up losing them and losing your vision. But I do wonder, I mean, it's getting pretty close to that Resident Glaze finishing up, and I haven't really seen Rogue getting a ton of scouting information. He's going for the Spore Crawlers, which I feel like this early of a Spore Crawler, usually the Dark Templars and stuff aren't hitting just yet. So I really do wonder if he just has a misread on this.
Well, I'll take safe rather than sorry, that's for sure. But with the Adepts coming in, Roaches are going to be necessary. Lings, they get washed off too easily. Resonating Glaives, a lot of damage out very quickly.
And there's Resident Glaze finishing on up. All of those links are actually very, very ready to intercept to those Adepts. So doing okay there. There's the high ground vision from the Observer. Stalker can pick off that Overlord.
That actually supply blocks him a bit too, and that's so unfortunate with timing being what it is right now.
Yeah, especially since the Overlords had just started as the supply block ended up happening. Well, Adepts are going to try and go after one of the Queens. Manages to snipe one of them off. The Roaches are also coming out. One Roach goes down in exchange for an Adept.
This is the big drawback. Like, he sent the Lings ahead to catch the transfer, but as simple as it was, Trap just chose not to transfer. So he gets some kills out of that pretty nicely.
Yeah, important to note that this is kind of a bit of an all-in over here from Trap, though. He's got to make something happen here. He does have a robotics bait coming up behind us, but no third base means he is committed to doing something over here. He can still go for something, but like he needs to get damage done. This is not something you can just be like, well, I made all the Adepts and now I'm good. Although, you know, actually I say that, Rogue made so many units. Maybe this is kind of the indirect damage he needed.
Oh, it's War Prism speed for the follow-up too. This is gonna be really nasty to catch once it starts escorting disruptors around. I mean, the Lings should be good, but the Roaches, even on creep, are gonna have a hard time dodging these blasts. Not to mention any Ravagers that are big, clunky, Kool-Aid Man looking guys. It's always in the way.
This is a really cool. I have not seen many Protoss players go for this kind of follow-up to the big Adept play, where you get up a, you know, just fast speed Prism disruptors. Like, I don't think I've actually seen this before.
It's one of those things where it reminds me a lot of Nina playstyle, actually, because she loves doing that too.
If there was someone I had seen do it, it would probably be Nina.
And the thing is that regardless of when this comes in again, late game, early game, whatever, War Prism with speed is nearly impossible to catch unless the Protoss player makes a mistake with it. So there's pretty much no chance Rogue is going to pick off the War Prism and stop the attack, as you sometimes just easily do versus Protoss.
Yeah, as someone who controls their units as well as Trap does, I mean, Trap is a micro god. It's going to be pretty tough to actually expect anything like that. Now, the Prism has 2 disruptors loaded on up, so that's 2 bullets going to be loaded into that gun. We'll see how hard they hit. And I got to say, this angle that Trap is going to be moving in from, this is actually a really nice area where disruptors can find a lot of value at this kind of semi-choke point.
Yeah, the drones are without hesitation pulled into the fight.
Surprise! Okay, the disruptors get dropped out. That was the reveal right there. The disruptors get dropped out after the fight has already been forced. Adepts are kind of suiciding into some of these roaches as they're trying to escape on out.
I'm looking at Trap float a lot of minerals. I'm waiting for the reinforcement wave to come in. Like, I think he really wanted to warp in directly while this fight was happening and super support it, but he got split, and that's good for my player, but he's not done yet. That Warp Prism with speed's already back. He's in the main base. Oh, he's gonna lose it. 20
my
cow! Jesus!
He loses 1 disruptor, but that's more than okay. He's basically taking the worker lead again, and he did get up a 3rd base behind this. He has Colossus coming on out behind this. Is even gonna try and get just a few more worker kills with these depths. Oh god, okay. That almost wasn't looking so good, and now it looks great.
So this is hurting, without a doubt, for Rogue. But what I do like, he has made the best out of the situation. He could be way more workers in the hole. He could be so far behind in army supply, but he's at least holding on for now.
Whoa.
I think his best bet with this attack force is not to overcommit. Oh my god, he just got all the lings.
Yeah, the Lings tried to get us to round on the Adepts, but they were resonating glaive Adepts, and the Roaches were nowhere to be found.
So now he's got to fall back. I was gonna say he could poke into the 4th. He could corrosive bile harass, but that's no longer an option. He's got to get home right now because these Adepts are gonna kill all the drones otherwise.
Oh, look at that focus fire, killing off more and more of these workers. And once again, Trap takes another worker count lead. He's going to be able to snipe off a few roaches before fading out.
This is devastating to my player's economy right now.
And one by one, drones get focus fired down. And Trap behind this has Colossus Thermal Lance coming on up. It's nearing completion. Has already 2 Colossus out. Has this decently sized army now. It's not like before where it was kind of bare bones army. This is really looking like it's going to be Trap's game to lose, as long as he doesn't miss control. But I mean, thankfully it's Trap. I'm not too worried about that.
Oh, this is a disruptor. He walks in really close, loses the Ravagers for it, doesn't get the disruptor. Gets on top of the Colossus early, and I mean, the Colossus don't have a lot of damage versus Roaches. That's the one saving grace for Rogue here, but there's just so much Protoss overwhelming him right now. He's up like 20 army supply. And by the time
up 20 army supply.
Oh god, the Colossus is still standing.
Oh man, and 4th base is gonna get canceled while Trap takes a 4th base. Gonna hallucinate a Colossus just to make it more difficult to actually snipe off the correct Colossus.
And getting supply blocked with these overlords going down. This is not looking good for Rogue.
Oh man, yeah, you're right. That supply block is gonna be brutal. And yeah, Trap honestly does not even have to just straight up end the game right here. As long as he just continues pressuring, forcing out units, preventing the tech up, this is going to be great. And okay, those are good corrosive biles, gotta say. And you know, there is a timer over here with the lurker den coming on up, so that's what Rogue is trying to survive through.
Oh, but it's like planking Fear Dragon. It just feels like it's forever, like it's never going to end. Time has stopped. That lurker den, even if it finishes, the time it takes to morph the lurkers is so long. He's buying a lot of time, granted, with these corrosive biles, but at some point, Trap's going to pull the trigger and go. And yeah, this blink forward, that's the trigger.
Yeah, Colossus does get hit by the corrosive biles, but there it is. GG, Team Protoss takes victory.
No!
Oh, what a beautiful story. You know, I was a little, there was some fear here and there that I was like, oh man, is this gonna turn into like a trilogy series where it's like the first book ends on a really somber note where it looks like things are looking okay, but then we end up losing? Like, no, actually, this is a one book, one-off novel. It was absolutely great. Critically acclaimed.
Good game for your Dragon. Excellent set of matches. Well played. Your team has an absolutely excellent race that has solidified the confirmation from every person I asked to say we would lose because Protoss is broken. Thank you for proving them right.
Absolutely. You know, if there's one thing I can say, it's that my team is so hardworking that they win in spite of both me and their race. And that's just, it doesn't mean that Protoss players are harder working. I'm not saying no because I'm saying yes. We'll be back with match number 2 of the War Chest Team League in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. The next match, by the way, is going to be Cats facing off versus Rifkin. We'll see you there.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We're getting into our second match of the day, but before we do, I just want to say Protoss is bull, and that's it. That's all I gotta say. Joining us now is Cats. What's up, Cats?
What's up, dude? How are you? I'm doing okay.
I'm feeling the way you were feeling last week. Is how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, it's the reverse sweep against Ravi's team. Ravi's team is powerful, man. It's really powerful. It's just that it's 4 Protosses. That's the thing, but yeah, it hurts.
I'm feeling better here though because there's less Protoss on your team, so more of a chance to win.
Yeah, I think this first match is going to be really important, obviously, against Clem and Stats. What happened?
I didn't even look at it. I was just Clem Stats first. As I'm making
this first one is pretty important. This one is both of our aces, essentially, both of our first picks. We both have near second picks, right? Like we were down the line of picks, so you know, there's not a huge gap between these 2 players and our next 2, but this one is really important, I think. And yeah, we're all loaded in, so I'm just starting in the bottom right hand side of the map. It is the purple Protoss player, Stats.
And his opponent to the top left, the young French kid. He's my hope for this team. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Clem! Sorry, I had to bring a little bit of extra bravado since Tempo is no longer hero.
Love it, love it. Yeah, Clem is very powerful, so someone has to do the yelling for him. He needs a voice.
Clem, we should know, this is, I think, going to affect a lot of people through these matches. I don't know about your team, Cats, but my team's been really focused on where the map, no, sorry, not the maps, where the servers are going to be for this. And we should just throw out there, not in any kind of balance mind way, but just for the acknowledgement, this is the West server, so it does favor Stats when it comes to the matchup here.
Yeah, and another important thing to note also is on this particular server, TVP can be very difficult for very aggressive bio players like Clem. Like Soul struggled with this same problem against a Protoss player against. It was against Trap actually, right? Like he couldn't really get to micro as well as he could have. So it's definitely a thing worth noting. And usually, yeah, if you get a server advantage in a match, then the next match switches back to the other teams.
This common, like these 2 players, it's very common knowledge that, like, I think TVP is one of the ones that a lot of players will say this is the one the server matters most for. You'll see Terrans and Protoss arguing the most for server preference when it's like up for debate. So I don't really have strong feelings about if Clem wins or loses this one. I think it'll be really impressive if he wins, just not even because it's stats, but because it's the server.
It's definitely a tough one. I actually lost 4 servers to 2 last week, so I had two server preferences and 4 losses on those. So and yeah, it's rough.
We actually have the same problem, but the reverse later for us, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's when it's Soul versus Deer. I think I have server preference on that one. So in both instances, Protoss players have the server preference. Ugh. And I'm here trying not to balance mine about Protoss. Come on, Wardy, throw me a bone!
It's a difficult one. So here we see the Adept going to the other side of the map. Not much that he's going to be able to find. In fact, he's going to get surrounded potentially by 3 units. This is a really nice move potentially by Clem, but no. So Rifkin, how you know probably more about server preferences than anyone in the world. So how bad is it? Like, there's been a lot of recent debate, it feels like, between West and Central for Koreans and Europeans. It wasn't that big of a deal before, but that's maybe. Do you think that's because the gap has closed?
Well, I think, okay, the gap's closed a little bit. You're seeing Europeans take off, right, in ways they've never had in the past. But I also think we should quickly note for the casual viewer out there what we're talking about when we're talking about the server stuff, because there's really 2 kinds of lag in StarCraft you experience. One is the input delay. You know, you click a unit and it doesn't go for like a half a second. But the other part is sometimes you just like start losing frames and it's stuttery and it's really frustrating to play on. And unfortunately, it can sometimes be the latter one that influences this. So, well, I wouldn't say I know about servers. I know about server complaining more than anyone else in the world, because I hear it from players all the time. And just so everyone watching knows what exactly this frustration and the balance we're discussing here is. But I think I'm glad you brought that other point, because it's something I wanted to lead into eventually, especially with the results of my series versus Fear Dragon right now, where our Europeans outshined our Koreans very strongly. And I think this Pro League format for the War Chest Team League the best of ones, it's so different. We have all, as commentators and fans, built our whole fandom and careers around knowing what best of threes look like, being able to predict the best of 5 ahead of time. Best of ones are so rare and uncommon. You really, it's throwing everything that you know out the window to cast these games, I feel.
Yeah, I really enjoy best of ones because it's the kind of thing that you can prepare easiest for, right? Preparing for a series is a little bit different, but best of ones, you just need to win the one map. So if you can have a sniper build, that's kind of like the best for this series, and that's what gets me so excited about this team league. Is exactly that, the change of format.
I heard you were doing a lot of planning with your boys.
Mostly with the Europeans, not so much with the Koreans actually lately. They haven't been as active. But yeah, we do some planning here and there.
This is pretty important. So against lesser Terrans who are like maybe greedy or they don't go for the siege tank, this can sometimes be a game-ending move that Stats is pulling out. But look where Clem's positioned that siege tank. He's got a bunker in the front, the Raven on top of this. I'm loving his defensive position for this. It's a little bit.
Yeah, but nope. Yeah, a little bit late on the repair, and the Raven also falls. Actually, and I mean, yeah, that's a pretty great start for Stats, who has an observer, so he could very well blink onto the tank. I feel like there was an opening on that high ground. Now the tank repositions to the low ground. There's still the one on the high ground though, looking after him. Does Stats need to do more here?
Well, he's got a nice soft contain, right? The beauty for Stats is if he wanted to, he could probably expand. Well, I'm not saying he should, but he's got a really good position right now where he knows Clem's not moving out of that base, not anytime soon. To pick up with the medevac and go across the map with a drop would be way too risky for a Terran player to pull off.
All right,
like
so
the Marauders coming out. That's going to help a lot with the Stalkers.
Yeah, worker-wise, Stats has a slight lead, but not huge. So I'm not sure how this pans out. Does Clem have to move out across the map eventually? He's getting an eBay now, so it looks like he wants to get a worker started, but there's no third CC or anything like that on the way.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the longer he gets stuck in this position, the more likely this is going to become an all-in. Like right now, it might not be, but it could be in a couple of kills, you know? Because the beauty is right now, with the worker lead favoring Stats slightly, sure, but he's only on 2 bases. Once the third one comes up, that's when Stats' economy actually takes off. So Mules have got Clem covered up to this point.
Yes, indeed. And I like what Stats is doing. He's anticipating that there's going to be time for +1 attack as well as Colossus. And he wouldn't be wrong if Clem is going to want to wait for his own +1. So this is really, really good for Stats, who is not really banking too much on the contain. Warp Prism goes in just to scout.
Yeah, I was a little worried there'd be dead space, but the bunker on the high ground really helped deal with that being an issue. He starts pushing out the natural. That's going to push Stats back, but I mean, these are Blink Stalkers, right? They're meant to just hit and run. They're not meant to sit and fight. So this is kind of still ideal for Stats as long as he doesn't lose anything across the field.
Yeah, and he's just going to be want to hold those chokes potentially, or high grounds. So Clem avoiding those as much as possible. Here's the next high ground that he's going to look to try and potentially hold. I'm surprised he actually moves on the low ground. I'm not sure that he has spotting.
Ooh, it's getting a little spicy here with these blanks. No concussive shells, so you can't quite catch these. And these tanks don't have terrain to cover them, but they are really far forward.
Yeah, and they got a really good siege position. There's 3 of them as well, so it's not going to be an easy position to dislodge. The shield battery is going to be instrumental. It's going to be taken down potentially right away, but no, actually Clem does not finish the shield battery, and now there's an overcharge as Stats pushes on 4th. 2 tanks have already gone down. The Colossus is swiping at the Marines, and now it looks like it's going to be a clean up for Stats.
Yeah, that was a pretty expensive loss there for Clem. The resources lost pretty much doubled right now. Feels a bit bad. I thought those tanks were going to be clutch. For a moment, it looked like Stats maybe didn't realize there was 3 and thought there was only 2, but that push ended up being the right call.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to know for me what Clem could possibly be doing better with or without ping. I hate to bring this back again, but it's Soul was very vocal about this with a very similar idea to Clem, like to do a 2-base push essentially to try and punish the Protoss opponent. So it looks as though as if Stats holds comfortably, and Clem has taken a 3rd, but Stats is not going to stand for that.
He's supposed to be up in supply a little bit at this point versus Protoss. Unfortunately for Clem, his army supply is still a bit behind. I guess I like that Vikings are on the way, so he's not going to find himself without the tools to fight. But is that a Warp Prism in the main? It is. Big Warpin hitting the main base as we speak, while that army's postures outside the natural. And these Zealots go to work on the SCVs right away, but the Viking spawns, so I guess this is limited in damage.
Yeah, yet still a tank goes down, more SCVs are gonna go down, and at the same time Stats is gonna move on to Clem's third, who is slow to react. The Steam comes a little bit late. Not that it might have mattered at this point. It looks like Stats just has way too much.
Yeah, the boys are being pulled. That's never a good sign.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. Even if Stats lost everything here, his position would be too big to overcome for the young French. And yeah, sort of South Korea. We're gonna take our first one. Yeah. I saw your reveal of the name against Ravi on the first match. Called an ambulance for, but not for us. That was pretty funny. I hope.
Well, unfortunately, I don't get to say it here just yet.
Not yet, not yet. All right. So yeah, pretty happy with that. That's an important one, like I said.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about server in that game. We should also mention this next one's going to be in Korea, so there won't be like as big of a discussion to be had. But I think everything that we just talked about, everyone watching is going to hear us echo again once it comes down to the Soul versus Deer match, because a lot of the same thing, like, you know, Clem, I'm not going to make excuses. We lost. Let's accept the loss. But I mean, the pull with the SCVs to the bunker, that was late, but that felt like lag late. That didn't feel like Clem reacting late, you know? And I think things like that are definitely going to be a problem, not just for us, but throughout the whole team league. There's no perfect way to handle it. But I will say, from someone who also organizes tournaments, I got to give Wardy credit. I think he's in the most fair way possible handled this, because
yes,
you guys who are out there watching, you have no idea how headachy this stuff really is behind the scenes. So I just want to take a small moment here to respect Wardy for his decisions, even though the first one completely me in the, like, God.
I think this is the fairest if we're looking for the fairest competition. If we're looking for the best outcome as far as like viewership and just like storylines, I think what you do is you give the advantage to the underdog. A Ligulac underdog gets server advantage every time.
Yeah, I'm actually a lot. That's my philosophy on a lot of tournament stuff, like the challenger or the underdog. They get map pick or server preference or whatever the case is. Because I think it makes for more dynamic games. But this really is like a best of one. Everything's on the line. This isn't about building a series. This is showing off the players.
Yes.
Well, this next one's going to be pretty dope. I'm not at all upset that Clem lost that one. That was still a good game, all things considered.
Yeah, and I mean, this next one, very similarly, matched players again, as we're going to have Rogue versus Sue. So this is both of our number twos, which is, yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, and it was, this one's tough for me to call, because I think Sue's actually got really good ZVZ, but I also think Rogue has really good ZVZ. I'm not really sure who we throw this one to in terms of like preferred victory. Obviously, we got to root for our own boys. But like outside of it, even if it wasn't my team in the team league, I wouldn't be able to call this one, man. I'd coin flip to call who wins a best of one between these two.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, yeah, Rogue is like Dark's kryptonite, which is weird, and then Dark beats everyone else, but Rogue and Sue kind of trade. It's really, who knows what's gonna happen here, to be honest. What does Aligulac think on this? I'm actually curious.
So while you look that up, a small note that's happening game, guys, is I guess with Kat's team and my team having very similar colors, Wardy has done a coin flip so that we can swap the colors, especially for these mirror matchups where it's going to be really hard to tell like a purple, red, pink Zerg from each other. So I'll get to keep light pink, and looks like Kat's team is going with green to be just a different color. Seems
good. And yeah, this is actually a slight favorite for Rogue at 52% to 47, basically 52.5 to 47.5. So yeah, it's more or less a coin toss.
Well, it looks like we've managed to still mess up the colors either way. It doesn't really matter. Personally, I'm not that invested in the team colors. It's a cool thing to go for, but it's whatever. So yeah, our colors are going to be super whack for this one, guys. Just deal with it.
Yeah, and Sue hasn't been winning with purple anyway, so maybe the green will do better for him.
I'm just glad we didn't go from like light pink and purple to light blue and teal or something.
Yeah, we almost went to light green, right? That's what we were going for, kind of teal. Either way, we are.
Yeah, we're in the game. So the map is Pillars of Gold. Do you want to take away the intro?
Yeah, on the top right-hand side of the map, the light green Zerg, it is Sue. Those are some pretty cool spines too.
The bottom left, it is my boy in pink. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Rogue. So I guess lobby colors don't matter then. It still worked out.
Yeah. actually, right? Like, yeah. Where do you got his colors either way? I guess, yeah, you have to change them on the new overlay color. Yeah, via the mod. That's pretty cool.
Wow, production
so-
is next level for this event. I expect nothing less from the official Blizzard StarCraft.
Absurd. All right, so pretty standard stuff. Sue, by the way, drops the hatchery first. Just to note, that's both hatcheries at 16 supply, but Sue is like 2 seconds faster.
Yeah, I'm just thinking onto the larger picture here, Cats. And what is it that Sue's really well known for? I forget.
Mechanics.
You sure it's not coming second?
Yes.
Because I'm pretty sure I know Sue best for coming second.
Well, he
And I'm
might come
hoping-
second. We're
I'm
gonna
hoping
finish
it
second in
happens
the
here.
team league.
I'm hoping that happens here in this best of one at least. I need
No,
a
no,
win,
no.
Rogue. Give me a win.
It's
I don't
not
wanna
happening, buddy. Yes, we
I
have
don't
to
wanna
come
play
second on the
fair
team
game
league, and
here.
we're behind already. We're already last place, I think. So if we don't win here, how are we supposed to? How is he supposed to get second?
Oh, that's right. I kind of keep forgetting. I haven't seen where the scores placed everybody. I just kind of watched the games. I didn't pay attention to the team scores at all. Because last one was like, what, a 10-hour day? I think I watched about half of it. It was just, what a wild ride that was.
Yeah, it was pretty absurd. And the first one here going to the ace, that was a pretty great match against Ravi. Sue, to comment on the hatchery, by the way, dropping first. Sue, back in the day, he could actually drop his hatchery consistently like 2 seconds before me. You know, like I don't know what he does or how he stacks, or maybe I was just really freaking bad. But I was trying my hardest, you know, to get all the drones to the right minerals as soon as possible. And he would always, you know, drop the hatchery a little bit earlier.
Well, I don't want to read too much into that, but, you know, one of the people in that story is a pro player that still plays at a high level, you know, and the,
Hey, I was a pro
Right.
player. What? I was a pro player at some point.
It's true,
But,
it's true at some point. Actually, because it was way back in the days of like Overgrowth. Weren't you the one like pushing Sue to do like spine crawler pushes on proxies and BS?
Yeah, Sue in fact won against Cest to get to one of the if it was maybe his first or his second GSL finals. In the semifinals, he used 3 of my builds against Cest.
Reprehensible.
Reprehensible.
Those were the man. Okay, I know everyone hates those days because those were like the Swarm host days, right? That's what everyone remembers them for. But there really were some ridiculous games from that era that weren't
Yeah.
Swarm host related. And anytime you would see a proxy hatchery come down that wasn't Bly, you're like, oh my god, it's about to get real.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that overgrowth build was pretty cool. It was a proxy hatch into spine crawler rush with like 7 spine crawlers. It was something else. That's the one that Sue used. This game though, pretty normal stuff. Nothing crazy going on.
Yeah, with +1, we're gonna see roaches. I'm not sure how you feel about. What do you think about the melee builds? Some people still push out +1 melee once in a blue moon.
I think it's pretty decent if you anticipate roaches. If there's gonna be people that, for example, avoid the Baneling Nest altogether, then there's timings with +1 melee where you can hit before +1 attack on the roaches and trade really efficiently. By the way, one thing that I didn't notice how much faster Sue's lair is, and he has given up on the third. Like his third is gonna be considerably slower, so he's gonna be looking to hit roach timing with the +1 and the roach speed.
This is a really hard fight to get an advantage in, though, because ZVZ defenders advantage on all that. So it's if it comes, he's got to bring it all. Like there's no slacking in this kind of fight.
Yeah, I agree. It's gonna have to be a big timing, and I think that Rogue is gonna be ready for it. I mean, he's already making roaches, but he's not ahead in workers, and that's the part that doesn't feel too bad for me, because Sue is gonna have roach speed. So if he can outmaneuver and find like roaches that are all by themselves and kill those, then that's the way that he's gonna look for his value.
And my boy Rogue is unfortunately losing a lot of overlords that were in really good scouting spots. It's actually briefly supply blocked them, which is super unfortunate.
Yeah, I love that Sue goes for the next overlord as well, knowing that he already killed a couple of overlords. But this one might be safe. It's pretty close. No, kill it! Nice. That's huge.
I think we got to take another range off those queens, dude. We didn't go far enough.
Yeah, quite clearly.
Well, the other overseer did get made, and it is in the main base getting a pretty good scout. So at least there's no question marks here for Rogue, but he's definitely been taking some losses early on like this.
Yeah, and one thing is Sue didn't really move out until roach speed was done. +1 attack has been done. The +2s are synced, and let's see if Sue can find something here before roach speed kicks in for Rogue. It doesn't look too likely at this point.
I love the two slowlings with the mix too. They're just like, we're helping.
Yeah, they will tank a couple shots. Is there 2 or 1?
There's 2. How would there only be 1?
I don't know. Maybe 1 died.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. For the overlords, of course. But actually, think that my joke there aside, this has been a very slow, very passive game, and frankly, a lot of ZVZ doesn't stay slow nowadays. Back in the day, man, this was a boring match to watch, but with Ravager starting up and Contaminate on the +2, that's actually a sick move out of Su.
Yeah, that is really, really nice, and that's not gonna really stop this attack from Rogue though, who is droning up behind, so he's just looking to poke. Okay.
Yeah, he's
both players
actually
actually.
and not Ravagers though, so it's gonna be hard to get that poke off without taking a lot of damage in return.
Yeah, and I really like what Su did that because he kept his composure and he droned up during that. Like most players would be inclined to make roaches as you're getting pushed, but he sees how many roaches Rogue is pushing out with, and he just knows that he has enough. So that's pretty great from him. He's actually gonna find this extra roach here, not bad.
Did not expect a conflict in the top left of Pillars of Gold, but here we are.
Yeah, it's happening. And yeah, 3 roaches down. So that's a nice little pickoff for Su, who now has a decent supply lead.
Huh. There's a drop overload that just got made on a Rogue. Like, is this meant to drop roaches again?
I think Rogue canceled his attack, his +2 attack, unless it.
No, it's just the overlay.
Okay.
Yeah, it was what happened. We see
weird.
Contaminate so rarely that's actually like a really common mistake I make all the time on calls too. Because
It's overlay.
Contaminate's a cool ability, but you don't see it often. You don't see it on the overlay ever.
Yeah, that's actually. Does that happen in every overlay, or is this the?
Yeah, every overlay.
okay,
It just looks awkward and pauses or stalls out, or sometimes disappears entirely. It's never consistent. I think it's
Yeah.
just
Hey, how do you like this overlay, by the way? Do you use the production tab is much bigger, the icons, right?
Because I'm on a Blizzard official stream, I love this overlay. Cat. I love it a lot, and I would use it more if I could.
Cool.
But that drop in the main base does hit, by the way, with the roaches going in. So there's a little bit of worker damage being done behind the scenes. So Rogue is not just defending, he's also attacking, be it a little bit.
Oh, this is a big attack from Su actually, but not a well split enough army. I want to say the left hand side has a lot more than the right hand side. So the right hand side is easy to abuse for Rogue. Yet still he manages to keep the lead here, Su.
Well, that was a
supply
fight.
at least.
Well, there was also a fight where Su had +2 and Rogue didn't. So it's really important Rogue didn't like super commit to that. Now it's caught up timing wise.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see a different angle from Su there, a more wide open, more just straightforward. I got my timing set up approach, but now
Can
like
we
you
rotate the
said,
camera for
gone.
cats a little bit, different angle. Oh, this is gonna be a little rough because once again that split comes in, and I don't know how this feels. The corrosive bile dodging causes a lot of DPS loss, but as he runs in and runs out, Rogue's holding firm for the time being. Supplies are pretty close. There's the whole defender's advantage thing for sure, but there's more Ravagers out of Su, so there's more corrosive biles, and I don't think this is looking so hot for Rogue.
Yeah, there's more corrosive biles and also more damage output throughout the duration of that fight. Now, Su, because he has more Ravagers, I would really like to see him just fight in chokes right now if he can identify that. This is a very nice counter offense.
Yeah, Rogue's play. I was really curious. I didn't even catch the Tawny Claws. I just saw the burrow. So this is like an old school ZVZ tactic, right? You just sit in like 3 roaches, and it takes like 5 or 7 to clean up 3 roaches. It's a good way to split your opponent's numbers. I like that for Rogue in that regard, but he's got to take better fights if he wants to pull this off, because he's going to be down roaches going into the main fight.
Yeah, exactly. If he sends too many roaches out, that is going to be a huge problem. Now I really like this position for Su because he has more Ravagers, like you were talking about, and this is a much chokier area. So if he decides to take this fight, I think it could go very well for him.
I'm surprised Rogue's not taking advantage of burrow to heal up some of the roaches, but I guess positioning is key, and you can't position yourself when you're burrowed.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult, and it's kind of difficult to remember too that that you can do that. Players just don't think of it actively a lot of the time.
Well, the concave initially looks better for Rogue, but corrosive biles makes such a big difference in this matchup. It's really hard to call this.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult now. Su with more reinforcements, but like you said, this concave is strong. I think Su needs to push onto one of those sides if he's gonna make this work. Like, just kind of commit to one of those sides and force Rogue to reposition the rest of the roaches to answer.
But this is where those overlords are so important. Oh, a little sneaky roach attack on the other side of the map. But for
Oh, that's
Rogue, he's
annoying.
got overlords watching Su's army move, and it's so important he does this so he knows where he needs to be. Because if he's out of position even once, it could cost them the base.
Yeah, and Rogue is still harassing back at home, or at Su's home, that is, with those two annoying roaches. And I like what he did, just getting two roaches, even just one can be so
whack-a-mole.
annoying.
'cause
Guacamole.
As long as they don't die, there's no spore crawlers, there's hardly any detection. It's going to be really difficult to actually remove that infestation. And killing 1 or 2 drones here and there doesn't
my
seem like a
God.
lot, but it adds up over time. And, Rogue's up like almost 20 workers now.
Yeah, it's actually insane. 6 more workers have gone down to those roaches. I'm actually gonna
Two
click on
different
them and
fights.
see.
Oh, this isn't good on the left side. Rogue should run the
Oh,
right
this is
side, but he
good.
might lose
This
the
is
left
good.
side fight.
No, this is looking really good for Su, though. He has jumped and pounced on the opportunity and apparently overtaken Rogue on the main front. And this is looking really good. He has to consolidate his army, though. Otherwise, the reinforcings can still do something.
He pulled the drones at this point because he had more workers going into this, right? You can afford a few extra bodies on the front line. Roach is really notorious for overkill. Wastes like 7 shots on a drone, and that's where Rogue starts taking the fight back into his hands.
Yeah, and this is actually not too bad. It's not nearly as bad as it looked a second ago. Su will have a little bit of a lead still in supply, so he has to push this army lead
No
because he's
overseer.
actually
He's
still
front.
lagging behind.
There's no overseer in the front line for Su. This is a big mistake, and he gets right on top of the Ravagers.
Yeah, but there's more for Su here than there is for Rogue. So even though he can do that, it doesn't actually snipe the Ravagers, and now this is just too much. It looks like Su is gonna close this
Oh.
game out after that
Ravager
maneuver
at,
from
like
Rogue.
10 health this whole time. Just finish him off. Oh, GG.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Sometimes I watch Su games and it's very difficult to analyze them because it's like tactically his opponent gets an advantage, but he just wins. He's just so good.
I gotta take the Fear Dragon approach now and be like, yeah, no, we're setting up for a cooler comeback, you know. We got our best players still to come, etc., etc. So I think is the next one, I believe, is Deer and Soul, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we got Europe for that one. Oh wait, Lambo. Okay, it's Lambo. Excuse me. So Lambo's the next matchup. Okay.
Well, it's Lambo sort of. So this is on Europe then.
Yeah. So another ZVZ.
Oh, hype! I'm so hyped for this one actually. Lambo
It
was
just-
my pick, man. I wanted Lambo.
I want a
think he's
Lambo
still
too, dude. Lambo's a good player.
He's great.
I was just gonna say really quick as a reminder because it's been a bit of time since we talked about it. But there's multiple best of 5 series that are happening today. I think there's still like 4 more after this. But also we should note that 4 games get played no matter what. Like even if Cats were to like 3-0 here, I think we still play the 4th game. Is that correct, Wardy? Oh, production says yes. There we go. So there's a lot of StarCraft matches to be had, but regardless of whether this one's a win or a loss, we will play 4 matches total. So we'll still get to see all the games no matter what.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, I'm pretty excited for this one. It's gonna be on Golden World 2, which is a pretty unorthodox map. My favorite map though in this map pool to watch and to play. How do you like it?
I really like Golden Wall, but I'm so biased because the first time I ever saw this, it was Rainer versus Euthermal, and it was like the sickest game I've ever seen. So I am totally, the map's been ruined for me in a good way, I guess. But this is tough because I don't know. You mentioned you were talking with your players. A lot of my players had maps that they wanted. They had maps that they very much didn't wanted. And I feel like Golden Wall was one of these maps where we weren't quite sure who wanted it versus who didn't want it when we were doing our team picks. I'm curious, how did that go down for you guys? Or did you just assign them like you're the boss?
No, what I did was I made a list. Wait, should I reveal my? I guess it's fine.
Oh, no,
So what I did was-
don't want to reveal.
It's okay. It's okay. You guys have to step it up anyway. So what I did was I made a list of all 3 teams that we were playing, and then we made we decided like what maps were more favored for matchups or what we knew of players, whether they would like specific maps. So then we tried to predict who was going to be on each map for each one of those teams.
Oh, so you did
So
like
then I-
counter picking and stuff.
Well, I proposed these are the maps. These are the players that I think are most likely to go on those maps, and then have them choose. Yeah. And then yeah, we got pretty much in this specific matchup. Actually, we got a little bit of a swapperoo that we thought Soul would get one of the Zergs, I believe, in this
okay.
particular matchup. But in the other two, we actually got all the matchups that we wanted, so we're really happy.
Well, I know that we were trying to specifically snipe one Zerg, but we didn't expect to get two ZVZs with our planning, that's for sure. But yeah, so it's another Zerg versus Zerg. Sort of has spent so long in Korea training and practicing. Hopefully it wasn't all for nothing, because my boy Lambo was, like he's my first pick. He was your wanted first pick. I'm sorry that you had to get a silver medal through Sort of. We'll see if you can make up for it though.
I mean, yeah, Sort of is amazing. He's an incredible hard worker. These two are very good friends as well. Like they play other games together. Even I play with them other games sometimes, and yeah, they're really friendly with each other, and they really, I know, want to beat each other in this one. So it's gonna be a fun one.
Game paused.
Oh, already the pause.
Was gonna be a fun one. Oh, this
Bugged
is like
overlay.
the pink overlay, I'm guessing, is what happened. You ever been hit by this, Cats?
No, what is it?
So just like for no reason that I've ever seen anyone be able to explain, once in a while your overlay will just be like pink or like a different color than what it normally is. And it doesn't happen consistently. Some players don't care because it doesn't affect it functionally at all. It just looks pink. That's it.
Has this happened like for a while, or is this a new bug?
This has been around since at least the start of the year. I can't think of when I first heard of it happening to players, but there's definitely been a fair share of games where I've been hosting a tournament and we've had to do a quick remake because the overlay's messed up. And sometimes it doesn't even fix if you remake. Sometimes the player has to straight up relog, and it's honestly a real headache.
And it's been happening since the start of the year. I've never seen it happen, but I believe you. I mean, yeah, you would have seen a lot of games by now. It's already July.
Right, and I feel like there's a good amount of games that like you would just, or players who have never seen it, but it's just because I interact with so many players in so many different regions. Like statistically, it was going to happen when I was around, right? Like,
and I'm guessing it happens more in like custom lobbies than it does say on the ladder, probably, right?
Oh, probably. I know I've seen it happen on the ladder though. I don't remember who I was watching.
Oh, really?
It was like M Canny or Jason. I was just chilling watching an evening of StarCraft, and they were getting the overlay bugs. So I know it can happen on the ladder. I have no idea what causes it. Funny enough. Like we've seen lots of weird bugs like the lobby bugs and all these things over time, but this is the only one that no one's ever been able to explain to me. And I think it's always funny
that's
when
the thing is and at Blizzard usually from my experience just working around the people that would be tasked with these bugs, if they can't replicate the bug, like if they don't know what's causing it, it's a lot harder to address usually because they don't know how to how to test it, you know.
It's not a game-breaking bug. It's not a planetary inside of a planetary. You know what I mean? So like, it's at least really easily fixed.
A planetary inside a planetary. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Well, we load back in. Nothing else has changed, guys. Same server, same map, same players. Just quick reload. And hopefully it fixed it.
Hopefully.
I love this new countdown. By the way, I just want to throw it out there, Blizzard, because I know you're listening. I love this. Thank you so much for this countdown thing. I think it's so cool.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. There's definitely arguments to make, but I think I overall like it better than dislike it. I don't think, and the thing is, I think if this countdown was the norm from the beginning, then everyone would kind of just be behind it. Like you couldn't remove it. It's not a thing that you could remove, right? It's just good for new players, I think.
I also just feel strongly that like even if you hate it, it's 3 seconds per game off your life, right? Like,
see, that's where the argument begins, because if you say 3 seconds, it's 3 human seconds per game. How many games are played per day, per year? Because now you're talking about lifetimes worth of seconds. If you really want to do that angle, that's where I
strongly, without data to back this up, I feel very strongly that the same people to be upset about that are probably the same people to leave and stop playing after they lose 2 games. So it's probably not impacting that many people that much, is my thoughts.
Yeah, it's probably not a big deal. All right, so pretty standard stuff here. Now on this map, Golden Wall, normally people skip the link speed. Now, Sort of is traditionally Rifkin, a very traditional, very conservative player. He likes to do his thing, his style, and And I think that he's expecting that Lambo will also think this. And we were going over this strategy just earlier today. It's his own creation. It's I'm really proud of him for this one, okay? Because he doesn't usually like break from the normal lot, but this time he's devised a strategy to counter Lambo specifically on this map.
Oh, it's like a straight up sniper build. That's cool.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I know one of my greatest weaknesses is loose lips. So I've purposely stayed away from strategizing because I didn't want to leak it while I was streaming or something. As I know that, the last thing I want to do is accidentally give away one of my players' builds. So I've refrained from talking about builds. We've talked strictly mostly about, picks of maps and who wants to go up for aces and stuff like that. But that's cool. I'm hoping and assuming Lambo's done the same. Lambo actually just had a really big, was it Sue? He beat somebody pretty big very recently, or Cero maybe.
Cero,
so
yeah.
I know his DVZ just generally is in a good spot. I hope and
yeah.
assume he's got some sort of sniper build as well for sort of. But I think sort of, as you mentioned, traditionally all this stuff. To me, he's always just like he's like a macro player. He's not like a cheesy guy. He's not doing like early pools every game and stuff like that. So I think that even if sort of has a specialized build, I don't imagine it'll be something so crazy that Lambo could never overcome it because he never saw it coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's never gonna see this one coming though. So
Okay, well, I'm so look, layer, so I'm just sitting here like, what could this be, dude?
yeah, everything. Yeah, everyone is. Yeah, this is the standard. This is the standard. This build is not gonna be anything too crazy, Rifkin. Okay, it's gonna be pretty. And I agree with you. That's where sort of strengths are. It's just the macro game, just the standard game. So it's the build here is just gonna be a small deviation from that. Sort of is gonna start mining his back minerals soon. And then he's going to take a roach to the gold because the expectation is that players will take the gold as their third. So yeah, go on.
That's actually fascinating because I've been talking a lot about that on stream too. And I feel like that was the trend for the last long time. But because players have been getting better at shutting it down with a single stalker or like a single ravager, the third bases on this one being a gold have become so much less appealing in more recent days.
Yeah, definitely, especially against the other two races, but against Zerg it's not such a big deal. And the thing is, usually when a Zerg is gonna threaten the gold, they will mine the middle of the map, the middle minerals instead. So this is but this circling could be deadly if he actually gets in and scouts. Like, he won't see it.
Didn't see the back, but
and
he's committing. It's Mutas, it's Lings. It's not actually gonna be a roach fight for Lambo. So regardless of what sort of is bringing, I feel like Lambo should be equipped to fight it. The +1 melee is what's really selling me on this one.
Yeah, actually, this Muta opener is unexpected on the side of sort of. We are expecting the normal roach play, and actually sort of is gonna see that there's no gold like he was accounting for and planning for. So now I think he's gonna have to switch his plan. It's not his biggest strength to switch his plan, but I think he's gonna have to, and he might have to go all in. But this looks like roach is still on the side of Lambo. This is so scary.
Yeah, and what sells this more is like it's two bases, right? He's just confirmed there's no third anywhere on the map, so this looks like it could just be a two-base roach attack.
Yeah.
But, Mutas, I'm so jaded by these things because I feel like when players are really prepared for them, Mutas look pretty worthless, but then they aren't prepared and Mutas look so broken.
And this is
a little speed boost too. That's so sick.
Yeah, this is gonna be one of those situations. Yeah, that was a really nice move by Lambo. He's always thinking about the little things. And yeah, this is gonna be one of those situations where the Muta are gonna be unannounced for the most part. I mean, Lambo has 600 gas, not enough resources to make a lot of Muta yet. But with this +1 links, I mean, this is looking pretty good. He has been unbothered so far.
I think this is a good adaptation from sort of as well. The Nidus Swarm's gonna not just complement the roaches, but they're not gonna get caught out in the middle of the map by the Mutas, right? They're gonna go completely under it. So when they're there to fight, they're gonna be at full HP instead of half. I don't want to cheer against Lambo, but I think this is a good call on sort of part.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. I think it's a good thing to do. I'm not sure if it's good enough or if it's fast enough. What happened?
Oh, I was gonna say, don't sit there with the legs, run.
Okay, here's the Muta. There's already 4 of them. The Nidus is about to finish, and it's getting loaded, so it's gonna be dropped at the front here.
The Lings are going.
Oh,
They're looking for something. Oh, in the main. Well, he sees this in the main, but what can he do about it? He has to chase the roaches. He can't actually deal with the Nidus Swarm right now.
Yeah, this is actually not too bad. Sort of is gonna forfeit going for that third as he should. Okay, sends now three roaches. I'm not sure that was necessary.
Wardy, admin, I heard Sort of's gonna forfeit.
The Nidus is out, but there's not many units in there, and Lambo has actually left enough links inside to deal with it. It looks like now actually the Muta having to go back, and another Nidus in the front from Sort of now realizes those roaches are essential in the front. they really have to do a lot of damage, these roaches. Though supply is up for sort of, but he has to kill so many workers to make this work, and then work on a Muta defense after that.
Pulling the drones back to their main is definitely the right call out of Lambo. Minimize that damage because like he knows he's going to deal with the roaches. It's a matter of time. I'm surprised he doesn't go straight for the Nidus though. Cut out the reinforcement point.
Yeah. At this point of your sort of, I think you want to evacuate with those roaches. Yeah. All right.
Okay, Lambo holding this
he's back in the main.
Nidus goes back to the main. Yeah, he's just back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, well done by sort of yet again with the Niduses.
Lambo's gonna be so poor coming out of this. He's got like no money to work with.
Yeah, but he has the Muta, and that's kind of like the money right there. It's gonna be very difficult for sort of on the defense to account for those Muta at all.
Wait, those spores are gonna finish. Lambo's letting the spore callers finish.
It's only 2 though. I think the Mutas might be enough to take him down still fairly easily, though they do soak up some shots.
More Nidus worms coming out of sort of each scream more terrifying than the last. But I mean, Lambo's he's cleaning it up, right? At the end of the day, period, he's cleaning it up. But this has definitely destroyed his economy. His income has been shot to hell through all of this.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, economy-wise, on he's sort of it's only 8 workers ahead. He does not have a third. Lambo managed to deal with that on the back with the circlings, and he has to defend and contend with a huge army supply of Muta, no less. So it's gonna be a nearly unrecoverable position, I think, for him.
I always just get fearful with Muta players because regardless of it's my guy or not, I feel like the phrase "it's their game to lose" really hits hard. Like if they mess up with the Mutas, they give enough time for a fungal growth or a Viper. Like there's just so many ways this can go wrong. It shouldn't. By all means of everything that's going on in this game, this looks great for Lambo, but it's Mutas and
I mean, it's the thing is, normally if it's Mutas like 2 base and you have this control and your opponent has 3 base, I'd be like, yeah, okay, anything, you know, with a perfect defense of some sort. But when it's Lambo with the third and sort of on 2 base, contained and behind, it's just so difficult. The Nidus is trying to do what it can, but yeah, it looks too.
That was sexy micro, by the way. He didn't overkill the queens. He let the ricochet finish the queens at 10 HP. I love that.
Yeah, here we go with the roaches at the third. I mean, this is the right call. He's gonna even the base count, but it's gonna be very difficult still to recover. He's probably gonna need a few more spores in the back of this. I like Burrow.
I like Burrow too because actually there's not gonna be overseers flying across the map. So like if your drones get caught, you can just burrow them instead of getting killed on the runaway.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Oversteer.
He lost the Roach Warren. That's why Tunneling Claws isn't being researched.
Yeah, and also I guess that cuts out the amount of army units you can afford to lose. Normally it doesn't really matter. You just rebuild those roaches, but anything that dies is going to stay dead, at least until the Roach Warren's back up.
Yeah. All right. Queen's getting loaded up. A lot of drones also being loaded up. So there's going to be one final attempt at a Nidus. It's going to be at the third base. And I like this from sort of. I think he's going to try to make as many spores there as he possibly can. The link counter attack though for Lambo is here.
He pulled all the queens. So yeah, this is do or die for sort of like legitimate.
Yeah,
and literally like this is I think it's Lambo's game.
Oh, I feel so bad for sort of. His build was so sick, but then Lambo went for the Muta, very unexpected. Like 90% of the time, you see the mirror on the gold.
GG and all that. And I'm not trying to like. I'm still down in the series, so don't misunderstand where I'm coming from on this, but. I feel like Lambo is the type of guy who's smart enough to do the I know that you know that I know that this type move. So I feel like those Mutas weren't spontaneous. That must have been him preparing.
Yeah, I think that was Lambo preparing for the standard, which is pretty much what sort of was doing, except sort of had a twist to the standard already. But yeah, I think that the 2 base Muta was really smart to deal with the normal gold roach on that map, which is, you know, the norm.
Well, this is going to be interesting because I think just based off of server more than the players involved, there's a really good chance this goes to the ace match now. With Lambo getting me that win, this could go 2-2. As with Deer and Soul, I respect Soul so much. Soul's one of these enigmas where sometimes he's actually like the best player and then sometimes he's just like a good player, you know? I think if it's the best player in the world, we could actually lose this for sure. But again, it's West Coast on North America, so it favors Deer pretty heavily against Soul, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, Deer was one of the question marks coming into this tournament. You grabbed them like near the end too, right? like kind of because he was
Yeah,
but I think he has talked about how he wanted to practice for this, but his shape was unknown before this. So yeah, there's a server issue, but I don't know.
Deer was a really difficult pick for me because I respect Deer as a player and I think he's a good player and all that. But the only reason he wasn't like a, oh my god, I can't wait to pick him, is because we were forced to pick 2 from the open, 2 from the invited pool. And by the time we got to my last pick, I could only pick from the invited pool, and there just wasn't really a lot of options. So Deer was my last pick, but it's not because like Deer's like, oh god, I can't believe I got stuck with the fat kid in dodgeball. Like that was just the pick order, right? So it's like I don't regret picking Deer in the slightest, but I definitely know that coming into this, he's probably the less I don't know how to phrase this, like anticipated player, I guess, out of my team of 4.
I mean, he has such high peaks. I think he's a very, usually when I think of Trap, I think of Deer by default, right? It's like, oh, Trap and Deer. It's almost like the Protoss brothers that always do well, but didn't win for a while, and then Trap started winning like stuff. But anyway, we're loaded into the map and spawning in the bottom left-hand side of the map. It is Sol. He's the soul of the team.
And to the top right, server preference on his side. Let's go, Protoss! Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deer!
I love your intros. They're very good.
I really hope that we go to the ace match, because for no other reason, I think all of our players, like, I don't know who you'd pick, I don't know who I'd pick, but like, it would make such a sick final game. So I am going to so hardcore cheer against Sol on this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna hard disagree on that and say that we're gonna win 3-1 here. Let's go Sol. He has a pretty cool build order as well. He was showing me what he did in a game against Showtime recently. So I mean, that's a pretty good bar. I think you're right. Sol is the type of player that can like show up and be like one of the best, or he can just look terrible. So
right, and I think the catch for me though is like I see Sol sometimes he plays in cups and you kind of like you don't know how seriously he's taking that cup versus like, you know, a big tournament or something like that. But I should say, just because I do hype up Sol a lot on my own channel, like he is a player to be respected, and regardless of win or lose here, like I want to see Sol do well in the team league in general, because he is another one of these guys who I feel like he's on the verge of being someone everyone could recognize as a really great player, but he's just not pushed through that threshold yet.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think he needs a little bit of a push in terms of his approach to the game. I think that this league is so important and so good for players to develop in terms of like playing against the player, because you can do sniper builds and because you can do like very focused aggression or whatever plans to your opponent and their strengths and their weaknesses. And I think that that's exactly kind of where Sol really lacks, and that's where I think he's gonna get to shine here perhaps.
I will say I do like these playing safe. The bunker at the start, I mean, Deer is not a super well-known cheesy aggressive player, but he can be aggressive. So I think the bunker's a smart call and not playing too greedy, especially when you're on a server disadvantage. Like Sol's got to make sure, like it's mirroring so much what we saw with Clem earlier, right?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a similar push as well on the side of Sol. Only I think he likes to add some mines as well.
I like the dynamic Widow Mines have, because sometimes they really are like, oh my god, this changed the game. But then so often they're like, oh, he just went into the assimilator and the shot killed nothing.
Yeah, that definitely happens. I mean, if we see them, they'll be as a part of a push more than I think the mine drop. This is really nice though. Already got a probe and a full scout with the Reaper.
Yep. And supply depots up in time, so the adept gets blocked back at home.
And yeah, Robo will get dropped. Interesting. What do you make of this?
I mean, I want to say that this is something really cool, crazy, and insane, but like most likely a Warp Prism plus whatever.
Ooh, it is,
okay, hold on. It is a little crazy and insane. He's going for DTs.
Yeah.
So, I will say this. I know that Deer told me if we lost the coin flip for the server, he wanted to try and drag this out as long as possible. But that's it, because like I said, I tried to stay away from strategy because I didn't want to like accidentally leak anything. But that is like one of the few things I noted for this. But now that he has server, it's so funny for me to know that and then see him go for a Dark Shrine. He's like, well, now that I got the server advantage, who needs a 40-minute game? Let's just go.
All right. So I every time I see DTs in this matchup, I actually think they're pretty good, right? At the very least, they force cancel. Oh my boy.
Well, so here's the thing.
Alright.
I actually think this is a good call, period, because you saw Clem also go for a Raven in his match, and the same fears, like even just dealing with the Observer without a scan is worth the Raven. But the fact that it's against DTs, this is gonna be really bad for my boy Deer.
Yeah, I hope so. And yeah, Colossi also very good. Or against Colossi rather, against Disruptors. There's a few things that the Raven is just so much utility with disabling missile. What is that called?
Oh,
Interference
I've just
matrix?
forgot it too. Yeah, interference matrix. Yeah, it's always got some big silly name. I'm like, can we just call it blackout or something simple? It's so difficult to say as a commentator. It's such a long, so many syllables in interference matrix.
Yeah, I completely agree. Disabling missile. Disable.
I do love some of the names in this game. Like the Planetary Fortress's gun is called the Ibix Cannon for some reason. Like, it's the biggest gun in the game. Call it the BFG or something. Okay, so
Alright, it is-
unbeknownst to Deer, he doesn't know there's a Raven, but he's gonna find out here very soon.
Yeah, this is pretty cute. Actually, splitting the DTs to make sure that if there is a Raven, he will still get some damage done. So, Soul having to do some crisis management.
Oh, stalling out the third is a nice touch too.
Yeah. That was rather impressive. I mean, he made something out of nothing, but I think Soul is overall gonna be pretty happy with his position regardless.
Yeah, and for Deer, at least the beauty of this is it's not so committed that he's thrown himself behind doing this. Like he's on his way to a third. He's got his tech coming up. Double Forges can be a little greedy at times, but I think he'll be okay with things. My fear though is Soul's gearing up with Drilling Claws. And this is going to make for a very frustrating thing to deal with because those Widow Mines are bad enough as is. The instant burrow so they can become aggressive is terrifying for Protoss to fight against.
Yeah, now with Drilling Claws coming in, I think that we are likely to see some Widow Mine drops in the mix as well. And Soul has been so very good with those. I think that's one of his strengths. And part of the reason he shines so much in TVC is his multitasking is just absurd.
And we should just quickly note, because I think it's still new and there's like a fairly casual audience out there, but Drilling Claws no longer is the cloak attachment for the Widow Mines. That comes through the armory. So Soul already has the fire the shot without being seen. Drilling Claws is strictly just the speed for burrowing and unburrowing now.
Oh, it's gonna burn, isn't it? Oh, there's let's see, we tried to save it.
Oh, the depot in the main? Yeah. So I was
Yeah.
like, what are you talking about? What?
Yeah, see the SCV, he's all sad.
Like it's burning? You need cream for that, Cats? What the? Okay.
The poor SCV, he's gonna remake the depot instead.
So I think the Drilling Claws is probably best used for harassment more than necessarily frontline fights, but he will be able to use these Widow Mines very aggressively.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to see that soon. The Archon is a nice touch. I wonder if that's gonna delay his ability to get Archons from. Yeah, I guess he's going Colossi instead of Storm, right? So there's not gonna be any Storm this game for a while.
I think there's a lot of merits to this too. It's just the Marauders, and if you're out of position for even a moment, and I'm thinking back to that series Deer played versus Mana earlier where he totally lost it to positioning. I'm so fearful that that'll happen again here. Because Colossus are you have to be very careful with where they are.
Yeah, I think another very key unit, very key thing that will happen is the Raven. And however Soul chooses to use that, yeah, that's pretty nice.
This is so annoying too to deal with because there's no world where like Deer's gonna rush out a Phoenix to snipe this thing out, right? Like this is just like
Yeah,
it's
this is
going to
bad, though.
happen.
No, I don't like this. Like, look, he got one probe, but now his Raven is trapped. Soul's Raven is trapped. And he just scouted, he just spotted the two Colossi. Oh, but this is why. It's a very nice drop on the main.
The Widow Mines were a little weak, thank God. And it should be dealt with. But so this got like 8 probes and caused a lot of distraction. And more to the point, I hope Deer realizes
Wow,
those are stealth and reloading. He's not actually dealing with these Widow Mines. Okay, there we go. Oh.
Yeah, the Raven got a few more kills. All in all, a decent poke by Soul. The one thing that I don't like is that again, there's this Raven who has a really strong position back in this particular map because he can siege either the main or the natural. But there's 2 Colossi that you just spotted. So I think if you just get the interference matrix on those 2 instead, it's kind of game ending.
I would agree, but lucky for me, that Raven's way out of position and way out of energy.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't like the turret so much after the first one. After spotting the Colossi, I think just pull back if you can. But now it's gonna be Deer on the counter offense.
I don't know about this angle of attack though, because this is going to be marching into the army and he has to know it. Soul's got so many bunkers down. Like this is actually unreal to me. It might be considered a waste, but if it holds, then it's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great defensive position. I love this choke that Soul has made for himself. And actually, Deer is going to move through it. The Colossi not even attacking. This is amazing for us, I think.
Shooting an engineering bay for God knows why reason. Oh my God, no Deer.
I mean, there's still a lot more Zealots coming out. Soul could overextend easily. He goes after one of the Colossi and will get him. But now the Zealots are going to tax all of that bio on the way back.
Bunkers are holding firm though. Those Marauders fall back to it, buys a little bit more time. It's so down to the wire. Neither player has like any supply to work with here, but I think this Colossus is going to be clutch. This boy's rocking like a ton on top of this. Oh,
so close with the DTs.
Well, the Widow might start popping off again.
It's looking a little bit rough on the hold here for Soul. What a strong attack from Deer, identifying that Soul had already or just committed a lot to that harassment. And it's looking careful, very, yeah.
I mean, this is still, I think, losable. You eat too many wrong Widow Mines, you overextend that Colossus. I mean, not the game, but I mean, at least the fight. But with the third base being driven off and Soul or Deer taking a fifth, I'm feeling very good about his macro for this.
Yeah, this is gonna be GG. I liked what Soul did for the most part, minus the Raven there, maybe. He did a lot of economic, but what I like about it is he did a lot of economic damage, and then he set himself in a very strong defensive position with all those bunkers. So I think the idea was there, maybe missing a few units, or just, you know, whatever. But yeah, Deer does it, and I guess we'll go to an ace.
Yeah, the ace is going to be a problem for me again because we're going to have to probably do some translation stuff to figure out who's coming up. But I guess this is where we'll probably end up going to a break so we can get this sorted. So thank you guys for watching. Don't go anywhere. We got the 5th and ace match coming when we get back. All right, I think we're back. Hey, everybody. So another small delay on my end, and I apologize because it's a lot of translation from like Korean to English, and we're down to 2 players. We're just trying to figure out which of the 2 go up. And their argument, funny enough, which I'm sure Cats will enjoy, is they both want to play, but depending on who Cats picks. But we, of course, have no way to know who Cats picks ahead of time. So if we pick the wrong person, the other guy's going to be really pissed. So we're almost done on our end, but yeah, it's the 5th and final match, and I'm sorry to Wardy to do it to you again, man. But ace matches, gotta cheer for them. They're always good for, I think, the viewers and for me, because it means I got a chance to come back.
Ace matches are so good.
Well, the map is gonna be Eternal Empire. We know that much, and luckily through coin flip, regardless of who we pick, I will have server preference. Granted, server preference in this case isn't that big of a deal, but it's always nice to have.
Wait, it would be a big deal if depending on who you send.
Well, I mean, I'm saying if it's Korea versus Korea, it won't matter at all,
then
right?
that doesn't matter at all. Yeah.
But if I pick like a EU player, anyways, so sorry. Okay, I think I have our player. Yeah, we're going with Clem. Clem's gonna be our ace player.
Okay, we're going with stats.
So that was part of the big discussion, because people like, man, as soon as it started come up, like the ace match, like my chat, my group chat, like dead quiet. But as soon as we realized we're going to the ace match, man, everyone's like, is stats gonna be, there's GSL, there's 2, there's stats. Like, everyone's trying to figure out what's coming up. So yeah, we're gonna go NA, I guess, then, because we'll have server preference, or NA Central will be the server for this one. So it is still a bit of preference, but not like crazy, oh my god, preference. Because of course it's a Terran playing at still a ping, I guess, disadvantage more or less.
Oh, fair. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
No,
we
yeah,
thought it might be Clem again, especially because of the server advantage. I don't think we could have sent Sue against Clem if it was like server disadvantage, because yeah, CVT, and Clem is just so good at CVT. I feel like, so he's obviously yeah. Go on.
In both Fear Dragons match in the ace there, and then this one here, I personally was voting Clem. I have like Fear Dragon confidence in Neeb type of confidence in Clem. I am such a big fan of Clem right now, so I think that he's a good choice for this one. I'm pretty satisfied with it.
Yeah, I think you announced that you were gonna pick Clem if he was available, like before the whole draft started. So I think yeah.
Well, I didn't even realize I'd get a shot. I really thought he'd be taken a lot sooner than he was. But at the same time, I also didn't expect Maru to get picked 6th. So you know.
yeah. Maru being picked 6th was something else. But yeah, this should be a
we should mention to everybody, like, and I don't know how much this will or won't impact players, but man, there's a lot of stuff going on. Like, I know StarCraft, meme, dead game, whatever, but like, you've got GSL, you got big events going on, you got the War Chest Team League happening. I think DreamHack qualifiers again are starting up in like a week or 2. So like, there's a lot going on for these players to consider outside of just simply, oh, who do I play? What match do I play? And it makes the ace pick, I think, very stressful on these guys. Hopefully that's not going to bleed over too much into the actual game though.
Yeah, I mean there's more to it. Normally these players are accustomed to playing for themselves, but now there's the pressure of their peers as well, right? Like and performing in these ace matches for them as well. So there's added pressure from all sorts of different angles. The fact that it's a best of one, I mean, it's definitely just a different environment, and that's somewhere where I think, you know, Stats is probably a little bit more definitely a lot more experienced than Clem, but we'll probably feel a little bit more comfortable as well as a result.
It's really funny how the dynamic changes for that too, because you bring that up for playing for the team and not just themselves. But there's also the fact that I know from working with these players so often that even in a best of 3 or best of 5, they don't really think about the next map ahead of time. They're not really thinking about the score is. They're just playing the game at hand. So in like their mind, a lot of the time it's a best of 1. But yet when it comes to the actual best of 1, there's so much more thought process put into playing. So it's just like, it's wild to see how complacent they can be when it's an extended series, but how big of a deal it is, because it is only one game. You don't have a chance to come back and make up for your mistakes.
Yeah, it is gonna be a difficult one for either player. And last bits of communication going on my Discord channel between the players, trying to help each other out and trying to communicate to each other like what might happen or what to expect.
Do this build. No, do this build. That's what I always kind of imagined was going to happen, like Fear Dragon's team, for example. You have 4 Protoss players, so they can actually all help each other out. Whereas for mine, I don't know that Deer could help Clem or anything like that, you know?
Yeah, definitely. One of the reasons I felt so torn between my picks and Hearthstone in particular was the stats Hearthstone dynamic that could have happened. Because I'm sure one thing that Hearthstone would have done amazing more than any other player is juice someone like Stats, right, as a mentor, as a teacher. Instead, I went for the Sword of Su type thing. But yeah, Soul in particular doesn't have a Terran friend here, so I've been trying to recruit like Terrans outside of the league, which is kind of difficult to do.
Well, I gotta make sure we do intros right for this one because it's the ace match, it's the final game, and it determines whether your team or my team wins. So, ladies and gentlemen, to the top right of Eternal Empire, for the final time today, it is the pink Terran Clem!
And in the bottom left-hand side, it is the eventual winner of this match for Sword of Seoul Korea. It is Stats.
Really shocked at the performance of all the players today on my team. Like, oh, well, okay, this is shocking me more so. Wait, is this gonna go full max packs? Is that what we're about to see?
I have no idea, but I love it. I gotta say, I mean, I love it when the Korean veteran expected like perhaps to be the favorite.
Oh my God,
at least.
No.
Oh, I love this. Absolutely love this. Stats.
But here's I feel like Clem should expect something like this a little bit because it is a server thing in a best of one. You know, Stats doesn't want to play a 40-minute game on the wrong server.
Do you know Stats doesn't want to play a 40-minute game though?
Fair.
Like that is the real question.
Fair point. I was generalizing Protoss, and that was my mistake. The hardest part about this build is it's really difficult to scout for. That's where this SCV is clutch. If you wait for the Reaper, it's too late. So Clem's sending out this SCV early to check for the Nexus. Not seeing a Nexus means he doesn't need to see no pylon. He'll know something is being proxied. It's just a question of what. And this low ground command center is going to be a real problem for Clem.
Yeah, because out of this gateway is going to come presumably an Adept or a Stalker to deny/delay that CC. And like you said, it's going to be so difficult to scout. There is no Nexus, so that's going to tip off Clem, who makes a bunker instantly, actually at the low ground. So very nice reaction already.
I'm so jaded about this because it sucks to cancel the command center and rebuild it in the main. But at the same time, that might be what ends up happening. But to explain just how quick that was, he took the SCV off of the command center that was building the command center to start that bunker. He
that was very impressive.
He knows that every second counts for this kind of attack.
Yeah, and it's going to be further true. The Reaper is going to kite, and actually an SCV ready to repair the second SCV already. So a beautiful reaction.
Yeah.
Near perfect on the side of Clem.
Win or lose, already impressed with Clem's just knowledge of how to handle a situation like this, because this is terrifying, especially when it's Stats, like a world champion type player that you're doing this against.
Yeah, so, I mean, using the SCV from the command center, like you were mentioning, that is a brilliant maneuver. Very, very well done.
Well, at the very least, for Clem, he's held on up to this point. He goes to the block on the Nexus, so he knows there's no follow-up. But Stats, there's not a follow-up.
Pushing past.
Going to be. Yeah, he walks right past the bunker.
Nice.
The commander's are so close. Where's the SCV? Oh, he's gonna lose like 3 or 4 trying to pull these in. He knows it too, so he pops the Marines out of the bunker. They block the SCV for a second, but he does get the command center finished up. Cost him a Marine, but this is huge because if he doesn't start the orbital, he falls so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge indeed. If there was anything spotting for Stats up that ramp somehow, he could have seen those SCVs and targeted them a little bit sooner. But as it stands, has to settle for the Marine. And I mean, this is a little bit of a siege/contain. But at the same time, Clem has delayed his base for so very long.
He knows it's one base though, right, from Stats. He had Engineering Bay blocked it this entire time. He doesn't know that Stats jumped over to the third. And Clem pops out of the bunker! The aggression was unexpected. He gets one of the Stalkers, and I mean, that's worth more than the Marine, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a great trade for him. Now Stats is trying to go into Blink, but I mean, this is a difficult position for the Korean Rockstar here, as yeah, he's also going to be making an Observer, I guess. So there's going to be potential to harass with this a little bit. But I got to say, Clem looking so strong on the hold.
I really like the choice for the Cyclone over a tank in this instance, too. Because the Cyclone can 1v1 most of these lower round units, whereas a tank, the Stalker's winging into the dead zone and it's totally useless. Granted, Cyclone's still pretty fragile, but all things considered, it's at least mobile. This Reaper is going to see the shield battery and say, nope. This is big, too, because it's very common, I think, to see Banshees nowadays in TVP. maybe not in a reaction to this scenario, but in general. So having the shield better guarantees one Banshee doesn't come across the field and end the game. I like that touch out of stats.
Yeah, it's good for the Reaper as well, but yeah, further on the side of Clem, I mean, he also spots the third, or the natural base rather, of stats with this Reaper. So that's really nice for him to see without having to use a scan or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because if he had scouted the natural yet again and seen nothing, then he would have had to at least scan the main and then get worried. But as it stands, I mean, he knows everything that's going on.
So the beauty in this is Clem has got a good defensive position, but he also has no means to go across the map. So this is totally a defensive fight for him. Scans for the Observer, gets the Observer. That's huge. No high ground is big. Oh,
okay.
Bunker. No repair. No pull for the repair either. But he's got an army. He's got an army to fight with, and he pushes out with that army. Well, he keeps a lot of these Stalkers alive, but oh, Clem's bleeding out only Marines, not the big units, not the tank, not the Cyclone. So he's still okay for round 2.
I mean, amazing micro from stats, good capitalizing on killing that bunker on the low ground. But he's gonna need a little bit more than that. Oh, I love these Zealots. He splits them as well. So only one tanks the original tank shot that gets... Oh, beautiful snipes! And the Marauders also getting taken out one at a time. Amazing moves. Great micro from stats here.
I think the SCV pull is going to salvage this, though. So Clem's not dead off that attack yet, but that was a sick move out of stats. I got to respect it.
Yeah.
Bunker's finishing up, and that helps a bit, but I feel like the same problems might arise for, like, you know, Stalkers just picking off before the SCVs are pulled to repair it. It's so far out there. This Widow Mine also might help protect a little bit, but the Observer's going to give the high ground vision for a blink to the main base.
Yeah, quick snipe onto that Widow Mine with the Observer as well. And now the tank is going to have to be repositioned.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. Don't die before Stim's done. Does he realize he has Stim? I don't think he realizes he has Stim. Or just chooses not to use it. Either way, he does push stats out of the main. I'm sweating
without
cats.
medevacs, it's a difficult one. Stats, I like it. Dark Shrine, I mean, we're still on 2 base though. It's feeling kind of difficult. The Observer continues to siege for additional vision, so he sees both of those tanks. He's gonna go on the low ground. He's gonna go for the low ground tank. Stats is so methodical without... Oh, one shot too short!
Yeah, but the high ground tank also took out a lot of the Stalkers, so this was a costly engagement out of stats. I think that Dark Shrine there was so terrifying because Clem's dropping mules. He needs money. He doesn't have a lot of energy like banked up for 7 scans.
Yeah, this is very impressive play by stats.
Oh,
To be honest, making the best out of the situation. Stim will be spent. I mean, that Observer still worries me there because Clem knows about it, so I would look to reposition and perhaps if I were stats. Yeah, I don't know about this. Is he gonna go? What is he doing?
I think he was trying to bait another Stim, to be honest.
I was thinking maybe if he blinks onto the high ground, there's no vision there at all from... So maybe he could have sniped the tank from the high ground, but it was too next level play.
Oh my god, if you lost your own tank at the natural from your own main base high ground, I would be so pissed. That'd be cool. I'd be pissed though. But here come the DTs, and this is a problem. There's no turrets. There's no proper wall off at the front. There's nothing to really... And there's a warp prism. This is going to be very difficult for Clem to deal with if he finds himself without energy. I will note he's got enough energy for 1 scan right now, but that's it. And if he drops a mule with it, oh god damn, I'm gonna...
Oh, there's a mule! There's another...
So
there's 40, 46, 47, 48.
I feel like he's gonna drop another mule. He won't have...
49,
the scan to deal with 2 DTs.
50, 50. Drop a mule!
No, don't drop a mule, Clem. Please, God, you've got minerals you don't need. Okay, here it comes. Here it comes. Please don't mule. Please don't mule. Please scan. Please scan. Okay, well, don't scan right now because you don't have an army here. But
the main. Okay, so he is actually not scanning yet. There's one in the natural as well. So this is looking pretty good. Only 1 scan available. Turret at the natural. Yeah,
I think it's okay. Losing the main base. Oh, okay, it's one Marine gun over here. Losing the main base mining for the time being, I don't think it's that devastating because the minerals are actually kind of low, and he's got a 3rd base on the way. So this is a big disruption to Clem's economy, no doubt, but he's not dying to this, and that's what matters so much more.
Yeah,
I like
he
the
has
turret
a
on the ramp too.
gigantic army, actually 50, nearly 60 army supply. Here comes the next DT though. There is a scan nearly. There's nearly enough energy for a scan. Oh, there is one actually.
Oh, the turret's finished up now, so one for scans, which means now he can save all his energy for offensive scans. He's going to need them across the field. You bet there's going to be DTs at some point back at home. So this army is huge. He's got +1 weapons. All things on paper look good for Clem, but I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch.
I'm counting some chickens right now. It's not looking too good.
I keep forgetting about that rock bug until you see it happen. Oh, the force field doesn't actually seal the hole. The tank does, ironically enough. Well, the Stalkers link over. A little bit of a mistake there. He could have picked off 3 or 4 of them, I think, but he goes for it, getting really aggressive on the high ground to find the Colossus, mostly unguarded stats. Just kind of, I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, that's such an amazing position with the tanks. I'm not sure how Stats is supposed to dislodge that, so he's just gonna give his natural for the time being. Okay, the tank's now moving forward. This is go time for Stats. Actually, Clem misloads into the medevac. Will it matter? Will it be enough for Stats to break through? It really doesn't look like it. The 2 Colossi on the high ground doing what they can.
GG. Clem! Yeah!
Oh,
My man!
incredible. Well, we have lost. You
You
won.
have. With a Protoss player.
Amazing. The
I
worst
think
feeling.
we have to go pretty quick though, because we're gonna be behind schedule for this one. So I don't know if Wardy wants to send us off, but I'll just do it to be courteous. Thank you guys for watching. We've got more War Chest matches coming up. There's like 4 best of 5 still in store. Are you playing any more today, Cats?
I'm good. I'm good for today, yeah.
Yeah, I'm finished today too. So you guys get 2 brand new casters for new people to complain about on the show. Thank you guys for watching, and I guess see you guys next time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the War Chest Team League. We're moving into our next match, our third match of the day, as it's going to be a funny one because, of course, I'm joined here by my good friend, Kevin. How you doing today, Roddy?
I'm doing good. It feels so weird because for me, this is kind of like the beginning, and meanwhile, you've already done like half of your matches. So I don't know. It feels crazy. I've been looking forward to this, man. I guess I'm so excited.
Yeah, I know we were just talking about this, but this is going to be the fourth match for my team, Four Shades of Protoss, and it's the first match for you. And we only play 7 matches in the group, so this is at the end of this match, you'll have finished your first match, and I'll have finished more than half of my matches.
Yeah, I know. Well, by the end of the day, my team has also finished 3 matches, so then I'm definitely catching up at a rapid pace. But yeah, it's crazy. I'm so excited. I don't know. If there's one thing I feel like I've been preparing for my entire career, it's being biased, okay? Like, I love being biased. So I think that this league is going to be perfect for me. I gotta admit, I kind of thought that by the time my boys would go up against your boys, you'd be like 0-3, maybe 1-2. All of a sudden, this becomes a little bit of a high-profile match, Ravi.
Well, Kevin, I'm just gonna say that, look, I really hope that you go 2-1 today, because, you know, after you lose this match, I think your players are good enough to rally and bring it back. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting off our first game of this best of 5 on the bottom left-hand side of Golden Wall, top of the yellow Protoss player. He's handsome, he's talented, he's powerful, he is Max Angel.
He is very cool. I am a fan of him, just not today. Bottom right side of Golden Wall, we look at the main base of the man. Chill, actually. I just want to let you know, my players have been so chill. They'll play whatever match. They always respond to every single message. And this guy's been leading the charge in the Discord. Hailing from Korea, it is a Solar.
Well, you know, that actually makes a lot of sense. You know, when you don't have a brain, you aren't thinking about what the best place to send out the players are on and everything. It's fair, you know, it's okay. Your players can't really think as hard as well as a Protoss player can. So, you know, they just gotta do with whatever. Go with whatever works.
You know what the beautiful thing is? We may not think, but we also feel no pain. So we can start off in a couple of bad matches and it's still all good because the skill will always prevail here, Ravi. I'm excited. To be honest, I looked at our matchups, right? And I'm like, whew, I feel like this can go incredibly well for us. I can see a 3-1, maybe even a 4-0. But then I can also see it going pretty bad if your players are just on fire, which they kind of are. And my boys are having an off day, so I am maybe not as confident as I would have been before seeing the lineups, but I still think that my boys are going to get the job done here.
Yeah, I mean, to be entirely honest, also, like, I actually think that this is gonna go anywhere between 3-1 for you or 3-1 for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I look at these matchups and I'm like, well, I think we win that, but I'm not sure. I think we win the next one. And then we've got our 2 heavy hitters colliding as well, Raynor versus Trap, right? So, oh.
Yeah. Couldn't have asked for a better submission for the lineups, honestly, as a spectator for this, more so than as a team owner.
Now, Australia has obviously had a lot of experience on this map because I think some of his notable GSL matches were on this. And, you know, he got all in by Impact. I think we all remember that. And it felt like he maybe could have held, but it was just a little too much. I gotta be honest, I'm not totally sure what Solar has in store for us. Solar definitely seems quite okay with Golden Wall. He was just like, oh yeah, I'll play Golden Wall, no issues at all. I was like, okay, cool. I mean, a lot of the boys were just like, I don't care against the Protoss team because they were always going to be a Protoss. So they just kind of said like, give me that map, and that's really all there is to it. I'm excited. What?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit funny too, right? Because for me, Golden Wall, I think of this, and when I think of like PvZ on this map, I do think of a lot of Zergs coming up with cheeky builds or cheesy ways to like kind of sneak a quick one in on the Protoss player. And I do think that this has been a problematic map for a lot of people, but like you were saying, I think Estrella has actually shown that he has been able to figure out a lot of the ways that you need to play on this map versus different races as well. So I'm actually excited to see what both of these guys have in store for us moving into this map. So far, it's been pretty normal openings. We do have that Stargate opening over on the south side of the base for Estrella.
Well, if I think of Solar and I think of some of the strengths that Solar brings to the table, I definitely just think of an overwhelming amount of Zerg units, right? I feel like he really is the definition of the swarm. He loves building an insane amount of roaches, ravages, and if you think it's going to stop, you're often wrong because there's another wave and a follow-up wave. So I think the Stargate here actually makes some sense from Australia. Maybe expecting that kind of a mid game. And if you can keep your oracles alive, 2 or 3 of those oracles with Pulsar Beam, they're gonna do all right. But you know what, Ravi? I don't think he's gonna keep him alive. I think he's gonna fly into a couple spores and queens, and that's it.
Oh man, it's actually so funny. The Oracle nearly gets there a few seconds before the Spore Caller finishes, but Australia goes the long way around to avoid Overlords, and he's gonna be able to make it out of there over between the next and the third for a bit.
Okay, I'm very happy that Oracle didn't continue flying towards the third, because there were no queens there, and the Spore Crawler wasn't done yet either. No brain, no pain, Ravi. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah. All right. Well, the Phoenix is going to be making its way forward.
Wow.
It's going to spot out the position of the Queens as well as potentially that Spore Crawler. Back on off. Look for some Overlords to pick off.
Yep, look at the production tab. We see that Fleet Beacon, we see the Stargate. Shout out to our boy Wardy, who always calls this the battle cruiser build of Protoss. So, you know, you make a couple carriers and then you follow it up with a big ground attack. Sometimes resonating glaives, sometimes it's a bit later when it comes to, you know, maybe Archons and Immortals. I gotta say, it is hard to scout this kind of stuff on Golden Wall. Obviously, the first target hasn't even been revealed yet. And with that Phoenix out, it's very unlikely that a Overlord is going to sneak into the main base, so I'm getting a little worried. This is quite a few adepts as well, but I don't believe he's going to let this finish up now.
Yeah, there's already a couple of Lings sitting around over there. I do feel like, you know, as much as you're saying, I agree with you, this is a harder build to scout out, especially with the Phoenix there to shut down vision and everything. I feel like when I think about Golden Wall and I see a Stargate opening, this is one of the first type of builds that pop to mind for me. I'm like, okay, Golden Wall, like, you'll have air superiority. You can quickly dart between your main natural and third. You could even go for that low ground third base.
Nice.
Behind the minerals and everything. Yeah.
Well, it seems like Solar is reading Australia like a book over here, because without even really seeing too much, he's already dropping the Spire. And I don't believe that this is a Spire meant for Middleisk. This will most likely just allow him to build an insane amount of Corruptors. We see an Overseer morphing somewhere as well. That is at home. I'd love to see him scout with that. As meanwhile, this one Oracle continues to be a bit annoying. There's now 2 Oracles actually kind of tucked in between these 2 bases. But I'm very happy to see the Spire. That's a lot more useful in a game like this than a Baneling Nest would have been.
Yeah, where's that Spire? Spire's in the main base so far right now. So Australia's been darting between the natural and the third. Actually, Australia's gotten a scout out on that Spire as well. Oracle did die far enough in to see that.
I mean, Soda's going up to 4 bases, though. He's 14 drones ahead. It's important to not overdo it, as a few drones do once again go down to these Oracles. They're being very annoying. One Oracle lives with 4 HP, but it's okay. I mean, this is much deeper into the game, so losing a couple drones here is not the end of the world. Those roaches are not super necessary right now. I gotta say, if you look at the army tab, it's crazy, by the way. Australia's sitting at 54, while Solar is really not sitting at much at all.
Yeah, but I think we're about to see the big pumping out of all of those Corruptors coming on out, even a few more Roaches being added on, like you were saying. We'll see if those actually end up being aggressive or something over here.
Surround.
Oh, Surround on the Adepts is going to be pretty good for Solar. Australia manages to sneak out of there with a few of the Adepts before the full Surround comes in. Now the Sentries are going to be here to try and back them up. A few more Zealots getting warped in as well. I mean, those Roaches might find a little bit more value now that a lot of the ground army for Australia has been taken out, but carrier number 1 and number 2 have already been out for a while. Carrier number 3 and 4 are just now popping.
Yeah, but I think if Solar just doesn't go too early, I don't want to see him attack with like 8 or 9 Corruptors and then potentially lose the fight. Because once you lose a fight against a build like this, I think it becomes pretty disastrous. But if you show up with like 14, 16, 18 Corruptors, then these carriers are sitting ducks. And I actually believe, I really like where this is going for Solar. I'm a little bit worried about the work account. Australia's got a lot of money in the bank, by the way. Try to spend it. Okay, I think what Australia's doing is smart right now. He's going to make some Void Rays, but is that going to be in time?
A few Lings and the Corruptors are coming on forward. The carriers are going to at least get all their interceptors out nice and early on, and it looks like that is going to be enough to scare away Solar for a bit. Solar chasing after the Oracles actually as well.
Yeah, I don't know if I like an attack with 12 Corruptors, though. These Corruptors don't have any upgrades yet, and if Solar loses a fight, this becomes absolutely disastrous. There are a couple of shield batteries here as well, which make it harder and harder to kill these carriers. I'm worried, but here we go. The Corruptors are going to dive on the first carrier, but Overcharge is being used, and this thing doesn't go down.
Oh my god, it's surviving for such a long time. A lot of the Corruptors have already been picked off. There are Void Rays also coming on out. So while the Roaches are sneaking their way in, they are going to get a couple of worker kills here. It's worth noting that the Voiders are going to start adding in consistent DPS to both the Corruptors as well as those Roaches. Roaches is running over toward the main base and killing off some pylons over here. They are being pretty annoying and very, very pesky, but Solar, okay, I feel like this is actually still an okay trade for Solar, right?
Yes, if he gets like 4 or 5 additional probes, then I'm kind of okay with it. There's been some lost mining time, and on top of that, Australia has revealed his hand and also spent a lot of additional resources now on static defenses. And what I'm mostly happy about is that he never started +2. Because if you're now talking about +2 Void Rays with Flux Veins potentially, and then the carriers as well, I get a bit nervous. Instead, Australia is really going to focus on this ground composition. I think I'm okay with it. The only thing I would have loved to see from Solar is indeed a few more drones. And it is important that my boy keeps check of what Australia is up to. Because all of a sudden, you don't want to be left with like 18 Corruptors if there are no more air units.
Yeah, one other really weird situation, or part of this situation for Estrella, is that he doesn't have a 4th base. And it's worth noting that the gold base is great for mineral income for a short period of time, but it also only has 1 gas geyser. And it's not a rich Vespian gas geyser either. That's part of the reason why you do see that big mineral bank for Estrella, but not that much gas with the style he's going for. So I really want to see Estrella either start thinking about a 3rd base or, yeah, doing this, adding on a ton of zealots with charge. But charge is just now starting, Roddy. So I think that's going to be pretty difficult to get up anytime soon.
The carriers are at the bottom side of the map, which is a bit weird, but I want to point out that Solar did get an Overseer Scout in the main base, and he saw the Stargates are no longer producing units. So without, you know, that's basically not seeing much, but that is so important, because now Solar knows what he needs to focus on. He's going to go for the Nexus in the main base, and that's going to be a relatively easy pickoff. I wouldn't have minded Caustic Spray on 1 or 2 of those tech buildings as well, maybe the Templar Archives. The carriers show up in the main, and they're gonna get a couple queens, they'll get a Quark Waller, but I think as soon as the Corruptors show up, we're going to be okay here.
Yeah, he's killing a few drones. He's right-clicking them down. He does need to start thinking about the recall soon. Corruptor's getting very, very close to getting to that main base, and okay, there's the recall, perfectly timed.
Yep, so Solar's army supply is quite a bit bigger now, and what I'm mostly happy about is that Solar has done a good job in keeping Australia on these 3 bases. But that ground army is going to be an issue soon, especially with +2 weapons already more than halfway done. I think this is kind of the moment for Solar to go. Even though he doesn't have Baneling speed yet, you want to get rid of some of your Corruptors, you want to reset the army supplies a little bit, and on top of that, you want to snipe these carriers, you want to snipe maybe another Nexus, and get rid of those Void Rays as well. Slow Banelings 11 minutes into the game. Ravi, you don't see it often, but I like the timing.
Oh man, the Banelings do manage to find a couple of connections on those zealots and do keep Estrella pinned back up on that high ground. Estrella's trying to sneak into 4th base during all this up on the high ground that he's really not in position to defend. And I think Solar realizes that with that Zergling Scout, might even consider going back in, but no, he's actually going to be pulling back because I think he caught wind of the Zealot run by. And well, I would say that's actually worthwhile for Estrella. Even if the Zealots do 0 damage, he is keeping Solar pinned back for a little bit and potentially giving himself an opportunity to set back up and defend that 4th.
I think Solar's just kind of chilling until he's got Baneling speed. I would definitely love to see him go for that Nexus, because like attacking up that tiny ramp where all the static defenses are, I'm not a big fan of that, but that 4th base should really not go up, and I think he's going to do whatever he can to prevent it. I like the way that my boy's playing so far. I think it's all going pretty well. Just get rid of that Nexus whenever you can.
Yeah, Nexus getting worked away at by a couple of those Zerglings. Estrella struggling to push down the ramp. I would have loved to have seen Estrella mine out the minerals in his main base. He's finally doing that in the back door to try and establish that low ground base. I feel like that is kind of the money play here, right? Is go for that low ground base.
Yeah, that's definitely something that he should be looking into, but I don't know. I don't really care what your boy does, Ravi. I'm just biased over here. From my part, he starves himself on 3 bases, and I'm all good with it. It's gonna try. Solar's gonna try to attack into these cannons and batteries one more time. Wants to get rid of one of the Void Rays and does take care of it. Now he's hovering above all the cannons, but he does get the carrier as well. Just 1 more carrier remain, and on top of that, there are a lot of Roaches and Ravages still on the ground.
Yeah, a lot of the Corruptors end up going down over there, but Estrella is still probably not going to be the happier one taking trades like this. So every single even-ish trade that is taken, Solar's going to be happy with just because he has a much, much better economy to replenish with. And at the same time, he's still just denying the 4th base over and over and over again. Estrella finally going to take that low ground base on the south side of his main.
Yep, there is a Prism in the main base, actually, warping in a couple of Zealots, but Estrella's not that rich, so he can't really go for those massive Zealot warp-ins, and Solar should be able to take care of this. The nice thing about having those Corruptors that he made early game against the Carriers and the Void Race is that they're pretty useful in hunting down Prisms as well. 39 Banelings. I don't know if I really want to see him attack into all those batteries and cannons over and over again, though. Like, that gold base is not that important anymore. I'd much rather see him just trying to deny Australia from going up to 4 bases.
No, Kev, let him attack in, let him get stormed with all of the Banelings there, 5 High Templars with Storm Energy. Seeing a lot of the Lings actually on the front lines getting some damage taken from those storms. Looks like Solar's thinking about sending those Lings down to the south side. Ooh, that's going to be a big open target here. Estrella has mined out enough of the gold base, though, that he can move his units through and intercepts those Lings. Well handled there by Estrella.
The Banelings are in a really awkward spot right now. Storm does land, so at least 2 High Templars go down, which is better than nothing. But that's actually kind of expensive. Like, Solar's been rich, but he's not ultra rich. Now that he's kind of noticing that Australia's army is a bit out of position. We've got Hive, we've got a Great Aspire. I wouldn't mind maybe a Viper or 2. I think that'd be decent as well. This is still a close game. I like the way that Solar has been playing. I like the pace that he's playing at as well. But there is still a chance he takes a pretty horrific fight, and then all of a sudden, this is going to be Australia's game.
Yeah, those storms are kind of the lifeline, the lifeblood right now for Australia. He's going to be dealing with a Baneling run by, it looks like, over at this other base. Look at that storm timing, though. Takes care of all the Banelings. Does lose some of the static defense, but is also going to move in over here with the War Prism once again. The Zealots here, and Solar is more or less just maxed out right now, so reinforcements are not really going to be able to clean this up all that easily.
Nope, a couple of Zealots on the top right side as well, but the Lings will take care of that. The Corruptors will finally snipe the Prism this time. Zealots are going to try to take down the Great Aspire, and that's a lot of Zealots with a lot of surface area, and I'm afraid Banelings for the rescue. Solar! Oh my goodness,
God,
keep the Great Aspire alive. Let's go.
Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, God. Okay. Well, it's going to be a target for later, but the Broodlords are already now morphing on in
what?
6 of them. Oh my God, there's one more Zealot!
Yeah. All right, Australia does get a good position here behind the gold minerals. So he actually got 17 drones in the last minute or so. That's not bad at all, but obviously the Broodlords are something he doesn't really have a proper answer for. Now, obviously, he still has the Stargates, right? He still has +1 air weapons. He could make a couple Tempests because he has that beacon from the early game. But I'm surprised to see that he's not doing that yet, as Banelings are trying to get on top of the High Templars here. Oh my goodness, just go for it. What's happening?
Okay, a lot of the Lings and those Roaches and most of the Banelings have been picked off during all those storms. Estrella's suddenly a lot closer in supply, and remember, if you don't have a lot of those Lings, if you don't have a lot of those Banelings on the ground, there's not that much keeping the Stalkers from blinking underneath the Broodlords as soon as they start to overextend a little bit. The strangest counterattack on the north side.
Yeah, no, these Zealot run by is actually really good, especially because Solar's pretty much maxed out, and Solar has never invested a lot in static defenses, so gotta say, these are some beautiful moves that Australia's pulling off, because it's really not easy to find the APM to think this far in advance that you always want to have these Zealot counterattack. Carrier, a single carrier sniped the Great Aspire. What the hell is that?
What an absolute legend. Australia is going to be able to deny additional Broodlords from coming out, but there are already 10 of them.
Oh my goodness.
He's getting cleared back up.
He's blinking forward into all the Broodlords, and a couple of Broodlords do go down, but this obviously means a lot of Broodlings on the ground now as well. I mean, I'm starting to get really worried, man. Solar is actually kind of broke. He's down in workers at this point. Another Prism sneaks into the main base. Why is this Max Angel kid so good at this game?
Oh my God, the Corruptors are going to start working away at the War Prism, but the spawning pool is actually going to go down now, and Estrella is going to actually have a nice little period of time where not that many Lings are even out on the map. There's 36 Lings and 11 Banelings, and there's not exactly going to be another spawning pool for another like 30 or so seconds. He's bought himself a little bit more time again.
Look at this one carrier that's going on a mission here, trying to take out the Broodlord.
Oh my God, he's going to kill a Broodlord!
This carrier has been alive for way too long. It will finally go down, so I guess not the worst rated Broodlord for a carrier, but Solar is nowhere near as rich as he once upon a time was. There are still so many storms available as well, and I feel that Australia has really picked up on the fact that Solar has a lack of static defenses around the map, so these random Zealot and Immortal run-bys, they're going to be so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, he's even been adding in a couple of these High Templars with the run by, just having that storm available for when a bunch of Lings or Banelings coming on through. And I think that Solar just caught wind of this as the units do move on to creep. And we'll see how quickly he's able to react to this. This is kind of a weird army composition though, right? Like you were saying, a couple of Immortals mixed into this. Even a High Templar there that's going to be able to store him and damage some of the Banelings. I mean, what a strange unit composition that you have to deal with.
I mean, I actually think Solar just dodged the bullet, because I think if the Stalkers would have gone for the Broodlord this time, there was absolutely nothing to protect those Broodlords. So Solar is still in it, still has some money. He's trying to rebuild the Greatest Spire, but I mean, Australia's just taking the entire bottom side of the map. He's having a great time with his run-bys. The only saving grace I feel like that there is for our boys is that it's still just Stalkers, but there are so many Stalkers at this point that I actually think he could potentially go for these Broodlords.
Oh! Got a little bit scary there, but he does end up blinking back as he sees there are still a few of those Lings on the ground. And, well, Estrella is taking a very aggressive base on Solar's side of the map on the south side. Man, he was just doing a great 1-2 of just constantly harassing with these Zealots on the top side, expanding toward the bottom while also pressuring through the center. I mean, this is fantastic play from Estrella.
It pains to say it, but you are totally right. Now, Australia is playing fantastic. But this game is still not over. Solar is still close to maxed out. I wouldn't mind, oh my goodness, a storm from the low ground where the high ground provided vision actually takes down quite a few drones as well. I mean, the more drones that Solar loses, look at the army supply though. I mean, that's 135 army supply. The one thing I'm just very worried about is, how does Solar get aggressive? Because I have the feeling that Australia is never just going to stand there and give Solar the fight that he really wants.
Yeah, and actually now we end up having the Zealots right-click down the infestation pit. So, I mean, with these Zealots still active in the main base, he's starting to go after the Hive as well, and Solar cannot afford to lose that, but he also doesn't want to lose these bases on the top side. Stalker's in a bit of an awkward position. There's so many Broodlings. Oh, a Strand Coaster a blink up in the main base. Or a high ground. I don't think that was intentional. He does recall out for that reason.
Yeah, lost a couple of Stalkers, but he is still in such a good spot economically. Australia has done a tremendous job in killing drones. He got 73 drones over the last, well, let's say 6-7 minutes, while Australia has only lost 14 probes in this entire game.
Oh,
So
the Broodlords are kind of exposed over here. It's only the Broodlings, but I mean, there are a lot of Broodlings here, Kev.
yeah, I feel like the Protoss army was kind of exposed there. The other way around. There's a couple High Templars go down as well. How many Storms remain? Only 4 High Templars on the map. Some of them do have a lot of energy. Finally, a couple of Zerglings in the bottom side harassing one of these exposed bases. And Australia all of a sudden is now in a little bit of trouble as well, because the Broodlords are in a much better position than they've ever been in this entire game.
Carrier production has resumed, but it's going to be a bit before those carriers actually pop. Australia's going to lose the gold base. It wasn't really mining anymore. There are actually already 2 carriers out. There's barely any Corruptors, and there's only Ravagers to really deal with this.
Yeah, but Crossabal is pretty good actually, so that's gonna at least keep the Broodlord safe for a little bit. You can see these carriers already taking a beating. Solar did rebuild his spire. What I'm mostly worried about though is that oh my goodness, he's got 42 drones. Crossabal is one hell of an anti-air, plus 2 air weapons on the way as well. This one carrier is so low on HP. The Broodlords are gonna try to get home safely, and actually well done. Oh my goodness, the double kill with Crossabal. Why the hell not? Let's go.
Okay, well, without those carriers, that does mean that Solar can continue being a bit annoying with his army. And oh man, now we end up seeing that exposed base once again getting hit by the Ling run by. The other base at least does have a photon cannon and a shield battery there to buy a bit of time with maybe a battery overcharge, but I don't know how much time it's going to be able to buy. Stray needs to get in position immediately. He cannot afford to lose both of those bases.
I think he'll be able to save the bottom one, but not before at least losing an Archon, losing a couple of your static defenses there as well. Hello, Zerglings. All right, there we go. What a crazy first game we got on our hands over here. It really felt that Solar had it. Then all of a sudden, I felt that Solar was kind of dead. I was like, I don't see these Broodlords ever getting in a really good position where they want to be. And somehow they did. And it all kind of started with that weird Stalker blink on the high ground and forced recall, right?
Well, Kev, I mean, there's a Stalker harassment still going on. And I want to note, right now, we only have 2 Corruptors really being made at a time here for Solar. Estrella has 4 carriers and is making 2 Void Rays at a time with Flux Veins. I actually think Estrella has still got a large amount of air superiority over here, and he has done so much damage to the economy of Solar. Solar really can't replenish a lot of that air.
No, but I mean, Australia's starting to be a lot broker as well. Don't forget that the initial 3 bases are pretty much done at this point. All of these Stalkers getting surrounded as well. I mean, good job by Solo, just kind of chasing them down. At the same time, he is thinking about being aggressive, but just scouted the carrier fleet and the Void Rays. And we're gonna need some more anti-air, but that's pretty much the only thing that I think Solo's really missing. I love the way we're playing this. I feel like I'm watching 2 1v1s in one game, as now the Lings and Ravages are getting some victories on the top side of the map.
Okay, I think this might be the base trade situation here for Estrella. And remember, there's only 35 workers for Solar. He might want to get anti-air up, but he's still only got 4 Corruptors, soon to be 6, against 4 Carriers and 4 Void Rays with Flux Veins. I actually still think this is a game that Estrella can continue to draw out.
No, it's absolutely a game. You're right, because you know, the air battle wouldn't even be a battle at this point. That would absolutely go towards Estrella. But, I mean, these Lings are actually going to be really annoying. Maybe snipe a couple of extra pylons, a lot of gateways going down as well. And the one thing about carriers is that they're not the quickest unit. So it's not like you can really start a proper base trade. Because by the time that your carriers killed one base, the Zerglings have killed pretty much everything on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and I say this not just because I love Dark Templar, but I actually think in this situation where you're so spread out, having something like DTs to help deal with some of the Ling run bys and at least gradually start picking away at them as they try to harass down the left-hand side while you keep your army closer to the right-hand side and closer to your opponent's main base. I actually feel like it would really benefit Estrella. He still does have the Twilight Council, but I guess it's going to be a little bit too much to afford the Dark Shrine.
Yep, there is +2 as well, by the way. That Cybernetics core lived long enough for these carriers and Void Rays to get +2, but we got once again a massive Zergling run by into the main base. I am totally with you, by the way. A Dark Shrine would have been incredibly useful in this game. But you know what? I'm not missing it. Maybe you're missing it. I'm not missing it at all.
Okay, these Lings are going to be able to kill a lot, and it's not just actually killing a bunch of random stray buildings, it's killing a lot. But here we go. This is the moment Estrella needed. He's going in. He's sniping off Broodlord after Broodlord after Broodlord. The Broodlings on the ground can potentially start going after some of those High Templars, but the Archons are absorbing the damage first. We end up seeing a lot of Storms coming on out. Corruptor's going to get annihilated. Does Estrella have enough to push on through? He's up in supply.
He's out of carry.
Out of interceptors.
Yep, he's out of interceptors. One Void Ray solo on HP kill with one low HP Void Ray. Please recall being used on the Void Rays. That is going to be it. Solar wins a 26-minute crazy game on Golden Wall and puts my boys in the lead 1-0. What a game, Ravi. What a game.
What a way to start the day. And oh man, I'm so sad. You know, he still had mining at that other base. I feel like there's still maybe a chance, but my God, I got to hand it to Estrella. You played a hell of a game. And I think he still set us up to have a very strong performance today.
No, absolutely. I don't take anything for granted. I've seen your boys perform so far. I mean, you're second in the group at this point with your 2-1 record. So I know that this is not going to be an easy one. But I think that's a really important victory for No Brain No Pain. Oh my goodness, that was such a roller coaster. I've been looking forward to this league for weeks, and I had to wait so long. And then this is my first game. Let's go. I love it.
All right. Well, I believe our second match is going to be Bunny versus Mana, and this is going to be, oh man, Kev, I feel like I've lost every single coin toss so far. So this is going to be on Bunny's ideal map choice, which is US West. So Mana's gonna be playing this with a little bit of lag. It's also Eternal Empire, PvT, always a little bit tough.
Yeah, but
how you feeling?
Ravi, let's at least be honest with the people at home. You know, my boys Terran, your boys Protoss. We all know that it's really hard to play Terran cross server. Protoss on the other hand, I mean, you wipe in a couple Zealous, you don't even have to look at them. They slice up everything. It's been a bit ridiculous how easy it is to play Protoss. So I think this is just a good way to keep things fair.
No, that's totally true. I mean, like we saw in that last game, Zealots don't require any kind of control. You don't have to do any kind of real micromanagement of army positioning or anything with those Zealot run-bys. Yeah, absolutely, Kev. And, you know, I think you're right. I think that it's going to really just end up being one of those games that Mana's going to be able to look back on and think, easiest game of my life. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, Eternal Empire is obviously the map where everybody always talks about the parting opening, right? The 4-gate Blink Stalker. I don't know. I looked at this in the preview as soon as we knew the actual lineups of who was going to play who. I see this as a 50-50 match. I think it's really hard to call because these are just two players that don't play against each other very often, right? So how do you predict a match between these two?
Oh man, I think that's actually a really good point. I think they only have ever played against each other in tournaments twice, and Mana is one of those diehard European ladder players. He's not going to really try and play on the Korean server with a bunch of latency. Bunny has no reason to play on Europe either, so they really, really don't ever meet each other almost ever. I think that this is going to be a funny match in that regard. So I really want to see what exactly these players are going to be doing as we start. Down in the bottom left-hand side of the map, top of the yellow Protoss player representing Team Liquid and 4 shades of Protoss. He is Mana.
Top right side of Eternal Empire, we're looking at main base of the man who slided in those DMs before this tournament even started. He's like, Roddy, I love you. I want to play on your team. Well, that's all I really needed, mate. Hailing from Korea, it is Bunny.
Oh man. So Kev, I gotta ask, how active is your team chat during the games? Does your team go popping off, or is it pretty quiet?
Well, this was my first game ever, and to tell you the truth, I've actually been looking at you, because even though we're casting, you know, from different places around the world, I still like seeing you, because then I hopefully don't talk over you too often. So I haven't had the Discord open yet, but it was pretty active before, especially when it comes to the seeding and the map selection. The last few days was a little more quiet because both Drogo and Reynor were on holiday. So I was mostly just chatting a little bit with the Koreans, but I'll let you know after this map if the boys have been chatting or not. I do see that little red icon, so they have been active, but I don't know how active.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I think one of my favorite things actually about having Mana on the team, besides him just being one of my absolute favorite Protoss players, especially my favorite European Protoss player, is that I think he's got like a lot of that team spirit. Every single time someone's playing, he's always like cheering them on, or he'll kind of like be hyping stuff up during the match, getting people excited, like just in our team chat. And I love that about him. I think Mana is such a great team player for that atmosphere.
I absolutely believe that. Mana is also somebody I would have obviously loved to have on my team too, but this is one of the main reasons why I have been so pumped for this unique, cool format and this fun league, is that I don't just have 4 amazing StarCraft 2 players on my team. I've got 4 generally great guys that I get along with, that I chat with, and these guys have already been incredibly friendly with each other. Like, there is no such thing as like me asking them what map they play and I get no response. Like, no, everybody is there, everybody's giving feedback, I give suggestions, they talk back to me. It's been great, and that's why I'm so happy with the 4 guys that I have on the team, and I genuinely believe that we're going to do really well, and the start is good. Let's see if Bunny can continue the strong start, as we have a Stargate opening over here on Eternal Empire.
Yeah, and that Reaper's looking around for potential proxies and stuff, including a potential proxy Stargate, as we actually even ended up seeing in that last series that my team played. Neve ended up doing that on this map, but not going to be the case. It's going to be just the Stargate at home. And we're going to see a Hellion or 2 with a fast armory coming out over there from Bunny.
Yep, I think this is the Cloaked Widowmine drop. It's actually a very strong opening. It's going to be like Reaper, Hellion, Suicide into the natural, maybe just to get an idea of what you're up against, and then going for those quick Midowmines. I'm actually kind of happy to see Oracle first, because I think Phoenix is better against this build. If you scout it, you know it's coming, and then you have like Phoenix is in the right position. It's not that big of an investment though. Like, it slows everything down a little bit, of course, on the side of the Terran, but I don't think that like investing in the armory is that big of a deal where it's like, Bunny needs to kill 12 probes or he's out of the game. Like, no, it's really not that bad.
Okay, Stalker's gonna get knocked out so that the Hellion and the Reaper can make its way in, but the Oracle reveals itself, kills off the Reaper, kills off the Hellion. No additional damage or anything is taken, but some Oracle energy is spent there.
And that's a scout, of course, that there is an Oracle as well. Now, I gotta say, I did not necessarily expect this. It's not just going to be the regular Cloaked Widowmine opening. No, it's going to be Drilling Claws. Mana is Hallucinated Phoenix did see that there is a Widowmine that already had the little red how do you call it? The infrared thing on top of it.
Yeah. And I wish the Hallucinated Phoenix had set itself off on the Widowmine. Then it would have been even easier to dive on in, but...
Oh, I mean, this Oracle doesn't really find a whole lot. So Mana at this point knows that, okay, the Widowmines are going to be cloaked. That's one thing. But what he doesn't know yet is that there is a tech lab on this factory that's actually researching Drilling Claws. And Drilling Claws obviously makes mines way more powerful than they were, you know, without them.
Yeah, one Phoenix is already out. A second Phoenix is on the way, though. So it's going to be a little bit about reaction time. There's going to be 2 Phoenix and 2 Widow Mines. So Mana does have the tools he needs to just completely deny this drop from doing any kind of damage. It's going to really come down to positioning and timing.
Well, they burrow really quick. One Widow Mine is going to settle there. I like that he unburrows it as well. Okay, sure, the Phoenix, but now the other medevac can fly into the main base. That Phoenix is going to try to lift up the mine, though. Will it do that? Yes, it will.
Yeah.
But is there enough DPS to kill it? I guess there barely is. If Mana doesn't move it, he's gonna land. Okay, never mind. He could lift it again anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
Should be fine.
okay. I mean, pretty good defense by Mana, to be fair. But I'm not super upset because there was some lost mining time. And the medevac actually got out of there alive. And I always think that if you mine drop and you keep the medevacs alive, it's not that bad.
Okay, another mine drop is going to be coming on into that natural expansion. Oh, this time Mana a little bit later to the punch, and he is going to do a last second split up. Oh my god, only 4 workers going down. I thought it actually was going to be a bit worse there. And Mana's going to be able to at least snag one of the Widow Mines. Could come back for the second one later on, but he's going after the medevac with the Phoenix. Bit of a dangerous play here, because remember that other Widow Mine's going to go off again soon.
Yeah, he's got one last Phoenix. Actually, he lost detection, so that might fire again, and we have another mine drop. Okay, Mana will take care of this one, but we've got another mine drop, this time heading towards the third. Drilling claws, do your work.
My god, Mana is actually playing so well today, and yeah, only 1 worker ends up going down, not even losing that much mining time, and no mining time lost in the main base as he picks that up and snipes it off. Mana is just playing so well on the defense right now.
He is playing incredibly well, but he's also not really dealing any damage on the other side of the map. He's not really slowing Bunny down, and obviously this was a pretty big investment in Phoenixes, static defenses, Oracle. Obviously this could have been a lot worse. We all know that these mines only need 1 massive shot for the game to be in a very dire position for the Protoss. That's not it, but I actually feel like it's still kind of even.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily like Bunny is getting completely smacked down, super duper dead. I mean, he has lost 2 medevacs, 6 Widow Mines, and has only really been able to get 6 probes of his own.
Yeah.
And Mana's now got that kind of the map control, right? Because he has a decent number of those Phoenix out now. It's enough that he can at least push back a lot of the medevacs. And if he really wants to, he can start trying to be a bit more active with them and just seeing whether or not there's a push out.
Yep. It is a bit scary to fly around with your Phoenixes when you know that there are drilling claws out on the map, because you can't really always look at your Phoenix while they're flying around, but you also don't want to fly over 2 or 3 mines. So it makes sense to me that he's playing it passive, especially because he already has Colossus out. He's getting a second Robo, Templar Archives, and this obviously becomes a bit problematic for Bunny, who is building another armory, which I don't really understand. Did he forget that he already has one?
That'd be my guess. I'd be very surprised if he went for bio but got double mech upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, second starport is absolutely necessary because just Marines and Marauders, I don't think are really going to take care of these Colossus. I like what Bunny is doing here, just taking away some of that map vision of Mana. And I would absolutely love to see him at least get 1 cancel on this Nexus, otherwise Mana is getting a little too rich for my comfort.
Yeah, and I think he will. Mana kind of darting between his 3rd base and that 4th base location, and ends up having to cancel that. The double medevac drop heading over toward the main base. Does Mana have his warpins off cooldown? Oracle's gonna go over there, try to throw down a stasis trap. Oh, it almost manages to get up in time. Has to recall. Focus fire on the Twilight Council is not gonna actually end up panning on out, and Mana actually gets a pretty slick cleanup for the most part.
Yes, but he needs to properly clean it up then, because he still hasn't taken... Oh my goodness, he moved the Colossus out of position way too early. And now, I was with you, because that was almost perfect. Now all of a sudden a couple Stalkers went down, a couple Probes went down. I believe 2 Phoenix already, maybe 1 more Phoenix. No, that's not going to happen. Oh,
yeah, I'm definitely with you. It was very, very close to being a clean cleanup, but ends up taking a bit more damage there, and probably something Bunny is a little bit happier with. And remember, still no 4th base, only just now getting restarted back up. But another double medevac drop gonna make its way over to the main base. This is the hell of Eternal Empire, Karate.
Yep, because at the same time, Bunny is going to try to pounce on this 4th Nexus. That is going to be really important. The Templar Archives this time will get picked off. The Twilight Council could potentially go down as well. No, Bunny's going to change his mind. He wants the Forge, while also canceling that Nexus in the center. I love the way that Bunny is playing. This is Bunny where he thrives in chaos, non-stop aggression, and look at the amount of damage he's finding now.
Oh no, it looks like Mana's gonna end up potentially losing one of the disruptors over here as well. Things are starting to fall a bit apart. War Prism also ends up falling. Mana had a really nice defense for a while, but I think eventually Bunny's aggression has really just caught up with him, and he's only got one Phoenix left over as well to deal with any of those drops. I don't even think Bunny needs to drop anymore at this point. He's sniped off the Temple Archives. He's reset a lot of the tech here for Mana and kept him down on 3 bases.
It's so crazy how rich Mana is, by the way. Was supply blocked for a bit, I guess lost a couple of buildings, so you got some resources back, but he was actually floating a lot of money. And I love what Bunny is doing here. He's not making this harder than it has to be. He's like, nope, I'm gonna keep you on 3 bases for now. Fighting near shield batteries is always a little bit risky, especially with overcharge being activated. I'd love to see even Bunny just step away for a second, but these Vikings are getting some pretty good shots off.
Oh, all the Colossus do manage to survive, and he kills off a decent chunk of the army supply there for Bunny. So, hey, I'm not going to say no to that. But there is still the problem of a 4th base. At this point, Mana might just be relying on a big disruptor hit or something in the near future to try and take a good fight, especially as the ghosts start getting added in.
Yeah, Bunny's macro has been really smooth, by the way. The way he went up to 4 bases, now he's going up to 5 bases. He's been hitting his transitions right when it comes to the Ghost, the 2-2 upgrades. Double Starport is already up and running, so he's producing 4 Vikings at once. Mana's gonna try to sneak in that Nexus on the left side. Ravi.
Well, he's going to go for the little double expand play over here, so hoping he can get at least one of them up. Like you said, that Nexus on the left-hand side probably going to get denied pretty easily. Oh no, the Nexus on the right is also denied almost immediately, and that is, not exactly where we want to be right now. But you know what? It's okay. Mana is just wearing Bunny down right now. All right, that's what he's doing.
I don't know if that's really what he's doing. It kind of feels like, you know, we're watching an MMA fight and Mana's at the bottom and he's getting points. You're like, yeah, he's trying to make the other guy tired. I was like, I don't know about that, but
He is getting tired, man. Look, that's the thing. Bunny is gonna feel really tired because you know what? By the time we make it to that ace match, and you're thinking, oh, should I send that Bunny? But it's gonna be like, no, can't play anymore.
all right. So Bunny's maxed out at this point. He's got 2 upgrades. This is really that moment where you do want to make some magic happen, because you don't want to go up against these invincible Protoss armies where it's just like too many disruptors to ever engage, and I don't know, the stalker count gets that high that Vikings are gonna be hard to control. Like, if you look at the numbers in the minimap, you're like, oh my goodness, Mana's in trouble. Which he is, but he is at 108 army supply. That's actually pretty serious. Massive EMPs, though. I mean, geez Louise, can we give a shout out to those EMPs? You know what I'm saying?
Nexus also finishes up and is going to get immediately killed. That's another 400 resources Mana does not have to give up. It's going to go down the drain. But like you said, it's all about the army now here for Mana. It's all about the disruptors and potential. Disruptor gonna get a ghost as his gun goes flying, but the split up is gonna be a really nice answer to the style of army that Mana's been making. Stalkers blink forward, the snipe off one of the 2 of the Medivacs, and the Zelt's gonna be able to absorb some of the damage, taking off some of the bio, but Mana needs to find a chance to actually kill enough army he can move across the map and do something.
You know what's really funny is that while we were discussing team names, I actually proposed no 4th base needed, because I know that my boys are pretty aggressive in general, and you know, they were like, oh, it's not bad. I love how they're playing so far. I think Solar did a really good job in the previous game in making it hard for Australia to go up to 4 bases. And this game, Bunny just says no to the idea of Mana ever being on 4 bases, but yeah, I want to give kudos to Mana as well. He's definitely making the best of a very dire scenario. But with advanced ballistics coming up as well, there is no answer for that. I'm so proud of Bunny, how he's hitting all his transitions. Because in the past, Bunny sometimes got a little stuck, right? On Marine Marauder, aggression drops, and then eventually he would throw away leads. This game, he is being hyper-aggressive, but he's actually always thinking of the next phase in the game, and I love it. I'm really proud of him.
Yeah, I do think that and I totally understand why Mana was not able to do it sooner, but getting up a ton of these observers is going to be really helpful. They can try and intercept the armies like this whenever they try and move forward. Now, Mana's going to lose that low ground Nexus. That is a bit unfortunate, but he did just kill a lot of army supply here. He's going to be able to potentially get back in time to deal with the rest of the army, and yeah, he's got a Colossus and a few Stalkers there. Should be able to hold that Nexus and also hold that high ground position.
Yep, no, it's doing pretty good there, but that's going to be harder, by the way, in the near future, because this was still 2-2, but now 3-3. upgrades are ready for the bio units of Bunny. And then I think a single Colossus and a couple of Gateway units is no longer going to keep you safe. I've lost track of how many Nexi got cancelled this game, but it must have been 8 or 9, right?
Yeah, and actually a lot of those are not even.
Oh, no!
Oh my god! A beautiful connection there. Mana is clawing his way into this game yet again, and he's just really maximizing the utility of these disruptors.
It's okay. Makes more army supply for more Liberators, okay? Like 4 or 5 Liberators are nice, but wait until you face 9 or 10 Liberators with advanced ballistics. So I think it's okay. That was obviously an expensive hit. One Liberator bit misrallied and we'll get picked off. But Bunny is gonna snipe this base at the bottom side one more time, because why the hell not? A recall is gonna try to save it, but I still think you can just kill the Nexus. Oh.
Yeah, I think that's gonna not have been enough army to really save that Nexus in time. Disruptors also getting focus fire down. Those were the lifeblood over here for Mana. And with all the disruptors going down, we have a Stalker Zealot army. Another 4th base is taken out. Bunny will luck his way into a victory.
Oh, come on. Give my boy some props over here. He played beautiful. Because he didn't get, like, okay, you know, if he would have killed like 27 probes, this would have mined with Drilling Claws and then he wins, be like, yeah, it is what it is. But those were not the most successful mine drops of all time. But the reason why I said I felt it wasn't that bad is that Bunny at least was macroing properly at home and actually got a really good economy going for himself. And in general, Protoss players are really afraid to get too aggressive against Widowmine with Drilling Claw openers, because we all know the feeling where you're like flying to the other side of the map, another mine drop shows in, and if you're out of position once, you keep being out of position. So the opening may not have done a lot of damage, but it gave Bunny the potential to play a solid macro game. And I'm only going to repeat it one more time, but I'm really proud of how he hit all his transitions. He didn't get stuck in his crazy Marine Marauder, let's drop all game long and then eventually lose to an invincible army. Nope. Step by step, his army got better. His macro was beautiful. I'm very proud. I'm very happy.
All right, Kev. Well, you know, it's been fun, but as you should know, the Protoss protagonists always start off with a bit of a blow. That's the methodology for our victories. Unless we just absolutely demolish a team like we did with Cass's team, because, you know, the only match that's ever gone not 3-2. So that one we accidentally won a little too quickly. Sorry about that. But, you know, we always like to start off a little bit further down and then we make our comeback. So this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of it. And I actually think this next series is going to be one of the ones that actually does favor my team. Trap versus Raynor. These are the 2 hard hitters. And okay, tell me that the last time they faced off against each other, what was the score again, Kev?
I mean, you know, Raynor got a little tired of winning everything, you know, so he's like, you know what, I'll give 1 to Trap as well. But you know what it is in
he
PvC?
gave 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, yeah.
A couple of cheeky builds. It doesn't really mean a thing. Oh, Ravi, I can't believe how cute you are.
Cheeky builds definitely don't matter.
You know what I do hope? Like, I do hope you guys get a point on the board eventually, because, you know, everybody's been waiting for No Brain, No Pain to play. I have been eagerly anticipating our first appearance, and if we just show up with a 4-0, I mean, kind of in the line of expectation, but also not that fun for the fans. So you know what? If you guys win a map here and there, I'm okay with it, Ravi. I don't think it's gonna happen here.
No, I totally get it, man. You're at that point where you realize yourself that you are actually the villain here. Because the true heroes of this story are down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. The yellow Protoss player from Jin Air Green Wings, he is Trap.
And down there is where they will stay when it comes to this scoreboard, because nothing's going up, Ravi. On the top side, where we belong, we look in the main base of the Italian Stallion. It is Raynor. My first pick, my captain. Definitely had some influence in how this entire team came together. I didn't want to select Raynor and then just select a bunch of my favorite players and have the potential that Raynor may not have been super happy. So I really involved him closely throughout the entire process. I did tell him, I really want Bunny. And he's like, no, we can absolutely get Bunny. But first we get Solar. And I was like, all right, we'll get Solar, we get Bunny. So, you know, we kind of did it together. Raynor is more than just a star on this team. He's like the CEO, you know? Well, the co-CEO. COO, right?
I feel very similar with my approach with Neeb. I informed him, like, okay, got my second pick coming up and everything. Except I just ignored all of his advice.
Oh my
And the players
goodness.
get licked. I
Well,
think I told this during the draft, but I asked Neeb like, "Hey, do you have any like thoughts on who we should pick and everything?" And he's like, "Look, I think you probably have a really good sense of everything. Just don't pick any more Protoss players."
and then you picked 4, and he was like,
I
all
picked
right.
4.
I mean, you guys have done good so far, though. Definitely an excellent start. And, I can see you guys make it into the playoffs. I think those top 2 slots are going to be reserved, though, Ravi.
I mean,
Just
I
so-
think after we reverse sweep your team, I think that we're almost guaranteed at that point, right? Because
Oh my goodness.
3-1.
Ravi, I don't want to be the anti-hype guy, but this one is all over, okay? Like, it's a 4-0. And that's okay. I mean, you guys had a pretty good showing today. And I look forward to your next match because, your team is one of my favorite teams. 4 Protoss players. I looked forward to casting this because I was like, nice. I can cheer for my team. I can be biased. I can be happy that they win. But at the same time, I'll never be bored because every match includes a Protoss. So this was my dream matchup.
That may have influenced my decision for team drafting, where I'm like, I could just only cast Protoss matches. I mean, I don't have to cast any TVTs or ZVZs. Really?
That's the one thing that I actually had to keep in mind after I had 3 players. I was like, Raynor, I love everything about this team so far, but I do really hope we can get Drogo, mate, because otherwise I'll be casting this league probably all the way to the grand final because you guys are awesome. But I'd love to cast a couple Protoss games here and there as well. He's like, no worries. He's like, we'll get Drogo. It's going to work out. And I was like, okay. All right, let's talk about this game. We see a Twilight Council on the bottom side of the map and a robotics facility. Of course, Raynor has been thinking about that series that he did lose against Trap.
Yeah, but I gotta say, Trap has already been showing some cute builds that I feel like he hasn't even shown during that series that he played versus Raynor previously in DreamHack Masters. So I'm excited to actually see what he's going to be coming up with. Right now, it is just going to be Resonating Glaives. All right, Wordy, yes, we get it. War Chest Team League, you're awesome. Our wonderful observer and organizer for this event. Okay, it's going to actually be, the 4-gate version of the Resonating Glaive pressure build. And we'll see what the follow-up is going to be, because I think that is the most interesting part about it. Yeah, the Resonating Glaive Adepts can also get nice bits of damage done here and there, but I feel like Raynor is usually the player that's actually pretty on top of that kind of stuff.
Yep, and obviously he had plenty of time to think about this kind of stuff as well. As I mentioned before, Raynor actually just went on like a 6 or 7 day holiday. And I was DMing him a little bit because he's like uploading videos of being on a boat. And I was like, mate, there better be a laptop on that boat and you better be building some queens because I don't know what we're doing over here. And he just replied with a lot of laughing emojis. He's like, don't worry, I'm thinking a lot about the game. And whenever I think a lot about the game, I just get better. I was like, well, I wish that was the case for me, Ravi. After 10 years of StarCraft, I can guarantee you no matter how much I think about the game, I don't get better. Hopefully Raynor does get better because it's not just the 4 gateways, it's 6 gateways over here.
Ooh.
So Raynor has to take this as serious as one could possibly do.
Well, don't worry, Kev, because it's not just you. Raynor is also about to get bopped over here, as he's gonna live up to the no brain, no pain team name. So see how little his thinking has paid off, as these adepts are gonna be shading around, not finding an opportunity over there as they head over toward the main base. But the next warp in is going to be when there's going to be 6 adepts being made. And where is that warp prism actually sitting around right now? It looks like
Bottom.
it's just behind the army, yeah.
Yep. Not going into the main base yet. Raynor is taking this incredibly serious though, and so far no errors in the macro. Now he actually goes into droning, and I'm always a bit afraid that that may have been a little bit too early. What's the roach count? Yeah, 6, 8. There is a spine, of course. There is a queen. Trap is gonna warp in even more adepts, and this is where Raynor doesn't have vision of the army actually. Oh, I'm a little bit worried. That's a lot of adepts. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, and there's actually 0 larva right now as well for Raynor, so he can't exactly make a ton more units right now. The adepts are just going to shade over toward the main base. They do slightly get surrounded over here, but look at that pickup micro, keeping the low health adepts alive as he migrates them over a little bit further to the right, warps in some more adepts. The queens have not been able to get up the ramp either. Now it's going to be roaches versus the adepts, and the force on the ramp keeps the queens out again.
Transfuse is one hell of a drug though, and actually did a pretty good job in keeping a couple of these roaches alive. The drones in the main base do feel very exposed at this point. I think a couple of adepts shaded elsewhere. Nope, it's all about the main base at this point. If Raynor just gets all of his units in the main base, it shouldn't be that bad. A lot of these adepts are starting to run low on HP. It is very important to keep these queens alive because they do have a lot of energy.
Yeah, a couple of the drones are starting to go down. There's the Shade going over toward the third base. There's absolutely zero defenses over here. Lings barely by a few seconds of time, but the drones are already on the retreat. I want to note, it's not exactly like Raynor has 10, 15, 20 drones more than Trap right now. He is down to 38 versus 37. He's only got a single drone advantage.
It's actually not going that bad though for my boy, because you know, if he has a single drone advantage, that's great news, because he's on 3 bases. Trap is on 2. Trap lets that Shade into the natural finish up. The Warp Prism is not here to save, and this time the Adept count is really dwindling. Sure, a lot of drones are gonna go down, but if Raynor survives without losing any additional workers at this point, I'm still kind of okay with his position.
Okay, a few more drones are going to end up going down. Finally, the recall comes on out. The Warp Prism, I believe, did barely survive with 5 hit points left over. He's still killing a few more drones over at that third base, and I feel like this is just barely becoming enough damage, right? He was up almost 10 workers, and he still got another big round of Adepts coming out across the map.
Yep, more Adepts are indeed going to make their way to the other side of the map, but Raynor still has that one little happy Zergling on the bottom side. Raynor knows that Trap is still on 2 bases. Obviously wants to drone up, at the same time can't drone up too many, because you really can't afford to lose any additional drones. 20 drones have gone down, but 28 Adepts have gone down as well. And these Adepts are going to have a really hard time ever getting rid of these 5 Queens, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big problem over here. The Warp Prism has also made its way across the map. There were 2 Immortals that were made. I thought that maybe the Warp Prism was going to wait for those 2 Immortals to both pop out, and then he would rally them forward. But here's that first Immortal. It's going to be very useful against those Roaches.
Well, I mean, Trap is definitely kind of all in though, and that main base is starting to run a little low on minerals. As long as that Spinecrawler is here and the 8 Queens are here, I'm okay with it. I don't like the fact that Raynor is building drones right now. I want to see more Roaches, more Ravages, because you just need to stay alive here. I think that Raynor has the idea that Trap is going up to 3 bases now, but he's about to find out that that's not the case. As the Zerglings will see, there is no Nexus there. Raynor just built units.
Immortals also rallying across the map. Raynor is not going to catch wind of that. He's leaving those Zerglings on the other side of the map.
Oh, no.
Just really going to avoid it. Nice. Okay, here we go. The big fight as well. Corrosive Bile does land on a few of those Adepts. Warp Prism does end up falling. Is there enough firepower over here for Trap to continue pushing on through? Another one of those Corrosive Biles does land on the Adepts, but it looks like the Immortals are really pulling their weight.
One Immortal on the left side. Oh my goodness, there was an Immortal completely exposed on the left side. That would have been an amazing pickup, because the Queens are actually very low on HP at this point. The Adepts did commit all the way into the main base. And yes, they'll get a Queen there and a couple of drones, but I actually feel those Adepts would have been more useful with the main army.
Oh, now actually there's a weird situation where these sentries are down there on the low ground. They don't quite have enough energy for a force field. That could have actually been really problematic for Raynor if any force fields are able to be thrown down and just delay him from defending the third base. But 6 more drones go down. It's still pretty close to worker counts, but like you were saying, this is the point where both these players are going to start mining out of their main and their naturals.
Yeah, the problem is there are so many sentries in the mix now, and yes, we do have 5 Ravages, but that's not a very sweet amount, and the Queens have gone down as well, and I felt that the Queens were kind of the lifeline of Raynor. They're really good in little fights like this. They're incredibly useful the longer they stay alive. Now pretty much all of the Queens have gone down. Raynor is going to see one more time that Trap is still on 2 bases. Trap doesn't really care. It's all about this fight. The Corrosive Biles are amazing though so far.
Yeah, getting a few of these Ravager pickoffs. It looks like he's not quite going to be able to secure the kill on that other final low health Ravagers, but so many probes are going down. I feel like that's going to really hamper Trap's ability to actually replenish a lot of this army. So it's do or die with this army right here. Warp Prism Micro has got to be really on point. The Immortals are still staying alive. He's killing off more Lings. But those Lings in the main base, they're now heading over from the natural to the main, and this is going to be a huge problem.
Yep, these Lings are pretty much winning the game. The only thing that Raynor needs to do is just not die against this little army at the other side of the map. Sure, it has a couple of Immortals. Sure, it still has a Warp Prism. But look at the production tab. Non-stop Roaches and Zerglings on the way. Those Queens, they've been here since the very get-go, since that first skirmish. And I actually think that this is going to be it. GG gets called. And Ruffy, how many map wins do you need to pick up again to win a Clan War? Like, is it 3 actually?
I mean, yeah, Kev, here's the thing, is that well played by your team. You guys played fantastic. This is kind of like so this was the middle of our arc. And as everyone knows, you kind of have to stumble at the beginning, then rise back up, and then you have like that kind of climax where you get knocked down as far as you can go, and that now this is actually the point that the true ascension starts coming through. It's a it's a true story. It's an M Canning story. So Kev, don't worry about it. We'll see you in the finals.
I hope so, mate. I hope so. I'm just seeing the boys are indeed very, very happy right now. They're like,
Yeah.
let's go.
But,
Bonnie is like, give me money.
Now, of course, do remember, guys, that we play out all 4 games. This hasn't actually come up yet because we've had so many 3-2s, but we play out all 4 games no matter what, even if it is a 3-0. So we're still going to get Petit Drogo versus Neeb.
Yep, and that's going to be one hell of a PvP. I'm really excited to see it. Drogo has had a couple of spectacular series over the last few weeks. I actually have to join the right channel again. I think this is it. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, Waddy. Sorry about that. I'm so excited. A real cliche here would be that you often save the best for last. It's been like, 14 hours of the War Chest Team League so far, and we've seen a couple of great games. But eventually, you want to bring out the big guns, the real show, the main attraction. And I think that my boys are the main attraction of the evening. What a start. Oh my goodness. I'm loving this.
All right, well, we're headed into a PvP. Let me say that I think Neeb's PvP is looking mighty fine lately. So I'm excited to see how this one shapes on out.
Me too. I mean, I'm excited to see when we drop our first map in this tournament. Like, today we've got 3 matches. I'm kind of expecting a 12-0. But you never know, right? You never know what is going to happen. No, I don't know. This should be a really fun one. I'm obviously a big Neeb fanboy as well, but I'm gonna hide that as well as I possibly can.
All right, so what's been going on in PvP for you lately? Because I feel like this is the matchup that every single time I look away for maybe 2 to 3 weeks, I look back and I'm like, wait, this is what happens in the matchup now? Like, I thought we were in proxying Robos, and now we're proxying Stargates, or now we're just flooding at depths, and now we're just back to Blink Stalker Disruptor. Like, well, what have you been noticing?
I think the last part, I think you're really onto something there. It feels that people have truly found the love for the Blink Stalkers again, and now it's kind of all about let's just get Blink Stalkers and Disruptors and then take the game from there. We see more and more like real proper late game in PvP when it comes to Carriers, Tempest. I mean, Neeb provided us with, in my opinion, the game of the year. I know some people may disagree, but I think that game Neeb versus Australia on Eternal Empire, DreamHack Masters NA was just absolutely fantastic. Neeb's got godlike mid to late game PvP. I will never say anything else. But I think Drogo is incredibly strong in that mid game and hitting some of those timings. So this should be a fun one.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be starting down here on the bottom right-hand side of the map on top of the yellow Protoss player from Ting Esports. He is Neeb.
And on the top left side, I'm sure he wants to complete the clean sweep. Representing no brain, no pain. It is Drogo. Also went on a little holiday. Like, I don't know, maybe they're onto something, Ravi. Maybe you and I should take some holidays every now and then.
Maybe the best way to get better at StarCraft is to not play.
Just think a lot about it while you're sipping, I don't know, sangrias at a beach and you're in a boat somewhere. Mediterranean Sea. I guess it helps.
Well, it's actually a funny thing that I think doesn't get talked about as much in StarCraft, but I know in like a lot of fighting games and stuff, one of the things that people will tell you, because fighting games are very mechanically based and a lot about like practicing specific moves or combos and everything. They'll say like, if you go to learn like some advanced technique or a combo or something, practice it for like 10 or 15 minutes, then step away for like 5 or 10 minutes. You'd have to like take these breaks or like step away for 20 minutes and then come back and try it again for another 10, 15 or 20 minutes or something. Like, stepping away from the game is so important. I think this is like the longer term version of it, right? Where you step away from the game for like a few days or like a week or something, and then you come back and you just feel a bit refreshed.
Yeah, it does make sense, especially with like how long the DreamHack events take right now, right? Like, obviously, if COVID would have never happened, it would have just been a weekend event, and then you've got all the time in the world, and sure, you've got like Challenger and stuff, but now it's a lot more spread out. So yeah, going from like the start of DreamHack Summer, potentially War Chest, and then all the way to DreamHack Fall, the end. Like, you're talking about a couple of months of almost non-stop practice. So I definitely think you're onto something, and it's good to see that these guys are already looking after themselves as well.
All right, well, we do have a slight difference in the openings already. Double Stalker versus double Adept openings. So Drogo's going to be the one putting on a little bit of the earlier pressure first, and it's going to be up to Neeb to just continue to block out those Adepts. But it looks like he is trying to go for one of the faster Nexus.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Nothing has ended 4-0 so far, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's only one series that's even gone like 3-1. And even that did not end by game 3, so.
Yeah, so Wardy just confirmed it as well to us. There has not been a single 4-0 yet. I think it has something beautiful after a full day last week and now a couple of matches already this morning. You know, my boys show up and we do deliver the first 4-0 of the tournament. So we do have a... Whoa, what? What is that? Okay, I can't believe he just prepped that stock and the shield battery will save the sentry. Does he have enough DPS? He should have used... Oh, what?
Oh my god! He gets it? Really?
Okay, that didn't look like it, but I'm okay with it.
Oh my god. Okay, well, a nice little snag there for Drogo. Neeb still keeps one of the stalkers alive, and well, he's gonna move across the map again with some of these stalkers and see what he can get done. He does have that first Oracle also gonna be popping out soon, so we'll see how effective this is. Drogo's also gonna be sending out 2 Adepts of his own.
Yep. I mean, if the stalkers move out, then 2 Adepts can absolutely bring a world of pain. We'll see. I mean, so far, Drogo is going to be incredibly happy with his start, of course. He had a much quicker Nexus, somehow managed to force a recall and kill the Stalker. I've seen a lot of force fields. Neep. Okay, yeah, let it finish up. That's a free probe. Not bad at all. These Oracles at this point for Neep really need to get something done on the other side of the map. Otherwise, this is going to be a rather problematic game for Neep.
Oh man, yeah. Passing the force field on the Adepts definitely sucks. I feel like Neeb has really been struggling with some of the server stuff today, because...
Oh, come on! Get out of here. We just had Raynor play on US West, you know? Have you ever played a game from Italy on US West? It's like, it's quicker to play on the moon, mate. Don't give me the server stuff.
I'm just saying, I've lost every coin toss so far.
I've won every coin toss, but Raynor still had to play on US West. It's not easy.
I'm just saying, Neeb is making those small little micro mistakes, like he has missed a lot of his Oracle kills and stuff. I'm not saying your players don't deserve the wins. I'm just saying, every so often, I feel like Neeb has been kind of, seems like a little bit tilted by some of the server micro stuff. Just small little micro.
That's funny, because like memes and banter aside from my clan, well, I always thought that Neeb was one of the guys who didn't care at all and actually often played games on Europe. Even though he could have forced American server, he just didn't care because he always led it on Europe anyway. So I'm surprised that you say that.
No, I think that's actually a good point as well. I just, an observation on my end that I feel like today has been a lot of small little micro mistakes, and maybe he's just I don't know, feeling a little bit rusty waking up at 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning.
That's probably, yeah, that probably has a lot more to do with it, right? Like playing at these time zones is not easy for everyone. I think for my guys, the first matches were a really good time. Obviously, I have the second to last match and the last match today, so that's going to be a bit difficult for Bunny and Solar, but maybe they can play a bit earlier or something. I don't know how that works. We'll figure it out.
Loaded up with matches today.
Yeah, I know. We have to make up for it. But I'm excited, man. Like, the boys have been pumped. I've been pumped. I was really sad that I couldn't be part of the opening last week because I was watching it and I was like, it's like you're a little child, you know, you're waiting for Christmas. It's like, come on. I want to see my boys play. Let's go. All right, so we got Drogo building the War Prism here, but he's also going up to 3 bases. So I'm not sure if he's, like, serious about being very aggressive. Maybe just a Stalker move out, but then a couple of Adepts in the main base or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think I could definitely be one of the plays here for Drogo. Kind of interesting. Also, like when you have a big Blink Stalker potential and everything, it feels like Drogo could maybe push into the other potential 3rd base location for Neeb, Blink up to the main base like you were saying, and harass. Whereas Neeb is not necessarily going to have the same sort of ease of access because that's actually where Drogo's 3rd base is. So kind of gets immediately denied just by having a base there and units over there to defend.
And don't forget that Drogo does have a couple of sentries in the mix as well. Imagine if he puts the sentries in the War Prism and blinks into the main base. That could be one hell of a play. I don't know if that's... I don't really know why Drogo's here, though. Neep's got a lot of units. I'm a bit worried. Oh, and he forward blinks, actually, and ends up losing his Stalker. Second Stalker goes down as well. I mean, Neep has now actually a 5 workers advantage, and there is a stasis threat as well. Good job with Drogo spotting it at least, but I don't know if Drogo can really make magic happen here.
Yeah, I mean, it's relatively even worker or stalker counts between both players, and the reinforcements should be coming out pretty quickly here for Drogo. I have to say, Neep was kind of getting choked up by these force fields in the pylon as well, and Drogo definitely has a bit of a concave advantage. He's also warping in more stalkers. I think he's actually starting to push on through.
Yep, I cannot believe how well this is going. The forces were amazing. On powers the Robo as well, so no Immortal for Neep yet. The 2 gateways are on power too. The probes are being pulled, but it doesn't matter. GG gets called. Drogo wins this one as well. No brain, no pain. 4-0. Ravi, we're not here to take part. We're here to take over, okay?
All right, don't worry, Kev. Don't worry, Kev. You know, it's the group stages. We want to give you a little present, a little gift since you weren't able to play the first week. Well played. Honestly, all your players played really, really well, and you'll definitely see more of Team 4 Shades of Protoss next week. So, you know, we'll be back. We'll be back.
I'm actually a big fan of your team. You know, we have to banter a little bit, and obviously I am very biased here towards my boys, but I am sure that you guys are going to do great. I know that we tease you for the 4 Protoss thing, but you know, individually, they're all 4 amazing players, and I have a good feeling that we'll see you guys in the playoffs. So I wish you best of luck, my friend, and you guys, of course.
Yeah, same to you as well, as I know you really do have one of the strongest teams. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading to a short break before we get the next series set on up. It's actually not going to be Kevin or I. It's going to be Nate versus Maynard. So going to get some very, very fun Terran level play. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. See you in a little bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the StarCraft 2 War Chest Team League. That's right. It's the match that you've all been waiting for all day to watch me and the Tank Toppers kick some ass. And also you get to stare at Maynard's beautiful face for the duration of the series as well. Lee, how you doing? Just start by telling me what time it is over there.
The time is 11:30 p.m., Nate. I'm in one of those weird half-an-hour time zones. Now, it's not just beautiful faces that you're going to be seeing today. Half of Nate's is covered. Actually, more than half of Nate's is covered. That beard is glorious. Those glasses are glorious. That fringe as well, covering up that enormous forehead. But we also have the Dread Knights coming in here to slay some faces. We're going to make sure that the Tank Toppers are actually the Tank Bottoms today. The boys have been training very, very hard. Parting's been stretching his wrists, making sure they're as strong as possible for the twisting that is about to occur. I'm very keen to see how the boys look and how training's gone down in the Dread Knights mansion, in the practice house.
Yeah, well, we've currently been working on some cybernetic enhancements for Maru's shoulder throughout the duration of everything that we've had going on. So we do expect to bring you Terminator 2 at least by our next series. I can't guarantee it'll be ready for this one, but you know, Maynard, I have so much fun. I have so much fun with these matches. I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. You know, I put on my roller skates. I got a little bit of my morning energy going. Have my coffee, and I'm excited to see some battle cruisers teleporting into Mineral Lines. I'm excited to see some shenanigans. And honestly, I was really excited to play against you because I didn't have to worry about server latency for any of my Korean players. So I do want to thank you for that. I do want to thank you for giving my players the best opportunity to kick your players' asses, so to speak.
And same to you. Thank you for giving my very Korean heavy roster the Korean server for every single game. I really appreciate that, Nate. With that outfit, though, it looks like when you were doing that jogging, you were primarily listening to synthwave, like almost exclusively synthwave with that jacket on.
Oh yeah.
Did you Did you also
my new song of the summer?
Did you windsurf over here?
Yes, I did.
Nice.
Actually, I believe the term is oh god, I'm trying to remember what the name of that is. Okay, I missed my opportunity. What was that game? Oh man. Okay, well I can't remember it. I'll think of it at some point. No, there's some good like synthwave skating-ish type game that I'm trying to remember, but yeah. In case anybody's wondering, we are deliberately delaying getting into this game as long as possible because my client appears to be super bugged and I cannot join the lobby for some strange reason after restarting 7 times. Yeah, I'm 100% online. I have attempted to join off of Wardy 3 times now and restarted my game 3 times and relogged 3 times, but it just will not let me in. Well, I guess what happens when you get blocked by everybody is then you just can't join any lobbies, huh? It's a shame.
That is a shame.
I gotta stop calling out those barcodes, man.
That's all right. I think we added a few to the list today. I think, Nate. I myself was also close to blacklisting a few people. Putting them on that list. That I was watching. I've seen the Michael Jordan, The Last Dance documentary on Netflix, and I'm like, when Michael gets slighted, he puts people on a list in his brain. And I'm like, you know what, Michael, I can relate to that. When you get on ladder and you got that one Protoss that never builds just the one gateway and expands. They always got that second one near your natural. You know what I mean? And like, you're on the list. You're on the list.
Exactly.
I'm gonna jot you down.
You know what? I can cast this off of the program feed that you have, Wardy. It's no big deal. I don't need to join this lobby. I'm just stuck on an endless loop that says entering lobby. I must scream, but I have no mouth. I just sent you like 7 messages. Nobody. That's it, guys. I finally got banned for being so toxic. It only took 7 years. We did it, ladies and gentlemen.
Nate is so toxic and disliked by the general community of esports that he's transcended existence. He's transcended existence. He's time traveled to the 80s. Through the magic of Discord. Like, Discord's a really sick tool. We've managed to time travel a Discord call.
I tell you what,
decades. It's
the 80s, not enough of the progressive stuff has happened yet, but I gotta say it's great to have Artosis as a math teacher.
He's my dad's best friend. Oh man. All right, well, we are finally into the game. Looks like in the top left here, in the red, representing the Dread Knights with that blood red color, it's my boy Parting.
And in the bottom right, spawning as the teal tank top Terran. Give it up for Maru.
I'm gonna refrain giving it up for Maru.
You give it up for Maru, Lee. Don't play games with me. You know you'd be on both sides of this fence if you could be. All right, and that's
Maru
okay.
is
There's nothing
actually-
wrong with that.
I do remember in the drafting group when we were talking about potential pickups, and we were laughing at the fact that Maru hadn't been picked by anyone yet. I was just sort of like, you know what? I love charity cases. I love an underdog story. If I have to pick up Maru when my turn comes around, then I'm okay with it. At the start here, we were talking about early gateway Protosses, and you know, that's pretty early gateway, Nate, and that is in the natural of the Terran.
Yeah, that is. You could call this one a little bit quick. It's a bit of the max packs, I believe, as it were. And I am going to completely derail us for 1 second to say, guy in chat actually did get Jet Set Radio is what I was thinking about. That's my
Nice.
Jet Set
Thank you,
Radio
Anna
future.
Chat.
That's the synthwave appropriate skating game or whatever. I haven't actually played it. I've just seen all the memes.
One of the most exciting things about being a Twitch streamer and having many guys in the chat often is that there will always be someone out there to actually you when you think that you're right/wrong.
Exactly. Well, you know you know what they say. The greatest way to get the answers on the internet, Maynard, is not to ask a question. It's to simply state something that's incorrect, and then the collective spite of the masses will work like the fastest cogs that have ever turned to get you the true answer to your questions, whether it is right or wrong. But there you go.
A faster way to get an answer than Google. We have the Zealot showing up here on the front wall, and now there is a full wall in for Maru, which is already a little bit rough for parting with this build. So he is going to deny the natural for at least a little bit while he takes his Nexus up back at home. So I would say a slight lead departing, but obviously these Zealots have limited utility at the moment.
You know what though, Lee? They've got that utility down, and you showed a little bit of respect to my boy Maru, so I'm going to show some respect back. Parting would have 100% been the second player that I picked if he was there, but you're a pretty intelligent guy, so it doesn't surprise me that you would pick him up when you got the opportunity to do so. I like Parting because in these types of weird games, you get weird matches. Now, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, depending on just how well Maru is feeling on this particular day, I do wonder myself what kind of shape, what kind of form we're going to see. He's been a little bit more of a mixed bag, you know. We're not quite getting the cool ranch flavored Doritos. We've got one of those smaller variety packs. And I'll tell you what, as much as I am a fan of variety, Maynard, I'm looking for, I want the family size of one flavor today. All right. I want everybody to bring the heat. I want everybody to bring that spicy nacho until nobody has any taste buds left. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to say I still need to see this Stargate build get smacked down. I'm going to need to say Parting, give me a little bit of that She-Ball Scream or whatever it is that he does. And I mean, hopefully Maru won't have to not GG him because he's not going to need to GG.
I mean, you were talking about variety Doritos, and there are many varieties of Parting Screams. As a big fan of his channel and him being one of my star players. The Zealots do get a couple of the Marines there. He continues to deny the natural of Maru, which is being remade in the main base, of course, being turned into an orbital, so we'll be able to take that in a minute. And Parting is showing, like you mentioned, Nate, that Stargate build. This is something that he's been lacking a little bit more in this matchup lately. But there have been a few times where I have heard that She-Ball Scream, where I've seen those Phoenixes fly over Marines and him get upset about it. So hopefully the micro is on point today. As I still think that Parting's in a pretty solid spot. You know, up 9 workers at the moment. It's got his natural. The Terran's still basically one base. A counter Widowmine, or actually, excuse me, a Hellion drop there from Maru to see what he can get done on the other side of the map.
Oh, it does come. Maru, why you gotta take the most direct path right over the damn Stalker? Like,
well,
okay, well, you know, hey, anything can happen. This is about as what a typical Parting game that I expect, though. He's got a crap ton of Stalkers out front. He's being as annoying as humanly possible. My boy's Medevac's getting killed. All right, can we at least barbecue some probes? Can we get some cooked metal?
I think we might get some barbecue probes.
There we go. That's what I need. There you go. Maynard, I'm starting to wake up now. I'm starting to wake up. All right, it's 7 in the morning, but boy, oh boy, I'll be down for barbecue at any hour of the day.
That is, I mean, that's barbecue for you, and that's a bucket of ice water over my head right now. I was feeling warm, toasty, relaxed. It's late evening here, but now I'm feeling a little nervous. That was no bueno there for Parting, and no doubt the She-Ball Screams have come out there. The tank getting a few shots off. These Stalkers are actually kind of boxed in. They can't really leave without taking a tank shot, and they can't really commit without, you know, dying. So, bit of an awkward spot here for Parting. He's going to use the Zealot to tank and go for it. Ooh, lifts it up with the Phoenix. Parting going to try and break the position. He does pick up the tank.
Auto turret tries to help solidify the position, but without that siege tank, man, this is the shit I hate playing against on ladder, Maynard. This is so hard to deal with sometimes. These stalkers up in your face from the very beginning, not able to almost ever secure that. I'm kind of shocked, to be honest, that Parting went for this like the couple handful of Phoenix play to complement this. Like, he is just 100% out for blood nonstop the entire time. So far, Maru is hanging in there. He's not behind by anything past the average in a typical Terran versus Protoss as far as the economy really goes. And I'm gonna be honest with you, with the Hellion damage and how late this third is for Parting, I still feel pretty good for my boy Maru. He's still gonna be able to get up that +1. He's still gonna be able to get those extra barracks. If I have one thing that I'm concerned about, obviously it's gonna be whether or not Parting decides to go for blink play. But as long as he keeps building Phoenix, I don't see that as a spirit animal. To me, Parting is not a part of the great animal kingdom that includes Rotterdam and people who like to mass Phoenix and other Stargate units.
Yeah, the apex predator of all Protosses.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
Parting is 6'2" of pure perfection. But this game, not super perfect from him so far. He's actually he was floating a fair bit of money earlier. I didn't get to bring it up, but he was floating a bit of money earlier. It was a little supply block there on 62, and I'm just not looking super hot macro-wise. Microing the Phoenixes around and that sort of thing might have been the reason for that. So hopefully it's just Maru hacking. We do see those Phoenixes getting shepherded out of that main base. Maru is solidifying in that natural, and he's locked down pretty tight. And it looks like with that +1 and stim on the way, he's going to have himself a bit more of a powerful anti-Stargate army. See that Parting is already switching gears here, going for that ground pound army, dropping that robotics bay, going to go for some splash damage. Colossi is going to be the choice.
All right. These types of games I always find fascinating. This Banshee's going to roll into that main base, forcing the recall. I mean, as long as he can get at least like 3 or 4 probes, be pretty happy here, considering not much of a way to escape against those Phoenix. But I always feel like it's, no matter how much damage you take, if the Protoss gives up the opportunity to get that super fast third base to try and put pressure on and they don't kill you, or you get any counter harass done, I feel really good for the Terran position, because typically at this point in the game, he'd be trying to get his third. Parting would already have his third saturated, but instead he's cranking out those probes. He's building these Phoenix, and I don't really think the Phoenix are going to end up being a big factor as far as the main big army fight goes. It's going to be a little bit more about the control on those Colossi, maybe force fields to deal with the bio, but I tell you what, Marines, they're not scared of Phoenix, Lee.
They are absolutely not. It's actually one of the few things that Marines aren't afraid of. The War of the Worlds laser giraffes is definitely something that they are going to be afraid of, and that's what Maru's working towards. He's picking off that Phoenix on the edge there. Parting still trying to, just be present with the Phoenixes. He's not actually finding any damage. Maru is getting close to having combat shield stim, and +1 is done. So that looks like push time here for Maru.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a window before the extended thermal lance finishes up, right? If Parting can't get it up in time, there's a possibility that this Bioforce kind of steamrolls into that third and gets a lot of work done. But with the way that choke point usually works out, I think the priority should probably is focus a little bit more towards securing this third base. The Phoenix are already kind of coming over and bullying our poor Terran player, who did absolutely nothing to deserve having his third base harassed like this. But as I said, Extended Thermal Lance is not up yet, and there's not an insane amount of Zealots with this army just yet. The Guardian Shield is going to get popped. Tanks from front taking for this. Needs to get the Focus Fire down onto those rest of the units on the low ground. One of the Phoenix coming over to pick up the Siege Tank. It's a little bit unfortunate, but the rest of the army is going to get away because no Colossus range.
Yeah, that was definitely a trade for both players. Lots of damage on both sides, but Parting with enough breathing room to take that 4th Nexus and with enough gateways to start replenishing as well. Not quite with the funds to get a great big warp into charge lots, which is absolutely necessary here to stand and fight against this Bioforce. He's very Marine heavy, and now that Extended Thermal Lance is done, actually 2 seconds away from that, and there it is. Ding, it's done. Now the Marines aren't too much of a threat anymore to the army of Parting, and he excuses Maru from the premises. Get out of here.
A little monk S there. That's definitely something to be concerned about. Those Marines are taking a lot of drugs just to get home, and it makes me concerned for what their lives are going to be like when they do get back. Maynard, that's going to be a difficult army to kind of put back together. But maybe just maybe, Maru's got some sort of plan cooked up. The number of Colossi is definitely disheartening, to say the least, especially considering that he's building a Ghost Academy. And I'm asking myself, no Starport? Bueller?
It seems like he's on TVP autopilot here, which is fine because he's the worst player in this matchup, obviously. But it's more like he's just okay. This is the time where I'm sorry, who won in GSL last time? Anyway, he's going for the Ghost Academy here, which most Terrans do at this time, just because the Ghosts, I feel like, just are effective in this matchup anyway. Like, they're just nice in a battle, and then just relying on Concave of Bio and whatever air units you do have to win an engagement against the Colossi. But you're right. I do get a little bit worried when your army is basically a bio ball with medevac support, even if it is tier 3 bio, against a guy that has Colossi. It is a little scary.
Yeah, well, if there's one thing that we know Parting is always going to be good at, regardless of whatever army he chooses, it's going to be the micro component. But you could say the same for Maru, depending on his condition on the day. He's been a little bit more, high highs, low lows. However, for the purposes of this match, if he can get a good defensive position, if Parting gets a little bit overzealous, if Parting thinks that his army is too good, and he tries to push up into this innocent Terran ramp, things could get ugly pretty quickly. We do have that one medevac drop kind of poking over, pulling a few warp-ins towards the northeast side as it does get loaded and repositioned. Between you and me, he's getting Vikings, getting some tanks. Would like to still see a little bit of extra starport production. Ghost Academy, what is it doing there?
Oh, that is a weird spot to chuck your tech, and Parting ensues with the punishment there.
Don't put it. He's putting it back. He's putting it back in the six.
I mean, he's gonna plug the hole with something, Nate. It's only 50 gas. It's only 50 gas. It's not expensive. It's okay.
It's like, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do, Maynard? I know that I'm a very strong physical fighter, but I think that instead of using my fists or my legs, I'm gonna bash my bloody head into your chest and just try to knock the air out of you. That's gonna be my strategy. That's what it feels like. That's a little bit what it feels like when you're putting your vital organs at the front of your base. It does raise a couple of questions.
Yeah, I personally.
And there, it's gonna
yeah. You know what?
What else could have happened?
I'm going to be using my genitalia to block every single blow in every fight that I'm in from now on. It seems like a great idea. I mean, obviously, the Ghost Academy isn't that vital. It is super vital to make those ghosts. And he's decided, you know what? Now's the bunker. I've lost the Ghost Academy twice. Probably I'll put a bunker here instead. I do want enhanced shockwave. I do think that ghosts are kind of trash without enhanced shockwave. I mean, they're not trash. It's actually not being super fair. They still have a lot of utility with those EMPs. Oh, good pick off there from Parting as well, getting rid of that small force of Maru in the top right of the map. But yeah, that upgrade is absolutely necessary. These ghosts need to have the EMP radius of the sun to just cover everything Protoss related with those EMPs.
Yeah, the Stalker's coming in onto that fourth base. He's getting the repair on the planetary. Pretty good job. I mean, Maru's definitely got himself into a much better army position now. And I'm going to say that even though the starport production I feel has been a little bit slow, the only reason why I say that is because I think having the extra Vikings, not even just versus the Colossus, but those Prism drops, is something that a lot of Protoss players have been getting better with. Like, more and more players have been doing it and making it a little bit harder to deal with those storms, to land those EMPs. And if it weren't for the fact that there hasn't been a big fight yet, too, it really, really, really would have sucked if he was forced to engage against Parting's full army without that EMP upgrade. That's I mean, it's almost like, what is it, like 100% increase in like the total size of the area almost? It's pretty massive.
Something like that. It's from memory. I don't remember the exact percentages. I know I'm a terrible caster, but I don't remember the exact percentages, but it's like it ends up being way bigger than it sounds. From memory, it's like a number that sounds small. But
people are like, it went from size 1 to 2, and you're like, yes. But when you're extending it from the end of the radius, you know, the amount of area that actually covers exponentially increases as you have more of it, right? So there's a large amount of Protoss that can be smacked down by that. This DT Blink stuff has been coming pretty popular though in PvT. We've been seeing a lot of that. He's getting a fleet bacon, so presumably he's thinking about Tempest to deal with zoning liberators. Although between you and me, I mean, he's been pretty slow to get onto the Liberator train. He's getting the fusion core, good zealot cleanup on the east side, and Maru's just kind of playing this a little bit turtley out. 7 DTs. Was that 7 DTs from Party?
Looked like about 7, yeah. They're being whooped in and going to be sent across the map shortly. I mean, Parting is one of the best, and he showed it a lot against TY was one of the Terrans that was super prepared for this. Maru doesn't really have detection in these mineral lines apart from one turret here and there, but not every mineral line is covered. But just blink DTs in general are such a pain when you just blink into a bio ball anyway. Like, you can't really kite that. They just blink into the middle of your ball, and then they just hack and slash, and they will one-shot most of those things with their upgrades. Speaking of upgrades, not looking too bad here for Mary. Plus 3 attack and armor on the way here. Parting's plus 3 attack is actually delayed. He's only getting plus 3 armor at the moment.
Well, I definitely feel good about that. Tell you what, I think one of the hardest parts about Terran vs Protoss is if you is when you get behind in upgrades, right? Because Protoss units, you have that armor by default on those tanky zealots. That's what makes, that's like literally what makes Zealot a viable unit, is having that tankiness. So not meant as like a complaint or anything, but if you fall behind in the upgrades, it gets really, really bad. So Maru's done a good job of staying on top of that. That's the kind of gameplay I expect out of him. But their DT hit squad, you took 2 of my tanks. You sank my battleship. He killed my bunker. What are you doing?
Parting tried to capitalize on that by attacking on the far left side as well. So the DT is going to get impeded and shoot away from the third base here. And that ended up being really expensive for Parting, I got to say, because the left side also got really thinned out. And it was, I was mentioning Parting TY earlier, and that gave me a little bit of reminiscence where a bunch of tanks just are raising a bunch of Parting's army as he tried to attack the left side of the infrastructure of Maru.
Maynard, did Parting, is he on the tail end of another 24-hour stream? Because
well,
we've got he's building carriers versus a Bio-Terran player, and that's not what I expected out of the Fleet Beacon. If I can be, I don't know how crazy bias of an answer that is, but I'm a little surprised to see carriers versus a guy who's going to have a lot of upgraded Marines. He's getting the medevac upgrade too. I actually do like that.
I do think making carriers right now is suicidal, but Parting is a better Protoss than me, so I won't judge. I'll allow it this one time as long as he wins the game.
Fair.
Zealots streaming on in, no ghost kills though, so the Zealots just kind of die for free. Well, I get they 4 SCVs, which is all right, but I feel like Mary's got a pretty good work account here to just have that macro machine kicking on in. He's making 5 Vikings at a time, really respecting the potential. These Colossi just exploding in front of him. Novas get fired there. He really wants to get that command center on that wall, but won't get it. Gets it low, but he won't kill it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Maynard, if there's another story of this game, it's that whatever the hell gets built in that wall to try to block that base always dies. Oh, that storm.
Some bad weather.
Random High Templar. That's illegal.
Well, you know how Terran are putting their random winter lines out on the map? I think random High Templar are everywhere on the map. Seems like a good build, as long as you have the APM and the minimap awareness for it to not be a complete liability.
Oh, Maynard, I don't know if you saw, but I did make a Facebook post 2 days ago that said I do not consent to Dark Templars being in my players' mineral lines, killing their workers. And I just, you're really grinding my gears right now. It's a lot of harass getting done. I'm not liking, I'm seeing it. You mean you did conveniently get Maru's worker count down to 69, so thank you, nice. But also, I'm gonna need it to stop. All right.
That's right. Yeah, everyone
short those defenses.
Please focus on the game.
Short. Focus on the game. Here. It's all about the players. Okay.
Yeah, we're all adults here.
Building armor and high-sec auto tracking, though. Never mind. I'm excited again.
And it's back up. Blood rushing out of the brain. The attempt at a nuke harassment there for Mary actually lost not only the nuke, but also the ghost there. It was just a bit of static defense from Parting, so it didn't really get too far. Maru is still trying to make some nukes happen, though. He's getting more and more nukes up in the Ghost Academy. And I'm continuing to dislike these carriers, but I know that my boy Roddy would be sitting here pumping his fist up. Like, yeah, carriers late game against Terran. But
I'll defend it. I'll actually defend the choice. How does he kill the carriers with the Marines? Is his plan to just kill interceptors while the Colossi and Stalkers kill everything else? Like, I think so. At some point, if the Terran army becomes if there's too much variety, then that becomes an issue. Oh my God, please. Nuke it. Nuke it!
Yeah, that's
not going to kill any probes, sadly, but it'll look awesome! There you go.
I mean, giant explosions are still pretty fantastic, no matter how you slice. And here come the Vikings. Target fire from Maru. Oh, nearly gets that carry. Good micro from Parting. Pulls at the back of the pack. Another nuke there on that Nexus. Maru is encroaching upon actual probe damage.
But he doesn't actually have really many / any Marines with that main army that was by the third base, which is why I was a little bit more concerned, because all I'm thinking about is, okay, well, there is a weird tipping point when you're playing Bio versus Protoss and you try to make that late game transition where you suddenly have a bunch of Vikings, which suck versus carriers, Liberators, which can be good versus interceptors. But like, if you don't have enough actual Marines, then suddenly you're like, oh no, I actually can't kill 50 interceptors flying over my base. DT's blinking into that third base again. Can't keep getting away with it.
Parting's harassment definitely continuing to do more and more damage, but I'm still worried about what his main army's looking like here, Nathanius. Like, it just feels unconvincing against the late game army. And Maru was one of the guys when Protoss were imbalanced that could beat their armies with just a lot of Vikings and a lot of Liberators and a lot of Ghosts. He was the guy that could do that. That's when everyone was saying, play like Maru. And that's getting me worried for Parting a little bit here, even though Parting is perfect.
He is. I definitely agree with you there. He's perfect, very much so. And you know who Parting reminds me a lot of. I mean this in the best way. Is Rotterdam. He's a Protoss party animal. He's a Protoss party animal, except Rotterdam has a very well configured microphone. Is basically the difference between the two of them. Otherwise, they're literally identical, including in talent and skill. Until I have to play Kevin in this tournament, of course. But
I get
man,
it.
Parting has done a really good job at the static defense. He's had such a hard time hitting his bases.
Oh no! 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 No!
Yes!
No! 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 No!
Give it to me!
Oh my God!
Okay, well, I'm triggered.
I feel better about it. I'm okay.
I
with
was
it, strangely enough.
I tell you what, man, I've got sweetvictory.mp3 ready to go. So
I actually watched that stream of Parting when he beat Maru, and he listened to Sweet Victory for 6 hours straight while laddering, and he sang
did
along
he?
to it the
Is
whole
that,
time.
that seriously
yes,
happened?
no, yes,
Damn,
yes,
the
for real, it
SpongeBob
actually
version,
happened.
right?
No, the
SpongeBob
actual.
version.
No, it was the actual World Vision. He's
Damn.
killing his own Colossi here and getting rid of them, and using that supply to get, yes, you guessed it, Nate, more carriers.
Oh well, look how many Marauders there are. Actually, can we, since I can't pull it up, can we just check the unit
I'll
tab
get
real
it for
quick?
you. I'll go-
How many
yeah, hold on.
Marines are there? Five? You know,
19
people,
Vikings,
and
though. 19
that's the thing.
Vikings about to be 20.
The hard part is those Vikings have other things that they need to kill sometimes. I guess he's killing his own Colossi, so he's making that a little bit easier, but it always makes me nervous, man. Those Marines, I guess he's more worried about the Disruptors, so he'd rather try to take it on the air presence. This is a highly unusual situation. Also, one lone tank on this gold base. That's happening. That's a thing. That's happening right now.
That's a unit that believes when I see something like that. Oh, these carriers are so
Going for the new Carter's army. He's not gonna land it, though, right?
None of the, like, one of the carriers dies to the Vikings there. There are so many Vikings here for Mary, and the nukes here are just.
Oh, so many DTs. No, leave him alone. Oh, that's a lot of resources lost right there. I'll take that, actually. Parting, if you could do that a few more times and turn your whole production into literally only zealots for the rest of this game, you might win. Kappa.
Yeah, this nuke's gonna land. He's gonna have to let that happen. Does lose a few pylons, which means depowering some of that static D. And Parting's army continues to get thinned out here. And I would be like, oh, this is fine. You know, normally at this point, you got a ton of gas. Nope. Parting's actually got sub 1K gas here, and each carrier costs a couple hundred and change. So it's not a great situation gas-wise for the big boy. Meanwhile, Maru is super patient. He's got the patience of a saint over here. I mean, he's just holding on basically against every harassment that Parting's showing at him. You know, Maru's just taking a page out of the TY book. He's like, well, this guy likes to attack, so I'm just going to sit back and wait for it. Let him cast himself upon my blade.
Another nuke going down on that gold gas base. I mean, denying this is definitely important. If I certainly do recognize the usefulness of Vespine gas for toss. Were 2 nukes necessary? No, but it looks twice as cool.
I mean, nukes are always necessary. I don't care. I don't care who you are. I don't care what part of the game it is.
Oh, this is a fight, though. He's getting a little bit into those Liberators, though, Maynard. I think possible a little bit of an overextension, but without the Marines, this is where it gets scary. Like, in a head-to-head fight, those Vikings can sometimes be a little bit flimsy, but I don't think he has any more storms underneath. He blinked a lot of those Stalkers under the Liberation zones. One more time, Parting, please.
No.
You know, they're
The
called...
Vikings are on the chase. Oh, no. This is actually... The carriers are starting to lose their ability to retreat here. Oh, my God. He's just
Rack 'em up.
these carriers.
Rack 'em up. Rack 'em up.
Nate, I've been looking over those patch notes because there was a big patch recently. When did the Viking become a good unit?
Ooh. Apparently
planetary.
today. Apparently, if you play Bio, they're not quite as vulnerable as they typically are against carriers. He's got a good amount of missile turrets to support his front lines as well.
Nate, I'll tell you what, 18 SCVs and a planetary pickoff, that is
Snipe
not
him.
bloody bad for this DT.
Snipe them with the ghost! Don't let him
Check out it. Chad feedbacks there from Parting. Absolutely worth 150 gas.
All right, there we go. The rest of the DTs are gone. Does he just warp in more? He is you might have to have a conversation with Parting about DTs. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think your young teenager is using DTs, there is help out there that you can find. There are hotlines. Yeah, there are people out there who understand and who have been through the difficult times, such as yourself. Okay, we can help get your kids off DTs. Once they start, it's obviously very difficult to stop. It's a lot of Dark Templar.
It's more addictive than soda, I think. Going DT, it's got all the chemicals in it. They're cloaked permanently. They do insane damage per second.
Soda just melts
really
the paint off your card. DTs cut it in half.
That is true. Yeah, they're like that special level in Street Fighter, except every time they get the max score, because they rip that card to pieces. They cube it. Now, I am a little bit worried for the fact that Parting is still, you kind of touched on it earlier, no High Templar. His anti-Viking countermeasures are actually really bad. Like, he doesn't have a way to deal with this ball of Vikings, which is the largest threat to his army. Is that, you know, the Marine count's still not great. It's only 9 Marines. He's got 12 Ghosts, which is, you know, a pretty tanky anti-air unit, but it's not an amazing anti-air unit. These Vikings and mass libs, though, with their upgrades,
Some of these guys a little bit out of position. That third base has been a sore spot. It's the soft underbelly, you could say, of the base of Maru, and he's definitely put a good amount of pressure on it several times. Some good disruptor shots on the bottom side. No, Maru, please. All right, well, I think the carriers are off the table, so
yeah,
not too bad there.
I am actually going to be completely fine if we don't see an extra carrier in this game. I feel like they've been a pretty large liability. Here for Parting.
I feel like Maynard, this is one of my favorite parts though. But everybody in the chat was telling me how stupid I was for calling out the carriers. You know, I think he should listen to the chat and make more carriers. That would be the smartest thing he could do. Just cancel everything you're building right now. Build just 7 carriers.
I want Parting to win. He's looking pretty good here with this little bit of a drive-by. He's picking up command centers, picking up a lot of SCVs, keeping out of that liberation range. It is a lot of liberation range, though, so those things can reach from the other side of the map, seemingly here with that upgrade. Oh, command center getting very low, and Parting is going to pick it off with one last volley there. Nice shot there, big boy. And you know what? Parting's gotten the memo. He's like, wait, gateway units are the way. And now the gateway units are replenished in his army. He's very close to max out.
I tell you what, I really wish that Maru had transformation servos right now for all those Vikings, because they absolutely clap Stalker cheeks right there if they can get on top of them.
They're +3 Vikings.
The Liberators two-shot the Stalkers with their upgrades as well. So if he could force an engagement into those, he's going to vaporize the Protoss army in a heartbeat. And really the biggest threat to this army is the Disruptors. Like, if he, with the Vikings and the bio on top of the gateway, they can clean it. Ooh, Disruptor shots! Whiff!
Parting's A-clicking a little bit here. His Zealots are being driven by the threat of that planetary. This is one of the worst places to fight, right next to a planetary. But Parting's going to commit, and he comes with the Stalkers and with the Archons. Landed Vikings there with that +3 attack. And the Disruptors coming in, but the
Liberators, it's your birthday!
Oh no! Parting loses his whole army. And now this Nexus is next on the menu with Mary starting to close the noose here on Parting's rich base.
Bring him out, bring him out. As long as he can zone away those Disruptors, you're going to have a hard time dealing with this. Gets one of the Liberators on half of that base. I like what I see. I like it. I like it. Oh, what's that cheeky DT doing on the north side? Get that out of here. Get up on out of my personal space.
Parting gets rid of that nuke, which would have killed so many things, but does lose a couple Stalkers for it. Of course, those Liberators doing a ton of damage output. Those 2 DTs really need to kind of join in. So get in the pool. It's warm. Let's go, guys. Do something from the backside here, because Parting is starting to lose a little bit of ground.
Well, the DTs, you know, they're never going to lose the versatility and utility that they provide in these situations. So he's got that going for him. And it is a little bit, it's a slow burn. This push is a slow burn, Maynard, because outside of the Stalkers, the Zealots actually, or excuse me, the Vikings actually have a really hard time pushing through most anything else on the ground. Like photon cannons, I don't know what kind of dark eldritch magic photon cannons are made of, but they're not machines. They're not mechanical at all. So the Vikings do not deal their bonus damage on the ground against them, which makes them very, very hard to kill. And this army is pretty much just Vikings right now. So I definitely still feel a little bit of the heat of this game right now. There we go. Bring in the bio. Bring those Marines in. Bring the men with the guns in. Don't get stormed though.
Good split from Mary, but yeah, Parting's got a bit more energy on that far left. High Templar there. That's a lot of bad weather. Good storm from Parting's. Really good splash damage there, and that shield battery keeping the High Templar juiced up as well. That Nexus, though, starting to take a little bit more chip damage. Parting's got another big round of Zealots coming on in, but I just don't know if it's enough. There's a lot of Liberators here, and the Vikings can, of course, land again.
I'd like to see him send those Vikings to another base or something. I don't know. He's having a hard time getting done with them. What it seems that he wanted to do. Loses another good amount of them to the Disruptor hits. There's more Templar going to get warped in, and oh, those DTs have absolutely ravaged Mary's economy. I'm not going to lie, Maynard. This is it's not. I don't know, Kev. It's not looking all that good.
Mary's broke. He's down 70 supply. Parting is looking pretty good right now with a lot more armies, got a lot more probes. Can he actually get the game-winning engagement, sending in the Zealots?
Attacking into Liberators is definitely one way we can get it back here. Just keep doing that.
Oh, there it is. That's the Nova we wanted. That's more Novas for Daddy, please, big boy. More Novas for Daddy. We want those Vikings to go away. No more +3 Vikings, please. There we go. Daddy likes it.
I'm in this tweet and I don't like it. Oh. GG. Okay, well, that was a pretty sick game. I'm not gonna lie. That game was good enough that I am willing to tell you that. Yeah, I've got nothing to say there. That was actually a really sick map of StarCraft, Maynard.
It was not a bad game of StarCraft right there. Anytime we can go to the late game TVP with players this caliber, it's fantastic. But of course, the better player has to win in the day there, Nate. Number 6 draft. Not going to be taken down by the number 5 draft pick, because I think we were right next to each other in the draft.
Yeah, no, we're nuzzled up right there. We're nuzzled up right there.
That's right. All right. Well, we're going to switch some battlegrounds here and get back into the next one. So, hell yeah, parting. Attaboy, getting that first map there for the Dread Knights. Keeping that win streak alive against Mary. Putting on a bit of a twist. You know, he's been training the hand. He's had that sort of that thing that you clench a little bit just to make sure that your grip is as strong as possible. Bit of forearm strength, bit of finger and palm strength, just to make sure that the twist is as painful as possible. Hopefully, Mary is sitting on a bag of ice.
That's right. Sorry, I'm just getting logged on.
Yeah,
I've always got a. I don't know if this ever happened to you, but when I used to do like commentary for Latin American tournaments and stuff, I ended up in this this uncomfortable situation where somehow I have 2 accounts on each of my accounts.
Yeah, no, I have that for SEA because SEA doesn't exist anymore.
Yes.
But it's like, would you like to log into your SEA account? And I'm like, no, and don't show me this again. I click don't show me again, and it shows me it every time. I'm like, please.
Yeah, no. So every time I switch servers or log in, it's always it always is always on the other account. That's like, you haven't logged in for 5 years. Would you like to play the tutorial? And I'm like, and like, there's no option to switch to your other account when you're already logged in. You have to log out inside the StarCraft menu, and if I use the BattleNet launcher, there's both options are there, but neither of them they both put me on the same wrong account no matter what. I'm just cursed. I'm cursed, Maynard.
Rip and pepperinos, mate. Nate, my mate.
Maynard.
So, who's next on the menu here? Is that,
Maynard.
do I spy? Look, do I spy a Janair rematch? Is that what we're looking at right now? A Janair clan match here between the 2 teammates? Is this SOS and Cure up next? Oh, baby. Ah, X Janair. DPG. You know, that's actually the second time that I've said that Cure is still on Janair Green Wings, and I never do this on anything except for the War Chest Team League. Every time he plays in a Lima League, I'm fine. For some reason, the War Chest Team League, I keep thinking Janair Green Wings Cure. It's so silly. Anyway, ex-teammates, Cure clearly going to bop here, clearly the favorite. Just a stronger team overall, I think. Thoughts on SOS, though? And is there any kind of, like, positive spin you can put on SOS's chances here for this game, Nate?
Any positive spin? Well, I believe in the power of Protoss, and I think you know, as much as anybody's been hating on SOS, I'm gonna tell you, I'm pretty proud of my boy because I feel he has truly stepped up to the plate. If we were talking the top Korean picks on my team, Maru's been a little bit here and there. SOS, I think, has stepped up and given us some phenomenal matches. I don't know if you saw his ace match that he played against Innovation last week, Maynard, but if he can clap him there, I have no doubt in my mind he can pick up the dub here against Cure.
It's a good point. It's a good point. Hard to argue with the facts. It's not even opinions, and I love that about you.
Maybe
Nate.
he should
You don't
proxy a
drop
gate in his natural. Maybe he should drop a gate in his natural.
I hear it works against some of the best Terrans of all time.
Hell yeah.
Well, Ever Dream coming on in here as SOS continues to ever dream to try and tie things up here for those tank toppers.
Hell yeah. And tank toppers are about to clap back. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to have to wait for endgame for us to return.
I'm looking forward to it because I really like to keep a 80% ace match ratio for the War Chest Team League, which I think we're on track for at the moment.
You do have a pretty good team, I'm not going to lie. You
It's
know,
not bad.
as the guy who got called out for picking players that he liked, I was like, you know, Maynard, he's got a team of all Koreans. How is this not cheating? But anyway, in the top right, we got the teal tank top sees SOS.
And in the bottom left, he's going to be a bit of a disease for this guy, but he's actually going to be bringing the Cure from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, the greatest part of the Dragon. It is indeed the man himself, Cure, robbing that blood red for the Dread Knights.
That's spicy.
Muy caliente.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what, having had very limited experience, the only time I've ever been to Korea was when we did the that opening week.
Yeah,
where we
WCS
kind of
final
went
opening
through.
week.
Yeah, just at the end of last year, when I could still go outside this country, and we had I tell you what, getting a chance to try some of the spicier types of the Korean fried chicken. That's some next level experience. Okay, you think you know spice, and then you're like, oh yeah, no, Fear Dragon told me to try this dope Indian dish, and now my mouth literally has collapsed in on itself like a nuclear reactor failing. There is no amount of water or milk that is going to reduce the acidity levels back to an acceptable pH balance.
I got a funny story actually. I've always been a fan of spicy food, and there's an Indian restaurant that I love. And one year for my birthday, I went to the said restaurant for my birthday, and they have ratings of like something out of 10, right? And one day on my birthday, I show up, they have a special menu item. They said, sir, this chicken is incredibly spicy, and I don't recommend it for people that aren't like, you know, regular eaters of this level of spice. I'm like, what level is it? They say, yeah, normally stuff's 10 out of 10. This one's 13.
Ooh.
And that, I mean, I was debated. I'm like, oh, that sounds like a challenge. Let's do it. Because I just like to push
Oh,
myself.
God, no.
And it was one of those ones where if you lick your lips catch fire and never catch fire. Like they just burn forever. Like everything the mouth touches was that spice's kingdom. It destroyed me completely. It destroyed me completely, and it was one of the worst birthdays ever. Anyway, back to the video game. We had a
Back to the video game.
SOS. Marine first from Cure. Not going to go for any of that Reaper Scout. In fact, he's incredibly blind. Doesn't know anything about what SOS is doing, and that's amazing to me because SOS is one of the more, shall we say, creative Protosses.
Cheeky. Well, he's the kind of guy that would attempt to walk a stalker up your main ramp if you had nothing in your natural, right? He's just he's kind of crazy. I don't know that he's like, you know, rip off his shirt in the middle of the street and come at you with his fists and try to like catch you off guard like that crazy, but he's definitely known for a bit of the mad scientist type stuff. In the last game that he played, I think the ace match against Innovation was on this map, if I recall. Turned into a crazy weird base trade, floating stuff, hidden buildings, you know, basically everything awkward that could have possibly happened in a TVP happened in that game. These Hellions helping to provide that pressure, though. He's really trying to get himself a quick Stalker pickup. That's the awkward thing. The Stalkers don't kill the Hellions that fast. So if you get peppered down to that red health, those two Hellions are almost certainly going to be able to kill him. And actually, Maynard, I feel like he's definitely going to lose at least one of them, possibly the second one. If he sent everything to it, it would actually be quite difficult for him to get away from the three Hellions. But I think he'd rather save them for that medevac drop. SOS. He's got Blink halfway done. He better be ready for it. All right. I told SOS he wasn't allowed to lose. That was our team meeting.
Yeah.
And he said, okay. He said, I won't.
Well, hopefully, he's not going to make a liar out of himself, Nate. He's got to deliver here for the captain, for El Capitan. Now, this Hellion drop, obviously, it's been making waves in TVP. We've seen a lot of barbecued probes. We saw Mary get some last game. Let's see how Cure does with a full payload of 4 Hellions heading towards the main of SOS. Good pylon location here for SOS. It's going to give him some early warning. Not a whole lot of dead space in that main.
I do like that. Also important to maintain a little bit of that possibility for the Sim City to block the maneuvering of those units. Pylon finishes just in time to see it. Blink is done in 10 seconds. There is something at the natural trying to get through there. Some of the units were left behind. The Hellions continuing to try and get into that position. 2 probes killed. Not too bad just yet for my boy. And with that shield battery, that's right. Sit your ass down.
God damn. Cure tried to boost up Mount Cyril and found that the summit could not be reached, and that's why it's named thus. Oh man, the medevac getting picked off there. Good defense from SOS. Honestly, just mainly luck, but it's the medevac dies. Hellions to get a whole lot done. He has shield batteries. Good blind luck there from SOS. Every now and then you roll snake eyes when you're Terran. It happens. You know, what are you gonna do? You shake it off. You build a Raven. You get a tank, and you sit back behind that bunker. That's what you do.
That is definitely the strategy, and it's just this bunker really. The tank is going to finish, but he blinks in, gets an SCV. It's going to take some shots at this refinery. I mean, take anything that you can get. As long as you don't lose everything literally here in like 2 seconds, I will be okay with that SOS. Good blink out. And yeah, the 3 worker tags. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, 3 workers for free, no problem there for SOS. And as he starts his Colossi there, third Nexus is also 2/3 of the way done, so not a terrible spot economically for the Protoss either. Cure is heading towards that +1 attack with the Stim and then Combat Shield soon to follow, which all Terrans want to push with usually, and is just taking it easy. I mean, SOS with these Stalkers, he's you know, you were talking about like, you know, those crazy people that come at you in the street and attack you. SOS is more one of those like quiet serial killers, like the guy that sits in a cage by himself with a face mask on, that everyone's really terrified of. But
does he willingly do that? Does he willingly do that, or is he in like solitary confinement?
No, yeah, no, he's in solitary. Like they put him in there because he's a massive danger to everyone. But he looks so sweet and normal, and you just don't realize that he's actually like, you know, beheaded people and drunk their blood. And you're like, oh, you know what? Now that I know that, I could see that. You know, you don't know until you get told what crimes he's committed, and SOS is definitely that Protoss.
Oh yeah. Well, he's like everybody's like, oh yeah, you're cool. He's like, yeah, I don't want to talk about what I've done, right? And then you do like the brain probe, and you're like, oh my god,
he's a monster.
I wish I never knew. I wish I had never known the truth.
Yeah, this is the guy that, of course, did a proxy Nexus in a professional game in GSL Code S and actually won with it in the main base of a unsuspecting bunny with Dark Templar. And of course, you know, why wouldn't you go Dark Templar after that point, putting a Nexus to offensively recall into the main of a Terran?
Yeah, this I like having the Stalkers out front though. He knows that there's no third base up. That's always important. He's going to get the heads up on this move out. Just don't lose everything in the process of getting ready to defend. He's getting charged. That makes me happy. The 2 Colossi are coming forward with the Big Daddy sentries to try and piecemeal this army. Cut it off. Cut it in half.
Yeah, that's
He's not a Hydra.
No. Yeah, the Terran army, unfortunately, isn't a Zerg army. If you cut off part of it, it actually just doesn't come back. It comes out.
Well, I'm going to get a peg leg now, I guess.
I guess I have hooks for hands. This is my life now. Dark Shrine on the way for SOS, of course. As he's actually, you know, this is normally when the Terran wants to push, and he's like, shit, there's a Protoss army here. I need to actually sit back. So no timing at all for Cure to do anything aggressive on the other side of the map. And SOS, I mean, he hasn't consistently been building probes because he's been building a lot of units. So that's something that might help out for Cure as he continues to make more and more workers. But SOS is just like, you know what? I got my foot on that gas pedal. It's time to attack. It's time to go across the map. Let's see what happens. But they got to bring that Prism though.
Yeah, that in the Dark Shrine, you know, it's become super meta. We're seeing it in so much more in the PvPs. We're seeing it so much more in the PvTs. You know, thankfully Rotterdam is doing his best to keep up the number of average DTs built versus Zerg very high too in that matchup. So I've been a big fan of it, honestly. I always like the idea of players using the Blink DTs to get into the middle of armies, because I feel like even if they do die very quickly, just being able to instantly one-shot, say, all of the Marines in the back line, or clean out the Ghosts or the Marauders, the reaction time from the Terran needs to be beyond perfect. Like even almost perfect is not enough in that situation. Blink's forward to save the Observer. He's going to lose a Stalker, I guess. Worth to keep the Robo production time up if the Observer didn't die.
Yeah, losing the Observer and the Stalker there, not. I mean, he really wanted that Raven, but didn't quite pick it off. He's got that Zealot run by here, which Cure stimmed to try and catch, but he actually missed it completely, unfortunately. Or I guess fortunately, if you're an SOS fan for some reason.
Well, he's got 20 Zealots. I don't hate it. The War Prism is right here. I don't know that the whole army is here, though, so this gets a little bit awkward. He's going to throw that Dorito cannon, and thankfully the most force-fieldable choke point in the entire game of StarCraft 2. Legacy of the Void now available on PC and Macintosh.
And coming to Unix systems soon. The charge will run by here.
Runs on one.
And also natural. Oh man, SOS hitting 2 places at once here with these charge lots. Cure just not looking. He get caught with his pants down.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see.
I like it slightly less.
He's bringing a handful of SCVs from that base to repair, since obviously things got a little bit dicey. He's sending out another massive contingent of Zealots. This does make me a little bit nervous. He's kind of taking the meat off. He's saying, I'm going to give you a sandwich that's just condiments right now. And as strong as they can be, there's not really a whole lot of meat here. He may have to give up this east side base, but one of his robos is there. Disruptor shot. Oh, just barely canceled.
Purification Novas to cancel the shots there of Disruptors. Actually, 3 Disruptors got picked off there before they fired. Cure's push finally getting across the map. He is actually starting to pressure that robotics facility here. The third Nexus of SOS is in tons of trouble, and as a result, so is he. Down goes that robotics facility. He does have another one, though, so he can continue to make at least 1 Disruptor at a time. But that is a good start to this push for Cure, who is starting to take a monstrous army supply lead. He's almost 60 army supply up. Goodbye Dark Shrine as well. That's about to be taken out. Get out of here, Cloak boys.
All right, he's going to try and bring some DTs in from the back while he sends the rest of his army out. Is he going to try and force a base trade here? Oh, you know what? That's exactly what he did the last time we got into this situation. If he can remove the orbitals from the playing field, if he can get enough damage in to take out the detection, we know that Dark Templar can kind of win the game on their own if the Terran cannot scan. So Robo facilities being destroyed, approaching that natural expansion now is Cure, but it's all about this defense at the moment. Cure does have a tank and some bio in his main, not many medevacs to support, but he's going to bring everything over to try and clear this out now.
Oh my god, those force fields, a million SCVs just die right there. But the main thing is that Cure does have a tank in the main base tucked in right against that main orbital, and he is banking scans. Cure, you big, beautiful brain Terran, you sexy, sexy Terran, you are looking so good right now. He is, of course, starting to get those picked up. He's got the last few DTs there, and I think that might be it, Nate. There's not really any splash damage for SOS's army on the other side of the map, and he is bleeding out structures.
He's going to recall the army back into the main and try to make what I can only assume is going to be one last big desperate play to clear it out. He has had that southeast base. He's rebuilding some of his pylons there. He has some money to work with. He does have the Colossi on the ramp. There's not a crazy Viking presence. It's a little bit more about the siege tanks at the moment. However, he's taking that northwest base. And I'll tell you what, if there's one reason, if there's another big reason why I like SOS is he's not going to tap out just because he's behind, just because it looks dire. He's going to try and claw this one out. And it's only a 20 supply difference, Maynard. In total wise, he still has enough workers to get another warp in or two. If he can get those pylons finished, which he does, 1,700 minerals off of the warp gates he has, he can add a couple of more units here to help bolster these forces. Really just needs gates, if I'm being honest.
Cure's going to make a really interesting decision right now. He's like, okay, you know, I know that the main base will kill my opponent, but it's very, very risky to go up this ramp. But I can guarantee a picked off nexus to the south that I just scouted with my Marine. Obviously, he does. Oh, he just found
Marine here. He's hitting from the north. He's hitting from the south. He's hitting from the north and the south. Maynard, the Colossi on the high ground, getting the hits on Zealots and DTs. Charge in from below, hacking and whacking and smacking down that Terran armada. Goodbye, Cure.
Oh my. Well, that was just wave one of Cure's army. He's got another one coming up behind it. But of course, the army supply gap has been closed here by SOS with that big sandwich. The Terran being the meat here, unconsensually. All right.
Oh, he's got a lot, though. He needs to be careful. I think he needs to keep in mind that there's still a lot of units that were left at Cure's base. Despite the fact that he doesn't really have an economy anymore, he still has quite a bit of bio and siege tanks ready to rock and roll if he deems it necessary.
SOS loses a Stalker there, trying to pick off a Viking, getting a little bit fresh. Cure does not have a ton of mining. He's down 20 workers. SOS is top left mining. He's got bottom right mining, and the main base is technically mining a little bit as well, so he definitely has a better engine. In comes this engagement, though. Oh, SOS bleeds out quite a few Zealots there, but he actually also drains quite a bit of medevac energy. Cure trying to get that Colossi. It's on the back line there. It's barely protected. Down it goes.
He's got the overcharged battery, but it's not entirely enough to stop him there. He's got that top left base mining. This bottom right base, I mean, I gotta say, though, if this base gets cleared out, there's a little bit too many pylons that I feel comfortable with him losing. The bio army can't really be healed that much, but a direct engagement just doesn't seem like it's going to work. So he says, all right, screw it. I'm going back to your main base. I'm going to try to get it done again.
Cure's picking up what SOS is putting down, but does he actually have enough to stop this from happening? Can he actually stop this from happening? The Zealot's going to get up there before the door is closed. They're in. I don't know if Cure can stop these Zealots from ravaging all the production here. But,
bring the Colossi over. Get rid of the orbitals. Kill them all. All right, well, he's got some of the ones. Sometimes the Colossi shoot it like that random factory. That one keeps shooting at it, and it makes me uncomfortable. Makes me uncomfortable. A little bit of a slow clear out, but I think if he just focuses, if he was able to get the orbitals down fast enough, then he killed one. If he gets the second and the third, he's building another Dark Shrine in the northwest.
SOS is a clever, clever girl. Will he get there? I just don't. I
like SOS's strategy of force a base trade every single time he has to play a Terran in this league.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, an engagement. Let me just go ahead and avoid that completely, and just base race you. Oh, Cure still keeps this orbital alive. These last two TVPs have been pretty nuts.
I like this. He's going to sit on the production. He will have the ability to recall to either of the next side that he does still have on the map. Obviously, with 3 sentries, with a decent amount of energy, he can kind of hold the ramp here I'd say kill the depot so that he can't build anything else, and he should be Gucci for the most part. It's gonna take a long time with one orbital trying to mine enough resources to get mules out. Oh, the blink. Okay, so he recalls everything except the stalkers. They're gonna get the planetary, or the orbital. Goodbye, sayonara, detection. And now, well, you know what happens next, Maynard. The Dark Shrine finishes in 6 seconds, and there are still Warp Gates gas supply available on the field for my boy SOS.
Yeah, Dark Shrine's done, and in come 7 DTs, and I think that might just my cure tap here with the 1, 2, 3, Nate.
As soon as you see that, as soon as SOS sees that, as soon as you see, oh, he has not rebuilt and is being revealed, you know there's no orbitals. Is it? There's no orbitals. If literally he could get out any number of DTs extra, there you go, 7 Dark Templar.
That's it.
Keep hacking and whacking and smacking, chopping that meat.
Oh, your players are so lucky. It's unbelievable. I mean,
says the guy who proxied a gateway in my natural map number 1. Okay.
That was preparation. All right.
You need to speak to the manager, Karen.
He made himself a really big rough bowl of spaghetti, washed it down with a bottle of soju, and he realized that was the play. Oh my God! This drop into the main, intercepted by SOS. GG. SOS gonna tie it up for
I will
the
take
tank
those. Thank you.
Take them where you get them. Because it ends now. All right, Nate. Your reign of terror ends now. Put on a shirt is what my team is saying.
Oh boy, good times, good times. I hope everybody sees this of us going into the lobby for this one. I'm excited. This would be. I'm definitely interested to see what's going to happen in this game. You know, that's the whole point of bringing Supernova in for me.
For you?
Maynard, the whole point of me bringing Supernova in. You don't have to spoil it for me, okay? I'm at least modest about this one. All right. The whole point of bringing Supernova in for me was I figured he would give us probably some of the most funny games to watch, and so far he has delivered in spades. So regardless of a win or loss, I have 100% faith in our very large Gabriel that we have. We have a Gabe.
You do indeed.
So of course he's gonna set us back up to get to an ace match, because this is the War Chest Team League, and there has to be an ace match literally every single game. So with that being said, I'm very excited to see what kind of crazy BS Supernova pulls off or attempts to pull off and dies while Roach's flood is natural in the first 7 minutes.
Ragnarok is a bit of a Roach boy, but let's give him some credit because he also showed a little bit of Viper usage when he was playing against Special. Special did go mech, and I mean, if you're not getting Vipers, then you literally die. But, you know, he is one of those Zergs in Korea, one of those very rare Zergs in Korea that actually isn't terrified of Hive Tech. He actually will do something other than make Broodlord's name move you at the highest level in Korea. He's actually will make Vipers, he will make Infestors. They will
very true.
Now, Supernova, very entertaining player, but is clearly not going to win this game against Ragnarok, who is clearly the better player. And it is all about map scores and winning in the end. You know, as fun as memes are, it's kind of, you know, it's a tournament. You have to win, you know what I mean?
Is he though? No, you're right.
Yes.
I'm not gonna disrespect Ragnarok like that. He's like at least to give my own perspective, he's the guy that we've seen playing in all the online cups, like Playhem and everything, literally since like the start, since the very, very beginning, back when nobody knew or cared who he was. But okay, well, you know, they were spawning in the top right, but now they're not there anymore. Supernova, yeah, he's building. Okay, I like this though. You know, he's playing chaotic evil for this game.
Oh, and he goes full first. A million IQ.
Maynard, does he have the stream open? I think it's time for me to throw out some accusations. Oh my goodness.
Yes, I'm sure he's cheating on this 3 racks with a 2-minute delay, Nate. You're absolutely right.
I have this is exactly the type of thing that always happens to me though. I don't know how much you cheese, Maynard, but I'm like,
not at all.
I'm like, anybody who sees my name in a loading screen, they're like, oh yeah, all right, it's probably gonna be BCs, definitely Hellions, probably some sort of mech crap, right? But then I'm like, all right, guys, I'm gonna do my one proxy of the day of the year, and it's gonna be against like a pool first 6-ling opener, which could actually end up hurting him if he doesn't actually build a lot of links, because sometimes people just do this for that safety. But since it is 3 racks Marines and it's not Reapers, he's not gonna scout it. He may not react properly.
That is true. He's leaving that extra Overlord at home. So, I mean, Ragnarok's thought process is pretty clear here for me. Is it's like, okay, I feel like I'm the better player. So what I'm going to do is take a bit of a hit to my economy just to make sure I'm safe, because Supernova is a strange player. He's very mean. He's very weird. Ragnarok is putting the alpha into Alpha X. He's got that early pull. He's got those early lings. The Overlord confirms that the Marines are coming. Overlord goes up to the high ground there for safety. And with the lings already out, Supernova's going to be like, I mean, not super happy about the situation.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my God, the Roach Warren. Roach boys!
The play is definitely pull back, get some other forces together. There's going to be some opportunity before that Roach Warren completes, of course. I think, you know, a lot of players handle this type of stuff differently, because I feel like whenever I've ever seen Serral play against anybody who does stuff like this, who I usually go by the default, you know, best certain player in the world, best player in the world.
It's a good choice.
He usually does not fight that hard over the natural when situations like this occur. He gets the Roach Warren up and he's like, all right, I'm going to get that out. So Ragnarok feeling confident that he's going to be able to dislodge this push. That pull first gave him the earlier queen, which also means that earlier inject.
He's pulling SCVs against the guy that's making 5 roaches.
I don't know whether to be sad or to I mean, honestly, your laughter is filled with such mirth. It's actually kind of hard to feel bad losing to you, Maynard. You're too damn polite.
This is why that's me. I'm always polite. This is why we call him What Row Raggy in the Discord group. He's bringing those Raggy roaches under that front line.
The small handful of SCVs was not going to be the turning point, the tipping point, should we say, for this push.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I mean, Ragnarok is holding. Of course, he's up 7 workers, and a lot of Supernova's workers that he is down with are across the map trying to help out these Marines, which are finding it very hard to gain ground here. He's like, you know what? I feel like I'm in a good spot. I'm going to squeeze out that 1 more drone with my roaches. You know what? 2 more drones with those roaches. I think I'm in an all right spot here.
Yeah, no, he's definitely feeling pretty good about himself right now. I think the only thing is that it's going to be a little awkward to try and run past the bunker here. He might go down the south side and wrap around you, and then once he gets out, there's nothing that's going to be able to deal with this. He could send Marines home, but he doesn't have a bunker started yet, so the roaches will still be there and be a problem.
That Overlord loss there was a little unfortunate for Ragnarok, but of course, you know, still in our spot. He's going to clear up this bunker eventually with the Ravager Biles and the roaches taking that front line. He's broken off some roaches for the counterattack. Supernova actually reading him like a book here. He's like, I'm going to intercept with that. Is that a 31 supply block, Nate? I think it is.
I would like to have hoped that he spent a lot of time practicing this 3 racks build if he was going to be using it in this match today. But unfortunately, it has not quite hit the mark that I think he was looking for. The Marines are going to step up on these roaches. He gets 1 of them. But as we all know, roaches are some chunky, thick boys. At the very least, the 2 roaches will have a much harder time trying to break into that base, but he cannot really engage this yet without the rest of the Marines that are coming. However, if he's not at that ramp, then the Ravagers are going to be a problem no matter what he does. Honestly, there's no situation in the world where I like Terran 1 base versus Zerg. Like, there's literally no argument you can make where I'm like, yeah, no, Terran 1 base versus Zerg is fine. So this is about as bad as it could possibly be. I do imagine he's going to try to start a command center because there's really nothing that you can do on 1 base that will kill a Zerg player that has a functioning brain outside of that proxy racks, right? And if it doesn't work at the start, then you're just kind of boned.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you know what? Supernova believes in your belief in him, so he is continuing to try and make lemonade with these lemons right now. Just trying to find trades where he can with those Marines.
I appreciate
trying
that.
to mine up gas again. Cool.
Yo, do you guys?
He's a team player.
Here's a question, Maynard. Do you guys have that dope? Do you guys have that dope? Oh, he's gonna go for it now. He's hoping that Ragnarok has completely written off the possibility of him just pulling the rest of his workers and yeeting them at his opponent. Well, he won't see it coming, but I don't see how this is gonna. I don't know. YOLO, I suppose.
There is a round of lava just popped out there for Ragnarok, and if he just holds the R button, I think he should be just okay here.
Yeah, this was certainly one of the more interesting choices out of all the options that he had for ways to try and bring this game back. He does get 1 of the Ravagers, but I mean, there's a Queen and there's 4 Ravagers and 2 Roaches. He's got 42 army supply versus 9. And
this might be it for Supernova here.
All right, so let's get ready to see how our boy Large Gabriel is doing. let's see how he's feeling.
An unfortunate game from Supernova, and just a big brain counterplay there from Ragnarok, which worked out exactly as planned. Now, next one up here, we are on match point, of course, to remind everyone at home, this is a best of 5, and we play up into the 4th match. We'll always play the 4th match, even if it is a 4-0. which was unfortunately the case for the Four Shades Protoss. I don't know if you saw that series.
Oh
Roddy's
yeah,
team's actually
well,
doing all right, and I was starting to get hyped. I'm like, yeah, my boy, he's got that hype video. Everyone was giving him crap for his team, and then his team just actually has won a couple matches. He actually beats Cats 3-1. He was the only match that wasn't an ace match, and then he got dumpstered by Roddy's boys. Unfortunately, turns out a little holiday can do wonders for some people sometimes.
You know, I have always been, I think I've always tried to be vocal about this because this is always one of my favorite things that Cyril ever said to me, was that a part of his ability to play well consistently is that he certainly makes time to take care of himself, right? You know, you take the personal time, take your vacations. You know, there's a plenty of studies and research that show not overworking yourself to death actually does make you better at whatever it is that you're doing the majority of the time. It's actually like almost scientifically proven that if the only thing you ever do is just grind 12 plus hours a day, it actually does not help as much as having a life sometimes. Unless of course you're a perfectly oiled machine in a Kespa house, but those aren't quite as much common these days.
Yes. Slightly less common these days. Slightly less. They do still exist. You have one of them on your team, that young SOS with that Jeanette team.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping he'd be able to give Maru that push that he needed, but we'll have to see we'll have to see for our next one at least.
We will indeed. Now, you were talking about taking some time. I'm going to take some time right now as the Chinese Terran that's on our team and trying to round out that roster to see if we can get a TVT victory against Gargantuan Gabriel.
Poggers.
We are, of course, on match point here for the Dread Knights. The Tank Toppers looking to try and get to the ace match here, which would be in theme for the War Chest Team League. And I believe we are in the
Let's do it.
top left. In the top left, the Submariner. The Chinese Terran in the red. It is time.
And his opponent in the southeast, so large, we didn't really need to put the camera on him, but we do it just because it's in the rules. The teal tank top Terran, it is Hero Marine.
It's amazing that you managed to fit Gabriel on Submarine, the smallest map in the map pool. Feels like more of a, you know, he feels a lot more at ease on like an Eternal Empire or an Ice and Chrome or something like that.
Well, you know, it was actually deliberately done. It was deliberately done because I knew the map would be so small. The only thing that anybody who plays against him would be able to see is just him. And there's not enough space to actually try to get around him. You know, there's not enough space to try to do anything. And also Protoss players don't like this map. So, you know, the only thing that really could try to contain his power can't really be here. So there's a reason why Hero Marine has only played for the most part on Submarine when we get the chance to make that happen. And based on his previous TVTs, I'm feeling pretty confident in my boy Gabe. He's brought some absolutely fantastic games to us in the team league so far.
Yeah. Time had a bit of a rough game against Dream to start things off with against the War Pigs, but Time is that guy that just beat TY in TSL 5. Who's TY, you might ask? Oh, just the reigning GSL champion. No big deal. So his TVT's not too bad. He's a little bit unlucky against Dream. Now, Submarine, of course, a Terran's wet dream in most matchups, but in TVT can be a little bit of a nightmare. It does not take long from one side of the map to the other, so things can go very, very south very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason, actually, as someone who likes to play like longer games, obviously the small maps are not something that I usually favor, but in TVT especially, I think it's kind of hard to get around your enemy. And I wonder how much, you know, I'm just going to go on a mini rant then, because I think one of the coolest things about the big patch they just released, so they added like up to 15 levels of height, right? And then immediately, the first thing I hear from map makers, people are like, oh, I want to see a 15 Cliff Reaper jump. And I'm like, well, good luck ever convincing someone that's going to make sense, because it also completely breaks the camera. But one of the interesting things I saw map makers talking about was the way to use just having that fourth level means that you're not always going to be forced to have to like not have a ramp on your natural. But for most of these maps, in order to try and do anything with like low ground areas, you end up having your third always be on this weird low ground with these ramps right next to it. And I think this map is like a really, really, really big culprit of that, where if the Terran, if your opponent sieges outside your natural in any way, there's no way to actually attack them without running up a ramp. So you either have to scan or just go in blindly. Neither of which are very fun to have to do, Maynard.
True that. Blind running in with in a TVT is a recipe for disaster because of something called the siege tank. You really need to know what you're getting in
El
for.
Tanco de Sijo, I believe it's called in some languages.
Maximo de Sijo de Boom Boom. It is the big daddy that makes, when you look at an army supply, you're like, oh, this Terran's up 30 army supply. That means he wins, right? I mean, not if he goes into a choke point against siege tanks. It's really hard to attack into a Terran and kill a Terran without something like a Doom Drop or something like that. That's a decisive move that can do it. Well, to talk about this game a little bit. We're going to bunker up in the main base here of Hero Marine because he's foregoing the Reaper Dance phase of the game. And switching into the bio tank that he likes to play so much. He's just got that one Reaper. Does massive Gabriel. Comes in for that scout time space. Gets a good scout off, actually. Won't get any more damage, though. Just the scout.
Don't mind that. Gets a good bit of information. I think should have been able to get his eyes a little bit on that starport. Now, Hero Marine, just go based off of the last couple of times that he's played on this map, which have been in the War Chest Team League, especially that game versus Soul that he played, which was very well done. He's been very much so of the mind that he doesn't need to really force the issue. He likes to play up his macro game and go for a big 3-base push, which is hard to do on this map because that third is so awkward. And this is one of those attacks that a lot of Terran players do like to bust out on the ladder off their openings, that very quick siege tank rush over to the base just to zone out, especially because Cyclone openers are so popular. And the Cyclone dies in 2 hits to a tank. So good luck getting close enough to kill it.
Gabe gets blocked, but he already has a Viking, and he's been making 2 depots behind this, or 3 depots actually. So he's just trying to remake and not be capped for too much longer. Getting that next round on that next tank is extremely important. He's already got 1 tank out, and now with that Viking, he does have the air advantage. Gets a volley off on those 3 Marines. Ooh, unfortunate there from time.
Ooh, look at that vision! The vision for the Cyclone. Guten Geben, ja. That's what I'm talking about.
9. Guys, a 9. Oh,
yeah, that was
no.
that was a pretty big hold, you could say, Maynard.
A gargantuan hold there from Gabriel. That was a very, very solid hold there. So Time's early double gas, further tech tree push there is really only effective until your opponent has that Viking and has their own siege tank up, and that certainly was the case. Now Time, of course, isn't out of the game just yet, but definitely is behind. His army's a little bit weaker. His economy's a little bit weaker. And he's going to have to take it easy and look for better trades from here on out, or start to lose a bit more ground.
Yep. That's the thing about this map, though, right? Is getting across for either player is not that hard. So you do need to be really, really, really careful, I think, primarily about the third base. Like, that's the big weakness spot for Terran, because everything for Terran, for the most part, is about setup, right? It's about your unit positioning, where things are. If you try to go take that third base and move it out too early and your tanks aren't already out there in position, then it's not that hard for, 16 Marines are just kind of skirting around the map. Oh, look, free command center. And then likewise, if you send your tanks out and your command center's not out there yet, you don't actually have everything over there. The handful of units you do have can also be jumped on and killed. So there's I don't know. This map to me is one of the most stressful to play on. I actually did ask SOS if he wanted to play on this map for this match against you, because I was like, I'm like, I don't know, do you have anything special that you have that you could do on this map? And he's like, no, actually. He's like, no, F this map. I don't want to play. he's like, please no. He's like, please no submarine. Please no submarine. And now thinking back after watching his last 2 PVTs that he's played on in the War Chest Team League, relying on base trades and taking corner bases, I can see why he prefers to play on the larger map.
Yeah, it's harder to hide the corner bases when the corner is like not that far away from the natural of your opponent. Oh, Gabe going for a drop here. 2 tanks and 8 Marines, looking for some damage on the Chinese Terran side of the map. Now, Time does have a pretty solid looking army. He's got a couple Ravens with a lot of energy, and he's going to try and hit Gabe around the same time when Gabe's hitting him with the Medivacs. His third is on the way here this time. The Marine sees it, doesn't block it, but sees it.
Ooh, here we go. The dance begins. This is kind of what I was talking about. That command center gets moved out, but there's nothing to support it there. And now I'm nervous. This is definitely one of the worst things that could happen. Losing this base would be absolutely catastrophic. The SCVs are in position. Honestly, it's okay. Well, he's gonna go for a counterattack. He does get a drop inside of the main base. Big Gabe somehow managed to get 2 siege tanks lodged inside, but the SCVs getting that big wraparound surround are gonna be able to clear them out, but not without losing 10 of his workers. And it looks like, I don't actually know if he saved that third command center 100%. Okay, he did.
Yeah, there
God. And we're
Yeah,
following,
I mean, I feel like Time got the worst of trade there. He's down a little bit in workers, but he does have this lovely siege position. Ooh, that barracks is dead.
well, this is the
Factory next
hardest
on the
part about
menu.
playing on
Please
this
be
map.
careful here.
He's trying to finish this tank, but this is the hardest part about playing on this map in TVT. It's just, if your opponent gets this siege up on this third like this, they can completely cut off your production. They kind of cut off the choke between the main and the natural somewhat a little bit. He's going to go for a flank, try to grab this, bringing absolutely everything at once. The auto turrets are coming down. He's bringing the SCVs too. Big Gabe trying to clear out Time from his third. He gets the siege tanks. The rest of his tanks are still alive. And Time says, okay, well, I need to buy myself a little bit more of that, and gets those 4 Marines inside of the main. The combat shield upgrade is somewhat threatened, man. With that medevac, even a handful of Marines can be quite a pain in the ass, but at least he kills it.
Decent cleanup there for Gabe. I gotta say, you know, he's still alive, but I like Time's spot now. After that little bit of a scuffle there at the front, I like your spot. The third is still alive for Time. Obviously, it's still alive for Gabe as well, but Time's got a much bigger army right now. And, you know, at the moment, he is down an upgrade. His combat shield's a lot further behind Gabe's, but he's got this Viking advantage. And he's still going to let them. I mean, this is Time in a nutshell. He is Mr. Aggression. If he smells blood in the water, he's like a great white shark, Nate. He's going to circle in, and he is going to seek and destroy. And Time is continuing to do that, trying to pile on the pressure on Gabe. Not going to give him any breathing room while he locks things down back at the third.
Yeah, this is it's an interesting position to be in, because Hero Marine also has the extra upgrade right now. He has the +2 armor, or at least it's gonna be the +1 armor on the Marines. So in a head-to-head straight-up fight, it should favor him pretty well, since he had combat shields earlier too. But you were talking about this, that non-stop aggression from Time. I gotta say, it's annoying to have to deal with this. 16 Marines inside the main of Hero Marine. 7 SCVs die, and his Bioforces are gonna come be able to route this like we were talking about. The upgrades are going to help tremendously. As long as he can get those medevacs out of there and stay a threat on the map, he's not going to be in a terrible position. But at the end of the day, Maynard, both players get those third bases planted. Hero Marine's got that armor upgrade advantage for a little bit. The armory is going to be earlier for Time, but Hero Marine's also ahead on workers. He's got the money. He's got the ability to make it all happen still.
This EU macro monster, he loses 7 SCVs and he's still ahead in workers. I'm like, what? I'm like checking the numbers, and this can't be right. Are the nameplates flipped? This doesn't seem correct. Time is still getting a pretty massive force. He is still up a good chunk of supply, but what do we say at the beginning of this game, Nate? The El Tanko Desiejo is the reason why larger army supplies don't always matter. Because if he attacks into a bunch of siege tanks, he's going to take a terrible trade with mainly bio. He's coming in, he's going to try and grab an unsieged tank there, but Gabe responds very quickly. Good minimap awareness there from Gabe.
Yeah, good reaction time from our Lodge Gabriel, and well, you just said it as best as you possibly could, Maynard. I mean, it's the only way I could try to describe it is like when you see people do like Ling Bane and ZVZ, and you're like, oh well, he's got like 40 more Lings, he should be fine, right? And it's like, well, no, if those Banelings connect, then it doesn't matter, right? And it's basically the same thing when it comes to Marine tank and TVT. Like, you can have 20, 30 more Marines, but if your opponent has 7 tanks and you're like, oh, I'm gonna push the issue because I'm ahead 40 supply, you can very easily lose. That's actually probably one of the most common ways that people throw TVTs, is they kind of get ahead of themselves. They're like, oh, I have enough to break the tank line, and then you don't. And then all of a sudden, everybody's back at square zero with no Marines, and your opponent is feeling fine.
I actually really like that Time's going for +1 tank upgrades here, which Gabe lacking a little bit behind there. So Time's tanks will have a bit more power to them, but he's always out on the map. So he's not really utilizing his tanks too much until, okay, now he's coming across the map with those tanks. He's bringing a lot of them too. That's a big push from Time. Gabe needs to see this, or he is going to lose a lot back at home.
Yeah, this, I mean, we're pushing like base trade territory here if he moves out while this army comes up on his base. Having the Marines here is nice, but good God, he has a lot of bio with this attack.
God damn.
That's a lot of Marines.
He's actually, strangely enough, going to finish +2 attack. Oh my God, he's going in.
Okay, well, he's walking into a concave of Marines with about 7 tanks. Remember that conversation we were just having, Maynard?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very relevant conversation for this exact scenario, Nate, I feel. The Vikings are a big advantage for Time. He loses a lot of Marines, a questionable start to the attack, but it ain't over yet. Still pressuring with that air army. Time, my boy, gonna try and inch closer. Now,
and there we go. Good scanning, Gabe and Yacht. And he's gonna bring the rest of the Marines over, but there are still plenty of siege tanks. Hero Marine with the flank from the north side too, grabbing the tanks from the back side. If he can get back on top of these Marines, that's exactly what he needs. Only 3 SCVs die in the kerfuffle. And
Damn.
Hero Marine, his 2-2 is about to finish. Feeling pretty good about that. The armor upgrade is a little bit slow for time, but he did have +2 attack early on. So that could have been the turning, that could have been like the tipping point for that fight. But unfortunately, not able to capitalize on it. And like I said, there's the reason why I picked Hero Marine. He's a very stable player, very consistent gameplay. I don't need to see crazy flashy stuff out of him. I just need to see good StarCraft 2, and that's what Hero Marine delivers.
I'm all about that flash. Gilded life for me. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I want to see this guy with 30 army supply inside of a 1 hit point medevac. That's the kind of Terran I want on my team. And there he goes, across through the middle of the map. Time continuing to try and pressure, but he is like kind of down in every regard here, except he's up a worker. But you see the 4th base flying down now for Gabe. Time's had his for a minute. He's going for this drop, and I think these drops work because Gabe never expects them. He's like, no one would drop me right now. They just took a bad trade. Why would you drop me at this point?
Well, at the very least, he's trying to buy himself time in the event that, right, Hero Marine tries to go for a big counterattack from that first push. So I do like this a lot. The biggest weakness for Terran is always when you get onto their production. So if he's able to limit the amount of units that Hero Marine can produce, Barracks with a reactor takes over 2 minutes to get units out. So I don't hate it. This is a really good counterattack by Time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Time's going to lose some medevacs here, and he's definitely lost his tank, but he kills a dozen SCVs. Now Time's got a pretty significant worker lead, and that 2-2 upgrade lead there for Gabe has been met by Time. He's actually 2-2 as well. A little bit further along in +3 attack, a little bit further behind in +3 armor. Give a little, take a little. At the moment, I'm actually feeling like Time is in the driver's seat at the moment. It's been very back and forth, but there we go. The income advantage being shown there for Time, so confirming my theory.
Time might be in the driver's seat, but he can't go as fast as Hero Marine on the Autobahn. Monsieur Maynard.
Well, you know, in China, they got that bullet train, and that's what Time is, man. Forget those roads. He's the conductor of the bullet train. This thing is going way faster than any of your silly cars on the Autobahn.
Maynard, you know, I would think that you would have picked up by now. Obviously, Hero Marine is too large to fit on public transport. Okay?
I mean,
you know
when
he
can walk
travels to
from one
StarCraft
country to
tournaments
another.
by aircraft carrier. He just lays down
That
on
is
one.
true.
Yeah,
I
it's
remember
like a giant waterbed.
It was really amazing when they built that like Godzilla-sized kaiju GSL studio using Gandalf, Lord of the Rings camera tricks to make Gabe look like a regular-sized person. It is actually really amazing cinematography from the Afrika studio.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've ever seen, you know, like those museums or fake museums where they're like, we have a room that's half smaller at the backside so you can look like you're giant. Yeah, they just use the reverse of that for Hero Marine.
Exactly.
Actually.
Yeah, that's right. The reverse hopper technique. Ooh,
Yeah.
good C shot there from Gabe. Softens up the tanks Time. Time gonna try and attack. I mean, once again, this feels a little bit dog-headed, you know, to try and go into a tiny choke point on this particular location. I like the Doom Drop, actually. I'm a fan of this maneuver.
Oh, no. Don't do it. Oh, my God. He skirts the Marines. The forces are not ready here for Hero Marine to deal with this. Oh, boy. He's going to drop some of the tanks. He does lift up 4 of the siege tanks into his main base to blast away at that bio. And he's going to get, he's going to clear those out, actually. He's going to push those medevacs away. But really, man, I'm not going to lie, dude. I feel like half the Terran players in the world, actually, no, 90% of Terran players in the world die right
way more
there.
than half. You're absolutely right.
no.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's only about like 7 people within similar range of MMR. There's not really anyone in Europe with similar MMR to Hero Marine, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. The number of people who can do builds that aren't bad, according to Gabe, is very, very low. Oh, Gabe's actually going for a little bit of a flank here, and by a little bit, I mean like a big one. He could potentially come from both sides. Oh, he's got some tanks to the south side, getting some good volleys off on Time's army. Time still with a very decent army size. 3-3 done for both players now. Married up in upgrades with Time having this slightly stronger tanks. Oh no, +2's done for Gabe's tanks as well. So very equal on the upgrades here.
Yeah, no, they've both done a really good job of making sure that their armies have everything that they need to accomplish all of their collective goals. The tank count is really, 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 really high up, and Time has been building 2 at a time pretty consistently. So I expect him to have either more, just not in this exact spot. But they're both kind of at that tipping point number of tanks where if either of them attacks into the pre-siege line, they're super dead. Hero Marine's gonna try to go for a massive flank through that tight choke point using his tanks, gets the spread on the Marines. Time's army in the middle is getting cleaned up. He does still have a good amount of forces southwest of this position. The supply is not all gone yet. He's gonna load up for another massive Doom Drop. He's gonna try to punch his ticket here. Gabe, save the day.
Get in there, time. Drops every Marine in the main base. No tanks here to stop him. He picks the one off on the ramp. Time takes the main away from Gabe. And as long as you can get on top of the production in TVT, you still have that chance. Get rid of that tank production, time. Keeping those Marines in that choke point. Gabe's starting to create some ground, though. Pushes those medevacs
Go, Gabe.
back.
Bring him out. Bring him out.
Attack.
He gets one of the most lethal medevacs. He does drop on top of those siege tanks. Gabe bringing the rest of his army over to clean this up. He will need a swift counterattack. I will say the biggest thing that I have liked this game for time that we haven't talked a whole lot about, he has +1 vehicle armor, which is highly unusual, but also he's had that southwest base for a very long amount of time now, and he's been able to get those extra resources while Gabe's third, natural, and main are all drying up.
Yeah, time is richer, but I feel like he's actually too rich. He's not able to spend all that money continuing to counter drop there, and wants to keep Gabe off the front door because Gabe's army is bigger. Gabe not going to take the bait this time. He comes in for the attack. He stims on that third. A big evacuation of SCVs from time, but like you mentioned, Nate, with that bottom left, I think he might be able to continue to muster up an economy here, and he's going to try and take more production away from Gabe.
Oh, snap.
Players here. That's a drop of the main. Gabe going to give him a taste of his own medicine. Oh!
Yeah, we've got a new reality TV show here called Trading Bases, as Gabe is inside the main base of time. The medevac starting to support those Marines as well as they can. There's still a few tanks in the back that were anchoring this, but the bio has been cleaned up. And where the hell do we even stand? I mean, I still like Time's spot because he's got fresher bases, right? That's the biggest thing right now.
I think Time's starting to look a lot better here. Gabe is extremely mineral broke. He is just breathing on fumes. Like he's running on fumes right now. He's got nothing as far as resources go. And Time should be able to out-macro him, splitting his bio to clean up what remains of these tanks. Gabe's force is getting cleaned up. Time starts to take a pretty convincing supply lead here in this mirror matchup, mainly in workers though. Those tanks need to try and intercept. He's got that planetary.
He needs to force the issue at one of these bases. He needs to force the issue. We've got Marines behind the planetary mineral line getting in the way here. There's absolutely no chance here Marine can push into this many siege tanks. The bio gets blown up. GG. Well done. Well done, Maynard. Well done.
And the Dread Knights get one on the board. Thank you very much for the 3-1 there. Tank toppers. Nate, commiserations on the loss, but you know what?
You know what, man? It was a good series.
It's a good series. It was a good series.
It was a good series. Good series regardless. A little disappointed about the proxy racks game, but you know, I felt like Hero Marine put his best foot forward there. Well played, Lee. Well played.
That's right. Look, your team feels strong, Nate, and I feel like we'll see each other again in the playoffs. The tank toppers.
Thank you guys for watching. We'll be right back.
G'day, StarCraft fans. Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. I am Maynard with a giant smile on my dial because we have just recently dispatched the tank toppers in 3-1 fashion. And to my exact, I think you're on my left. I'm just going to confirm that by watching the stream feed. But just right next to me is the beautiful StarCraft darling, Rotterdam. How are you feeling today, mate? I've just seen the stream. I'm going to repeat it here for the chat. I've been looking forward to this one all week.
Yeah, I know. We've been bantering a little bit whenever you stop by my stream. I'm really looking forward to it as well. Obviously, I'm doing super good, Maynard. I finally had my first match like an hour ago or something. And
4-0.
yeah, I know, the very first 4-0 of the entire tournament. So the boys did fantastic. Obviously, I look at your team. Gotta be honest, mighty fine team. Some absolutely amazing players led by you. Gotta respect it. But we are never worried. Like, we're confident in our preparation, Manny.
And this will be your downfall. As we go into map number 1 in the bottom left here, like most of Roddy's team, or at least half of it, recently returning from holiday with his girlfriend, it is Razor Edge Gaming's PT Drogo. And you can do my boy.
And in the top right side, yeah, I guess I'll introduce your boy one time. Just one time though, man. And after this, we're gonna swap it up because I can't really give this guy a proper intro. Not just kidding. Of course, I'm a fanboy of this guy as well. Fantastic streamer, legendary Protoss. In the top right side, it is Parting.
It is indeed. You know, as we just finished mentioning, half of Roddy's team's been on holiday with their girlfriends and million-dollar mansions, yacht rides, caviar, crystal. The works. Obviously, that's not practicing StarCraft. What I can promise you is that the Dread Knights have not had to worry about girlfriends. They have just been playing StarCraft. It's been nothing but StarCraft for the boys. Maybe Parting's had. I mean, Parting. You look at Parting. That is a man that's at least got 1,000 girlfriends. So you know, in between soju at lunch with really bad spaghetti, he's of course courting multiple babes. He does squeeze in a cheeky 12-hour, 15-hour ladder stream every now and then. So Parting's still playing a ton of StarCraft while at home in his apartment in Korea.
Right before your clan matches as well, right? Like
Yes,
that's
yeah.
the best possible prep. Maynard, real quick before we continue the banter, is it possible for you to follow Waddy's camera? Because it's not for me.
No, with the replay thing.
Okay.
Yeah, with the replay thing, you can only pick like if there was someone in the game that was spectating, you can lock onto their camera. But if they're not in the if there wasn't like someone in the lobby when the replay was made, we can't lock onto them. So,
Now I'm afraid that I'm going to talk about things that are not on stream, but it's all good. We'll figure it out. No, I mean, Parting, we all know him, Manny. He's crazy. I think he's a perfect fit for your team. But I got to say, I just want to share this as well. After we just watched Drogo play against Neep, of course, we already won the clan war, but points matter. So getting that extra point on the board as well was important. When Drogo made his final attack in that game on Death Aura against Neep, it was kind of even. Like, even supply, even workers. It's like, you're not supposed to win games here with Blink Stalkers. And after the game, Drogo just entered the Discord and he's like in all caps. He's like, similar supply, similar workers, Blink Stalker attack still works. No pain, baby. Let's go. I was like, yeah, I don't really know why that actually went as well as it did, but congrats.
That's right. That's right. So we got a little bit of scuffle here. You know, just to talk about this game, it looks like an expand from both players, but just to talk about this game, it's kind of nice to see both players going for the 2-gate expand. And you might be thinking, well, everyone does that in PvP, Maynard. Well, I just cast like an entire Protoss bracket for Lima League, like earlier in the week, which is 7 Protosses out of 8 players. And everyone on this particular map was going 1-gate Nexus. And every single time they did that, it was blocked by a pylon, which was then blocked by an offensive cybernetics core. and everyone was doing it against each other. It was like different players with patience, stats. You know, they're all just doing it against each other over and over and over again.
No,
so see that it's more of a regular opener for both players here.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like Parting actually just wants to kill the battery, and that's kind of a smart call, but he is going to probably lose a stock, I would say, a force field. Yes, second force field indeed.
Ooh.
1 sentry will go down. Now even the second sentry might go down. Oh. Let's not forget that there is a Stargate going down in the main base of Parting as well. The Adepts will at least come home. They're going to help out a little bit, but that's a lot of gas down the drain for my boy Drogo.
Yeah, it's 300 gas worth of sentries down the toilet just like that. A probe and a shield battery as well to boot. So the trade's definitely on Parting's side here. He's lost just as many minerals, but just a couple hundred less gas. I'm not sure what he's trying to do with these extra 2 Stalkers again. He's just like, I'm still going to find more damage. Absolutely not the case anymore. Drogo's got that army. He's going to force him back with those Adepts. Parting, retreating. Good control from Parting, and it's Oracle time, baby. Not a whole lot that shoots up at the moment for Drogo.
No, but at least he's playing it very safe, and he is getting that shield battery in the main base, so I'm incredibly happy to see that. Parting now 4 Stalkers in an Oracle can get a little feisty, but if we look now with that second battery being rebuilt in the natural, I actually think Drogo should be fine here. There's a chance I think that Parting goes for a stasis here rather than for Pulsar Beam, because there is that shield battery, of course, but I think that Drogo should be fine.
Yeah, as a Parting is going to go for that stasis ward, like you mentioned, forcing some denied mining time. He won't catch any probes, but he denies mining time. Drogo just launches one in there. Sends some Adepts into the main base of Parting. Oh no, Parting! Doors open, Adepts in his main. No
Yep.
shield battery.
Nope, the Adepts are gonna get in, and that's at least, I think, 4 probes that should go down if the focus fire is correct. It's 3 at this point, and 1 more will go down, and that is going to be it. That could have even been worse. I gotta give some kudos to Parting there. Excellent crisis management. But still, I think if you're Drogo, you're gonna feel good about this, because let's not forget that my boy had a much quicker Nexus.
Parting returning for some counter damage there, gets a couple more probes from Drogo, and still is enjoying, a pretty nice army lead here. He does have the better sort of fighting force. Is down in workers. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
This double Oracle harassment from Parting, trying to find a little bit more probe damage there, or at least economic damage.
Is he playing PvZ over here, or what the hell is going on? What have you been feeding your boys, Maynard? Like, I don't normally see this double Oracle stasis harassment in PvP.
Parting is on his body is a temple, and he's been feeding it nothing but soju and ladder points. That's all he needs for this engine to run on full efficiency.
That's one Ravage temple. That's all I'll tell you.
It's a temple with like graffiti on the walls and a bunch of guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever, you don't really know. You don't want to know, you know.
They didn't do a very good job in protecting this temple. Let's keep it at that. All right, guys.
Yeah. We'll leave it there. We'll talk about StarCraft for a minute. Link for both players. +1 on Forge as well. A very standard follow-up here to this game with Drogo with a much faster third.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Drogo really is playing PvP without any fear. I gotta say, like, I'm watching these games, and even if I had Fog of War turned off, I wouldn't be able to really make the calls that he's making. But Drogo's been feeling pretty good about PvP. He's been getting some great victories, and like he said a while ago during, I think, DreamHack StarCraft 2 Masters Summer, it's all about those Blink Stalkers, baby. They're back. He's loving them, and they're doing great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all about the Blink Stalkers until you get a bunch of the balls out, the Disruptors, which have... I kind of love that Blink Disruptors back in just because as I, as a spectator, really enjoy it, but I think a lot of players don't like it, handling Disruptors. That's a lot of Stalkers from Parting. He's coming across the map, and if it's all about Blink Stalkers, it's all about having more Blink Stalkers, and Parting setting up some Stasis Ward, potential, I was going to say Stasis Traps.
Oh, come on.
It is a trap up here on the ramp.
Oh no, I mean, how does Drogo not see that? Oh, I mean, that Observer was just a little bit too far to the left, and I'm starting to get very worried. We do have a Guardian Shield. Don't get baited into that stasis, please. With all these batteries finishing up, I think Drogo eventually will be fine. Makes the forward blink, snipes a couple of the sentries. Oracle's not doing anything yet on the left side.
Yeah, Parting definitely concentrating on these Blink Stalkers here, so the Oracles are taking a while to get in there. There's only 1 Stalker in the main for Drogo, and with 2 Oracles, the shield battery is ignored. They will just one-shot those probes. It looks like Parting's actually pulling everything back. The Oracle's going through the middle of the map, weirdly enough. Oh, they got a Stalker.
I mean, Parting is going up to 3 bases now as well, but that's going to take a little while, Maynard, before that really kicks in. Drogo's already up and running. Did walk into that stasis. Going to end up losing his sentry, but a single sentry is not that important anymore here. The fact that Drogo is now already effectively mining of 3 bases gives me a lot of hope for this game.
I would say that at the moment, like, Drogo is ahead. He's been mining that a lot more here, and he's going to, as a result, just have a lot more production. Parting's kind of got, like, spell abilities as an advantage. He's got these stasis forwards, he's got these oracles, but as far as, like, economy goes and...
No, careful!
Oh,
no.
Now Parting can catch the rest of these stalkers. Oh, what a stasis ward debate there from Parting.
Oh my goodness, and Parting doing an absolutely phenomenal job in making these batteries useless as well. Sniping units one by one. I hate to say it, but that was brilliant.
Oh, that's quite the twist there from Parting. He gets through that overcharged shield battery, and he's just bleeding Stalkers here. Great damage there from Parting. Loses his Oracles on the other side. And of course, he did pick off a Prism. He did pick off a ton of Stalkers, and Parting certainly way ahead in the trades.
Yeah, I mean, Parting is up 4 Stalkers, but he's still down a couple workers. The batteries are still here, and they should become a little more effective in the next fight. Drogo completely forgot charge. He just wiped in a couple of Zealots, but he's got no charge, and Zealots without charge are are bad, Maynard. They're really
Do you
bad.
know who does that? Do you know who does have charge?
Yeah, your
He
boy.
does.
Don't tell me about it. Just stop, man. Like, Maynard, I feel like for the first time right now, I'm starting to get familiar with the feeling that you've already had in this league, and that is dropping maps.
Yeah, to Cyril. Oh no. Well, we've got those charge bots coming on in, and they are going to be a great front wall in here for partying. I mean, the Zealots of Drogo are in range of their shield battery, so they are definitely getting juiced up in that sense. Picks off the Observer there as well, so that's a nice pick off of party. Nice map vision.
Oh!
My God, Drogo!
What? Drogo, you're insane. No pain, no brain. Just blinks on the high ground, snipes the prism.
Who does that?
99% into the warp in as well.
He lost his Observer. Did he even see what was up there?
No, but you don't need to see if you're not afraid. If you have no brain, mate.
If you can't feel pain, I guess, you know, it's just you go. It's like, I'm not going to feel this, even if it does hurt, even if I die, I'm not going to feel it.
I mean, that was either going to be fantastic or absolutely disastrous, and now it turned out pretty fantastic.
What is this game? Absolute insanity for both sides. So now Drogo does have charge. He's going to Robotics Bay, which I love. I don't love that Parting's actually going towards Archons right now. You know, he's basically saying, I'm going to have a big ground army. I'm going to have a lot of charge loss. I'm going to have a lot of Archons. But when you're up against a guy that has like even just 1 or 2 disruptors, it feels like that army is just a little bit better.
It's funny as well, right? Because Archons are obviously really good against the Zealots, and the Zealots are good against the Stalkers, but Archons are not particularly great against Stalkers. It's pretty easy to out-micro those things. So I think it really just comes down to the engagement and the amount of units that Parting will bring. If he brings an insane amount of Zealots, well, it's not going to be Disruptor, by the way. It's going to be
Wow.
2 Colossus and Turbulence at the same time.
I honestly think that, you know, even though I like Disruptors more, I actually think that any tier 3 robotics unit that comes out is actually still really terrifying. Like if your opponent has them and you don't, they're still like it's something you want to have. So Parting's got a window where his army's better, but when more and more Colossi come out, I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Parting as far as like late game goes, like super late game.
Yeah, if I was Drogo, I would just cancel this base immediately. This is not important. You don't need to fight before your Colossus are out. Drogo makes a perfect call there. I actually think with just 2 Colossus, there is definitely a lot of... No, what is that Colossus doing over there? Are you kidding me? Maynard, what?
Oh, the other Colossus is kind of exposed as well. The charge lots are fighting, and even the Archons
no.
are... Oh, he gets the other Colossus! The Archons and the charge lots are just barreling on in. Oh no, Drogo. He had the right idea. I really like where he's going, but the big boy... I mean, he's just too big. He's 6'2". I just told Nathaniel he's 6'2", potentially even 6'3" of literal perfection.
It's just a couple of Stalkers left with Drogo, who's trying to micro his heart out. Those 2 Colossus really could have made the difference with a little bit of kiting, a bit of micro. I feel like there was a lot of potential in the army of the Frenchmen. But at this point, Parting is showing no mercy, blinking all over my boy Stalkers. Wow, so this is what it feels like, Maynard.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to present to you, Rotterdam, your first map loss in this game.
Oh man, it was a good match as well.
The more you lose, the easier it is. As someone that's already lost, you know, 3 maps in this, actually 4, because I lost 1 and 8. I've lost 4 maps in this tournament. It gets easier with time. It's because you know that your team is strong enough to make it to the playoffs. So it's in the end, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean?
No, I know, but I like zeros though. Like zeros, like one of my favorite numbers on the roulette wheel, and I like keeping that 0 map loss thing going. But fair play to Parting. Yeah, he played really well. A bit unfortunate. I think it's like the Sim City that forced that first Colossus to take the stupid route that it did, right? That must have been it.
Yeah, it just felt like there was... I mean, obviously, you know, the stasis trap, that kind of thing. There was a couple of mistakes from both players. Like, I don't know if you'd call it a mistake, but just like losing the prism and not getting that last warp in round really kind of reset the board there, where Drogo kind of looked really, really scary and really in control. And then that mistake of that Colossus rally, which I don't even know if it was mistake or unlucky. Like, you're gonna rally your robotics facilities over to where your army is, right? So they're kind of just going to go straight ahead because the Colossus is going to walk down cliffs. It just happened to be that Parting's entire army was right there, and Drogo didn't realize the Colossi were just finished.
I know. I really wonder how that game plays out if there is 2 Colossus there and they're actually in a solid position, because even that second Colossus, you said it was pretty exposed. It was kind of just a sitting dog there, obviously Parting with some great micro, blinked his Stalkers in the right area to not really be in a super vulnerable spot, but still be in striking distance of that Colossus. Well done by the big boy. Well done, well done.
Well, it's got to happen eventually.
I know.
It's got to happen eventually, you know? Well, our next match is going to be a fun one. We're gonna have we just had a PvP. We're gonna have another mirror matchup. Your boy Bunny against my boy Time is next up. And I just saw Time's TVT muscles, and they seem to be quite thick, with maybe 5 or 6 Cs after defeating Gargantuan Gabriel in TVT Madness on Submarine.
Yeah, that was actually a great game. I was watching that. I was like, holy hell. Because a couple of times I felt that Gabe stabilized and he was going to take it away. But, I mean, Time is such a mystery because you know me. I'm a fanboy of Time as well. And I was hyping him up a lot. But he also really let me down a couple of times. And then you just hear like, oh yeah, Time hasn't played in months. And I'm like, what? Why? Like, he was doing so good. Why is he slowing down? Anyway, Maynard, take it away.
He had such an amazing 2019, but he's had some decent results here in 2020. In the top right, of course, this is the man we're talking about in that blood red for the Dread Knights. It's number 1 China's Time.
Bottom left side of Eternal Empire. We're looking at the main base. One of my boys representing No Brain, No Pain. Played fantastic earlier against Mana. Can he do it again? It is Bunny.
Yeah, and that was on Eternal Empire as well. Ooh, Bunny. I mean, he's Mr. Aggressive. Looks like he's going to proxy a cheeky little barracks up here in the top side of the map.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's the second barracks as well. Interesting. I would have actually kind of expected this maybe a bit. To be honest, these are 2 very aggressive Terrans, right? Like, my boy's aggressive, but your boy also doesn't know when to stop.
Yeah, Time is also one of those guys that's, especially in this matchup, at least last year, would almost always in this matchup go blind to barracks himself in his main to just like make a lot of Reapers and just like negate any proxy Reaper stuff. He just didn't want to play against proxy Reaper. But I think that might be the case in this game here. It's the Reaper Star coming out here for Bunny. 1 back at home, 1 across the map. Bunny looking to try and overwhelm and catch Time with his pants down. Time is just going for that low ground expand. It's a 1 Rex expand. So I feel like if you 2 gas here as a Terran, you're going to be okay for the most part. It just comes down to control. This build from Time seems a little rough against what Bunny's doing.
Well, let's just say we know that Bunny does like the occasional gamble. He's no stranger to it. So maybe this second barracks on the top side of the map, not too surprising. And right now on paper, it does look fantastic. But Time is actually sending out an SCV.
Oh, wow.
And he may scout this. Wow.
He actually is absolutely going to scout that if he doesn't change the trajectory of that SCV. I mean, he's obviously going to lose it, but having the Reaper, the knowledge of the Reaper on this side is so important. That's going to pressure seconds for Time to react. And there he is. He sees it, starts his factory, he's starting up Marines as well. Marines build faster, they don't cost gas. So it's going to come down to Time just having Marines in the right spot and trying to trade well against these Reapers.
And he's probably going to be forced to pull SCVs once or twice as well, right? Near the cliff. Otherwise, this can snowball out of control real quick.
Yeah, you got to use SCVs here for a little bit. Bunny's bringing an SCV as well for the same reason. Just having a bit of a linebacker here for these tight ends. They're going to get that bunker slowed down here.
I mean, not bad so far. 2 SCVs going down. Meanwhile, the SCV of Bunny still alive. Obviously, good micro on the Reaper so far. 3 kills. Command center not finishing up. Of course, Bunny is building his own command center on the other side of the map. And actually gets a cancel on that bunker as well. Maynard, do I hear you shiver a little bit over there?
I'm completely calm, mate. Calm as a cucumber, cool as a cucumber. We are good. We've got that Hellion on the way here. The command center is still a little bit further along here for Time. He can bleed out a few more units.
No!
Oh, he gets that Reaper on the back line as well. Bit of a mistake from Bunny. And it's Hellion o'clock now, baby.
Yeah, the command center finishes up. That Reaper somehow made it into the main base as well, I believe. Yeah, that could have gone better for Bunny. Like, losing one of those Reapers, I'd be like, yeah, okay. But I feel like that second one in particular didn't have to go down because that Marine had, like, what, 2 HP? It would have died to any shot at any given moment.
Yeah, I like what I mean. Bunny's going to try and like super jump ahead in econ. He's going for a 3rd command center already in his main base, so he knows that he has the faster army. He's got a lot of Reapers out, and he's just like, okay, you can't come across the map because I have all these Reapers. Like, I'm not going to get caught by anything. You don't have anything that flies. Yeah, Hellion, great. I'm not going to get into my main and see that 3rd CC.
Man, I feel like it's pretty nerve-wracking casting these games. I feel like I became a dad and I'm watching my own children play over here. I was like.
You know, my Discord group is it's 3 Koreans and 1 Chinese guy that I have to speak to on Skype because he can't have Discord in his country. So I thought that my team would have communication problems, but they've actually been really bantery, and Ragnarok and Parting tease each other a lot. So it's actually been a really cool like club room experience. being a coach, it's been great.
Yeah, when I saw those Hellions come out, Reapers going up the ramp, I'm like, no, don't line them up. That's like when you know that your kid is gonna miss the sitter in front of the open goal and he's gonna shoot next to the goal anyway. You're like, no, son. But But it's okay. I mean, it ended up well, and Bunny still up one SCV. Of course, he does have that triple command center setup going. Kind of like the little scout with the barracks here as well. Spots the Raven. All little things do help, Maynard.
They do indeed. And we are seeing Bunny getting all the information here. Sees the third CC. Haha, JK. He's already got one back at home. Doesn't really matter. So if third CC is up for Bunny, he's going to be able to triple C. He's going to triple SCV production in a minute. Oh man, the clean feed is not super clean for me at the moment. It's like I can't actually see like what's in production, but that's okay. I'll just use my I will use my brain and my eyes to hopefully realize what's going on.
Well,
Like a bit of a supply lock at the time.
yep. Bunny actually producing quite a few Vikings already, so he's gonna make that a priority for himself. Of course, is aware of the fact that Time has a couple of Ravens out. After there's one Raven, there's often a second one as well, so I think overall, I mean, heading into the mid game here with a 5-worker advantage, and the Reaper's still alive. These Reapers can actually be properly annoying here. They should grab a couple of SCVs, delay that command center as well from finishing up. I'm loving what I'm seeing, Maynard.
Yeah, and I'm seeing SCVs, which I'm not loving it right now. 5 SCVs going down. The Reaper's still alive, dancing around with a bit of target fire. They get 6 in the in total at the moment, and they do get cleaned up. Looked like Time actually just forgot about the Reapers. He's just like, oh, they're gone now. They're not going to be a thing, but there they were, and they definitely were a thing. Time down now almost, he's dying. He's down 11 workers at the moment on Bunny. Time actually grabbing all of his units. He wants to go for the attack. And I think this is the reason why Bunny made those 2 Vikings earlier, Kev. Because if you have the Vikings up, you're very, you have a much better chance to stop a push like this. He's actually got 4 Vikings.
Yeah, I feel like Bunny was almost reading this like Time was just going to harass with the Ravens like we see so often. Raven into the natural, Raven into the back of the main base. But Time actually is keeping all of his units together. This is going to be a very interesting skirmish because it's not like Stim is done or anything for Time. So auto turrets, I guess, is that the most powerful thing in this push?
Yeah, I mean, you almost always want to auto turret here instead of interference matrix. It's sort of like depending, right? Like, what's the tank count like? If it's just the 1 and that's your only threat, then maybe you just interference matrix and stim on in. Speaking of which, that's on the way for Time. Nearly done here. Bunny is playing mech.
Maynard, don't just sit there and take an interference matrix. The Vikings will take care of the Ravens, but not before Time lands a triple interference matrix, and that can't be good for me.
No, it's not whatsoever. Losing those tanks. This is a mech player, Roddy. Getting those tanks back takes a long time. And speaking of time, he is nailing that third base. That thing's taking a ton of pepper from those Marines. The Vikings also slamming from above. Even the Cyclone getting a piece of that action. Goodbye third base. Goodbye advantage for Bunny. And Time takes a great lead here in this game.
Uh-oh. Yep, Time now up in supply. Almost up in workers, but he is mining of 3 bases. So he's going to be severely outmining my boy Bunny. The Vikings, they really had a lot of potential there, I think, to just zone out the Ravens. And maybe one Raven lands a couple of interference matrices, but I really don't think all of them had to go down. Tanks do siege up, very clumped up. Bunny's tank is getting a couple of decent shots up. And the landed Vikings trying to do whatever they can, but Time has so much. And of course, behind all of this, he's still mining of 3 bases as well.
Yeah, and he also picked off a lot of the Vikings of Bunny. You know, when you play mech, you usually have a bigger Viking count. You don't have to worry about medevacs, but Time's not really worrying about medevacs either. He's just been making Vikings. Hellion Run by getting a bit more SCV damage to Bunny, but I think it's safe to say that he needs a little bit more than that to even things up right now. Bunny, I mean, Time's even starting to throw in Marauders right now as he's realized mech is on the menu. Oh,
yep.
No, the natural Roddy.
Wow, Time is brutal.
Bunny here.
Time is brutal, just landing all of the Vikings in the natural. Now this command center is forced to lift off as well. Bunny trying to do whatever he can, but 18 SCVs going down, and I'm afraid, Maynard, that this is just pretty much it. This is so much economic damage. I don't really see how you ever recover from this.
It looks like Time's about to say side gen to Bunny here, who's in a spot of bother. I like the Liberators a lot. That's obviously going to upset things here from Time. Funnily enough, a Widowmine connecting with the Liberator there. He is losing a ton of SCVs, but I mean, he's killed 27 on the other side here for Bunny, and he's still like a threat on the map right now. Still 1-1 upgrades on the way, so you know the upgrades aren't fantastic, but he's still there. He's in that natural. The tanks of Bunny coming up to try and get rid of what remains. There it is. And as the dust settles, Time with a very massive supply lead.
Yep, and it's mostly the workers, right? If it wasn't the workers, then I'd be like, maybe I still believe you. You just kind of turtle up a little bit as Mech Boy. We've seen it before, Maynard. Mech is capable of making some cool comebacks as well if the bio players get a bit overeager. And If anybody is known to get a bit over eager every now and then, it's time. Oh man.
Yeah. He's getting pretty eager against Gabe earlier tonight.
Yeah. I mean, he looked good though. He looked good.
And he's got Marauders now, so
Yeah.
going for the really heavy like medevac play when you have Marauders and that sort of thing against mech, it's really like it's funny because like with mech, if you get a great foothold with tanks and a great spread and turrets and that sort of thing, you really can't drop harass anymore. But until then, if you can stop them from getting there and you can just snowball with drop after drop after drop, that's absolutely one way to do it. No Ravens this time for time, so he's gonna have to rely on sheer firepower of this fire unit. So I think it might just work. Just that one tank and Hellbat's trying to hold that line. Not enough here at the third base for Bunny. Time is encroaching upon this position once more, and there's the GG, my boy. Giving the team a 2-0 lead here in this series.
I've got nothing. No. Well done. But I mean, we were not actually in the game, so it's really hard to give you guys maybe the analysis you deserve. But I felt that that army made it to the other side of the map without being detected at all. And it just felt that was a bit unnecessary because Bunny technically got himself in a pretty good position. Maybe he went up to 3 bases a bit too early, not necessarily when he built the command center, but putting it on location, because obviously it takes a little while before these mech builds truly get online. But he was just too far out of position, Maynard. Like the Ravens, they all flew in, and who cares if the Ravens die? If they land triple interference matrix, you're going to have a field day.
I mean, yeah, if you kill the third and you kill 3 tanks and also a million SCVs, then absolutely you lose the Ravens. That's a completely fine trade for any Terran out there. And you know what? After a couple of these TVTs, I know that Time had a bit of a rough start, and he played a TVT against Dream to start things off with, and Dream's a real monster right now. And he was looking good in GSL until recently, of course. But it's I'm gonna try and get Time as many TVTs as possible after seeing him play so well against Bunny and Big Gabe. I'm like, this guy's a monster. I remember he beat TY and TSL 5 qualifiers. I'm like, was that a flash in the pan? Is that just one moment of brilliance from Time? Can he really keep at that kind of level? These war chest games. You know what? Get a shout out to this tournament in general. Nothing to do with my team or your team. Well, a little bit to do with my team and your team. The games have been pretty friggin' spectacular for this tournament. I just got to say, there's been some really wonderful moments from this tournament so far.
Yeah, I really love my first clan war. The one, this one, not all games are fantastic. That's just the way it is. But you know what, Maynard, what not is can still come. Next up, Cure versus Raynor. Captains going at it. This is going to be a really fun one, I think. Ice and Chrome. All right, Raynor, it's time to live up to that captain. First round draft pick, you got to deliver, my friend.
So before I start giving Cure a lap dance because I love him so much, I'm just going to say straight out of the bat that my poor captain hasn't been able to get a W, and he's getting a little bit frustrated with these central NA TVZs. He had to play one against Yona as well, against Pig, and he wasn't too happy about it. And he's going to do it again. And I know he doesn't like this kind of situation. So I'm going to say, as far as that goes, probably advantage Raynor as far as that's concerned. And also it's Ice and Chrome, which is a pretty decent CVT map. But I feel like we're going to see BC mech here from Cure, if I had to guess. I think that he's going to, with the ping and the fact that this is a better BC map, I think he might try and take this route here in this game.
If only Cure had a captain that could win a coin flip, am I right?
Oh, dude, I flipped that coin so hard. I put my whole soul, my whole being into that coin flip. I could only win it against Nate.
Apparently, I won all the coin flips so far, which is always kind of funny. It's like normally I don't win a single coin flip, but hey, if we're coin flipping for ping, well, that's apparently when luck is on my side. Well, let's get it on. I mean, this is obviously a do or die match already for my boys because, going down 0-2 sucks, but we can still push it to the ace match. If you go down 0-3, then the clan war is over. We will still play the last match, but at that point, it's just for a point. And I need that tension, Maynard. I just don't want to wave the white flag over here.
To give everyone a little bit more hype out there in that chat, maybe you're feeling like Roddy's against the ropes here. Just letting you know that I feel like in my opinion, I feel like the stronger players for Roddy are just now getting in here for the last 2 matches. That Solar, that Raynor, they aren't too bloody bad.
Well, Maynard, you may think so. I think all my players are strong and beautiful, okay? I have no favorites, but it's all good. All right, here we go. In the top right side, a man who needs to turn it around for no brain, no pain. It's my captain, my first round pick. It is Raynor.
Oh my god, we're actually in the game. This feels so luxurious. Everything.
Yeah. Welcome to 2020 again, Maynard.
1080p and everything. And the bottom left here from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, but more importantly, for the Dread Knights, it's my boy Cure.
least he's keeping his SCVs at home, you know? Like, I kind of expected him to be like, oh, Reina, it's too much. Like, I'm gonna proxy a couple barracks, probably won't work out. Apparently, Reina expected the same thing.
Yes. This is something that Ragnarok did actually exactly against Supernova on this exact map. He's just like, I feel like I'm the better player, and I think Reina is one of those players that feels that way as well versus Cure, where he's like, I feel like I can beat this guy. My ZVT right now is pretty incredible. If I take a bit of an econ hit, that's fine. At least I won't die to a 3 Rex.
You know what I think is so cool about the Watch Chess Team League is that it's incredibly tough to predict, right? Like, yeah, of course, Pig's team is strong, and there's quite a few other teams. I think both of us have a very cool lineup, but it still feels that almost any team could beat any team at any given day if the boys just show up. I know a lot of people made fun of Robbie's team, but those are 4 amazing Protoss players. Yeah, and he's already got 2 wins. Like, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that last series that Robbie played, not as convincing.
No. To be honest, did you see, I don't know if time zone wise should have been okay for you, but did you see Solar against Australia on Golden Wall?
Yeah, no, I did, yeah.
What a crazy game was that, right? I really didn't have the feeling that Solar was going to win anymore at a certain point.
I thought Australia was dead for most of that game.
Yeah.
And for some reason, he just wouldn't die. We keep calling SOS La Cucaracha, and I'm like, well, this guy's doing his best SOS impression right now. He just won't go down. He won't die. I was seeing like carrier run-bys and prisons flying down. I'm like, Jesus, this game just won't end. Like, who wins this? I didn't know anymore.
Yeah, at one point I really thought that he was going to win because Solo was down to like 32 drones and didn't really have a lot of Antia anymore. But then again, Maynard, God bless the Queen, and I've got Queens on my side in this TVZ, so I'm feeling all right.
Yes, indeed. So the pull first here from Reina, he's not going to be aggressive with it. He's just holding the map. He's getting himself a bit of map control, a very safe third base. Yeah, about 10 seconds late, but he did go pull first. And Cure, I mean, very, very standard here from Cure. Nothing crazy from him whatsoever. Just a 1-1-1. Reactor going down, sending his first Reaper across the map. It's very normal for both boys, and I'm actually very hyped about that because I really want to see a mid to late game TVZ here from both these massive players.
Yep. You were joking a little earlier about my boys being on a holiday, but that's the one thing I am a tiny bit worried about, because I do feel that obviously you won't really lose your skill, but when it comes to the raw mechanics of being really fast when you're getting dropped at multiple places at once and making sure your crisis management is still on point, I do kind of have a better feeling about people that have been playing non-stop for a couple days. I don't know when Raynor came back, but I know a few days ago he was still on a boat and taking beautiful pictures on Instagram, standing in a lake at midnight. So I hope that he's ready to weather the storm that Cure will probably bring.
It is going to be BC here from Cure. Kind of expected that. This is one of the better maps for BC, but you can go BC Bio as well. Like, BC Bio is actually pretty solid, but the important factor is that you use a bit of that dead space. You take away the fact that this map is really, really long. You tactical jump that thing across the map and just try and do some damage. Historically, Reina used to have trouble against BC openers, but I think it's safe to say that from the DreamHack summer main event that Reina's fixed a few of those leaks in that boat. You know what I mean? His versus BC openers have been pretty tight.
Well, the Hellions a bit out of position. The first few Zerglings, they're slow Zerglings, but they're just casually waddling into the natural. Can we get an SCV? No, damn it. Not even one, Reina.
That's right. Kyo says can suddenly die for those 3 links. And there's going to be something those Hellions across the map here. Oh, wow. He starts a Banshee. Okay. Interesting.
Hyperflight Rotos, then? Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need the Fusion Core for Hyperflight. You can just get it. So I'm confused by the Fusion Core. Maybe he's going Banshee first and then into BC. It's a bit of a weird build if that's the case. And yeah, that seems to be the case. I mean, actually...
No, he cancelled the Banshee.
So maybe he felt like Reina was potentially going to mass like a swarm of roaches and just wanted to have that.
Yes.
It's just slowing down his battlecruiser though.
No, I actually think you make a very valid point there. It's obviously hard for Cure to always have scouting information the way that we have it, because we see everything. Then on top of that, Reina made a kind of uncharacteristic weird move where he threw away a couple Zerglings in the natural before his speed was done, which probably gave Cure the feeling like he really wants to keep me at home. So I think you're spot on there. I think that Banshee was a safety Banshee. In the end, Cure realized he didn't need it, and that's why he still went Battlecruiser. I guess that mind game worked out well for Reina then.
And just as expected here from my boy, he's going BC Mech, as he really doesn't like to play Bio on this ping, which most Terrans don't want to. He's up against one of the best Zerg players in the world, specifically in this matchup as well. Reina's very confident about his CVT. And we do have the Hellions clearing up a little bit of creep here. My screen just depowered. That was so crazy. It went completely black for a second. I'm like, I hope they're killing creep shimmers. I hope I'm not making it back.
Actually, I've had that as well when I have Discord open. It's really weird, but it caught me off guard a couple times where my right
Yeah,
screen
me
just
too.
goes black. It's like,
Yeah,
"Whoa."
that's right. Exactly for me. Like the screen that I had StarCraft on just went black completely. The other one was fine.
All right, Battlecruiser did jump into the main base. The Queens are a bit out of position, and obviously we got to keep a close eye on the Hellions as well, because sure, this BC is going to find a couple of kills, but these Hellions that are now thinking about diving into the third, Raynor doesn't have a lot there. He does have a couple of extra Zerglings. Raynor always does a good job in spreading these links out, but Maynard, that Queen is going to go down. I'm a bit worried.
And the Queen getting very low. The Baneling's finding that cluster of Hellions, but there's still 4 left over, and that Queen's still in trouble.
BC! Yep.
BC in the main. Oh, it gets picked off. Cure. What a miss micro there. He needs to get a lot of drones at least to make that worth it, and it looks like that's going to be on the case here. Oh my god, 20 drones. Now, Roddy,
Yeah,
how many times have we seen Raynor lose 20 drones but still be completely fine and get to 90 workers?
quite often. Especially after you just picked off what I believe was 8 Hellions.
Oh,
Yes,
nice.
8 Hellions, the Reaper, and the Battlecruiser going down. I actually think I'm okay with losing 20 drones because he already had an insane economy. At this point, I don't think Cure can really do much. Cure needs to pay attention. If those Hellions get surrounded, he would have been in even more trouble, and he did pay attention there. So I think he got a little fortunate there, Maynard, but overall, I think I'm okay with Raynor's position as long as he kind of tightens up the defense a little bit from here.
Now, when you go BC Mech, one of the most popular follow-ups is that Spire. Secure is, I guess, assuming that's going to be the case. At the moment, his anti-muted countermeasures are basically nil. He's making some turrets right now, but he can't really go out on the map with anything and fight mutas head on. So he's just going to rely on the BC here to get a bit of Overlord damage, anything he can. That thing just floated across the map so he can tactical jump back home. And he's got Hellions clearing up a bit more creep. He's actually doing a good job at clearing up quite a bit of creep here. You know, Raynor still has a lot of queens, so he can replenish that, but taking a lot of the map away from the Zerg, at least for now.
And for some reason, he's finding multiple Overlords as well. I feel like those Overlords could have just been chilling near the Queens, but I think 3 additional... Yeah.
He's killed 4 Overlords so far.
Yeah, this Battlecruiser already got 2, and obviously can still jump away like you said. I mean, Raynor is starting to find himself in that economic position he wants to be in, right? 77 drones. I think he'd like to a little more, maybe in the high 80s, if you're playing this kind of a style against Mech. Tries to surround the Hellions there, and will sort of succeed in doing so. It wasn't really the perfect surround, but the mutas were there to save the day. How many Overlords are going to die to this thing, Maynard?
At least one more. 5 Overlords going down. That tactical jump still available on that BC as well. So he's going to Yamato one of the mutas and then get out of dodge. There it goes. See you later. Takes the Mutt down with him. So that was nice trades there for Cure. Starting to amass that mech army. Starting to get Magfield and Cyclones up as well. So he can engage those mutas. But with a lot of mutas, we've been seeing Zerg actually, strangely enough, go really heavy on Mutalisks and actually smash mech with his style. Hopefully Cure's found the answer.
Well, if he keeps landing Yamatos like this, that's going to help for sure. Yeah, I saw some people complaining as well that the Thors are just not really the units that they used to be against the mutas. It makes a big difference. I mean, I like mutas. I'm okay with Mutaling Bane. It's a bit crazy, but, you know, I never really questioned Raynor, and I know that he's incredibly quick. He'll probably find some openings somewhere eventually. The only thing I'm worried about Maynard are those pesky Widow Mines, because I feel like Widow Mines can really mess up this strategy in, well, in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, Widow Mines are about to pop out. And Armory is obviously done because we have those 1-1 upgrades for the mech, so they have the ability to remain cloaked at the firing. They don't have Drilling Claws, though, as he's prioritizing Blue Flame and Magfield, which I do think is more important against Lingbane Muta, especially considering that Mutaflock is getting really big. He's got 7 more Mutt-Mutts on the way, already got 17 out. Hellion run by attempt there from Cure gets deflected, but Cure is getting to that scary point where he's starting to have 4 bases, lots of turrets. Planetary's going to start up here in a second. Actually, has he got an engineering bay up? He hasn't started his... Oh, there it is. Okay, yes. God, I was worried there for a second. I thought he went full Maynard. But you take
No.
base and play mech and you're like, oh, no planetary.
No, he's fine. I mean, he's been building turrets for a while now, so...
Yeah.
All right, so we do have a couple of Liberators as well, and that's also kind of scary. Now, let's see the amount of anti-air. There isn't that much mobile anti-air at this point. I kind of thought that the mutas maybe could have gone for it, but maybe Raynor is worried about the fact that he didn't bring an Overseer here, which would make some sense. That Command Center feels a little bit exposed, and that Command Center is going to get picked off. No, canceled. Damn, Maynard, your boys are rich, eh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the thing is he's got a Scrooge McDuck vault of minerals, so it didn't matter that much. He still had 800 minerals after that thing died. So is Steve able to replenish that? Of course, making mistakes like that won't do him any favors if he keeps doing that. Raynor's maxed, so about time to just head towards Hive, or I guess mass tier 2, which is the case right now.
I gotta say though, if I look at that planetary fortress, I don't think you bossed it. There's so many Widow Mines here. There's multiple turrets as well. Somehow that BC just fires the Yamato immediately. Saw the meters for 0.1 second, and that is going to be good enough.
I
I
don't those 5.0 patch notes. I want to see if there's like a you can Yamato as without vision, like tactical jump, because that thing just seems to always connect.
All right, a lot of Lings, a lot of Banes. I don't think there's too many Widow Mines at this base. A couple of Widow Mines are coming in from the north side, though. Oh, I'm worried. Banelings getting on top of tanks. Hello? What?
Yeah, looks like a lot of SCVs dying. The base gets picked off. Cure's other base is also really low and very far away from done without an SCV getting on it. There we go. Cure's going to get that base back to mining again, but he just took a massive hit to his economy and lost so many units to the Banelings. It just looked like Cure was just a little bit late on the micro.
Yep, I cannot believe how well those Banelings connected and how deep they got into the defenses of Cure while still being alive. I kind of expected 2 massive tank shots to shut that party down, and if it's not the tanks, then maybe those Widow Mines that were coming in from the north side. Now the Muta's actually gonna try to jump on top of some turrets. They get a turret, they get a Widow Mine as well. Feeling pretty good about this one, Maynard. Reyna's maxed out. Reyna's got money in the bank. 93 drones. Also getting Hive at this point. And Cure, well, he's not really showing us a lot of signs of aggression at this point.
Yeah, there's the old lose 20 drones and to go to 90 drones trick. Pretty sick.
Oh.
And come the Banelings. Crashing actually wasn't very good for Reyna there, but I think he can...
No, no! What? No! Not like this!
Single Mutilus! What
No!
just happened?
Oh my god. Not like this. And the command center.
He just lost everything.
Well, he's rich. He's rich, Maynard.
He is. Yeah, I saw those Gucci shoes, but that was definitely a terrible trade, and that's giving Cure a chance in this game to get back into it for sure.
Oh my, yeah, he didn't get the command center either. Like, I thought if he would at least get the command center there, yeah, then it's painful, but then we'll survive. Oh, the meters were so clumped up. Those liberator shots. I feel like I jinxed it. No, I talked about it. And how often do you see it?
Yeah. I saw a little bit against recently, actually. Oh, that tactical jump on the BC a little bit late there. He does lose that. Not good for Cure. He's a little mineral light at the moment. Zerling is finding a little bit of damage around the map here. Reyna has amassed that army again. He's going to be able to overwhelm those Hellions with the Ling Bane. Cure's going to be everywhere at once here.
All of a sudden, I mean, Cure is going up to 5 bases, which is something I really didn't feel was going to be possible anytime soon before that previous Ling Bane attack. There was also a massive Widowmine connection in the center of the pack of the Banelings. I was like, it's not that important, you know, the Mutas are still doing what they're supposed to do. Then the Mutas got picked off as well. Now Reyna spots it. That is indeed a planetary fortress already. And I don't know if he wants to go for it, but he better be careful.
Yeah. Oh man, he's gonna try it. There's nothing really sieged up here for Cure. Cure's army's on siege. In comes the Ling Bane. He pulls everything back. There goes the siege tanks. They're up now. The Corruptor's coming in to grab those Liberators. The Banelings trying to bust the Planetary. They do bust the Planetary. And they push the Liberators back. No Thors on location to fight back the Corruptors either. The Corruptor definitely a much chunkier air unit. They can take some shots from those Libs, no problem.
Well, the previous attack was a disaster. This one was phenomenal. I don't even really know why this one went so good. The army was indeed not sieged, but I was still kind of worried because there was still a planetary fortress, still quite a few Hellions and Cyclones in the mix there as well, but Banelings getting the connections that they were looking for, getting on top of all those mech units while still splashing over the planetary as well. A much needed victory there for Reyna and my boys.
Yeah, he's looking good again. He's definitely looking like he's back in that driver's seat. And you got that Ling Bane sort of cycling around through the middle of the map here. One BC flying around on top of that Snow Yeti thing. It's going to Yamato one Corruptor, but he's going to lose the BC. He doesn't even Yamato the Corruptor. Oh no, Cure is losing control of this game. Come on, Cure! Please run a suicide into a Widowmine again. Lose everything again, please.
Only 2 Hellions. There were only 2 Hellions out on the map, which actually means that Zerglings are going to be very problematic here for Cure. Reyna's going for it. Can the Banelings connect with the SCVs one more time? Ultras on top of the tanks. Say goodbye to your SCVs. Say goodbye to your Orbital Command. Maynard, this is looking a lot better.
It certainly is. He's actually healing the damage there on those Corruptors. He's going to get a few of these Corruptors too. The same speed on the Cyclone as the Corruptors. So, I mean, loses 10 SCVs. Reyna's got 104 drones. I knew Reyna lacked money. I knew he lacked money, but he's getting a little bit too flexy here, I think.
He's getting a little carried away. Sometimes you just feel like you're on top of the world, man, and you win 3 max stock of 2 masters, and there's nothing stopping you. 1-0 so far in the YHS Team League, trying to put this team on his back. That base at the bottom side that QNL retook is no longer a planetary, it's just an orbital. So that should become a little bit easier to attack into as well.
Yeah, I mean, Skewer's just trying to find an angle here. It seems like Reyna's absolutely everywhere defensively, and he's got drones to spare. Like, even if you kill 30 drones here, I think it's actually fine, which is weird to say, but Reyna's just got a really, really lovely economy. Big attack up to the north side with the Ling Bei and the Ultra. Good tank positioning here. Obviously, that's a planetary as well, so this trade would normally be inefficient, but Reyna's just got so much. Pushes all the SCV back with a Baneling, leaves that planetary open. Corruptor spray there on that base as well, and that is it for that base of Cure. Hellbat's definitely doing some drone damage, but nowhere near what he's taking on his side of the map.
Nope, losing the planetary, of course, a very big deal. I gotta say, I was a little bit worried there, because I was like, imagine if he loses all these units and he doesn't get the planetary. Then all of a sudden, I am starting to become a little uncomfortable again. I think at this point, Reyna knows that he's actually quite close to getting the job done. Just needs to take 1 or 2 more semi-decent fights and chip away a little more at that economy of Cure. But, I mean, if you look at Cure's vision now, how do you even attack? Yeah, exactly. You just kind of got to keep everything together. But in the straight-up fight, especially on creep, I really don't think it's going to do that well. It's a lot of Zerglings. Not that many Hellions in the mix again, eh?
Yeah, it feels like a lot of Lings. I mean, they got 3-3 and Adrenal, obviously, so they're already going to shred things on the ground. Die before he gets lifted because of these Lings DPS. They kill all the SCVs there. Cure's army coming back, but with its tail between its legs. He needs a lot more Hellions to do anything on the map, so I'm absolutely with you in that regard.
Yep, Reyna obviously did a good job in spreading creep whenever he could, even though Cure tried to push it back and was successful from time to time. But at this point, it just becomes an incredibly comfortable game for Reynor to play. He knows exactly where the units are of Cure, and he knows that nothing is really attacking him on his side of the map. Wants to get more economic damage, will get on top of the SCVs one more time. And it's the Zerglings, man. The Zerglings at the top getting a pretty good trade.
They do indeed. It's actually all right. Like, one pack of Zerg units didn't trade very well, but the other Zerglings to the north side getting a bunch of tanks, 12 SCVs going down. I mean, Cure is he's running out of steam here. It pains me to say it because I love my boy, but he is on the precipice of his 3rd loss here out of his 3rd game because he is in a ton of trouble. He's just going to grab everything and go, and I think that's the right call. He's bringing in the Hellbats. He's just going to try and make anything happen here with his army.
I mean, Reyna's army feels powerful. He's got 4 more Ultras on the way, so we're looking at 8 Ultra list. At this point, 0 Banelings, but it's about to be 21 Banelings. I do hope that he gets a decent engagement, though, Maynard, because if everything comes in from one angle, I find it a little scary. I don't want to be scared, but it could get a little scary.
Cure's army is a lot bigger than Reyna's right now. Reyna needs to make a lot more Lings or something. He's just gone into Infestors, and Infestors actually aren't... I mean, with Neurals, they can absolutely grab some of these stores, but if they get anywhere near those tanks...
They've got Neural. They've got Neural. Ah, those rocks are still up in the center. That's a shame. I think he's going to send the Infestors all the way around. One of the Infestors is not burrowed, by the way. That could give it away. What is that Trader Infestor doing? It's ridiculous. Okay, there we go.
I slipped that Infestor 100.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Maynard. A bit disgusting, but fine. If that's how you want to do it. All right, the Infestor flank. Neuro Parasite, Maynard. Let's
Please
go.
breed the Matrix, Cure, breed the Matrix. Scan, scan, scan.
No.
Oh, here comes Reyna and here comes the Neurals. Ah, the humanity, it hurts. It hurts.
Well, I mean, the Infestors still died very quickly, to be fair, because they were all very clumped up, but it does allow the Ultras to get right on top of this mech army. Somehow, Cure, his army is still alive. 58 Lings are going to try to save the day. What's the Hellion count? 3 and 1 Widowmine. So I do think that Zerglings can become incredibly effective here, but Reyna's kind of broke. Reyna's broke.
60 Zerglings on the way. Cure is broke too. These Hellions, these Hellbats, if 60 Lings arrive and they clash into Hellbats, Cure can hold this position. He needs these Hellbats to surround these tanks. He's got a counterattack here. Actually, Reyna using a few Lings for the counterattack. These Lings kind of need to be over here, Roddy.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting. I mean, a lot of the mech army is already very beat up. Here we go. God save the Queen as well. The Queen should be able to make the difference. Good little flank there with a couple of Lings coming in from the bottom. And Maynard, I think that is going to be it, right? These Ultras are not going to die.
They shouldn't. They absolutely shouldn't, especially with their mamas giving them those injects. Boy, they grow up big and strong. Yeah, and the Lings are going to start grabbing these tanks. I starting to feel the hope. Come on, Cure. The Hellions, these Hellions needed to be there yesterday. You know what? The small MVP here, I got to give a shout out to the Cyclones. These things have been absolute MVPs in these Ultra battles.
Yeah. Queen's trying to do whatever they can in keeping these ultras alive, and they will succeed in doing so. God, Queens are so good. I was thinking at one point of selecting 4 Zergs for my team and calling my team God Save the Queen, but I was like, I'm not gonna get any fans like this.
Oh man, and Reyna just holds the infested button, makes 11 of them because he's got a gas tank and not many minerals.
Yeah. I want to point out, by the way, that the way that he sent those infestors all the way around, all of it was cool, right? But then when he actually activated all the neurals, all of the infestors were clumped up. So 2 tank shots obliterated like 4 out of 5 infestors. And it's like, yeah, the neurals were great, but if the infestors were a bit more spread out, then it takes a lot longer for Cure to kill all those infestors that landed in the neurals. And I think then that fight would have gone a lot easier.
Yeah. I think Cure's put up a really, really great fight here, but he's just so dry on resources right now. He's starting to get a lot more minerals in the bank, but it is, he doesn't really want a ton of Hellions right now. He wants to still get that tank count back up, the Cyclone count back up. He's actually just going Hellion, Cyclone, Widowmine right now, which is basically like the only army he can kind of afford with the low gas that he has. And going mech when you have low gas, it's tough. It's very tough.
Wow, that's a proper barbecue though on the top side of the map. Absolutely nothing keeping these drones safe, and I don't really like it because those 105 drones that we were talking about earlier, they don't exist anymore, Maynard. It's 53 at this point.
That's right. You know what? There is a world where Reyna throws his army away silly, like in a silly fight, and Cure actually can win this game. But
No,
I feel like
absolutely.
it has to be Reyna's mistake.
I'm totally with you. Like, I felt incredibly confident about this game like 7-8 minutes ago. And then I started to get very worried after he lost the Mudos, or maybe that's even longer ago. And at one point I was like, nah, it's still okay, because he's getting the command set, he's getting the SCPs. We do have a lot of infestors though. A lot of infestors. Scan is going to reveal these infestors.
He pulls back from the Widowmines. The Widowmines going to get massive connections on the Lings there. Softens up those Ultras. Even the Infestors getting a little bit of that action. They do get the Neurals on the Cyclones, though, and those are the juicy targets for the Zerg. Get rid of those Cyclones. That's the threat to his Ultras.
Yeah, the Cyclones are pretty expensive as well, so it's not like it's comfortable for Cure to be losing these units. But he's still got so many safety tanks here. But Reyna, are you sure about this?
No,
Well,
Reyna's going up and rampant to tanks here. There's a Thor on the high ground as well. So many Ultras are going to die.
It's okay.
It's the Neurals.
It's okay, Maynard. He's gonna try to land another Fungal. The Ultras, sure, they're running a bit low on HP, but we still have Zerglings as well. We've got a couple Neuroparasites available, and that is going to be it. GG gets called. Reyna gets the first point on the board. Oh, we gotta fight so hard for it, though. Jeez Louise, what kind of a team are you sending in today, Maynard?
Mate, I think from Australia, I mail them 3 liters of tiger blood every single week to make sure they're injecting it straight into their veins before every ladder session, before every one of these matches. I want them juiced up on tiger blood.
Ooh.
Parting is the one that's meeting every single liter. I think Cure is a little bit light in the dosage, but that's okay. Oh man, I actually that was bad for my heart, man. I'm like palpitating right now. I had a DM on Discord from my wife saying, "Holy shit, it's 2 a.m. Stop screaming." I can't help it. These are my boys. These are my boys. I can't help it. I was so invested in that game. I've never been more invested in Cure winning a TVZ in my life.
Yeah, I had it earlier as well. I was like, man, I've never cheered this hard for the Zerg against the Protoss, Solar against Australia, like an American Protoss I really like, and I'm rooting for Solar. I was like, this is weird, but it was a fun experience as well. Ooh, just have to join the right channel. I think I'm there, yes. Okay, so we're still alive, and now we have got Ragnarok against Solar, is that correct?
We do indeed. And this one, I was kind of hoping, obviously, for the 3-0, because I actually feel like this one is extremely scary for my boy again. Because I think that Solar has been looking really good lately. And in this matchup, he's been looking insane as well. So as much as I believe in Ragnarok, he's obviously one of the greatest Zergs out there. He's definitely one of the best Zergs in Korea. This is not a free win, but for either player, like this is a funny matchup. This is a weird one.
I gotta be honest, I'm pretty worried. I mean, you had 3 match points, so that always makes it incredibly scary. At least we survived the first. You know what they say? This is where the all-time greats shine, right? When their back is up against the wall, and they need to survive match point after match point. We'll see. Man, that last game got scary. What a roller coaster, because it felt that it was like completely fine. Then we had 4 Liberators obliterating like 20 Mutalisks or something, and I'm like, ay, what is happening?
Yeah, it looked like it was in the bag at like 15 minutes or something like that when the Ling Bane and the Mutas were arriving. But yeah, turns out Liberators actually can do damage anti-air to clumped up Mutalisks. absolutely insane. I don't even think they had any attack upgrades or anything either. They were just straight up out of the box, stock standard Liberators.
I'm like whispering to Solo. I was like, "Good luck, go get him," and he just whispers me back, "Go, go." And I was like, "I'm not sure if that's meant for the lobby, as in like start the game, or if he's telling me to go, go." But whatever it is, it's happening. 2-1 in favor of the Dread Knights, but ZVC Golden Wall though. Oh my goodness, and Ragnarok, such a wild card. I'm not liking this, man. This is like the feeling I have when I have to go into a very scary roller coaster at Six Flags or something, and it's like you gotta do it because that's kind of why we're here. But at the same time,
The roller coaster's climbing. You know that part where it starts to go up and it's slow and it's like
Yeah.
up the roller coaster. Oh, it's gonna dip. It's gonna go down at some point. It's so scary.
alrighty, Golden
Feel
Wall.
that too, man. This is the heart rate's up. I was really looking forward to this match, and I feel like it's even more nerve-wracking when you have the map advantage, because you're just like, oh, come on, just close it out. Just one.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, it's been some close matches, and everything has been hard to call at this point. Anyways, here we go. The bottom left side of Golden Wall, we're looking at the main base of my man, representing team No Brain, No Pain. It is Solar.
I love that team name. And on the far right, in that blood red with the Dread Knights, it is Ragnarok putting the Alpha into Alpha X.
I mean, I
nothing
do.
but win for my team so far. 2 games, 2 wins. Let's make
Oh,
it 3,
really?
baby. Oh yeah,
Ooh.
he beats Special Juanito in a ZVT, and then he just beat Supernova.
That was on Eternal Empire, right? The game against Special.
Against Juanito. That was on Internal Empire. Yeah, Juanito
Yeah.
played Mech.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that one. Actually, felt that he was losing. I thought he was losing, but.
I agree.
Yeah, last week I had a lot of fun, and you are definitely spot on when you say that this tournament has provided some pretty epic games already. I can't believe that the first game I casted of this entire tournament was Solar against Australia, and it's a 27-minute cracker on Golden Wall, in which I just have no idea who was winning. When I did feel that Solar was winning for the longest time, but then I was actually pretty damn sure he was dead at one point. I was like, he's not attacking with Brood Lords, and he's got 32 drones against a 50 Pro Protoss. I was like, this is not going to end well, but somehow it did. So he's undefeated as well, man. Not just your boy's undefeated, but so is mine.
Yeah, Rain is 2-2. Oh,
And Solar is 1-0.
Oh yeah, true. 1-0. 1 out of 1, 100%.
Yeah, I mean,
That Mana Dia comeback was really sick as well. Like that was actually just a really great game. Parting had like the most clutch Stasis Ward in our match against Pig versus Armani. Actually, he caught a Nidus Roach Queen thing with a Stasis Ward that Armani didn't see. It was so sick. Like just big like clutch esports moments like that. It just making me really happy about how this tournament's going so far. I'm gonna be even happier about this tournament if Ragnarok puts the big 3 there for the Dread Knights after this one.
I hope not. He is opening up a little cheeky with a couple of Zerglings that he's sending to the other side of the map. Solar has not really picked up on this yet, but he will now, as the Overlord of Solar is going to make it into the natural, and he notices that that hatchery finishes up a little bit later than his own. So now it's just a matter of make sure you don't lose any drones. One drone is going to take a little bit of a beating, but Zerglings, look at those bodyguards. Oh, that's the team spirit we got going on over here, Maynard. And Ling will give its life for a drone.
And here's the Rotterdam Queen popping out right now, but she's getting surrounded.
Okay, good micro. Can he save it? Solar, if you save this queen, I'm gonna kiss you. Oh my goodness, no kiss for you. But
No kisses.
might still get a little bonus if he wins the game, though. It's all good.
Oh man! All right. Well, good pick off there from Ragnarok. Oh
No, Maynard. Maynard, tell your boy to stop being dirty, okay? Like, I'm familiar with dirty, but this is disgusting. Now he's even making a fake Evo chamber in the front, having 3 queens. No, Solar, don't fall for this, please. Oh, no.
I mean, he does have an Overlord right at the front there, so it's going to be a priority here from Ragnarok to shoot that thing back so he has room for his links to get out. He's going for the flood, baby.
Yep, this is so hard to scout right now of your Solar. There's even a roach one. Oh my god, Ragnarok, you're making me throw up in my mouth right now. Like, what are you doing? You're just pocketing Zerglings, making it seem like you're tacking up. You're not tacking up at all. Can Solar get in? He cannot get in. Oh. No, stop. Maynard, tell him to stop building drones. No.
Drones are for betas. And Ragnarok puts the Alpha in Alpha X. Here comes the Flood, baby. No Baneling Nest for Solar. He's just got that Roach Warren on the way, and he's just going to have to deal with it with whatever he has. He's going to need Sim Cities. He's going to need Queens. He's going to need miracles to stop this Ling Flood. Can Solar do it? Oh, all in.
I mean, he's got the full wall at this point. He's going to make sure that he can back it up again. The Roach Warren is already going to take some damage. We just need to buy time. We need to buy a lot of time over here. That one Evo is probably going to go down before it finishes up, but the Zergling's not really getting in yet. Now the Queens are going to form a full wall up as well. I would have loved it if one of those Evo chambers was a Roach Warren. Instead, he's going to transfuse the Roach Warren. First Roaches are out, Maynard.
And the Roaches are around. The Broodling's even helping with these Lings.
No!
Even the Time Crawler, the Lings are in though, and they're starting to surround these Queens. And just a small cluster of Roaches can be dealt with the Lings here of Ragnarok. He's starting to kill a lot of drones. He's surrounding a few of those Roaches with the drone drills and the Roaches. Is it going to be enough here from Solar to hold?
I think it is.
The gap. It is.
Yep, that's quite a few Roaches out at this point. They are still slow Roaches, so you know, you're not out of the woods just yet. One more drone goes down, more Zerglings streaming into the natural. But this was an absolutely massive commitment on the side of Ragnarok. Solar, during all of this, was forced to cancel his lair. He lost 11 drones. The one upside is that +1 missile attacks is almost done. And he's got 4 evolution chambers he can use for the rest of the game. Think of the Viper energy late game, Maynard. God, my boys are smart.
In 20 minutes, those Evo chambers are going to be lit.
Yeah.
The Vipers. No, I mean, there is no tech here for Ragnarok. You're absolutely right. Like, he just spent a lot of money on that Ling attack, and it was meant to kill Solar. It wasn't meant to do anything less than that. And Solar's already got Roach Tech. He's already got +1, and he's still, even after losing those 11 or 12 drones, is pretty healthy in the workers comparatively to Ragnarok.
Yep, indeed. Just down a couple drones, but he can start queuing up his own drones. Queen count is 2 against 3, so Ragnarok is up 1 queen. That's going to be somewhat nice. I mean, it's a relatively even game, but then Solar has +1 missile attacks already, and obviously his army is a little bit better than the army of Ragnarok. Those Lings are going to fall off. Meanwhile, the Roaches will always be useful.
Ragnarok's starting to get +1 of his own, and he is a bit of a Roach boy. He doesn't really like to mess with Mutas too much. So that's probably going to... At the moment, he's just going for like a kind of a contain with these Lings, going up for a lair himself. And he's up at 3 gases. So he looks like he's just going to go straight into Roach Ravager, or at least try to get into Roach Ravager. But obviously, you know, Solar has a leg up in that regard. Solar can't really do anything, though. Like, without a Nidus Worm, he can't actually leave without destroying his front wall in.
Well, he can go Spire as well. I wouldn't mind a Spire, even though he only has 3 out of 4 gases. But I think a Spire would be quite okay. He's got attack advantage. He can always mine out his own backdoor. Nidus is a play, but Spire would be a decent play as well. I mean, Ragnarok is only now going up to 3 bases as well. Solar will scout this with his Overseer almost immediately. By the way, I gotta say, he did a phenomenal job in not just walling in, but then re-walling as well, while being under so much pressure. You know, if you mess up there, it's over. Then the Dread Knights have won. But Solar didn't let the team down, and did a fantastic job. Eventually, the Lynx kind of broke through the cracks, but at that point, so many Zerglings went down already that we were able to survive it. Well done, Solar.
Yeah. And now Solar still with the advantage. He's keeping on top of those upgrades. +2's on the way. +1 still not done yet for the Roaches of Ragnarok. But the gold base, if that gets to survive, like if Solar lets that live for a while here for Ragnarok, Ragnarok can start to even things out a little bit. And he'll have that extra bit of mineral income, which means a lot more Roaches, which are very mineral heavy. So, I mean, in that regard, it's nice. But Solar just doing the same thing on his side of the map, just a little bit later.
Yes, the expense slightly later, but I think I'm still okay when it comes to the upgrades. I also think overall, when it comes to a Roach battle, I think Solar is incredibly good with the basic Zerg units, right? Like, I wouldn't really put Solar above some of the European Zergs when it comes to like ultra late game, Vipers, Lurkers, that kind of stuff. But when it comes to making a lot of Roaches from a middling economy in the middle of the game, yeah, like then Solar is kind of my boy, and I think he is... I mean, in general, he reads situations really well. He gets great engagements overall, knows when to retreat, knows when to push the pedal to the metal. And look at that. He's mining out the center of Golden Wall as well, Maynard. And he's going to send a couple of units perhaps behind that gold base, or just a single Ravager.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the best ways to abuse this gold base on Golden Wall is to just have a unit that outranges everything that you have and just bile, actually just an A move. The range of the Ravager is a little bit more than the Roach, so... You can just be annoying like this. Good moves there from Solar. Ragnarok is starting to catch up a little bit in army supply, and if he's defensive, he can hold against this army of Solar. The defender's advantage is a big thing in ZVZ, and this is also part of the ZVZ where everyone's spread out their overlords, so it's really hard to catch someone with a like a run by.
Yeah, and it is also important to mention that Ragnarok still has that one queen advantage. I do think, especially if that gold base is up and running, that should make a little bit of a difference. I love how Ragnarok counted the one Ravager with 2 Ravagers. He's like, 2 Ravagers are better than 1. Solo is going to try to take care of those silly Zerglings that were on hold position, and Solo will grab a couple of them for free. I feel that my boy is kind of aiming for a +2 timing. +2 is pretty much done. Contaminate stalled it for a little bit, but it's going to obviously eventually run out. And this is maybe it. Solo has a little supply advantage, but he's got an upgrade advantage, and that should be everything in this matchup.
Yeah, Ragnarok's +2 is about 20 seconds off here. Maybe like 10, 15. It's just around the corner. Solar trying to come in from both sides. Still piling that mineral line. Oh, and he's going to get this. Oh, okay. Ragnarok's trying to push Solar back to that location. He's got a lot more roaches. And he's coming in for the engage. Oh, good bile connection. Solar with the concave, though. And with +2, Ragnarok is not taking a good fight here at the moment. He's got to pull way back.
Yep, I actually think that Ragnarok did a lot of things well there, but yes, it is indeed just the fact that he was down an upgrade, which makes it really hard to lose it. At the same time, there was a run by those. Solo lost one of his queens, so he may start floating some money soon. Lost a couple drones as well, but he still has more roaches. Gets on top of the Ravager, takes care of one of the queens as well, and a couple of those additional roaches of Ragnarok are so low in HP. Maynard, our date is not gonna end here yet, my friend.
Looks like you and I got a little more time together. GG. Solo takes the game. And I was worried about this, Roddy, because I was like, yeah, you know, we beat Bunny. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. We beat Drogo. Great. They're both great players. But I feel like the Reyna and the Solar combo is just a little bit extra dangerous. It's a little bit super frightening for the team. So, I mean, now we got to take a break and find an ace player. We're at that point, guys. And who do we choose?
Do we have to do that live on there? I mean, this is the first. I never expected to go to an ace match, to be totally fair. I wasn't ready. I didn't do my homework for this. We go to an actual break or we do it live?
We got an actual break. So, guys, we'll see you very soon when we return. Ace match between the Dread Knights and the No Brain, No Pain boys. See you then. What is up, StarCraft fans? Welcome back. I am Maynard, and I am with Rotterdam, and we are locked horns in a really close match here. We're on the ace match. That's how close it is. Dread Knights are going down in map 5 with the No Brain, No Pain boys. And to no one's surprise, who's your boy, Roddy?
Well, we had a little discussion. Solo was like, oh, me? Well, maybe. And then it's like, no, Raider. And everyone's like, yeah, Raider. And then Raider is like, what's the server? Is it Central or West? And I was like, your boy Roddy won the coin toss, so it's Central. And everyone's like, easy. So Raider it is, Maynard.
Yeah. Now for me, I actually this is one of those things where it's for the boys. This is the ace. I personally would have loved to have had Parting or Cure here. I believe in Ragnarok and he's fantastic, but Ragnarok is actually the only choice because well, Parting's asleep because he's got GSL tomorrow. Time is in Beijing and can't play right now. And Cure would, I think, rather shoot himself in the head than play PvZ on NA Central. So Ragnarok with all smiles, he's all happy, he's cheerful, he's like, I can do this. So I believe in Rutro Raggy. Let's get it done.
All right. Well, it's obviously a big match, guys. Not just for us, you know, because we're still early in this round robin and it can be anybody's game. But damn it, I just hear like some of these StarCraft sounds randomly so loud. It was just like a spaceship.
Right?
Yeah. I'm like, no.
You can't change the battle cruisers. You can't change the battle cruiser thing as well. It's like the Stetman thing. Right?
Yeah.
Where you can't change it because it's a promotional.
I'm like, damn, that thing is loud. Where was I going? What was I talking about? That battle cruiser caught me completely off guard. Oh yeah, there's a lot of money on the line. Obviously, like if you just win one of the group stage matches, it's basically an extra $1,000 for the players. The captains pick up $50 as well. So Maynard, who's gonna buy that next round of beers? Is it you or me? I hope it's me, because that means that my team won.
This is one of those things where I'm more than happy to pick up the check. Oh,
yeah, no. Maynard, trust me, it's on me this time, really.
No, I insist.
No.
Never next time.
Raynor did so well, Maynard. Come on, trust me, let it go, mate. All right, guys, here we go. Ace match time. My boys were down 0-2, but they turned it around. It all started with the first victory by the captain, and he's here one more time. The Italian Stallion, of course, representing Clash as well, but today he's all no brain, no pain. It's Raynor.
And the top left here, definitely the underdog, I feel, but I have belief because he believes, and I believe in his belief. It is Rutro Raggy from Alpha X.
Was definitely very tricky in that previous game. Woo, I was worried. I really thought it was going to work, actually, man. Because he sold it so convincingly with the Queens, the Evil Chamber, the Roach Warren. It's one of those builds that even if it failed, I still love the way he did it.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it was a pretty cool, just a big brain maneuver there from Ragnarok. Speaking of which, grabbing his first hatchery down at the third base location here.
Yep, double hatch before pool.
Yeah. I mean, it might not be, but it's one of those things where you don't see it with your first Overlord usually because it will beeline to the natural. So it'll be just out of range of it. So it might just be a get into the head of your opponent weird maneuver there. I like the spawning pool location here for Reyna. I think this is a good call against most Zergs and ZVZ, and it is going to be double hatch before pool for Ragnarok.
Ragnarok is such a wild card. He's going to be fun to cast.
That's why I picked him. Yeah. I wanted a best of one murderer, and that's exactly who Parting and who Ragnarok are. That's why I picked them deliberately.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody would have loved to have Parting on that team, not only because he's amazing at StarCraft, but Parting is just like an overall really funny character and has a really exciting playstyle, right? Like, not just because he's good at it and he wins a lot, this is also, it's just fun. It's fun to watch Parting. Now, let's see if Raynor can confirm early on enough that something here is a little bit different. Of course, this means that Ragnarok is going to have a stronger economy early on. It's also going to allow him to produce way more units than you normally see Zergs produce first few minutes into the game. But since the gas was rather late, I have the feeling Ragnarok is just doing this for the money, right?
Yeah, he's just going to go here for the, I think, just a bit of a stronger mid-game, basically. You know, Reyna's coming in with the Overlord, sees the hatchery, and might be wondering, he's like, oh, that's a bit late there, mate. I don't think he knows about the third. Actually, I'm just going to check the vision of the Overlord here.
Nope, hasn't seen it yet.
Doesn't see the creep at all, so...
Yeah, and he might be worried about a couple of Zerglings that were produced of, like, pull into hatch. So Reyna's making quite a few additional Zerglings. I mean, maybe if you grab like 1 or 2 drones here of this relatively exposed third base, Reynor drops the Baneling Nest immediately upon scouting that Ragnarok actually went double heads before pool, which he now confirmed with the Overlord on the left side. Reynor might get a little adventurous here, Maynard.
Yeah, nice and early Baneling Nest. You can definitely put on the Source here. He is dropping a third hatchery, but of course, you know, you can just make nice big swallow units, put some Baneling pressure on. And Reynor is the kind of guy that just turn it up to 11 in the drop of a hat. Seeing this first 4 lings here to this base, which is largely undefended, but sees the queen, pulls back. Conservative play from Reynor so far. Oh, there it is. There's the Z button.
Yeah, he's making a lot of Zerglings, but I think he also feels he kind of has to, because he also knows that Ragnarok is absolutely capable of doing the exact same thing. And if you go a little too greedy, especially with the way that Ragnarok opened, there is always a chance that he just overruns you if you don't have enough Banelings. So I think this is like partly for aggression, but it's also aggression just to be safe overall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like it's aggression into safety. You're absolutely right. As long as you got some Banelings at home, of course, and if you win the engagement, then you can just end the game, of course. I see that Ragnarok doesn't have Ling speed just yet, but it just kicks in now. He's a little bit light on the Lings, but definitely has a good Baneling count. Can Ragnarok get this engagement? Oh, Reynor just runs straight into the main base. Ragnarok's letting a lot of Lings into the main here.
Yep, I have no idea what's happening. I know a lot of Banelings blew up with each other. I do know that the Ling run by into the main is excellent. 6 drones going down already. And Reynor is not even done yet. Now a couple of Lings are going to start working with the third base as well, Maynard, where a couple of drones were left undefended. Look at this. More drones pop there. Maybe Reynor can get a few more drone kills, but he's getting so much value out of all the Zerglings in the main base.
Yeah, this was a great play from Reynor. He got a lot done. Ragnarok, of course, is not dead, but he's definitely down at the moment and even losing an inefficient Baneling there towards the end. 1 Baneling for 1 Ling. And now Reynor starts that lair. Ragnarok's going to have to catch up tech-wise. What's his play from here? He's actually very close to supply locked. He's 49 from 50. No Overlords in production.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little hectic, to be fair. I gotta say, Reynor did such a good job in avoiding those Banelings with his Zerglings in the main base of Ragnarok on creep. It just feels that everything flies in that phase. When I cast it, I don't even really know what's happening, but Reynor still somehow got quite some value out of everything. Did a great job in splitting off his units, made sure that not all the reinforcements just ran into a Baneling nest. And, well, they're both kind of supply block right now at 58. It's a pretty even game, but Reynor taking that economic advantage got to feel really good.
Yeah, he's got a bit more of a bank as well. He's just spending it on drones to take that bit bigger of a lead. Dropping that Roach Warren here. It looks like Ragnarok actually might be going for something a little different. You know, Reynor's going for, you know, just a regular sort of Roach Ravager Baneling army. Ragnarok, actually, I think he could potentially go Spire here. He's got 4 gases. He's just Ling Bane still at the moment. No Roach Warren. Haven't seen any Evo upgrades yet. There's that +1 melee. Roach Warren's going down, but I still feel like that's Mutas.
Yeah, it could also still be Mutas into Roaches. I think you're onto something, man. It is really important for Reynor that he picks up on this immediately. But since the lair is done, I really wouldn't mind seeing one of those Overlords morph into an Overseer just to get some vision in the main base. Reynor's gonna try to see if these Zerglings can achieve something, but plenty of safety Banelings on the side of Ragnarok. Reynor, be careful, don't do that. Don't funk with my heart. No.
Such a classic. I haven't heard that one in a while. So a big Roach Swell from Reynor, and this is one of the, like, what Reynor's doing right now is one of the most horrifying things if you're trying to go up to Spire, is just making a ton of Roaches and going across the map. Because it's not like Ragnarok can do a whole lot about it. He's not making Roaches. He's got his own Roach Warren.
Oh, morphing base. Decent.
I can catch a few of those Lings.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't that big. It was mostly like 7-8 Zerglings for 3 Banelings. So I think Ragnarok was somewhat okay with that. It feels that Ragnarok just wants to buy some time. Reynor's not gonna fall for that. But now Ragnarok is making 12 Roaches at once, and that may actually be enough to at least stay safe for a little while. Of course, the Roaches of Ragnarok are not gonna have speed. Reynor's Roaches will have speed. There's a lot of battles happening right now, but so far Reynor seems bulletproof.
He does indeed, and these Roaches are also hitting a little bit harder with that +1 attack upgrade. So, I mean, you know, while Ragnarok is on his way to have +1 melee, that's a ways off, and he doesn't really have Lings anymore. And Reynor, I think, can just hold the R button and really get a lot of damage done here. Ragnarok's banked up a lot of gas. Does he start making Mutas here? He does. He makes 7. It feels like Reynor's army is about to be too powerful.
Yep, that is very adventurous indeed when these Roaches are knocking on your front door. So Ragnarok is absolutely going to lose the Roach fight. The Queens are going to try to do whatever they can, but that means that they will probably fall as well. The big question is, though, Will Ragnarok keep enough drones alive to really turn this into a game once those 9 Mutalisks are out? I gotta say, this army is not really on top of the production yet, Maynard, and these Mutas will start hitting pretty decently at this point.
Yeah, Ragnarok's starting to bleed out a bunch of drones right now, and in come the Lings, which do have +1, so they're definitely assisting and cleaning up this army of Raynor, but there's a lot more where that came from. Look at that stream of orange straight through the middle of the map,
Yeah.
and then Raynor's realized, oh, Mutas, no worries, straight into the drone line, let's get on that production. And I still feel like that's pretty critical damage, and I still feel
Oh, absolutely.
Ragnarok is dead.
35 drones go down, and just like that, we got the reverse sweep, baby. Down 0-2, but we never give up. 3-2, one hell of a match. Maynard, it was an absolute pleasure, but my boys will stay undefeated.
I believe in Ragnarok, and I love him. I wish I had my ace, though. Feels
I understand.
Oh, but oh well, it's all fair in love and war. The Dread Knights have taken 2 L's and 1 W, but it was a lovely W against Nate earlier, so it ain't all bad. At least the captain I lost to is Hamson himself, and losing to Raynor, it's kind of like losing to Yona. You know, it's the same deal. He's just Italian.
These European Zergs are getting the best of you and your boys.
Zergs. These European Zergs that you have to play multiple times because it goes to the ace match. It's very, very, very rough.
This was a fun, definitely a fun battle, Maynard. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was, man. I was looking forward to this all week, and I'm actually very, very glad it went to the ace. Could have gone better. I mean, I could have won the ace, and I would have felt a lot better about it. But you know, I still had a good time. It was worth staying up till 3 o'clock.
It's only 7 p.m. over here. It's an absolute perfect time to cast some StarCraft 2.
Well, good. Well, good for you, Roddy. Who's up next? It's going to be you and Nate. Oh,
Yep.
yeah. All right.
Me versus Nate. It's actually it's gonna be a fun one as well. The tank toppers are 1 and 2. No Brain No Pain is 2 and 0, but that is still a very dangerous team as well with Maru and SOS. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Well, Maynard.
Play a pool of like 100 people, and you can pick 4 of them. You can get a pretty good team.
Yeah. Maynard, I hope to see you again in the playoffs, my friend. Because I'll be there.
I have a feeling we'll see you there.
All right. I look forward to that day. Have a fantastic night, and thank you so much.
All right, we'll take a break. When we return, it's going to be the Tank Toppers against Roddy's squad, the No Brain, No Pain boys. We'll see you then, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the War Chest Team League. And it's good to be here with you, Kev. I know that we have to kind of fight each other to the death now,
And we will.
but I'm happy to be on a cast with you. It's good times.
I know, like we were just going over it, but it was really funny. But the way that it somehow worked out in DreamHack Masters Summer is that I casted with everyone other than the guy that I casted with nonstop for 4 years straight. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense to me, but I'm very happy to be doing this match with you. It's going to be a little different, of course, Nate. We're going to be a little biased the way we should be, but I think it's going to be great fun.
Well, I think that's probably the most fun part of this whole entire tournament format, Kev, being able to give each other a little bit more of some cheeky banter without people being like, hey, it's not about you. It is kind of about us this time.
Well, take it away. That's your boy, so.
All right, in the bottom left, we have the teal tank top Terran. He is Supernova.
Of course, in the top right side of Ice and Chrome, we look at the main base of the Italian Stallion. Undefeated so far in this tournament. 3-0, wants to make it 4-0. It is Rainer. No brain, no pain. What can possibly go wrong?
I don't think that many or anything really could. Your boy's going with that quick pull, Kev, but, you know, I was thinking about this, and I was actually pretty happy with this matchup. And the specific reason why is I don't actually think anybody on my team can beat Rainer, if I'm being honest. I think he's an extremely good player, and I know we're supposed to do some smack talk and bans, but I think the rest of my guys have a way better shot of being able to take down your other players. And hopefully my strategy here was pretty based around having Supernova go out as the opener, and then ideally Rainer doesn't get the chance to try to win it in an ace match. So we'll have to see how all of that plays out in this series, but I'm actually really glad that we get the Supernova Rainer matchup, because I wouldn't want to waste my Maru or SOS to lose to Rainer anyway.
No, I gotta admit, and this is the last compliment I'm gonna give you and your boys in this entire best of 5. That did not work out according to plan, and I was a bit upset when I saw that, because I also did not want to use Rainer to take down Supernova. Even though I don't think you can underestimate anybody. I mean, Supernova is obviously a veteran in the game. He's got a couple cool builds up his sleeve. You cannot see him as a guaranteed win, but I absolutely would have loved to see Rainer go up against one of the other guys. And there's actually a little bit of a backstory. I made a mistake when I made the lineups at first, when I submitted it, and then we had everything set, but I used I used the ace match as a regular map, and then Waddy's like, yo, you made a mistake. I was like, oh no. So then I confirmed with all the players again, and I was like, oh, let's just put Rainer on Ice and Chrome then. And then everyone was like, yeah, that's fine, but I didn't put that much thought into it. And I don't know if I was expecting Supernova on this map or not, but it didn't work out the way it was supposed to, and I do feel like you got the best of me there.
Little mini bamboozle, bamboozle. So we'll see what happens in this game, but the fun part of my strategy here was to kind of turn the map number 1 into a write-off, since just in case anybody was wondering, like, we get the maps pretty far in advance, about like a week before the games really happen, and we get like 3 days, I think, before Wardy starts yelling at us. He's gonna do some ghosty boys. I don't know how exactly that's gonna pan out, but I know that he does like to do these types of cheeky strategies. He's gonna need to swap off here. I don't think he knows, or I don't know if he knows, that the Roach Warren did get canceled. They're not coming. But yeah, Eternal Empire, I think, is supposed to be map number 2. So I was kind of hoping that you would think he'd be there and maybe put a weaker player for the maps for the second map. And I'm pretty happy with the way things lined up.
I hate to say it, but you read me like a book. That is exactly what I was thinking. But in my defense, I don't really make the lineups all by myself. I think it would have been really cool if there was like a rule in play where it's like captains have to do the seeding. But, you know, if the players have input as well, I obviously don't want to be stubborn and push things my way.
Right.
So I kind of try to find a nice middle ground, or mostly actually let the players decide, and then I just confirm everything or not. But it's all good, though. You know, it's an entire clan war, Nate. It's a best of 5. A single map doesn't really make the difference. Rainer does get the Overlord Scout in here, and spotting the Ghost Academy at the start of a successful defense.
I mean, he sees everything, but like, I guess the idea behind this type of strategy is going to be that obviously the Ghost with Hellion combination is supposed to be good versus Lings. If there's anything that you could possibly scout about Rainer, if you're doing studying or research on him, it's that he's going to build a lot of Zerglings. That's his bread and butter. I mean, watching that game versus Kira, I'm like, my brain is exploding watching him push into an entrenched tank position with just Ling Bane, but he's so good with that army composition, he makes it work. So I'd actually kind of weirdly like this matchup only for that reason, that I know that he's going to use hopefully a lot of Hellions here. But I always feel like that what makes Reynor scary is that he always has more Lings than whatever you think your Hellions can deal with can actually deal with.
Yep, there's a lot of Lings heading into the natural as well, and that's not a wall of yet in the natural of Supernova. He does have a bunker. Bunkers are annoying, but that bunker will not cover all these SCVs, so this is a pretty successful start for Reynor, I'd say. We might get a ghost here. Reynor does pick up a ghost. That's an expensive target. Banelings on the other side of the map connected with the Hellbats as well. And sure, there's still a couple Hellbats and 2 Nova.
Well, he's getting a little snip on those queens, and that means nothing's able to really do anything over at the third base. So not the worst attack, but definitely took a little bit of damage back home. 3 SCVs behind at this point. I can't say is the worst thing that could have happened from this, though. It did kill a lot of Zerglings and all the Banelings.
Yep, I'm actually a bit surprised to see that these units are going to make it home. No, exactly. Okay, Reynor is going to throw down the chase. There are more Hellions that are going to try to save the day here. And this can actually backfire. Supernova is making some great plays there. Oh my goodness, he keeps every single unit alive. Yeah, well done, Supernova. I was kind of counting on those 2 goals and the Hellbats going down there. So I'm not super pleased to see that played out the way it did.
And also on an interesting discussion, I actually offered to Hero Marine. I was like, hey, do you want to open? You know, like give Maru a little bit of a break here. And I was like, maybe we'll put Supernova on Eternal Empire. And he's like, it actually is Hero Marine. He's like, well, I'm pretty sure Reynor, they're gonna open with Reynor. He's like, I don't want to go up against him. It's like, I'd prefer pretty much anybody else. I was like, okay, I got you. And so far, pretty solid stuff for Supernova. Didn't quite expect him to be able to get this. Gets the block on the 4th hatch immediately. And I think this is about as well as much as you can really ask for before Blue Flame is done, at least.
No, you're definitely onto something here. Supernova's playing an excellent game up to this point. Reynor is starting to get a decent economic lead, which is obviously what we want to see. Seems like we're going to get a Baneling drop into the main base as well. I mean, that's kind of cool because there isn't really a whole lot that shoots up at this point.
No, not. I mean, it's just the ghosts, right? And those Marines that are in the bunker, but they have very low health. I'd rather them not be there. Hellions actually almost go past that Overlord. Actually sees it on the watchtower. Yep. So Supernova's gonna have an opportunity to get something over there. Please do get something over there. Actually, just send the ghosts, right? Just a snipe and 1 tap should be able to kill the Overlord. Or not, or just you can just let it come in over towards the 3rd. Maybe he thinks he's going for the 3rd, but
I actually really thought he saw it as well. I'm with you. I had the feeling that Supernova did see it, and that's why he brought the Hellions back as well. Supernova just threw down a scan in the natural of Reynor. I'm not exactly sure what he was looking for there. Maybe see the amount of gases, maybe try to see if there's a spire or something. First door's already on the way, but the Drop Lord is heading into the main base, and there is a juicy amount of SCVs, but wow.
Ooh, good pull. Yeah, good quick pull by Supernova. Gets those out of there. And if the ghosts run over, he could just burn 2 snipes here. I think that's worth it to get the Banelings. Oh, he dropped the Banes onto the ghosts. Oh. Okay, well, he loses 1 of them. Well, that's value then. That's more than the Banelings cost. Rip.
Hellbats are going to try to get adventurous all by themselves, but there are 4 queens here with quite some transfused energy as well. Banelings colliding with the Hellbats, and that is going to be an easy cleanup in the end for Reynor, which will allow him to also just go up to 5 bases. He's getting his 1-1 upgrades. I gotta look at Supernova. He's already sending his command center to the 4th, and he's landing it on location. He's gonna morph into a planetary. Supernova's playing pretty decent so far.
Yeah, I like this. The only thing about Supernova's setup right now that I don't like is you're playing versus Reynor. He's already kind of gotten the idea, like lots of Hellions, decent amount of Hellbats, but he loses a lot of them, and he hasn't even started Blue Flame. Which normally I'd be like, okay, no, Terrans have reasons for delaying or, going for something or not going for it. But when you don't have Blue Flame and your opponent is literally infamous for killing people with nothing but Zerglings half the time, that's a dangerous spot to be. And he comes in on that 3rd base, pushing it back and gonna try to use the medevac to help support these Hellbats. I think he EMP'd his own medevac too.
I mean, pretty good connection there with the Banelings in the end. 15 SCVs going down, but Supernova still looking pretty alright with his triple orbital setup, and now that planetary finishing up as well. Definitely not all that bad. Not devastating damage yet. Obviously, these are the kind of run-bys and kind of attacks that Reynor is looking for, where he just keeps chipping away at that Terran economy, and eventually he overruns it. I don't think this was critical yet. Supernova is still in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, I think the big things that he's got to keep his eye out for are going to be those big Ling Bane hits on those expansions. You know, I like that he's going to try and wall off the front area outside that planetary fourth base. If I had to make any predictions, it's that. I mean, looking at this production tab, we've got an insane amount of Lings being added. There's a good amount of Banelings. And even though Supernova is sieged up on his third, like he might be looking to still just do catastrophic damage here. Does have the Hellbats inside the medevac. So if he target fires the Banes, maybe?
That's actually kind of a cool little play as well, giving Reina the idea that this was going to be a great fight. And in the end, it kind of still was, because those were just Zerglings, right? And obviously Reina is starting to get comfortably rich in this game. 84 drones, gonna fire up 5 more. So this is definitely where you want to be. And I think now it's key for my boy that he makes sure that Supernova never gets up to 5 bases. Like 4 bases, it is what it is, but don't give him 5th. Good job there saving the goals, but more Bailey's gonna try to crash into the mineral line. A lot of SCVs clumped up, and 11 additional SCVs go down. Reina's starting to get some good value. And look at that orbital command, it's even almost burning down.
Oh, well, I mean, saving it, at least it's something. But yeah, losing 12 SCVs, he still has 73 left. So he's been going wild on the worker count. And now Blue Flame did finally finish. Crazy late, but he has that. He has transformation servos. I really would like to see him try to keep focusing on cranking out the Hellions, because, I mean, just looking at what Rainer's building, he's at 93 drones, and he's just making Lings and Banelings all day, baby.
He's having a good time. I also think it's good for Supernova that he starts thinking aggressively again. He's going to drop a couple of Hellbats in the bottom right. A lot of drones just being transferred. Are you kidding me? That was very unfortunate timing. So 8 drones go down just like that. Reina thinks of going for the planetary on the left side, but then he realized that that's a few too many tanks and a planetary fortress as well. Excellent little attack here. Supernova actually takes the supply lead while playing mech against somebody who's running around with a million Zerglings. That's about
It's
it.
a weird game. We've got quite an interesting game in our hands here, Kevin. The Hellbat drop does eventually get cleaned up, but you see that cone attack of the Hellbat is very strong. I think prioritizing with that armory build, the fast attack upgrade. Oh, he gets a big Hellion move over towards the third as well.
Well, one thing that's definitely not part of the plan is Reina losing to Supernova. That's not something that I did a lot of calculations of how this match was going to play out. This was not one of them. I was obviously already hoping for a different matchup in the first place, but starting to get a little bit concerned. Of course, Reina does have a lot of bases. He's got proper creep spread as well, and he's taking plenty of bases around the map. But 107 drones now. Okay, like that's very cool and all, but we're gonna need an army as well eventually to kill the mech army of Supernova.
I mean, he's just basically playing the, okay, you're going to kill my drones with a bunch of Hellions. I'm just going to literally have over 100 drones. And if you kill 20 drones, I'm still going to have a silly amount. Actually, a little bit more interested in the fact Supernova is just playing like this mega eco with 85 SCVs. That doesn't really happen as crazy often either. But every time he sends the Hellions out, I do get a little bit nervous about those counterplays too, because there's not really a whole lot left at home to stop him. Other than just the tanks, but he kind of gets into some nice positions between the buildings. He's killing spine crawlers, and now the Hellbats are one-shotting the Zerglings, and that's the key upgrade point to reach. That's what I was trying to say about going for that fast armory, getting fast +1 attack for Hellbats specifically against Zerglings. One-shotting them is going to make life a lot easier, but obviously we're heading into some other tech. The space cows are coming in.
Yes, but Reina has 110 workers, which means that his actual army supply is always going to be capped at 90. So he's going to take a couple of ugly fights, but then just hope that the economy will carry him through eventually. Ultras will get a couple of tanks, but that's about it. At the same time, it seems like we did have a fight in the bottom side as well. And these Zerglings, it seemed like they did all right. Picked up a tank or two as well, a couple SCVs. I don't like the idea of Supernova getting this base too, though, because we don't have a Spire. There's no greatest Spire or anything.
You know, this is a little bit what I was hoping for with the Supernova pick as well. Is there's some, I feel like there might be a little bit of underestimation going on here as far as Reina trying to close this game out with not using all of the possible tools that he could have. Yeah, he's trying to kill a guy who is known for his Hellion usage with a lot of Lings, but he is going to come in towards that third base. Whole army is not here. Going to grab at least a handful of tanks. But man, oh man, it is really nice to see those Zerglings die so fast to these +3 Hellbats.
Yep. A lot of SCVs are so low on HP. Just sneaking 1 or 2 Zerglings into that middle line would be fantastic. The Ultras are starting to get some decent trades, though. One Ultra will barely survive. I mean, Reina's maxed out. What I'd love to see is Neuroparasite. Like, then I'd start feeling a lot better about everything. But Reina's actually, as rich as he is, he doesn't have an insane gas income. It's like 900. Like Supernova is actually mining more gas than Raynor, which scares me a little bit.
8,000. It's an 8,000 resource lead to Rotterdam, so that makes it feel a little bit scarier as well in terms of resources lost. He's been very cost effective with this army thus far.
Wow, Raynor is taking the base at 10 o'clock. All right. Is that disrespectful, Nate?
All the Zerglings instantly die. The Banelings crash in between a handful of Thors. The attack is completely shut down again. Now 10,000 resources ahead. But as you said, Roddy, Raynor is taking Supernova's bases now. And his strategy is, from what I'm seeing, it's going to be literally take the entire map and just starve Supernova out. He's willing to play this style where he's like, I'm going to suicide into you. But if he throws away a couple of other big armies like that, he's going to create a large window for Supernova to try to make a big push because he's maxed out.
Yep, on 107 drones and 72 Zerglings, and at almost any given moment, you guys will see 40 Zerglings on the production tab, 50, 60, 70. I would really love to see Raynor take another extractor or two and at least get neuroparasites. So we have a backup plan in case some of these attacks go disastrous, but then Supernova
There it
actually
is.
have to worry about Infestors as well. Yes, there is at least the energy upgrade for the Infestor. And I'd
That's a
say, yeah, hell, it's about time, Nate, because I'm getting a little more comfortable watching this game.
No, I honestly, I'm very anxious because this isn't supposed to happen. It's not, the game's not supposed to look like this. Even if Raynor still wins this game, I'm like, this is a hell of a lot closer than I was anticipating. Looking at the matchup bracket that we were given, there was a couple other Hellbats at that right side base, but I do think if he doesn't scout like that northwest expansion, that is going to make things a little bit awkward. I think if the creep goes far enough from the hatchery, he might see it.
Perfect scan, by the way. It sees all three Nidus networks right next to each other. Now, this also feels like a little bit of showboating to me, and I'm okay with showboating if we're up 3-0, but maybe not in the opening match, especially not if you're still sitting on a smaller army than your opponent. And on top of that, your opponent's army is hella intimidating. 4 Thors, 17 tanks. Nate, is this you?
I'm loving it. Well, you know, this is the guy I copy for all that stuff. All those overseers, by the way, this is going to be one of the most important things. I mean, he's got to put turrets on some of the outer rims of his bases, I think, because if those overseers get through and they're going to try and make it in, he's going to have a real hard time repositioning his army to go back there and stop 3 Nidus Worms in his main base. But he does get the overseers at the same time. The Ultras, though, crash down onto the Thors, and the southeast expansion of Supernova is going to finally slow down this Terran mech player trying to eat the map.
Well done by Raynor. I really have no idea how he bulldozed his way through all of that, but he somehow got the job done. The Ultras maybe have to get a couple of Vikings. No, good.
Heart of the Swarm cinematic, lifting as they get low on health, except that last one. He never made it.
It is very important, though, that Raynor is denying this base, because I feel like 5 bases is already scary enough, and I really don't want to see Supernova go up to 6. Raynor's bank looks a little more promising than it actually is, because it's mostly minerals. Now, Zerglings are great, especially if they get on top of tanks, and especially if they make it into that mineral line as well, because a lot of those SPs were low on HP from much earlier in this game.
The overseers are coming again. He
Triple
wants to
Nidus.
Nidus the main. Oh, there's that showboating you were talking about, Kev. He is trying very hard to force his way inside that main base. 3 worms incoming, but we've got plenty of upgraded Vikings to land and deal with this, as well as the siege tanks. However, that does mean there could be an opportunity for him to try to push that southeast expansion again.
Oh my god.
There is a changeling, by the way, still there for Raynor. So if he doesn't kill that, we could see 3 more worms once this army is out of position.
I just want to point out that at this point, Raynor has lost 751 Zerglings in this game, and he's still just making Zerglings, surrounding the planetary, actually killing it as well, and getting 22 SCVs in the process. Gonna get a few more. Now we've got Nidus networks going up. Nidus is surrounding the tanks
He
in
put
the
them
main
next
base.
to the tank. The tank can't even shoot at them. Now he's got an Ultralisk inside of his base. And yeah, there you go. There's a couple more. He's just gonna drop a lot of worms. You know what? This does look like one of my games. Now I'm reminded of that MLG series I had against TLO 8 years ago. Good times. Good times. Except he used 9 Nidus Worms.
This looks like a promotional trailer to me. It's like, take a look at this beautiful RTS strategy game. Lots of crazy fights happen all the time. It's like, we don't really see these things happen. Normally.
Raynor's so good. He makes Ling Bane look insane. Like, it's just crazy. He's just kill everything with Mass Zergling Baneling. He is so on top of swarming. Eco, doesn't matter how many resources lost, he's behind 15,000. He's got 6 more. He's almost 6 more bases now.
I was incredibly worried because he had a lot of minerals in the bank, but it was just going to be Zerglings for a long time. But Reynor is making it impossible for Supernova to ever move out, and this is starting to feel more and more like that Legacy of the Void level or Heart of the Swarm, where you basically just have to survive. You know you're going to lose eventually, but it's like, can you make it past the 28-minute mark? And Supernova is like, well, I'm gonna try. Oh my goodness, what a barbecue!
Yeah. Plus 3 Hellbats are very good, but he's got another 50 Lings and Banes going to the Northwest expansion. And there's just no opportunity. He can't be everywhere at once. He's not allowed to have more than 8 Jan Michael Vincents, Roddy. Unfortunately, he's got the Nidus of the Northwest, and I don't really know how exactly he even tries to do this. Weirdly enough, Supernova's had like this crazy gas bank too, because he's been building a lot of Hellions, very like, and that does work against this, but he hasn't leveraged it into anything that can actually leave his own base.
Reynor is now preventing the command center from landing with a Nidus network while unloading other Nidus networks as well on the left side. We're gonna see over 1,000 Zerglings go down, by the way, in this game, because at any given moment Reynor is still making 10, 80, 90 Zerglings at a time. He already lost over 900 Zerglings. He's gonna lose a few more, but he's okay with it.
Huh? He doesn't care. Says as long as I kill your army, it doesn't matter. He's got infinite minerals to practically throw away here. Tanks need to get the Banelings, and they don't. Once the Hellions are gone, the Zerglings will come out to play. He does bring the Vikings to the Northwest base to shut that down, but Raynor's also taken both of the other bases, or at least I guess one with that Nidus, you could say, to block him out on the east side.
How many bases is this? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Before that hatchery went down on the left side, Reynor was on 10 bases. That seems a little excessive.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling you there on that one. He's gonna drop some auto turrets here. He tries to get a couple of Liberators to bring the support, but the Ultras make it onto the tanks now. There's Zergling support still here. Finally, some Vipers being made as well, and I don't think we're gonna see 5 Vikings save everything over here. The Queens have been brought out to shoo the command center away from the Southeast expansion.
With more Niduses popping out as well, or popping up rather. I don't even really know what this turned into. And there was a moment where I was legitimately kind of scared. And now I'm just like, all right, Reynor, I know you're young, but you know what we teach the children? Don't play with your food. Get it over with.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the very least, it's definitely been an interesting game, but he's finally got some late game tech out other than Ultralisks, and we see the Vipers come over. He can get abducts if he needs, brings the Queens out. There's not really a whole lot else that Supernova can do in this situation, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, he's had a really weird amount of Vikings the whole game, like he was expecting Broodlords that were never going to come, and yeah, the Broodlords never came, so... I think a lot of his supply maybe a little bit bold, or perhaps jebaited by a fear that Reynor would transition to Broodlords.
As Wardy was showing us as well, in the end, 1,186 Zerglings. 1,180 Zerglings in 22 minutes. Like, what is that? Like more than 50 links per minute going down? Is that... Does the math check out over here? I think it does. Like, oh, Reynor.
Zergling's pretty good.
oh, Reynor. Well, that does mean that no brain, no pain takes the 1-0 lead. But kind of like you said, Nate, Supernova going up against Reynor, that's not the worst thing that could happen for your team.
No. This was definitely a part of the plan. I think my greatest hope would be that I wouldn't have to risk SOS, Hero Marine, or Maru losing their game to Reynor, mostly because I think they can beat pretty much anybody in this tournament. I think they have a good chance. I wouldn't write them off in any of those situations. So I will say it would have been a really, really, really sweet gift from Supernova to somehow get the craziest upset literally of all time here in the War Chest Team League, but I'm also not going to beat myself up too much over it. I think it was still a good, entertaining game to watch, and that is the other reason why I picked Supernova.
It was bloody, it was fun, and you got me more scared than I was ever supposed to be, so I think it was all right. That does mean that we're getting ready for our second match here at the last Clan War team battle of the day. It's going to be Maru versus Drogo on Eternal Empire. Ay.
Well, I'm interested to see. I'm actually, I don't know. Drogo's been doing some funny, weird meme stuff lately, and I find him a little bit more scary than usual because he also, in his interviews, when we were talking to him at DreamHack during the online stuff, at least recently, he's been very confident. So But I much prefer to have Maru play against Drogo than Raynor, to be perfectly clear.
No, I think Drogo is in excellent shape, and that's why I was incredibly happy that he was going to be the final member of my team. First of all, so I can actually cast a couple Protoss matches as well and be biased. But on top of that, I think a lot of people are underrating Drogo a little bit. I think he has really cemented himself, in my eyes, as the second best Protoss player in Europe at the moment. I think we still got to give the title to Showtime, but Drogo is right there. He's been consistent. He's been putting up some fantastic results. And even though he dropped that map in that PvP earlier, when we played the Dread Knights, when it was Drogo versus Parting, I actually think that Drogo could have won that game. If those Colossi were not misrallied in the end, and they didn't go down the way they did, Drogo played one hell of a game, almost got the job done. I hope. I mean, you speak of craziest upset of all time. I don't think this would be the craziest upset of all time, but it'd definitely be one of these, like, Drogo just beat Maru moments, you know? Let's hope it happens.
All right, we are loaded in. Let's see. Indeed, in the northeast, we have the the teal, tank, top, Terran. These glasses have like a little bit of a filter on them. He is Maru. Although I should remember the color of my own team, even though everything teal looks blue right now.
I gotta say, orange looks good with that team logo of Raise Your Edge as well. Normally, of course, it's Raise Your Edge. Today, it's no brain, no pain, Petit Drogo. I was so happy that I could pick orange, by the way. I didn't really expect that. To give the team a little bit of a Dutch flavor, you know, these things do matter, Nate.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy it. You know, I feel a lot of German pride coming whenever I get to cast Hero Marine. You know, I know it was one of the reasons why I liked picking him up was actually that I knew that he has, you know, the German StarCraft fan base is pretty big, and Hero Marine is obviously very popular. So I'm like, it's nice to be able to get the whole chat on your side. Everybody's cheering for Big Gabe. But
what was the whole Guten Gaben thing that you kept saying?
oh, that's my new thing, man. All right, I want to be Hero Marines. I want to be Hero Marines' #1 hype man while he's playing on this team. While he's playing on this team, because I think he's like my rock. You know, SOS and Maru. If I had to characterize them, right, they're your Joker, your Harvey Dent, Two-Face kind of guy. You don't really know what they're gonna do. A little bit unpredictable. But Hero Marine, he's my rock. He's my guy that I'm always going to be able to count on that he's going to be able to bring at least a consistent level of performance to the table. And barring, discussions about servers and whatnot, I thought he had a really close match with Time. I definitely thought he was going to take that. But, he still played very well regardless, and I'm very proud of him.
Well, Nate, I'll come clean. I actually tried to corrupt the enemy a little bit last Wednesday, you know. I was like, I'll come to Cologne, you know. Have a schnitzel with me, Gabe. What's the worst thing that could happen? Well, then I gave Gabe like a beer or two too many, you know, and he's been a little rocky for the rest of the week, so it's all good.
Yeah, it all makes sense why he wasn't feeling that well during the last match. I see how it is, Kevin. Is that with that new random bot account that they said was just a bot that joined our private team Discord too, huh? I've got my eyes on you. I've got my eyes on you, Kevin.
Can't confirm or deny, Nate. Anything for the victory, though. That does mean that I have to drive 3 hours to Germany to throw Gabe off his game a little bit. It is what it is.
There's a good bit of money on the line for these matches, so I don't blame you, Kevin. Certainly don't.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit about this TVP, because the Reaper just went down, and Maru definitely did not get the scout that he was hoping for. Doesn't know if he's playing against a Twilight or a Stargate. Is probably expecting Twilight, like most people. But it seems like he's gonna open up either with a Hellion drop, or it's like 4 Hellions into the Natural Liberator in the main.
Yeah, I like both of those. I feel like most of the time when I see this, it is the medevac first.
Yeah.
And then because he just doesn't want to have to move it because the Hellions are faster, quote unquote. But that is an interesting thing to think about though, because how do you take that? I guess if he sends the Adeptome, it doesn't matter. But I was gonna say, like, how do you get those Hellions across without being spotted all the time? Since he went for the Twilight before the Robo, it's not like he's gonna have the fastest observer either. So I think there's a lot of potential for this to do some big damage.
Yep, I feel like whenever we cast games on this level, most of the time this opening does do big damage. And sure, there is a shield battery in the main base, and that would help if it's like just 3 Hellions, even though 3 Hellions one shot, but then you can just pick up 1 Hellion, and then your probes are kind of safe. Now, this Adept is scouting a little bit. Oh my goodness, come on, Drogo. Everything you want to see in the air to the left. The Adept is now moving out. Doesn't see the medevac.
Okay, you don't need to look. Close your eyes, kick back, lean back in your chair. No big deal. Get yourself some amazing bread.
Okay, Drogo is going to see it now. He will see that it's a medevac, and he's going to see it's a probe. So I think it's a wall up on the left side. The probes are very lined up so far. Not a lot of probes going down yet, though. All right, I am very happy to see this. Drogo's going to go for the medevacs first. No, don't let him.
Bring him back.
No.
Line him up, Husky. There we go. Okay, just a couple more. Just one more, at least one more. Okay, thank you. Thank you. 7. I can be happy with 7. I can live with 7 kills.
I can
4,
actually
not so much.
I can live with 7 as well, though. Like, that's a medevac and 4 Hellions. The only downside is that Drogo didn't do one of these crazy Protoss early expands. And now there is a Liberator as follow-up, and that I hate to see, because I always feel that this Liberator racks up 4 more kills as well, and then a lot of lost mining time.
They're in the middle. Stalkers are in the middle, Kev. He's going to need to warp something in. He does have the shield battery, so I think the Stalker could maybe tank 1 extra hit or 2 from this, so he is going to be able to hold on to that, focus this down, the probes on the gas. That is what I love to see, and he gets one of those Stalkers too. Not bad.
Yeah, that's so much lost mining time. 3 probes going down, a little bit of lost mining, or quite a bit of lost mining time. That makes it a very successful Liberator. At this point, Maru is actually ahead economically, because they're even in Workers, of course, double orbital. The one downside for Maru and his build, though, is that starport is now floating home, Nate. The Stalker's actually going to find the starport. Can he get that?
I think he should be able to save it. Yeah, if he had like 3 or 4 more, maybe, but I think it's just barely too few that it may at best he'll get it on fire, and then it's not too hard to repair that. Good grab. I think he just scanned for the observer as well, so he gets that off of his back, so no more vision to blink into the main for Drogo.
Yeah, I mean, Drogo's now up to 3 bases. Would like to see a few more pros, but I think as soon as he gets up to 52 work, it's not all that bad. I think the double forge is a little bit ambitious, because Drogo, I thought, has seen that Maru is still on 2 command centers, and is actually not building a 3rd yet. And I think if you know your opponent is on 2 CC, I don't think you need double forge here. I think single forge would be more than enough.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree there, especially with the Colossus being the choice for the tech, right? Like you're playing a composition that's going to rely a little bit more on the attack upgrades than anything. But then again, I'll personally never say no to Protoss armor upgrades. I would prefer if he did skip them for Maru's sake. Let the bio kill those zealots a little bit faster.
Well, I'm gonna eat my words, because obviously right when I was done, Maru is actually building a 3rd command center that is going to be much, much later than this Nexus. The one thing that I'm worried about, of course, right now is that Maru's army supply is quite a bit bigger than the one of Drogo. Drogo is gonna see this army move out, though, because he has that 1 Stalker, the Xel'Naga Watchtower. You can blink to the other side. Please don't lose your Stalker, Drogo. Oh, no. All right, these are things that do add up, because that Terran army supply does not lie. If Drogo holds here, though, he's in an amazing position.
That would be pretty sick. This is definitely an important moment that's coming up. There's really not a lot of units, though, on the field for Drogo. He's made all these investments into those upgrades you're talking about, Templar Archives. Colossus range isn't ready yet, and there's going to be several siege tanks here. But without a large number of zealots, I'm not 100% sure what's going to dislodge this siege up before he gets an opportunity to deal some damage, at least. The force fields go out to push 2 Marauders. He's going to save 1 of them.
If Maru is going to reinforce his position as well, we do have that shield battery there, and he could maybe use battery overcharge as well to really keep these units alive forever. The zealot count is increasing. Every second that goes by is a good one for Drogo, because he does have a lot of money, wants to get a couple of the Archons, but the Archons do mean that he's going to lose that battery, and I would have loved to see him take a fight with battery overcharge. Oh,
the Nexus, the Colossi can't really move down right now. The siege tanks are zoning the north part of that off a little bit.
Oh,
I like this. Get the Marauders up front.
Oh, that one adept on the top side. That's so sick. Actually soaked up a couple of tank shots. Is it going to be enough? The Nexus does go down. Come on, Drogo, kill the tanks.
I like that he lets the tanks just sit there. Kills one of the Colossi with him. Second one actually gets very low. Just needs 1 Marauder hit, and he's going to be able to push through that. Now it's just Bio versus Gateway. Roddy, I'll take these odds any day. GG.
Look at the right side of the screen as well. +1 ground weapons done in 5 seconds. Ground
Oh
one,
my God.
one armor finishing up in 5 seconds. Thermal lens finishing up in 10 seconds. I almost wish that Drogo would have just taken the fight immediately and used battery overcharge. And like, sure, he may not get the complete cleanup, but I think if you just like kind of reduce the army size there, then maybe with the follow-up war pins and then eventually +1, because battery overcharge is amazing, and now it didn't really come into play. Unfortunately, I feel like Drogo got close though. I think he got really close.
Yeah, that's that's just one of those really unfortunate things. That build being slowed down the slightest bit by that Hellion drop. If he smacks that back, it's a completely different story, right? He just, I think you kind of just said it best, really. The end of that game, 5 seconds left for +1, 5 seconds left for +1 armor, and 10 seconds left for Colossus range. Didn't have any of the upgrades he needed other than charge, going up against Maru, and then also letting 5 siege tanks because he chased the bio. 5 siege tanks just blew up all 3 Colossi for the most part before he was actually even trying to kill them.
Yep, unfortunate. Now, obviously, Maru is kind of the star in your team. That was your first round pick. So both of our first round picks delivered. We're all tied up, Nate. I feel that this becomes actually an incredibly important match. Hero Marine versus Bunny. Who's going to take the 2-1 lead? Because that last one, Solar against SOS, I mean, I think that's anybody's game. Obviously, 2 absolutely amazing Korean players. So, in a weird way, I actually feel that this is the MVP match of this entire... Can we call it the Clan War? Is that okay? Or...
I'm not going to complain about that.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm from an era where we call these things clan wars. I don't know how we call it these days, but a war chest team battle, I guess, is a good way we can call it as well. But I think clan wars work.
All right, I think I'm getting this lobby bug thing again.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't know what's happening.
Nah, I don't know if it was something with the patch or whatnot, but I also don't join too many of these types of lobbies regularly. Can you try to invite me? Sorry.
Sure, mate. Yeah, so they're saying that it's where are you? Are you in the chat channel, mate?
I should be
All right.
okay.
Oh.
Okay, well, apparently only Molly can see me online, and that fixes everything. All right.
Cool.
The base god admin is the only person who can see me online and invite me, and it works. So thank you, admin gods.
Alrighty, guys. This means we're all tied up between the tank toppers and no brain, no pain. You are currently 1-2, correct, in the round robin? 1 win, 2 losses?
Yes.
All right, my boys are 2-0, but I'm definitely getting a little nervous because I feel like you just got the upper hand when it came to the seeding and the matchups and stuff. So this is going to be one hell of a match. Let's hop into this TVT, which is going to be incredibly important. It's your boy. I corrupted him. Take it away, Nate.
The massive, the large, the uncorruptible, in the northwest, the teal tank top Terran. He is Hero Marine.
I'm not sure if I would call him uncorruptible. In the bottom right side, look at the main base of 1-1 in this tournament so far. And I'm sure that he would absolutely love to win this game and put the boys up. It is our Korean Terran, Bunny. I love Bunny, man. Bunny has been my favorite Korean player for so long. Not necessarily.
He's awesome.
Yeah, not just because I think he's a really fun player. I've said this during Katowice many times, because that's in general the only... Well, I cast him at Home Story Cups to be fair. But I just feel there is never a boring game with Bunny. Because Bunny doesn't know how to slow down. And Bunny loves to attack, loves to drop, just loves to fight. So even if it's sometimes not the most effective thing, I just generally enjoy watching him. I enjoy casting him. Then on top of that, I get along with him very well outside of the game too. And that's why I'm more than happy to have Bunny on my team. This is a big moment for him though. He would do the team a massive favor if he takes out your Guten Gabriel over here.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that we'll see some Guten Gaben plays in this map. You know, this Hero Marine has been so nice about me figuring out who wants to play on what maps. Like SOS didn't want to play on Submarine. Hero Marine was like a little iffy on a few of the other ones, but I was like, all right, going into this match, I'm like, okay, well, we actually don't have Submarine in this series, so you can finally play something else. And obviously Hero Marine, he played really good macro games on that map, but it was always difficult for him because it was pretty easy for Time to do those big Doom drops. His It wasn't hard for him to get across the map. It wasn't hard to find the blind spots, but I can see Hero Marine being in his element, building up that massive economy, getting up to those 3 bases, and having a much easier time dealing with any type of big attack focused plays like you're talking about. And I hope that he's in good shape for it, because that was definitely the hardest part about the loss he had to Time, was just that Time just kept forcing these crazy doom drops that you're like, oh my God, is he really going to go for this? And then Hero Marine's like, well, no, there's no way he would, right? And then all of a sudden you've got, 18 Marines inside your base.
Yeah, I gotta say, Time and Submarine does seem like a match made in heaven. If there was ever a map that would favor the way that Time loves to play, like I could watch Time against Bunny, for instance, all day long. Like that'd be really fun. Just 2 Terrans that never slow down. Even if they play mech, I'm pretty sure they're just having Hellion fights in the center all the time, because that's how those boys like to play. Hero Marine is gonna try to get a little feisty here with his 2 Reapers in the Hellion. Could potentially hop up. The Hellion could provide some fire from the low ground. That's a really good play, but so far the micro of Bunny is good, and Bunny does keep all of his units alive.
Yeah, that's a really good save there. I'm not gonna lie, I've been in Bunny's position there a million times. When you do the 1 Reaper, 1 Marine opener, and your opponent goes for multiple Hellions and Reapers, it gets really, really scary. Like if you lose those first, if he killed that first Reaper there, like without the control, you could almost snowball it into like 7 worker kills. So a solid hold there, but I do like that Hero Marine's taking that initiative. I like that he's getting out onto the map. He's not being crazy passive. I don't anticipate him to shy away from opportunities to be aggressive, and I do like that. I like that he's going for this Cyclone opener as well. He's getting a medevac too, so yeah. I'm guessing it's going to be the Cyclone 4 Marine drop and then run the Reapers and the Hellion into the natural, or just jump him up into the main with the rest of his forces.
This can actually become a very explosive TVT, but Bunny's opening up with the Raven, and Raven is obviously pretty useful defensively, so then it's not that bad. Whenever I think of Gabe, I always just think of him talking about Clem in TVT, and it's like, yeah, Clem builds a medevac all the time. Yeah, that's Clem. Every game he makes a medevac. And I was like, can't you punish that then? He's like, yeah, I do it when it matters. And I was like, okay. But now he starts opening up medevac himself as well, so I guess he's kind of a fan of these Clem builds.
Yeah, well, TVT is just crazy. There's like so many different builds that everybody does, and as long as you're not someone that people are like, oh, they always do this, you're an incredibly dangerous threat, because there are just so many different ways that people try to bring the pain in this matchup. Now, careful with that tank. If he sieges it too quickly, there you go. I think definitely the best play is to let that Cyclone burn its lock on first before he tries to do it. I actually really like that he never sieges the tank, because now he can't kill it that easily with an auto turret or the Cyclone lock on.
Yep, I gotta say, great job there by Hero Marine getting his own lock on the Cyclone of Bunny, because I have the feeling that's exactly what he was aiming for, and he got the job done. The Raven is capable of dropping an auto turret, though. Auto turrets are very powerful. Get a couple of shots off on the tank, but doesn't actually get the tank, doesn't get the medevac either. Then again, though, I mean, Bunny's not really taking a crippling amount of damage, and he did go up to 3 command centers way before Hero Marine did. Then again, to balance things out, Hero Marine is building his turrets, you see, on location. Well, the one of Bunny is stuck in the main base. Man, Gabe is reinforcing this push.
Yeah, this is a pretty big commitment to make here. I did not anticipate this. He's gonna try to use the auto turret while he gets his tank into position, drops his own auto turret, and the siege tank actually tries to target that, but I do think this will finally bring an end to this little bit of pressure. Man, I think when he sees this command center, though, he's going to realize he had an opportunity to delay this a lot if he had dropped towards that north side of the base earlier. However, good scout from Hero Marine is actually going to see Bunny start all of the factories, knowing this early that he's going mech, and then being able to cancel one. Well, I'm a big fan of that, Roddy.
Yep, Bunny tried to play mech as well against Time earlier, and was actually in a really good position after the early game, but then spread himself thin across 3 bases a little too early. I'm going to say I'm a bit surprised to see Bunny becoming such a mech boy. I mean, I've got no issues with it. If he has a couple of mech wheels that he's comfortable with, I am happy to see that he's busting them out here, but I always feel that Bunny's strength is speed, multitasking, dropping everywhere. And with mech, you just kind of siege up your tanks in this phase in the game and hope that you cover all your defenses, but that's not necessarily where I think Bunny really shines, so I'm a little worried. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I more so agree with you, especially in TVT. You know, you can't really mess around in this matchup with mech like you can in the other ones with like Cyclone, Hellion type stuff, because It's all about them siege tanks. He drops the turrets up front while Hero Marine sieges his tanks on the third base of Bunny. Very forward, aggressive attack to be making here. One of the siege tanks gets very low. He does kill it, but this push is going to get cleaned up by those landed Vikings of Bunny. Tell you what, if there's one thing that absolutely obliterates Terran mech units, it is the Viking.
Man, I gotta say, if Bunny didn't get those 2 turrets down, or down where he got them down, I think that would have been incredibly hard to deal with. And I think Hero Marine would have enjoyed that push for a very long time. I am so happy to see those 2 turrets go down. They were in absolute perfect position in range of pretty much every single unit that Gabe had there. You can't ignore them because if you ignore them, they're just gonna rip apart your Marines and your tanks as well. But if you try to take them out, 2 turrets are so tanky. So Bunny doing a really good job there with his Raven. And I feel like at least he survived maybe the scariest phase in the game. And now we get an actual game. I'm sweating over here, Nate. I don't like this.
we have evolved to actual TVT. It only took 8 minutes, but that is usually how this matchup goes. It's basically just a bloody knife fight until the Ravens are either out of energy or they've used it all, or they've been killed, basically. So once the Ravens kind of go out of play and you're not trying to just neutralize 1 or 2 tanks when they have enough tanks that you can't just shut them all down, that's when things really start to slow down. But he's gonna get this Hellbat drop, Gabe.
Yep. Gabe, his Vikings were kind of sleeping on the job. So the Hellbats do connect with the SCVs in the main base. I mean, that medevac will always go down, but Gabe is not pulling the SCVs. Now he's sending them back. There's still a Hellbat there.
Land that? Okay. Now there's a few bio units that just finished. I'm like, if you land the Vikings, they'll kill them in 1 shot too. It's not a terrible play to use. I like that he's focused so much on the air game, by the way. Like the number of, we don't get to see, I don't think we get to see enough high level TVTs, honestly. But it is fun sometimes when other people get to see the weird unit interactions that happen. Like when you land 8 Vikings on 8 tanks and kill all of them. It is possible. So I like that he's focusing a lot on this anti-air control. Not too many medevacs, but also, you know, not moving out enough that he's going to run out of the energy on them either.
Hero Marine is going to move out, and he does have a small army supply advantage. On top of that, Viking-wise, it's 8 Vikings against 8 Vikings, but Hero Marine still has his 2 Ravens alive from the early game. Of course, Bunny does have the Sensor Tower here to make his life a little bit easier. I'm not exactly sure if he's totally aware of this army that's already here. He's going to see it now for the first time. Bunny is going to siege up first, though, so hopefully he can start mining up this base. Interference Matrix land. Hero Marine's going to stim forward. Oh, I don't like it.
He's getting into a decent position here, but actually those Hellbats, the bio's not really contributing to the protecting the tanks. So he's going to lose a lot of this sieged up position. The Vikings do go back to work a little bit, drops an auto turret on the tanks, but if he can secure this base, that's going to be pretty good for Bunny. Come on, Gabe, get them drops on them tanks, drop on them.
Well, the tanks are going to unsiege. The Viking fight was incredibly close, and Hero Marine sort of wins it. But hey, the fact that we now have 8 siege tanks against 1. And Nate, you're the Terran expert, but I'm pretty sure that having 8 tanks is good, even if you're down in supply a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's what makes mech good in TVT, is that if you have like 3 tanks in a planetary, it's really hard for bio to punch through that. Especially if you go like Supernova style and you start putting buildings in front of your tanks, or, you know, a real actual wall that bio can't just run up and snipe it, right? You have to eat a few shots first. That can really do a lot, but is he going to try to just drop on this army? Is he crazy?
Apparently, he's going to try to do that. We've got a couple of Vikings as well. There are Thors in the mix. There's so many Hellbats. No, Hero Marine goes for the main base instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right over the army. Is it? I don't know. It's like some NFL street stuff we've got going on. I'll take it. He's going to move through the back of this base. He's getting a decent amount of damage done, killing siege tanks. Just needs to make sure that he doesn't let the ones that are moving back home to siege up get too good of a position on him. This is exactly what you want to do with the mech. He's got a Bioforce in the 3rd base at the same time. Bunny has nothing over there to defend against this, Roddy. Looking pretty good for Gabe.
Hero Marine is playing incredibly well. He's doing a good job in finding openings when it felt so hard, or then it was supposed to be so hard to get an opening there. Bunny is not completely falling apart. He lost 21 SCVs and that hurts, but he's got plenty of orbital commands and he's still sort of alive. I mean, 57 army supply will mean he lives to fight another day, but the tank count advantage is not as big as it was before. Oh, what a crazy move. I can't believe that worked out the way it did. Obviously, Bunny was pretty well covered almost everywhere. other than those medevacs just flying in a straight line into his main base.
Yeah, that was odd. I've never seen a Terran player fly the medevacs over the actual army and then be like, yeah, no, we're just going to go into the main now. Like, you'd think he'd try to go on the outside, but that's where the turrets are, weirdly enough. He's like, oh, only one Thor is not going to kill 4 medevacs, so it does make sense to some degree because all the turrets are always going to be on the edges, right?
I mean, upgrade-wise, Gabe is firing up +3 now. Also starts +2 armor. Like, he skipped that for a while. I don't know if that was a mistake or if that was on purpose. I gotta say, though, I don't like games where Gabe doesn't have to defend it all. And at this point, there is no defending at Hero Marine. It's just his good old solid German macro. And you can say a lot of things about Gabe, but he's absolutely amazing. If you give him time to just build up and do his thing, then he's gonna do well. This triple drop in the main base, though, is kind of getting obliterated. So that's a nice little victory for Bunny, and that's exactly the kind of stuff that Bunny really needs to crawl his way back into this game.
And you know what, Kev? I'm going to give Bunny a little more credit here, too. I like the multiple medevacs with the Hellbats in them. Even if he does, whether for harass or defense, I really like just that utility. Being able to reposition to deal with those drops with Hellbats on them is a lot easier than trying to walk them over. As we all know, they are pretty slow, and Bunny's going to try and make a big move out here. This is getting close to the decisive moment, perhaps.
Yeah, but I'm starting to get very worried about the Viking count. The Viking count is actually still in favor of Hero Marine. Hero Marine's economy is off the charge, and to make matters even worse, he's now building 4 Liberators at a time, and he's already got advanced ballistics. These tanks are gonna get some good shots up in the center as well. Oh no, I really don't think this is the engagement that Bunny was looking for, but we'll see. It's a crazy fight, though. Bunny does kind of win on the ground at least, but I'm so worried about these Vikings and the Liberators.
Yeah, that's the hard part, is he now has a very limited window before the Liberators show up, and they're going to be able to completely deny the ability of Bunny to try and siege up on any of these bases. There you go. The Liberators are already starting to zone out those outside areas and making it even more difficult for Bunny to reposition. He needs to get that air control back, but it is very hard. Hero Marine, as we said, Big Gabe's been focusing on it in a big way, and as soon as these tanks siege up, you expect to get the Liberators on them. There you go. He's got advanced ballistics, actually, so he's able to shoot already from quite far away.
Come on, Big Daddy Thor one time. Okay, does get one Liberator, but Liberators with advanced ballistics are so damn good. And Hero Marine's gonna push his army back, which is fantastic news for the tank toppers, and it's fantastic news for Gabe. Not so much for Bunny and No Brain, No Pain, as, I mean, if you look at the economies, this isn't really going anywhere for my boy.
Unfortunately not. Big Gabe making some big plays. Guten Gaben as Bunny taps out.
I mean, gotta give credit where credit is due. Gabe played that incredibly well. Found some openings where I thought that Bunny was going to be safe, but I'm sad to see my boy play so much mech. He's a bio boy in my heart. He will always be a bio boy, but kudos to you, Nate. Now taking the 2-1 lead.
Sometimes it be like that, though, Roddy. Sometimes it be like that, though.
I know, we went down 0-2 last match, so
That's why we gave you the first one, just don't want to get too many anime storylines going. I know Fear Dragon is trying to summon some dark magic for his games too.
Yeah. Well, with Robbie, I also believe that he's capable of pulling off anything.
That's
the
thing about having 4 Protoss players is literally impossible to predict what's going to happen.
Man, Gabe played that incredibly well. I feel like other than the 2 little Hellbat drops that Bunny attempted, it just felt that Gabe could do whatever the hell he wanted. And Hero Marine praises himself a lot for his macro, but he's got all the reason to do so, right? Gabe is really always on the money when it comes to producing SCVs, when it comes to non-stop expanding while still being a bit aggressive, at the same time not getting over-eager or too carried away. Now he's able to hold his own. Just very well done for Gabe, and very sad for my boy Bunny.
Oh, this brings us to a very exciting game, I have to say. SOS versus Solar is, in any circumstance, Kevin, this is a pretty awesome matchup to watch unfold.
Indeed. Watching these two go up against each other is always great. I get a little uncomfortable when it's my, not tournament life on the line, but the boys, they get a lot of money to win every single clan war. I really like my team, so I want to see them completely dominate and crush this round robin. We'll see if that actually happens or not, as we are once again trailing. We were trailing before. Let's get it on. Golden Ball is going to be our battleground. and apparently we're missing someone, but I don't know if we're gonna.
Until somebody tells me that the train is pulling over, I assume we cannot jump off the tracks on the right side of the map. Spawning as the Teal Toss player. He is SOS.
I thought you said Zest there. I was like, Zest? Oh, man, imagine. Whew, that'd be one hell of a player, Nate. In the bottom left side, representing team No Brain, No Pain. And of course, KZ Gaming as well, it is Solar. Needs to bring it back for us. I gotta say, SOS, such a wild card, always scares me a little bit.
Yeah, that's the reason why I liked him here. And I think that I felt it was a little bit risky because SOS didn't want to risk playing against Raynor, and he seemed to. We're actually everybody on the team. Nobody actually wanted to play against Raynor. It was like a part of the conversation, and I know that we have actually already sent SOS out on this map twice. So this is the third time he's played on this map in every single match that we have done so far. So I've did this for two reasons. First of all, obviously if he's really putting the practice time in, and based on his Discord status, he's playing StarCraft 2 like pretty much every day, half the day. I'm hoping that he's practicing a lot on this particular map, right? So he should be comfortable. He should be in a familiar environment. And since this is one of the weirder ones, most of the other players were like, if I can avoid that one, I will. I told SOS he wouldn't have to play on this map this week if he wanted to open up. And that's when Hero Marine told me he didn't want to play on Golden Wall. So I was like, okay, well, if he doesn't want to have to deal with anything weird that can happen on that map for Terrans wise, I'm just going to let SOS stick to his guns. He's been playing pretty decently. He's 1-1 on this map. He lost the first time he tried to do his Adept meme. He won the second time. I'll be honest with you, Kev, he didn't take the low ground base behind his main as his natural. So I do think he's going to do something other than the normal thing that he's done every game so far.
Solar, meanwhile, has been forced to take his natural at 9 o'clock, which is definitely a little uncomfortable, I think, on Golden Wall. I would have actually preferred to see him take the gold. I mean, I guess taking the gold against SOS gets a little scary. I get it. We all know SOS is crazy, and he probably has his own unique, awesome way of punishing Zerg players taking a gold. But yeah, having your natural taken here at 9 o'clock, I'm never that happy to see it when I'm on the Zerg's team because it takes such a long time before those drones really make their way over there and actually start mining. So this is already a pretty sweet start for SOS, I think.
Yeah, if I was going to look for a silver lining in this scenario for Solar, is just that it's a big map, right? And I guess being forced to expand north like that keeps him very far away from anything that SOS could try to attack with early on, but yeah, definitely not the base that he would have wanted to start with. We do have the Oracle coming in, so I like the mix up here. He's got a couple of Adepts still in production as well, it looked like.
Why is there a probe chilling in the top left side? Come on, Solar. Please tell me you find it. Solar, go find that. Okay. Look at that happy little circling. You love to see it, Nathaniel. You love to see it.
To quote a famous,
talk about how awesome these players are when it comes to scouting, you know what I mean?
Exactly. I was gonna say, to quote a famous, another famous Terran whiner, was it Baby Rage, Never Lucky? I think is a good old boy show. Although I think that was a Cardstone meme. But
yeah, I was about to say.
It's hard to hide those probes in the corners sometimes.
I was about to say, if Show was saying that in like 2010 or 2011, he was way ahead of the meme meta. I was like,
no. I still like his memes regardless. Actually, with the 10th anniversary, I was thinking about the boy a lot. Oh, that Oracle! Only two drones, and he loses health on the Oracle. That's okay. That hurts a little bit, Kev. I'm not gonna lie.
I would have heard a lot more if it actually went down, though. I mean, losing HP is obviously sucky, but on the other end, getting 2 drones there, a little bit of lost mining time. I think SOS and most Protoss players would be okay with it. It's not fantastic, but these are all things you take. He is going to follow this up with Resonating Glaives and a lot of additional gateways being thrown down at this point as well. Yeah, does Solar have any way of scouting this?
He has one more Overlord on that low ground base. And I wonder, you know what? He might see that the probes are starting to mine the minerals out here too. So he's opening that low ground path. Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this does appear to be a full wall at the natural, right? Like he can't actually move those Adepts in or out of his base now.
No, you're correct. The triple building wall here is a full wall if you put them like that. So that is obviously kind of giving the idea that either SOS is really trying to hide something here, and he's going to hit you with something really hard, or he's playing one of these weird, maybe mass air kind of games. Like earlier today, we saw Australia have a fantastic game against Solar on this map, where he did open up with one Stargate, but then second Stargate Fleet Beacon. This is probably something that Solar is still thinking of. I just hope that he's not thinking about it too hard, because SOS so far has done a really good job in keeping Solar in the dark. Now that Overlord is going to fly into the main base, but Nathaniel, I am wondering, is it too late? Because as far as I know, 49 drones against this kind of stuff is a little much.
Yeah, he is getting out the roaches. He's got 6 already. 6 more are about to finish. We know that he's got a decent number of lings too, but at the same time, Stasis Trap is going to freeze about 6 drones in time over at that the main base, excuse me. So the income's going to be a little bit limited for the time being. The third is somewhat exposed, but those roaches, Kev, I think Solar did a really good job of getting a lot of roaches out. He's going to try and use the shade to retreat in this situation, it seems.
I'm not too worried about the adepts in the natural. I am worried about the adepts in the main base, because the War Prism went into the main as well. That means that 6 drones have already gone down. Now that Spore Crawler even goes down, and that always makes you a little paranoid. There could be Dark Templars coming up behind this as well. There are still so many adepts. Maybe you can get a queen here or something. I mean, Solar's definitely not falling apart, but he is starting to take some serious damage. And don't forget that SOS is going up to 3 bases on the other side of the map, so he's by no means all in.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a pretty interesting variation, and I wonder if he's deliberately done this because he's done the adepts in both of his other games in this league on this map. Is that instead of making it that 1.5, 2 base all in, he does the very heavy. It's obviously a very committed attack, but since there's no 4th base out yet from Solar, and he did get a couple of drone kills, he still has the opportunity to catch up economically. He's got his 3rd Nexus already completed with the Robo Bay, and unlike the other 2 games, he isn't going for the Dark Templar this time. He's going to get a 2nd Robo, and honestly, I've also been seeing him use a lot of Colossi, so it could sky's the limit, I guess.
I gotta say, SOS is playing this really well. Keeps finding ways to get into the main base with the adepts, and at the same time oh my goodness, he canceled the shade in the main, so he's gonna grab himself a few more drones. And my boy Solar, it really does feel like he's starting to be in a little bit of trouble. He's now down in workers 7 minutes and 41 seconds into the game. Never a good sign.
The revelation. He sees the Spire. He sees the Spire too. That's big.
Yeah. I mean, Blink Stalker's already on the way. A lot of Stalkers being wiped in. Disruptor's on the way as well. SOS is playing a beautiful game, and at any other given day, I would have really enjoyed this. Right now, I hate to see it.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, I mean, if there was one thing that actually wrecked his life, it was the Spire play in the first time that he played. But I don't think he actually ever even started Blink, let alone Stalkers in that game. So I'm feeling pretty good about my boy here. I think your team is really good, and honestly, I'm a little bit too still anxious to start celebrating yet. But I am hoping to see a really big concerted attack that does not get absolutely smacked down by Mutalisks in the near future.
I mean, it's 12 Adepts, 10 Stalkers, but it's also those 2 Disruptors. That makes me a little bit scared. Seems like we had a small pause, but that was fixed rather quickly. 8 meters on the way, but you don't really want to have meters in a straight-up fight. I would have much rather seen 12 more Ravages or an insane amount of Zerglings to surround this army. And these Disruptors as well. Nate, don't tell me they'll land.
Okay. Oh boy. All right. The thing is, this point now, Tank Topper fans across the nation channel, some M-canning energy from a boy SOS. Get it done, make it happen. Using the shades, by the way, to pull those units back inside too. Still threatening with the adepts to ravage the economy if he slips up even for the smallest period of time. But if he can force that big fight and get the disruptor hits onto the roaches, I do not know how the rest of these Stalkers are going to be killed by just Mutalisks and Zerglings when they have any adept support.
These shades might actually finish up. Yes, they will. Makes a lot of sense as the main base felt a little bit exposed. So Solar's going to end up losing a few more drones. I do got to say, I like the fact that SOS is slowing down. Obviously, right when I say that, he starts getting a little more aggressive, even with a forward blink. Nate, is this going to...
He scores. Gets one good purification Nova. I will say the Lings are a little bit more effective now that the Adepts have been removed from the equation. But he's going to continue to warp in Stalkers, and the Disruptors have been taken off the map. The Mutas grabbed the Prism. The Roach Ling is starting to slowly push this army of SOS back towards the center. This is why I was trying not to celebrate too early. Goodness gracious, we know Solar is a phenomenal Zerg player.
Yep. I mean, is this a really kind of army that you can just run to the other side of the map with? I don't know. But Solar stays alive. He's still down 4 workers. And I'm still a bit worried about is that he doesn't have a great late game army, right? Muda Roach isn't really something you want to stick on forever. As the West does already have some static defenses as well, which makes it harder and harder for these Mudas to find damage. But I feel that if Solar can just buy enough time and get a better economy out, then we can just get some proper Roach, Ling, Ravager, Bane going. And then all of a sudden, I'm not too worried about those Stalker boys anymore.
You're talking about roaches and lings and stalkers, Kevin, and I'm honestly still nervous about the Mutalisks because I thought that SOS had a good setup for it the first time he played on this map against them, but he actually kind of underestimated it and still got beat, even with double Stargate +1 Phoenix. So I'm not gonna write him off just yet. I do think it's gonna be really hard for SOS to get to the top left corner of the map without being able to get spotted by those Mutalisks or any of the other units out on the field. But this is still, he's going to need to get quite a few more Phoenix before he can start to pick away at the 24 Mutalisks. He even kills the cybernetic score, so he can't even warp in Stalkers anymore.
Nope, and obviously no air upgrades either for the Phoenixes, so that's very nice as well. Lings and Muda starting to get on top of all these Stalkers, but the static defenses are really proving their worth in, or are worth their weight in gold right now. As both cannons survive. Without those cannons, I actually think that could have been it. Maybe Solar could have just completely overran. I'm still worried, Nate, because it's just Mudas. That Fleet Beacon is finishing up. If you can maybe somehow trick the Phoenixes and get on top of them, sure. But you don't need more than like 6-7 Phoenixes to kill an infinite amount of Mutalisks. Especially not when any Impulse Crystals is done. But hey, Solar does have a much better economy than he had before.
That is a very good point. He's built up quite a bit amount of money. The Mutalisks poking that natural expansion. Oh, some of the Stalkers getting caught by these Zerglings. And this makes me uncomfortable because he's getting these extra Zealots in. He did finally rebuild the Cyber Core. He hadn't started that for a while.
Okay, Solar actually just got multiple Mutalisk as well. I mean, if it wasn't for that Fleet Beacon, I'd feel really good about that game. It's just the Fleet Beacon that's kind of scaring me, and obviously the amount of static defenses that SOS have. But then again, as you do eventually need another base as well, I'd normally say. All right,
Phoenix
Nate.
is about to finish. Just a little bit longer. SOS, just hold on. Hold on just a smidge more. Mutas try to give a good hit to those Stalkers, a little bit of a bounce back, but carving that wall open, he's really giving that bounce back ability. But that's that Phoenix range. That's what I want to see. Come on, SOS. Keep him alive. Carve him up. Cut him down. The Corruptors are going to be coming out, but there is a brief window here where the Mutas are practically defenseless against the Phoenix.
Yep. I mean, Solar is going to try to see if he can get anything done on the ground, as he obviously realized that SOS is spending a lot of resources on these Phoenix. But, you know, with the SimCity, all the choke points, the cannons as well, Roaches and Zerglings are just not going to cut it. And SOS down 15 workers is all of a sudden starting to look a lot better again in this game. And now we get a couple of Corruptors as well. But just give me 80 Banelings, Nate. Can I get 80 Banelings?
Well, you know what? I'm going to say thank God the Baneling Nest isn't even done yet, Kevin. That is not something I'm going to have to worry about for a little while. Of course, those Corruptors are going to be really thick and hoping to tank a lot of shots from those Phoenix, but I do like that he splits out the Zealots as well. He's kind of keeping him honest with using those Mutalisks defensively a little bit. And since they can run away from the Corruptors and Mutas, even if he doesn't necessarily have enough to fight them, and by the way, he went to triple Stargate and he's getting +1. I like that he's using the Phoenix to try to do the harass too. There's nothing that can really contest them right now.
I don't really like it. I gotta be honest, I've always had an issue with this Phoenix unit, you know? Like, I know people on Reddit often talk about the Disruptor. Can we talk about it? I want to talk about the Phoenix. This unit is too cost effective, and we should nerf the hell out of that thing, you know what I mean?
You know, Rotterdam, I can say, you know, many things about you, but I know that you've always been a staunch Phoenix hater, and I respect your integrity and your dedication to staying on that mission to get Phoenix nerfed.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. They're flying around. They're fast. They're outranging everything. He even has that +1 air weapons upgraded right now, which is way too good as well. It's technically a +2. I don't know if you're listening, Blizzard, but please do something about the Phoenix. Just kidding, though.
Yeah, at least got to give it the, you got to give it like a, I don't know, one of those like private undiscovered military helicopter skins or something for how OP it is. Gets a lot of lings with that stasis trap, and I think okay, Kevin, what's the tipping point where you don't care about the Corruptors anymore with the Phoenix? This is a pretty silly amount to have, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, this is already kind of that moment where you can almost one-shot Corruptors, so that is fantastic, Niels. I think the most important thing in general for a Phoenix player is to either completely outmaster Corruptor, which is happening, or be one upgrade ahead over their armor. So if they have +1 armor, you need +2 attack. I mean, it's just Zealot Phoenix at this point, but he's got so many Phoenixes and still has a couple of Stalkers as well. Solar does find a couple Stalkers in the center, though, but... Oh... We need the parasitic bomb. That's what we need, mate.
Yeah, that is true. I will say he did get the +1 Carapace upgrade for the Corruptors and Mutas, so they are still going to be pretty tanky against those Phoenix despite their large number. And with the Zergling support, he is starting to push SOS's army back.
Exposed
base.
base.
His fourth alive, though.
Yep. Very exposed base, so the Zergling should be able to do somewhat decent here as they have +1 melee as well. Just a couple of Stalkers. Probes are starting to fall. This is a really important victory for Solar because he's only at 60 drones. So Solar is really not that rich. These Phoenixes.
I mean, the goal here was to try and occupy the air units and then let the Zealots, I guess, defend that fourth base. But I think killing this is pretty big. However, he did get Zealots inside of all of the other bases during this, Kevin, and a lot of a lot of drones are taking some damage.
I have no idea where these Zealots came from, but that is indeed a fantastic move by SOS. Because, yeah, losing 10 probes hurts, but if you're killing 15 drones on the other side of the map, you're kind of okay with it. It is technically like 5 bases against 3, though, but what does that really mean when you're on 5 bases and 43 drones? Oh. Man, SOS, what are you doing? Stop!
I like this. I like this. That was some nice meme PVZ, we could possibly call this. The only thing he's missing, Kevin, is what, a bunch of DTs, right? Is that the last thing you would add to this?
Yeah, he's powerful enough as he is, Nate. He doesn't need my help.
He's adding Archons, too. He's getting quite a few Archons. I think he's realizing now, with the way that this army composition is turning out, he's going to need a hell of a lot of Banelings to kill this army if he makes an attack with 6 Archons underneath all these Phoenix.
This is some sick, twisted timeline that we're living in. My team is going down to mass Phoenix. Who made this up? This is...
The script writers are crazy this season.
If you guys ever wonder what pain felt like, I've rarely felt pain like this.
I'm just glad Bunny didn't kill Hero Marine with mass battlecruiser.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been okay with that. Like, I would have been kind of cool, even though I like Gabe, of course. But okay, I mean, if the Corruptors and Mutas can get right on top of the Phoenix, and if the Phoenix is already from batteries, but I mean, SOS wasn't born last night. He's doing a good job in maintaining. I gotta say, he lost quite a few Phoenix there, though.
Yeah, he's really trimmed. He's really trimmed the fat on that Phoenix count. But I think the problem is going to become when he moves out with the Archons. Like, it's just Zerglings, and I don't know. Can he build? He's got 1,700 gas. Does he have the mineral income still to build enough Banelings to kill the Archons? Because I don't think he's doing it with just Zerglings or with the Mutalisks.
No, definitely not with the Mutas. The Mutas kind of clump up there. SOS is making potentially his final push, I think, to the other side of the map. Solar realizes he can't defeat that army, and that is going to be it for this battle, Nathanius.
It feels good, man. Kevin, you know, you already had 2 wins, okay? You know, the taste of defeat is only going to make your players work harder. And now that I'm done playing against you, I wish nothing but the best. I love you, man. That was a hell of a match.
Yeah, I feel like you definitely got the best of us when it came to the seeding. That did not work out according to plan. Did work out according to plan for you guys. Well done. It was a lot of fun to cast some games with you. And obviously, I wish you all the best in your remaining matches as well. That means you're 2-2 at this point.
Yeah. So not terrible, not impressive, but hopefully we're going to be able to tilt the scales a little more in our favor in the future. I do believe I am supposed to remind all of you that the next day of games for the War Chest Team League is going to be on Sunday. You can already set the reminder. I believe as soon as the stream is over, the next spot up for the next broadcast is going to be available. You can set your reminder on YouTube. Get notified. Come watch some more awesome StarCraft. I hope you guys had a good time. Any last words, Kev?
Yeah, I look forward to Sunday, of course. It's really nice. I was so sad that my team wasn't part of the opening play day because, you know, I was super excited for this league. After a day right now, I'm still very excited. It kind of sucks that we started on such a high. Like, first we get the first 4-0 of the season, then we get the reverse sweep, and now we actually end on a loss. So that does make me sad, but 2 amazing matches on Sunday against Benny and the boys. Now, the big question is, did Ben manage to talk to his players yet? I have the feeling that's not the case, but it's going to be
I have a
fun.
feeling no.
No. Then we're going to close it out with a match against 4XS, so Sword of Seoul Korea. Roddy versus Cats' final match of the day on Sunday. I really look forward to it. And once again, thanks to all the casters who casted games with me today. And of course, big shout out to Wardy, who's behind the scenes saving StarCraft. Like it's just another Tuesday.
Base God Wardy. Well, that's it for us today, ladies and gentlemen, for the StarCraft 2 War Chest Team League. Hope you had a good time. We will see you on Sunday for day 3.